Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon. Oh, we're already so hyped up. We're already pushing the camera out here. Look at that. Look at that. I know the camera's ready to go. You're ready to go, folks, here. Hope you're doing well. Oh, my goodness. We got some playoff football going down today between our Hawks and the 49ers. Woo! Going back at it here down in San Francisco. I guess it's Santa Clarita, technically speaking, but we're going to go and see if our Seahawks can shock the world. Nobody expected us to be here at the beginning of the season. Nobody expected us to be here at nearing the end of the season, but here we are nonetheless with a chance to get ourselves on a magical playoff ride. Let's see if we can start that ride today by knocking off one of our biggest rivals. I'll say our biggest rival, nemesis, if you will, the San Francisco 49ers, and see if we can take this one home. I hope you guys are hyped up as I am for this game. Started about, after the last game last week after Rams, like, okay, we're going to the playoffs. Okay, I feel pretty solid about this. But around Wednesday, something kind of kicked in, didn't it? A little extra energy started to kind of ferment, didn't it? Kind of started to get, oh, wait a minute, this is a little different, isn't it? This is not just regular season football we're talking here. This is a little bit something else. So I'm feeling it. I know you guys are feeling it. Edge of your seat, heart palpitations, hands sweaty. Why is my stomach upset? That it's all normal. This is playoff football. This is playoff football, and this is why we aspire to get back into this kind of place, because it is so much bloody fun. I hope you guys are having a great time out there and celebrating wherever you are. We've got a beautiful Sunday afternoon out here on the east side of the state, which is wonderful. And I hope you're with your friends and family getting to enjoy this one. And hopefully we get a good football game. I do think that this is a game that will remain close. The elements do seem like they are going to be a part of what everyone's going to have to be dealing with in this game on both sides of the ball. So we'll see how that does impact things down the line. But appreciate everybody for jumping on in here. As you guys do, please hit that like button if you could for me, please. And we've got about 20 minutes for the game. So let's do a little interaction here with the chat. Say what's up to you guys. Before we get started here, let me fix my bloody camera. Hold on. There we go. We got it synced up. Sean Lee, how you doing, man? Robbie Red, what is up, buddy? It's David. Yo. Tony Borges, Silva, let's go Hawks, man. Megan Gok Roger, my lady from Danenda. Hope you're doing well. She says, morning all. Zorn jersey on. Let's effing go, eh? Large and jersey on. I hope all of you got your right jerseys of power. Whatever that jersey of power may be, you are wearing it today, hopefully. W plus Splack says, I'm so hyped. You should be hyped, man. You should be hyped. It's going to be a fun game. Playoff football, baby. This is what it's all about. This is why we lift all them weights. Free Truth, what's up, buddy? Tyler Morano, let's go Hawks, bud. Stephen Coleman, what's up? Shams says the game starts at the same time. I got to pick up my sister. Sucks for me. Oh, yikes. I've heard some people having some issues with some people having to work and this going on and that going on. Certainly a little easier when this is on a little bit of a Sunday day, but the NFL wanted to get maximum eyeballs onto it. So Saturday, here we are. Robert C says, let's get hyped, boys. It's our time. It's our time. Now's our time. Niners had their time a couple years ago. Now's our time. They had their chance. Ryan Austinson says, large in jersey time. You know what? I got to call upon the power of Steve here. I reach up into the heavens and I say to Steve, I know he's still here on earth. I reach up to the figurative heavens and say, we need the power of your largent mystique today. Bring it on down to us. Let us thrive upon it. Tyler Ames says, K9's going to have a huge day. Let's go Hawks. I love the sound of that. Love it. Preacher says that F the chances. We're the Hawks. We laugh at the odds. That's right. We're used to it. We don't take the odds seriously because the odds don't take us seriously. Whoever puts us as the front runner, whoever says, oh yeah, that's the team that's going to be out there. They're trouble out there. No, instead it's like, yeah, they're okay. But they'll come back down to earth eventually. They'll eventually, yeah. Oh, they lost Russell. They're going to be, they're done. They're done. That Hawk team will be back in maybe a couple of years. We'll see him, a little flicker of him or something. We're right back here. Right back here right now. And as long as these odds are, and I went on to a Niner channel, and boy, they are a confident bunch over there. They're a confident bunch over there as far as feeling about this game. They got no worries, no concerns, not even a feeling of this could be a speed bump in the least bit. Okay, we'll see. We'll see, won't we, Hawk fans? We'll see what our boys got up for them today. Represent, what's up, man? Good to see you. Free Truth, sorry, you guys talking a little bit in there. And Sandy Mixes, hello. Captain Rex. Fish Worldwide, we need this. Let's go is right. Erickson says, beaks and talons is all we give them today, boys. That's right. I want solid talons driven right into the back of some spinal cords and crushing. I'm not literal, but, again, this is all metaphorical stuff. But yes, and then give them the beak after. Talon first, then the beak. Talon, then the beak. It's the 1-2 punch. Tobias Larson, what's up, man? Good to see you in the chat. Says, enjoy, friends, no matter the results. I'm going to enjoy no matter what. Just being here and being in this playoffs, and nobody thought we were going to be here. It's been part of this week's about enjoying it and loving the fact that you're here, and also understand it from a perspective standpoint that no one ever really saw you here either on the other side of it. And to be here is kind of magical in that realm of things. Legend 100 says, Megan the Stallion in the house. What's up, Megan? Sale, woo, let's go. Let's go. Paul Sosia, hey, stormy day, go Hawks. Sure will be exciting. I want to see some jumbo packages. Yeah, give me some of that jumbo. I want some of that jambalaya. We'll go there yourself. We'll go give me some jambalaya. We'll give me some of that good jumbo. I hope we see some of it. I think the weather elements being like they are, I think it's to our benefit. Well, I think it's a leveling of the playing field. George Samuel, my man out in Egypt. How you doing, George? He says, so hyped for this bonus game in the playoffs. We are not supposed to be here, but we are. Let's shock the world. Hashtag go Hawks. Hey, let's shock the world. Nobody expects us to be here. Nobody giving us a chance. So let's go surprise everyone. Herbicide says, Seattle North Side. See the sun's out today. It is. It is. Hopefully that's a good ominous, not ominous. That's a nice sign for things to come. KDR says there's no reason for Seattle to win this game, which is why they will win. There you go, man. It's been that kind of year, right, KDR? You think everything's going to go one way and suddenly it goes all the way over in this other direction. Wait, I thought we were going that way. No, you're going this way. We're going down this. We're going up the highway. Legend 100's got 24-21 Hawks. I love it, Legend. I can go for that. Sando Flores, no co-live stream with Brendan. I just usually kind of do my play-by-play stuff on my own with this. We might eventually do a game like that down the road, Sandro, but just kind of just do my thing on this a little bit. Brian Meyer says, boys are going to kick some ass. Let's go, Brian. Christian Smith, hoping we keep things competitive. Go Hawks. Me too, Christian. Me too. Let's stay in this one. Let's just fight it out. Keep it close to the fourth quarter. Snail says, I told my boss I was leaving early as soon as Detroit won. Yeah, good. It's what you should do. These bosses need to understand this type of stuff. This whole, you like football? I mean, it's okay. You need to see it. Like, you need to be there on like days you should work. You want instead me to playoff game? Or is that a special game? Is it, you get those bosses that like, is it football like soccer football? Or is it football we're talking, Like, oh, Lord. Oh, Lordy. Thomas Gilliam says, Desert Hawk from Mesa, Arizona, on board. Game will be telecast here for a change. Oh, I know, man. I lived in Arizona for a year, Thomas, and that was one of the brutal aspects is you don't ever get Hawk games down there unless it's prime time playoffs. There's always going to be another game that comes up on the schedule down that further. So great to hear you're getting to watch it at home on that. That's the nice part about having the game on Saturday is that it does get all those Hawk fans out there that are in other parts of the country and a chance to be able to actually see the game. Jammin' Freedom says, I had a CT scan this morning just to make sure I was in the same reality. Go Hawks. There you go. Oh, Lordy. Yeah, we might have to get some MRI. We win this game. I might have to give myself an MRI, Jammin'. Like, wait, hold on. I've got to be dreaming. I must be in a coma somewhere in a bed. Spencer Smith says, we're here. We in this. Yes, we are, man. Fat Daddy Stacks, thank you for the $5 donation, getting us started off right with the $5 dono. It says, before the game starts, I just wanted to say why I like Geno. He is mature, poised, confident, and the team believes in him. He does. I think you touch on a lot of the things that go beyond necessarily Fat Daddy Stacks, what would be production on the field, arm talent, mobility, things that are a little bit harder probably to measure. And that is certainly something in Geno that you do see, though, is that he has been a guy that has been, facing the fire, stood into it. He's remained strong. He's remained competitive. I think poised is a good way of putting it, as you do, especially when he stands tall in the pocket, when there's pressure around him. He's unflinching at times with that, and sometimes even almost to negative, where he will just let the pressure will get there, and he just thinks, I got the time. I'm gonna hang. I'm gonna trust my guys. But you see him out there teaching and showing people. There's one point early on this year, and I think it was it was a Charger game, I guess. But D. Eskridge ran the wrong route on a given play, and he's right there on the sideline coaching him through it after that. And the confidence is there. I think this guy knows what he's capable of doing. He knew he was going to get his chance at some point, and when he got that second chance, he was going to do everything in the world that he could do with it. And setting franchise record at the quarterback position is a pretty good indication of the fact that he was ready to do that. On top of what we've seen from him on just the field from, let's just call it the eye test, right, Fat Daddy? So, props to Geno this year. He is a big part of why we're here in this playoffs and why we have this opportunity to move forward and onwards. So we get lost sometimes between the ups and downs of the year with Geno and the great start and some of the slowness on the back end. But, some of that's also impacted by the team that he had around him. But at the end of the day, he's put together a pretty awesome year and definitely would be my comeback player of the year right now. I'm sure somebody else will win it. Can't believe we saw Sauce Gardner got an all-pro. It's like, oh, these voting systems. But thank you, Fat Daddy. I do appreciate you, man. You're awesome as always, brother. Chad Hart says, are you sure the cat isn't a Niners fan? Nope. We've checked with her a couple times. Every time she answers the same way. So I've taught my cat, I know you think you can't teach cat any words. I've actually taught her rudimentary 6 words. So she can ask for water, she says F the Niners, I taught her that one too. So it's basically inherently in her, really. Spencer, I'm working on the road all day today, so I'm counting on some excellent play-by-play. I'm hoping on my A game at Spencer, and you can count if you guys are out there watching this. I'm going to be, as soon as we do get to live, which will be in about 9 minutes or so, I will be doing play-by-play throughout this, so there will be a little bit of less interaction in the chat, but we do a very long post-game stream here. So I will be still going on after the game if I happen to miss a comment or question on that. But yes, I plan on giving some scintillating play-by-play today, man. Got a lot of synonyms to use and synonyms. Rodney Press Show with a $5 donation. Thank you, Rodney. You're awesome, brother. It's good to see you in the chat. It says, let's go Hawks. After playing these guys 2 times now, I would hope we have learned a little something. We can't stop the run. We are done. I would hope the same thing. I think that indeed, Rodney, at this point, if you lose this potential game, 3 games against this Niner team, and they easily handle you, for instance, then that certainly is an indication of certainly you need better talent with that. I'm sure that the coaches have pretty much tried everything at that point. If they've not found it by the 3rd rung around, what would be maybe the secret sauce to getting on top of this team. But you touch on really the important point here, which is that, you don't stop the run. You make this game very easy on the Niners. You allow them to establish time of possession. You take the pressure off Brock Purdy. You make throwing the ball easier now because you have to start to really amp up for the run and sometimes over-dedicate yourself to the run. So stopping the run today opens up so much more for the defense to be able to get stuff done here as opposed to not. And it's good. Worst case scenario to me that if you do run along the trek of this, of allowing the run game to establish itself early, it's going to then probably remain consistent throughout. And then you're really in scramble mode at that point if you can't get on top of that a little bit. So in this game, it's raining. You're going to get a lot of rushes attempts on both sides of the ball here today. I would not be surprised if we see 45, 50 rushing attempts in total between the 2 of these teams, maybe even more so. Bleed blue and green. Let's go Hawks. Let's go Hawks. Bleed blue and green. Good to see you in the chat. Spencer says, just kidding. Obviously, I'm just here for the homies and keep me company. Let's go Hawks. No, I want to do good play-by-play, man. I'm trying to get good at that. I'm trying to improve with it little by little. Thomas Gilliam, y'all live? What's up? Yeah, we're live. Keegan, this is it, Keegan. This is it. All our practice. All that we have done here now. What will you do? Randy Wagner, too early here in Georgia, really early in Seahawks Nation. All sunshine here, but I'm sacrificing the sun to get some Hawks Nest. Go Brandon, go Hawks. Hey, thank you, Randy. I appreciate that, man. And yeah, it's a bright, beautiful day down there in the South today. It says something if you're in here doing that instead of in here. So hopefully they give you a great game for sacrificing a little bit of that sunshine. Monty Watts says 49ers had poor offensive first halves the last 4 games. They dominate teams in the second half. Something to watch for. Keldon says 49ers are not going to, Keldon, Niners are not going to blow out the Hawks. It's not going to happen. Lou, happy to be here with some fellow Hawk fans. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Lou. Cheese Taco says, let's go. Fake Cheese Nation is here. What's up, Cheese? Good to see you in the house, brother. Good to see you in the house. Adrian X, hello, Big Country. What's up, Erickson? Got all my familiar people in the house. Check. Hello, hello, hello. That's right. We got a Meg in the house. Use a big hit, says Woolen. The tip 2.0 incoming. I like it. Did you imagine? Game comes down to an end. Deebo Samuel runs a go route down by the goal line. Rookie Brock Purdy doesn't know well enough not to test. Tariq down on that edge. Tariq tips it up. Back to, I guess it'd have to be a linebacker, right? Because it was Malcolm Smith. So tips it back to Tanner Muse. The next tip. Donnie Pearson says this afternoon's game will also be heard across Cairo News Radio. It's 97.3 and Seattle Sports Radio 710. Yeah, well, we want him here, Donnie. We want him here. I want him listening to me. Magic Vlogs with a $2 donation. Thank you, Magic. Says 2-0 with my New Jersey. The streak will continue. I like it, man. I like it. The jersey power is real. Like I said, it doesn't have to be a large jersey. It doesn't have to be. It's what jersey that you most favor in your closet to what player you most like. That's the one you need to be winning today, because that's just, you're helping to generate the maximum amount of fan power that we can in the background to push this win forward. It may only be an inch that we're all driving forward with it. We need to give them that inch. Punk 91. Can't wait to spend the offseason listening to 49er fans whining about the refs after we win this game. Oh, yeah, I would too. I won't put up with any of it either. I won't care. I'll be like, no, I'm not listening to that. Because I'll tell you what, the amount of talking that they did to start this week off, the amount of talking they've done throughout, I hear, oh, blowout? Is it going to be a big blowout or just a standard issue blowout? Is it one of those like unique, like, oh my God, they scored 70 points blowouts? Or is it just like, okay, we take you by like 30, you know? Is it, which of those two is it going to be, Seahawks fans? Which is, I've been hearing like stuff that all week, like, all right, okay. Let's see. We'll see. Jay Stern, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Suli, hello. Light Yagami says, hope we get a fumble and interception. Definitely need some turnovers. Carl Nerdy, what's up, Carl? Hope you're doing well today. It's good to see you in the chat too, and thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I've never seen a team act like they will play the NFC Championship next week like the Niners and the media. The disrespect is real, and I want to win this so bad now. Me too, Carl. I was going to be maybe happy enough to end out last week and go, okay, we'll get in the playoffs, and hey, we'll feel good about the playoffs, and maybe we can just get that. That's going to be a tough game against the Niners. But then they had to start yippity-yapping, didn't they? Bump. A lot of talking. Whole lot of woofing over there, you know? And you're right. The media's right there along with them. They already got the pathway to the Super Bowl, they say. They're on a slip and slide with a fireman's hose pushing down from the back of them, sending them downhill, you know, with bumpers on the sides. It's not a matter of if they're going to Super Bowl. It's just a matter of, well, I mean, are they going to be completely healthy when they get there, or are they going to be just kind of healthy? That's that kind of tone, you know? Like, okay, no respect at all. Okay, let's see how this goes. So it makes me want to win this game all that much more worse now than I already really want to win it bad when it's the Niners as it is. But now it just clicks up that little extra notch. Now it goes to 11. Why does it go? It goes to 11. Doesn't go just to 10. Because the Niners are sometimes a-hole fans. That's why. Legend 100 says, F Purdy. That's right, F Purdy. Christian Smith says, thanks for all the game day streams this year, Brandon. My pleasure, Christian. I've had a great time with all of you this year doing the play-by-play, and it will absolutely continue on into the future. You can I guarantee you that 100%. Like Yagami, house money is right. House money. We're playing with paper money at this point. Estridge, that D. Eskridge pick was so bad, shows why it was time to let Wilson go. Yeah. Yeah, the Eskridge one wasn't great. P.S. Jamming, go Hawks from Sydney, Australian. We got our second Australian in the house, Megan. Well, what's up, P.S. Jamming? I think we got a third, too. I think we got one other person in here, too. So got our Australian contingent in here. I love it. Our 12s out there. Casey says, from a Lions fan, don't let our last game winning drive go to waste. Crush the 49ers. We will not take your sacrifice and put it to waste, Casey. You had to sacrifice the altar of your season for that, and I appreciate that. As I said the last week, Casey, we were Sea Lions last week. We were all Sea Lions last week, okay? So we are going to carry that forth. We're gonna make it stand up, right? It's like in a movie where one of the side characters has got to sacrifice themselves so the main people can get to the end of the quest, right? But if you don't get to the end of the quest, the sacrifice was all in vain. So we will not let that go in vain. Renowned River says, hell yeah, Bumbleclot. Erickson Seahawks team full attack. Engaged, baby. Let's go. Little drip. Let's effing go. Let's go. Can't wait to see the Niners fans eat their words. I hope they do. Megan with a $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Appreciate you too for all your modding in there today. We'll definitely, I'm going to probably get a couple other people we got to get on the mods side of it, help you out with this as we go forward with this. I know it's going to get cray today, so hang in there. She says, time to turn up the volumes, 12s. We are 12. Hear us roar. Let's go, 12s. Let them know. Get hyped. Go with it. I know right now you're nervous. I know that hand's shaking. That's the way it's supposed to be. You're in the right zone. That's what that is. The right perfect zone as a fan. Paul says your play-by-play has gotten huge better since the beginning of the year. Well, thank you, Paul. That's what I want to keep doing with it. It's still a work in progress right now. I'll admit that, but I'm going to keep trying to improve with it because I love doing it. I have a lot of fun doing the play-by-play in it. So I appreciate you guys letting me get through kind of working through the kinks on it a little bit. But thank you, man. That's all kind of you to say. Luke Britt, that boo coming in was hilarious. They hate us Hawks. I'm ready to disappoint Santa Clara. Yeah, I'm ready too, man. I'm ready to wipe their little smile right off their faces and take that smug look and, how'd this happen? Osama says Kraken and Hawks are still the perfect team, are perfect in 2023. How about them, Kraken? Ryan says, sup, all the Fox crew hate us. They're not all the Fox crew picking Jimmy Johnson at San Francisco by 14. Richard Brooks says, go Seahawks, listen from the Philippines. Thank you, Richard. Hawks Nest worldwide, baby. Let's go. Adam Walker says, save my soul. Let's go. Mark Hoppercorn, General Quarters. Launch the planes, man the gun, fire the torpedoes, and blow the 40-whiner out of the playoff waters. Like and sub for this hard-working man. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, Mark. And that's the way to put it, man. All generals at their quarters. Launch them planes. Man the guns. Fire those torpedoes. I need artillery to the skies. Let's drop some of those depth charges into the waters. You know there's a few of those cowardice Niner submarines sliding around our waters. Put them to the bottom of Davy Jones's locker. Stephen Coleman. Go Brandon. Go Hawks. Thank you, Stephen. Go Hawks, man. Eric 99. Let's go. Brian, defer that. Let that D get fired up. I like the defer. I like getting the ball back after half. I do. Know a little bit of how much aggression you need. Then at the end of the half, you can kind of maintain balanced, or if you're coming behind, it's a little bit better, I think. Sometimes you can steal a possession at half. Hey, Space, how you doing, man? Vexen, what's up? Got the bleach ready? Got the bleach. I'm going to end this if we lose. Sports fan, really looking forward to this game. I'm not trying to be a sour sport, and we're just about to start here. Come on now. It's starting up here soon, so get through there. Paul Third, you put any money on it? I didn't put any money on it. I wanted to, but I just couldn't. I got too busy this week. I was streaming all over the place. All right, so I know it's just about to start here. You guys might be a little ahead of me. I'm going to be probably somewhere in the neighborhood, about 12 seconds behind y'all when this starts. So if you do see yourself a little ahead, you can just pause it. That'll put it right in there. Roxanne with the $20 donation. Thank you, Roxanne. I really do appreciate it. She says, go Hawks, power of the 80. Oh, wait. Let me see. Let me watch this live. Come on. All right. So we got our kickoff here. And Roxanne, I'll read your comment in just a sec. Here is the return now by Ooga Boogie. Good coverage there by the 49ers unit. They stop him down at the 20-yard line. Roxanne says, go Hawks, power of the 80. House money. I am stoked. I am hopeful as it is 0-0 right now. I just received my 6-pack of original team photos, including the 1976 team. Plus, it was Dave Grohl's birthday. Means nothing, but why not? Hey, it means everything. Everything's going the right direction in that respect. That's what it means, Roxanne. So thank you for the $20 donation. All of your support here to the channel. I really do appreciate it. You're awesome for the $20 dono. And I like it. Everyone's in the right spirit today. Everyone's in the right mood. All right, here's the first carry to Kenneth Walker. He's got a little bit of room on an outside zone run to the left. He's going to bang his way up for a nice 9-yard gain. Nice run there by Kenneth Walker. Seattle will start out with the ball here. William Leonard with a $2 donation. Thank you, William. I appreciate it as well. It says, collective cheers to all the 12s out there. Collective cheers as well. Let's have a great day today. So thank you, William. You're awesome, man. Roxanne, you're awesome as well for the $20 donation. And I love me some Dave Grohl. So, you know, some Pacific Northwest roots there. I see what you're kind of doing there. A little interwoven stuff. All right, Geno back under center here, 2nd and 1. The 29-yard line of the Hawks. 3 tight end look here. Another give into Walker. Niners are all over that play with early penetration. It looked like that was Eric Armstead got in on that one. Or sorry, 99, not Eric Armstead. That was Kinlaw. Niner fans will like that. 3rd down and 2. Doesn't look like there's any real rain going right now on the field. Conditions are pretty good right now. Geno in shotgun. Niners showing a blitz look. Gotta hike it. Geno drops back to throw. Looking. And he is dragged down by Eric Armstead. 4th down. Armstead working on Gabe Jackson. He just hits Gabe in the chest off the snap, sends him backwards, and then has kind of Jackson reeling off the snap at that point. Geno had a little bit of time to look. You only needed 3 yards there. I don't know if Seattle had maybe some longer developing routes down the field. That'll bring up 4th and 13. All right, Michael Dixon with the punt from deep within his own territory. Here's the kick. Good kick, sends him back. Fair catch at about the 35-yard line of the Niners there. Good kick by Dixon. So you have a good opening run there by Walker. Come right back to it. Then you got a 3rd and short like you'd like to be in today, and you just can't convert off that. Megan Gok, Roger, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, Megan. Says, B, if we win once and for all, you have to say Zorn is a better quarterback than Craig for all time. Thank you for the $5 donation, Megan. I do appreciate it. I don't know. I have to think about that one, I guess. I'll have to ponder that one. I appreciate the dono, though. All right, Brock Purdy out in pistol look formation here. Kind of a heavy look here by the Niners to start things. Play action pass. Purdy looking right down the field. Oh, and he overthrows Deebo Samuel. Dangerous throw there by Brock Purdy. Just kind of sailed on him a little bit. Niners trying to come out attacking down the field there right off the jump. Dangerous throw. Second and 10. Purdy in shotgun. Again, just a 2-wide look here. A lot of movement pre-snap by the Niners. Purdy dropping back to throw. Hits Brandon Ayuk right over the middle. And I know that some people are looking at that as a beat on Tariq Woolen. That's kind of a beat to scheme situation there more than it's a beat to Woolen. Woolen's definitely beat technically, But remember, he's got the responsibility of cover 3 in that situation. So he's got to go to the deep end of the field on that rather than just running across the field with Ayuk. He's not playing man coverage there. He's playing to probably a zone, I would estimate. 1st and 10. Niners now in Seahawks territory quickly after that completion. The give is here to Deebo Samuel. He's got a big run for 20 yards up the football field. Seattle in a cover 2 high look. It's one of those things today where I talked about where you're going to have to bring an extra defender down in the box here today. Staying back in cover 2 looks is just not going to get it done against this Niner running attack. Your front 7 is not good enough to stop their offense on that side of it. 1st and 10. Looks like we got a timeout by the Niners. They might have taken a little bit of too much time. Yeah, hang in there, Hawk fans. It's going to be up and down day to day. So don't lose anything on this drive of anything like that. Remember, this is their scripted plays. Offenses like this are always going to be at their best. Their first scripted plays usually. But we're on the road. Like, it's a long game. First and 10, Niners. Ball in the 23, Purdy back in a pistol formation. Play action pass. Purdy looking deep up over the top. Tariq Woolen knocks it away there. Decent enough play there by him. Doesn't get to the face guard spot, but good close coverage there. Niners trying to attack Seattle deep here a little bit. All the throws have been kind of deeper, more intermediate type throws early on here. And Woolen doesn't look back for the ball there, but things just kind of time out nicely on that one to keep it from turning into a PI. Quickly, a little bubble screen out here to Deebo Samuel in the flat. He takes it, breaks 1 tackle, breaks 2 tackles, breaks a 3rd tackle before 2 guys have to bring him down 9 yards down the football field. Got out of the tackle of Uchenna, got out of this. So Deebo looks obviously pretty good to go right now. Through the tackle of Uchenna, through the tackle of Quandre Diggs. LJ Collier had him in his hands for a second and then took a couple linebackers to finally get him down. So bring up 3rd down and 2 for the 49ers. The Niners are going to go empty here. McCaffrey aligned out to the far side of the field. Oh, they bring another running back to the backfield here. And another dangerous throw by Brock Purdy. Cody Barton nearly had himself a pick. Brock Purdy thought somebody, I think, was zigging when they zagged. Couple throws on this early drive. Oh, no. Barton just read it right. Good job by Barton there. And if Purdy throws that on the man accurately, that's a pick 6. So the Hawks defense holds up. Nice job by the boys. Robbie Gould will come out. He was 21 of 21 this year with a 34-yard attempt here. The kick is up. And the kick is through. So the Niners do take an early 3-0 lead on the Hawks. Yeah, wasn't LJ Collier in the game? That was LJ Collier missing the tackle there. Thought I saw him in there. Yeah, I think you can see with why I've said too this week, going to Purdy and getting him to force him to throw. Like Niners came out this game, it's almost like they're trying to prove something that Purdy can throw this ball down the field. Okay, show me you can. You know, and if he beats us that way, he beats us that way. But that's why I like that, bringing up that pressure to stop the run game and then force him to hit some of these deeper shots. Show me that you can accurately place it in the elements. And I think that you saw in that first drive, I think if we put Purdy in this kind of position to do that today, we can have some success. Tony Boards, what's up? How you doing, Tony? Let's shut him up. Get a little bit more coffee. One sec, folks. Bend but don't break is right, William. Keep him out of the end zone. Keep him out of the end zone. Roll. Niners will have their second kickoff of the day here. Gould will send it deep. Boogie Boogie takes it from about the 2-yard line. Up to speed fast. Nice return past the 30, 35, up to the 38-yard line where he's taking off his feet. There he keeps it showing, doesn't he? Godwin just keeps showing it on it. Great returner. That kid has been just an excellent shot on the arm there for the kick returning unit since he's come back. Fat Daddy Stacks with a $2 donation. Thank you, Fat Daddy. Says, nice D. Nice D to buckle down. Yeah, good job there. Niners are going to get some drives. They're going to get some yards, keeping them to field goals within the designs of this defense and how it break, the bend but don't break philosophy and all that. So you just got to stay with it. Seahawks come out with a 3 tight end set here. Quick carry up the middle to Kenneth Walker. He takes the dirty 3 up the middle there and gets it. Fred Warner on the tackle. Appreciate you, Fat Daddy. The game is on Fox. 9:39 to go in the first quarter. Geno back in shotgun, 3 wide to the far side of the field. DK Metcalf goes in motion. Geno drops back to throw. DK makes the catch. Nice job. A little short, quick out route there. Gain of about 5 or 6. So again, the offense will have, like they did on the first drive, a 3rd and short here. This is what you would like in these situations here. Third and 2, Geno and shotgun. Niners showing a blitz. They bring it. Geno trying to get wide here and can't on a keeper. Fourth down. Well, Waldron's pretty uninspiring here at this point to start things off. So I don't know if this is Carroll with telling him to do this, but this is pretty uninspiring play calling. You've got Geno's run a read option on 3rd and 1. This Niner defense is too fast for that. Like, you're not going to get that out. And look here, they brought 2 blitzes on 3rd and short. We don't have a hot route we can go hit to on a 3rd and short at that point. There's no flat route or anything like that. Again, no bootlegs here to start things out with Geno. Just real simplified game planning, just to punt away possessions. And I'm sure Carroll will be telling you, well, we're just trying to feel them out. It's like, yeah, you're punting away possessions here against a Niner offense that's going to move the ball on you today. Like this is not great to see from the offense to start things off here. I'm not a fan of the play call myself. Like, there should be better play calls in it than asking my 33-year-old quarterback to run a read option on 3rd and 1. Like, if you can't get a yard getting in the ground game, you should at least be able to complete a short pass. Like I said, and if they're bringing a blitz, if they're bringing extra guys into the line of scrimmage, that means they have less guys in coverage. That means there's going to be a hot route receiver open at that point. But on both of these 2 3rd and shorts, there's not really been a route there that they've gone to attack in that situation there, which is a little bit strange. Yeah, Observer77, so much for playing with house money is right. This play calling to start things out offensively is not that of somebody who understands they've got house money here. This is the play calling of somebody that's like, again, like I say at times, you're playing not to lose. And you're not going to be a Niner team today playing not to lose, offensively speaking. You know, 1st down run, 2nd down run, 3rd down pass. Oh, okay. 1st down run. I don't know. Do 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 do. Sanchez with the 3 months is a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member. Thank you, Sanchez. I appreciate it. Says it's Waldron's first playoff game. I'm just happy to be watching 18. Watching the game 18. Me too. Me too. Here's the give out to McCaffrey. A lot of room. 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. Down to the 40. Still running, still going. Mike Jackson finally gets him pulled out of bounds. Way down the football field. Huge run by McCaffrey there. And the Niner offense is rolling to start things off. Seahawks again in a cover 2 look there. I'm not sure why the coaching staff thought in this game that the appropriate way for the defense to deal with the running attack is to have your 2 safeties back in a cover 2 look. But that's the Niners are going to be able to exploit that. 1st and 10. The give is here to Elijah. There we go. Nice stop by Uchenna Nwosu in the backfield. Must be a negative play. I believe that was to Elijah Mitchell there. Lost the 3. 6:55 to go here in the first quarter. Complete pass by Brock Purdy to Elijah Mitchell right up the middle here. That'll be a 1st down. Purdy looked to his left and then came back to his right. I don't know if anybody picked up Mitchell out of the backfield. First and goal for the Niners from the 2-yard line. Geno Smith right there in the backfield. Second play and second plays made in the backfield in 3 plays there. Nice job by Geno Smith there. Second and goal. Second to go. Purdy back in shotgun. Moving around, scrambling around. Got McCaffrey out there in the flat for an easy touchdown. Nobody covered McCaffrey. So another really quick drive right up the field by the Niners. Not much difficulty there. Seattle wasn't bringing a blitz. I'm not sure why they lost the McCaffrey on that play. You would think that'd be important to maybe cover up on that. Soon, I'm not sure how we don't have a defender on CMC there. I don't. We did the same thing with Elijah. I'm not sure the defensive approach here in this game right now. Kind of like the offense. I can see what the offense is kind of doing, but I'm not really sure on what the defense is trying to do. They're not bringing any pressure, really. They're staying back in their cover 2 look, kind of like they're worried about getting hit over the top, I guess. Definitely seems like a kind of protectionist, safe kind of play. The game plan coming into this game on both sides of the ball has been one of, let's protect against deep ball. Let's just try to establish the run. Let's there's a little bit of like, okay, I get it. It's a couple drives. Now we're to the 3rd drive now, though. You're down 10-0. So how long can you stay kind of in this mode? It's not game over either. Don't let me sound like I'm preaching doom and gloom here, but this is certainly not. When I talked about this week, I talked about play, like we said, play with house money. Come out here like you have nothing to lose. Play free, loose, and easy. When you come out in your first down run, second down run, like that's that mode of thinking of like, let's just try to just get enough to get by, just get enough to like come out and attack. Come out and attack. And now you're down 10-0 because you came out to keep things safe and close. You're down 10-0. That's the irony about it, is that you have that approach to do that and make that your way you're going to do it, but then it ends up falling kind of on its face at the end of the day, right? Like, so if it's not protecting, if it's not keeping the points off the board, if you're not getting drives with any chains, then you got to kind of get aggressive here. We got nothing to lose in this game. If I'm Carroll here, you got nothing to lose. You're down 10-0 now. What do you got? Open it up. What's to be lost? Go Hawks, Adam. Go Hawks. Eric99 says this game's a perfect example of talent. San Francisco just too talented. They got a better roster. We will put up a fight, but hard to overcome a lack of talent. It is. It definitely is. And I would give you they are a more talented team. That's for sure. Kevin Hyatt, has Geno regressed? Is the top 5 rated quarterback? I don't know if he's regressed. I don't know if he's not playing top 5 quarterback though. That's for sure. Spectre7 with a $5 donation. Thank you, Spectre7, and as well, thank you for being a member of the channel. It is really appreciated. It says managed to get the day off after all for this game. Something. Lost cousin's funeral. Just happy to be here even if we lose. Me too, man. Me too. I know you had to fight your way to get in here. No, it's my second cousin and my 3rd removed. She died, but she was an impactful member of the family, and just she was really loved. I got to take this day off. A lot of comforting. I need to do a lot of comforting here. Thank you, Spectre7. I appreciate you, brother. You're awesome. The Nugget Pumpkin is definitely in the house. She's chilling. She's chillaxing. All right, Geno back under center here. 2 tight end look, 2 wide. It gives Kenneth Walker. Runs it up the middle for a gain of about 6 yards. Nice hole there by the line. Give him a little bit of space to move through and operate with. James Earl Moan says start Geno at middle linebacker. Seahawks third down offense. They are on the season 12 conversions and 53 attempts in the last 4 games. I'm sorry. So the last 4 games have been a struggle on third down. 23% success rate. Definitely something we'd like to turn around today. 2nd and 5, Geno in shotgun. Here comes the safety blitz. It's picked up. Geno looking deep. And tries to hit DK Metcalf there, but just nobody open. DK not open. There were two men over the top on him there. It's again a spot where I look at it and I go, there's 2 guys over the top on DK. They're bringing a safety blitz. There's got to be somewhere else that there's somebody open at that point. You can't blitz without there not being some open holes in the zones. 3rd down and 5. Geno in shotgun. Another blitz here. Geno throws it to DK on a slant. DK makes a nice catch there. Good job by Geno to step up in the pocket and deliver it for a 1st down. Roxanne Roll with a $2 donation says it's booze time. It very well may be that. I've got myself a half rack of some beer myself today. So if it goes dark, I'm going dark too with you, Roxanne. 1st and 10, quick little throw here to Tyler Lockett. I like this. Just a quick little drop back, hits him on a little in-cutting route. Let's get Geno in on some. These are some good. Get him into rhythm kind of throws, right? Get him into rhythm kind of throws. Greenlaw comes up a little bit dodgy after that play, and he's back on the turf now. He's laying down on his back. Paul Third with the $2 donation. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate you. Guys, if you're ahead the feed, don't spoil the plays. Yeah, guys, keep in mind, the feed's going to be a little bit behind on where you guys are going. So if you see the play app and give it a second to play out so everyone can kind of see it, because everybody's on kind of different. We're all world, different places getting streams in at different times. And if you can pause your deal, you can sync up with me. You just wait 12 seconds, pause it up. You'll be right along live with everybody at that point, basically on the spot. I appreciate you, Paul. Thank you. And folks, do please hit that like button if you could for me, please. It does help this channel out tremendously by you doing so. And if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed. I would really appreciate it. We're trying to get on the road here to 11,000, just a couple hundred short of that mark, and you'd be helping to get a little bit closer to that mark. So I appreciate it. Yeah, Greenlaw looks like he wasn't doing so well there after that play. He definitely was coming up a little bit gimpy there after that. I don't ever root for injury either. Especially those major ones. You think about what those guys got to go through. About a guy like Disley that had the back-to-back years with his knee and then the Achilles. All that time you got to rehab, and oh my goodness. CRSN, yeah, I'd like to see some tight end usage too. Maybe a couple of little bootleg rollouts here with Geno. Get him in a little couple flat routes there. Just get him into, I like to throw there with Tyler, getting him to a little bit of rhythm, you know. I think that could help here. 1st down throw, like that. That's good. That looks like a dumb show. That Fox show of whatever they just showed for the Special Forces thing, that looks absolutely ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. Mr. Big SRT, welcome to the Hawks Nest Ring of Honor as a member. I appreciate you joining up the Hawks Nest as a member of the channel, man. You're awesome for doing so. Welcome aboard. 2nd and 3 here for the Hawks here. Geno back under center. Parkinson lined up as a fullback. Kind of a heavy formation look here for your Hawks. Geno sees something at the line of scrimmage he likes. Changes the play up a little bit. The give is into Kenneth Walker. Walker lowers his head and drives forward for a couple yards on Fred Warner. Fred Warner comes up trying to step up to him. Fred knows he just took him on a little bit of a, not a long ride, but that was a play that looked stopped a yard or two short before the first down marker, and he pressed that thing forward another couple of yards. Very impressive for the little guy to push a guy like Fred Warner, one of the sure tacklers in the sport like that, a couple yards back there to get that first down. So what Kenneth has to do today a little bit, which is those, as we said, the dirty three, so to speak. Another give in to Kenneth Walker here. He gets behind his lineman's back. Tries to hide himself behind his lineman's back, and it works a little bit there. Gets himself another gain. It looks like about 5 yards. Nicely done. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go here in the first quarter. Niners are up 10-0 on your Seahawks. Hawks have a little bit of a drive going, though, here. A couple first downs. Second and 4. Geno is going to change the play at the line of scrimmage. He's got an 8-man box he's facing here. Drops back to pass. Looking. He's under pressure. He's going to roll out, still rolling out, and manages to drive down to the 32-yard line on the scramble. Nice job by Geno as he picks grass out of his helmet, getting up off the turf. Geno's got to use his legs today. That's smart on his part. They're recognizing that. Let's go get that first down. Don't mess about with it, right? 1st and 10. Geno, kind of an I'm formation look here. Little handoff to DJ Dallas out of the fullback position. DJ manages to get himself maybe about a yard or two on that play. Greenlaw back out on the field, and he's able to make the stop. 2nd down. You had DJ in fullback there. I like the motion. You got Tyler Lockett running sort of a fly sweep pre-snap look. But the only issue with that is I think the Niners aren't really worried about Tyler Lockett getting it on the fly sweep there. They're going to stay locked in on that fullback. And you need that. You need to be able to fool them there a little bit to make that happen with the fly sweep action. You need the linebackers to move that step out of their gap. 2nd down and 8. Geno drops back to throw. Quick little throw out to Parkinson in the flat. Like that play. Again, not a big game, but these are the kind of like nice little quick, easy, simple throws to start things out here. I know as we wind down here in the first quarter, that gets Geno into a little bit more of, I think, that rhythm you're going to look for when you need him to now make some of those bigger throws down the field. Empty look here. Geno running a little bit of a hurry-up action. 3rd down and 4. Niners running a 4-man front here. Out to Tyler Lockett. Tyler makes the catch. 1st down, takes the hit, holds on. Strong catch there by Tyler Lockett. And that will wind down this first quarter. A tough little first quarter for the Hawks, but they did end it out on the right note here with the nice drive moving down. They'll have a 1st and 10 to begin things back up here when we start up at the beginning of the second quarter. But I like what Waldron's doing from the standpoint of this game. Some of the earlier games we've seen in recent memory here where Geno has struggled, it's been a lot of like him coming out, and when he's going to make his early throws, the throws have got to be 15, 20, 25-yard hole shots. Get the quarterback into a little bit more of a rhythm. Give him some of these quick, easy, shorter throws. A slant in here to DK, a comeback here to Tyler, Colby Parkinson out into the flat. I think these are the throws that can be a little bit more beneficial to him over the course of this game, and just getting you into the feel of a game, getting you into the feel of your throws and where your timing and all of that on a given day. So I do like what they're doing from that. This has been a lot better drive than the first two, that's for sure. Furlack 22 has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 9 long months. Thank you for being a member of the channel. Furlack says, "What's up, Brando? Let's effing go Hawks. Let's go, Furlack." Adrian X with a $2 donation. Thank you, Adrian X. To our younger 12s, we were down 10 versus the Saints in 2011. Thank you for the $2 donation and also the reminder, Adrian X. And sure enough, to our younger fans out there, we certainly had in 2011, and we were 7-9 and won that playoff game against the Saints. At home, we were indeed down by 10 points in that game. So it's this game's far from over yet. I know I'm probably sounding a little doomy, but it's not completely gloomy. It's just a little bit of want to see the team go here today. Want to see, especially offensively, let's go for it. And if you lose big going for it, I'm not going to decry that. If you lose big playing it close to the vest, you lose big just try not to lose, well, then that's when, of course, we have our times we go, okay, well, come on now. But it's a great drive going right now. Jess Less 17, thank you for subscribing to the channel, man. I appreciate you. You're awesome for doing so. Left Market has become a member of the channel. Thank you, Left Market, for becoming a member of the Hawks Nest, man. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I appreciate you jumping on in. No, man, we had a sunny day now. They're telling us we're maybe going to get some snow here. Come on, I don't want no snow. Christopher Kelly says, what's happened to Norbcam's channel? I just got here. What's up? He got hacked, but he's on his way to getting it back. It looks like he's going to be able to get his channel back, but he is en route. He's en route to get it back. He's rooting it. Francisco Duran, thank you for subscribing to the channel, my kind sir. You are a gentleman and a scholar, and I appreciate you. All right, 1st and 10 here for the Hawks to begin this second quarter of action. Rain coming down a little bit. Direct snap here to DJ Dallas. Dallas dancing around a little bit, finds himself some trouble, bounces off contact, keeps his feet driving, and pushes himself forward for a nice little gain of 6-7 yards. A little direct snap action there to DJ Dallas. A little wildcat. We'll get you a little 2nd and short situation here. Nice to go. DJ pumped up on the sideline. 2nd and 3. Current drive's gone 11 plays, 64 yards, taking up 5 minutes and 33 seconds of the clock. Love to see that. 2nd down and 3. Geno back in shotgun. The give is to Kenneth Walker here, dancing around through traffic. Not a lot of place to go through there. He just kind of dances through to find himself maybe a gain of about 3 yards. So this will bring up a 3rd and a very long one. Another Niner defender is on his back here a little bit. Will Valdez with a $5 donation. I appreciate you, Will. You're awesome, brother. And thank you for the donation. Says, I had a dream that the final score of this game is going to be 36-16. And I can only estimate, Will, that you mean that we're going to win that at 36-16. So I hope that means that we have the dub on the side of that. It'll be tough if that means we're going to lose by 20. But hopefully you are a psychic in this realm of things, Will, and maybe onto something with that one. I hope you're right. It could happen. I could see it happening. It's a game of momentum. Shifts this way, it shifts that way, shifts back this way. Sometimes it stays all this way, then go over to here after it was early on over there. It's an ebb and flow game. Goes in a variety of ways. Fat Daddy Stacks with a $2 donation. Thank you, Fat Daddy Stacks. It says, nice, long offensive drive. That's what I like. I do too. This is more of what we kind of hoped we were going to see with this a little bit. A willingness to throw on early downs, mix it up a little bit, give Geno some of these early short completions to kind of work with to make the game a little bit easier on him. Get yourself into 3rd and shorts like we are right now, 3rd and 1. You're in a makeable situation at that point. Easier to keep the chains rolling. If you got yourself more in 3rd and 3s, 3rd and 2s, that last matchup against the Niners especially, and it was in the first matchup too, a lot of 3rd and 8s, 3rd and 12s, 3rd and 11s, where you weren't getting the work done on 1st and 2nd down and then hoping to get it all done then essentially on 3rd down, which just doesn't quite work, does it? Not against a great Niner defense like this one. Thank you for the donation, though. Will, Fat Daddy Stacks, appreciate you. Awesome. Casey says, I took the under at 43.5. I think that would have been a smart bet on this with the rain elements and everything. I wouldn't have seen this as being a high-scoring game, but maybe yet we shall see. Yeah, Josh, as Megan's instructing you on this, we are perfectly happy with trash talk, but insults, name calling stuff, like, yeah, we ain't going to do that in our chat. You're not going to come in here and think that you're going to go sea chickens, seagulls, and we're just going to be like, oh, okay, we'll just keep saying that in the Seahawks chat. So she'll give you the warning, man. We keep it respectful. 3rd down and 1. 14 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Geno started this game out 5 of 6 for 33 yards. He's under center here. Quick snap to Kenneth Walker. Nice little play there. A little fake bad snap play where Geno looks like he's coming up to change the play at the line of scrimmage, and then they directly snap it to Kenneth Walker quickly, and then Walker just fires forward as fast as he can to get that 1 yard. I like it. Niner defense looked like they weren't quite ready for that snap up front. Good job of getting push up front by Blythe. Curhan in there at left guard, it looks like now, or at right guard. So Curhan on the field there. 1st down and goal. Another quick snap here by the Hawks. Kenneth Walker's got it in space, and he might have himself a touchdown, and he does. You're not going to get to the edge with Kenneth Walker. Not with that type of speed, folks. The quick snap again, back-to-back plays before almost kind of the Niners get fully kind of into their spot. They were down and ready, but weren't completely. Definitely the timing of it was kind of like, you could see guys still kind of pointing for the Niners and stuff. And then Walker makes Greenlaw pay for a poor angle there. He's like, oh, I got this young rook here. Oh, no, you just gave the rook the edge. You just gave him the edge there on that one. And we've seen Walker do that a couple times this year. He is absolutely brilliant down by the goal line of sometimes playing that defense in tight early on the run and getting them to buy down on him, just pressing it upside. Then he bounces it outside, and they do not have the speed to then stay with him to the corner. We've absolutely seen him pull that off a couple of times. Nice run there by Walker. A great offensive game plan there by Waldron on that drive, and then masterfully executed there by Geno Smith as well. Well done. 10-7 Seahawks. We back in this. Yeah, K9 got that K9 in him. He's got that dog in him. And that run, that's the run that he makes that reminds me at times of LaDainian Tomlinson. Because that used to be LaDainian's run that he could do too, where he just would have an ability, even though the defender knew that you had to worry about the speed to the edge and the quickness to the edge, he could always get the defender to sort of hunker down and prepare himself for sort of the tackle that he's going to have to take on right there, more inside or to the outside of the tackle box, just barely. And then they turn on that extra gear that they've got, that explosion in short spaces that just lets them get through to the other side. John Lugo said with a $2 donation. Thank you, John. Hope I pronounce it right. Says, now let's go defense. Come on, defense. Offense giving you a little injection of life here now. Help make it stand up. Make it stand up here. No more touchdowns. Field goals are okay. Megan for the $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, as a mod, I am only asking this once more. No spoiling plays for those who are behind. I will start booting if it continues. Well, please don't boot, Megan. If that happens, but please don't spoil plays, folks, on the side with this. We can react to the stuff, but again, understand, like the chat, you guys are ahead. Some of you guys are ahead on the stream with it, and then you'll post stuff, and people are trying to watch and pay attention to the stream. So please don't boot on that, Megan. But folks in the stream, and I'll watch for it as well. Please do not post in there. Give it a couple seconds. You have an opportunity, or you can just hit pause on your deal. Wait 12 seconds, and you're with us. So you don't have to be up ahead. But if you're wanting to be up ahead, that's fine. But don't spoil it for people that are in the chat. That's people have on different. Remember, there's people in different parts of the world here that get the stream on at different speeds. So you might have this fastest ping time in the world where you're getting it right in, injected through. But don't. People want to watch the game here, so don't give it a second to react on the chat on that. Just a second. You can react. Just give it a little bit of time. It's literally like a 15-second window we're just asking for on that one. Jonathan with a $2 donation says, what a response. That was a great response, Jonathan, and you needed it, didn't you? You needed that response offensively speaking. Thank you, though, Megan. I appreciate that for letting me know on that. And yes, please. No spoiling. So 10-7 Hawks now. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Says, gotta love the Skywalker. I love me my Skywalker, man. Running so fast, he walks in the sky. And that kick will go through the back of the end zone. So the Niners are going to take back over here at the 25-yard line in their own end zone. Appreciate you, Garth, for the $5 donation. Good to see you in the chat too, brother. 13-14 to go, second quarter, 1st and 10. Purdy under center here. Play action pass. Dropping back to throw. He's got Brandon Ayuk open. Completed. Another in-cutting route on Tariq Woolen there. Niners doing a good job here of being aggressive on early downs. And again, this is going to make some people mad with Tariq, but you've got to understand too the coverage he's playing there is cover 3. So and we got a first down player. Nice job by Miles Adams. Woo! Miles Adams making a play in the backfield. Seattle's got some tackle for losses here early on at least, so showing some life against this running game. I know McCaffrey's got the big run down the field, but aside from, they're doing pretty good here against the run. Miles Adams on that play. Great job getting off the line. The reach block could not get to him there. But you're running cover 3. These in-cutting routes are cover 3 beater routes. You know, that's where you could also see Cody Barton underneath. It's hard to say from the coaching's responsibility what they'd want there, whether or not they'd want Cody getting more depth. 2nd and 12. There's pressure here. He's going to scramble around as Purdy, and he's going to get himself a first down here. Nice job by Purdy to leave the pocket as there was some pressure around him at that point. First down. So your corners drop into the depth there. The in-cutting routes are going to come around. They're always going to be a little late on that because their first responsibility is always to depth. That's why usually it's going to be then the players to the middle of the field that have to then keep things cleaned up. Purdy did a good job there. He started running weird at the end, like he was going to do something else. 100 yards already rushing for this Niners attack. They're on the Seahawks side of the field here again, as I've said all throughout this game, it seems like for every possession. Quickly on the Seahawks side of the field again. Play action pass. He's going to throw it deep here to nobody. Another no man's land throw by Purdy. Another dangerous throw that could have been picked here. That's the third one here in just this half that's kind of in the playing with fire. Again, you can see a little bit of why I like the thought process to try and force Purdy to throw this ball down the football field. And he was trying to get it, looked like Deebo Samuel was open, but he tried to go deep down the field instead. And Purdy's yelling at Ayuk, I think, who's trying to get. Shanahan looking pissed. 2nd down and 10. Purdy in kind of a read option look there. McCaffrey to his side. Drops back again to throw. Surprising how much the Niners have missed tackle. Catch by Kittle, taking up the football field there for about a 14, 15-yard gain. Niners passing attack is going after the zone-based concepts of the Seahawks. These routes are attacking the zone and really trying to test where how soft the zone is and where the holes are going to be found in the zone. And they're finding some spots. $10:50 to go in the second quarter here. Why we got a timeout on that? I guess somebody was maybe injured. Sanchez with a $2 donation. Thank you, Sanchez. It says, we need a defensive coordinator that isn't a PC yes man. I don't disagree with you, man. I think that the defense needs to be kind of rethought a little bit from the groundwork up. And that's what I thought we were getting this year, but it's not what we've gotten. As I've been saying throughout the year, Sanchez, what you do have with this is just the same old stuff on the back end from a zone coverage standpoint, which the changes on the Fangio scheme Still do call for mainly a zone-based measure in what you're doing, but it's a little bit more pressure. It's a little bit tighter in what you're running with the stuff. And as you see with this, you still have some of the loose-based zones, specifically the cover 2 stuff that sticks to cover 2 post-snap, the cover 3 stuff that you see with our corners dropping to depth, and it drives people crazy. I see it in the chat where they go, oh, well, Woolen's giving up this completion. He's giving up these completions to Ayuk inside. And it's not really that. It's you're running cover 3. So they've got to first have the depth to take away the deep ball. That's their first responsibility in that situation. And then they come back to the underneath stuff if it's there otherwise. And it's why I'm sure it drives some of you, it drives me nuts at times too, because you go, okay, why are we playing things so soft? Why are we being so protective of this deep ball? We just watched Purdy on that deep ball throw before. It's like, I want this guy to beat me this way. Force him to beat me that way rather than be scared, fearful of those throws or whatnot. Instead, don't be scared of those throws. And if he beats you that way, then great. But they're not exactly doing that today defensively. Yalric, I'm 2 plays behind. I may be, but I can't do anything about it, Yalric. So I may be a couple plays behind, but that's why I said, like if you've got an app, you can usually hit like a pause button on the app for 12 seconds. So it's not, to be behind 12 seconds isn't going to kill you on that. I don't know what you're trying to say on that, Yalric. Well, okay, so I'm not wishing injury in him, but we need to do something about Purdy. He needs to be intimidated ASAP. He's definitely running free and clear back there, that's for sure. That is for sure. He's feeling nice and cozy. First and 10, 10:36 to go in the second quarter. See, I've got an 8-man box up here on this one. Quick throw into Christian McCaffrey for a gain of 15 yards. McCaffrey beat Mike Jackson on the outside on that one. But again, playing off coverage, they're just attacking the holes right now, folks, in the zone. This isn't anything extravagant that the Niners defense is doing. They're just showing a willingness to throw the ball in early downs and then attack the Hawk zones. First down pitch out to McCaffrey. Drop down by Poona Ford. Well done. Paul Third with a $5 donation. Thank you, Paul. Says, my prediction was Hawks 22-17 before I even knew about the weather. The ball is moving way too easy. I'm at 33% concerned right now. That's probably about my spot too, Paul. I might go up to 35. 33, 35. I think I'm in the same place on that one, Paul. I think we're about in that same measure of spot. I guess they'll give McCaffrey a 1. It's like a half yard on that one. 2nd and 9. Purdy in shotgun. Looking to go bubble screen. Looking to come back through. Poona Ford out of way at him. Oh, Poona misses him. But then it looks like Bruce Irvin there to clean it up. Bruce with the sack. Poona got back there fast, moved Brock Purdy off his spot, and Bruce was right there to clean it up. Good job by the two there. Poona just beating the center on that play. Nice job, Poona. Somebody said we need to get to him. We got to him there. 3rd down. Big play here right now. You can keep him to a field goal. This is still within a 1-score game here right now. Purdy dropping back. Nope, he's going to do a little give here up to McCaffrey. McCaffrey, a nice stop and start move to get free off that one. But then Ryan Neal coming over to clean it up. 4th down. All right, defense, I'll take it. Field goals, I'll take. It ain't. No one said it was going to be pretty today. No one said it was going to be pretty. McCaffrey showing off that stop-start ability there on Bruce. Bruce doing a good job of not getting fooled. Bruce did good there on back-to-back plays. Not only getting the sack the last play, but on that play of not just pinning his ears back and getting into his pass rush, rushing out of his gap, and then letting McCaffrey run free off the snap. Here's the field goal attempt. It will be up and through. So the Niners will go up 13-7 on the Hawks. But good stop there at the end of the drive by that Seahawks defense there to keep this again. Keep it, like I say, all I really want to do on this is keep this thing close to the 4th quarter and give ourselves a chance. That's really where we should be at with this. Take their best punch. Stay on our feet. Just wait for our head to recollect back through. Like fighters, and they get rocked sometimes. Just give me a second. I can get back. If I can just keep him off me for a second. If I can just do my Floyd Mayweather stuff, right? Then maybe we can last long enough to kind of salvage through that fourth quarter and make something happen. David P with a $5 dono. Thank you, David. I appreciate you. Says, I've been to the future, ladies and gentlemen. This ends up being at 6:30 minimum drive, ending in a touchdown, bringing us to a 14-13 Hawks going into half. Hey, I like that. I like that prediction, David. That kind of future you can't predict. That one you can definitely predict. So Volcano Joe, you don't have a pause capability on your game? Just pause it for 12 seconds and then hit play? Every player in God Green Earth has got a pause play functionality to it. So all you got to do is just pause it for 12 seconds. Just not know, have the knowledge of what happens delayed by 12 mere seconds. But if you can, I don't, like I said, it's just that people are, I see it too sometimes where I'm still trying to respond and people are saying what's happening already in the chat before I spoke. So if you haven't heard me talk about it on the chat, you probably haven't seen it yet, Keldon says, but do you see how Kyle is saving Debo and Elijah Mitchell runs for the second half? Maybe, Keldon. To me, this looks like, and I actually think it's a smart point by Shanahan to me. This is what smart coaches do. And I think rather than it being that, Keldon, it's just that they're coming out to try to throw the ball, and they think that the Seahawks are going to be all tuned up to try to stop the run. So they're coming out on first downs, and they're being more aggressive trying to push the ball up the field. And they're not only trying to be aggressive pushing the ball up the field there, Keldon, they're trying to push the ball up the field with some depth. So I think that Shanahan recognizing that he's going to have some openings on the back end. He's not maybe sure if Purdy can get the ball down there, but he likes the chances of the one-on-one coverages down the field. And especially on early downs, he's going to have the defense bought into stopping the run. That's why on some of these throws, you're seeing a lack of depth, like with Barton at times, because he knows those linebackers' first step post-snap is going to be to stop the run, especially off of play action. So I don't think he's trying to set it up or plan in that respect of things. I think he's just trying to attack where he thinks the defense is going to be weak. Here's the kickoff now to Ooga Boogie. He'll take it from the 3-yard line here and take it out. Stumbles around a little bit. Comes back up the football field there with a nice little return on his part to the 29-yard line. Appreciate it. Landon Edwards with a $2 donation. Thank you, Landon. It says, petition to shave Kittle's mullet. He's like Samson, man. That's where his powers come from, though. He wouldn't let you do it for that reason alone. He just wouldn't. All right, Geno back under center here. Heavy formation look by the Hawks. Play action pass. Gets it out to Walker. Walker, nice little pass again in the flat here by Geno Smith. Nothing fancy. Only going to gain a couple of yards. I really like these plays, though. I really do like these plays with Geno on this. Get a nice quick 3 yards on first down. Clock rolls. I do like this. Thank you, Landon. Appreciate the $2 donation. We'll have to do it when he sleeps if we do. So I'm not going to be the guy to hold him down. I'll be the guy with the scissors, but I'm not going to hold that guy down. A 2nd and 7. Geno back under center. 2 tight end, 2 wide receiver look here. Play action pass again. Fan open in the flat. Fan right up the football field there for a nice 10-yard gain. There we go. I love it. I was asking for it, begging for it. We got it. Nice little bootleg action to the right. Fan's free and easy, wide open. Easy yards to be had out there. It ain't a big shot up the football field, but if it's there and they're going to give it to you kind of easily, then you take it. Abraham Lucas is out on the field, so he's not injured. No, he's out. He's out there, Pedro. 1st down and 10. 6:27 to go here. The give is to Kenneth Walker. Walker has got a little bit of space to work with on the edge. Takes it for a gain of about 8 or 9 yards. Nice little run there. Another quick snap by Geno Smith there. It's kind of catching this Niner team a little bit off guard when they're trying to seems like they're still doing their last bit of setting up right before the snap, and he's just getting them right up and go. 2nd down and 2. Geno in shotgun here. Niner defense creeping. The give is to Walker. Walker looking for room. There's nowhere to be had. He's got a ton of Niner defenders all over him on that play. 3rd down. Tried to go right at Bosa on that play, and that did not work out too well. Especially when you leave Bosa. They're trying to hit him on a crackback block, but I hate the thought of leaving edge players like Bosa unblocked basically at the snap. There's a lot of offensive plays that call for that. I'm doing the Will Anderson breakdown right now, and there's a lot of college plays that do that. It just drives you nuts because you're like, do you really want to leave that guy unblocked? 3rd down and 3. 5:15 to go. Seahawks at about the 50-yard line. Niners, as they've shown in these situations, are showing a blitz look here to Geno on the 3rd and shorts, and they are bringing it. They're bringing it. He's going to go deep with this. He's got DK Metcalf up over the top, touchdown. DK Metcalf, let's go. Let's go, DK. Geno sitting back there with balls of steel. And he lets it loose. You're going to blitz. Like I was saying, you're going to blitz. There's got to be some holes somewhere, and that means single coverage for DK Metcalf. He doesn't usually get that. Ward doing all he can to grab and pull and hold him back, and you can't be that fast. Certainly you're not that fast. Certainly you can't be going this fast. How do I stop you when you're this fast? DK Metcalf. Boy, he ran under that ball. Geno put that out ahead. What a beautiful, beautiful throw by Geno Smith, who put it way out ahead to let him really run under it. Don't let the defender catch back up into the play, right? Which we sometimes see on those deep shots where the quarterback recognizes it late. It's kind of like Geno knew the second I hit my back foot, if they run this blitz, I'm going DK up over the top, and I'm trusting DK. And that trust paid off on that one. Woo! Let's go. Hawks going to hit 14-13 here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're going to blitz. You can pay the price. And the thing about that with the 49ers, if you're going to blitz and get to a point of being predictable in your blitzing, which is what they were there. What a beautiful throw. Holy mackerel. Geno put that throw just right on the button. You couldn't have dropped it in better for him in that spot. Sanchez says, $2 donation says put in lock. Oh, goodness. David Pugh with a $2 donation says, what did I just say? You called it, man. You called it. Seahawks up 14-13 on the San Francisco 49ers with 5 minutes to go here in the second quarter. And the Seahawks have turned around their early struggles through 2 3-and-outs to begin this game. And then they went a 14-play drive and a 5-play drive for back-to-back touchdown drives here. Niner offense comes back out. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Let's make this go now. Let's do this here. Keep it tight. Keep it tight. 1st and 10. Brock Purdy under center. Deebo Samuel goes in motion. Play action pass. Another throw here. He's going to hit his man out in the flat. He's got Deebo for a gain of about 7 or 8. Ryan Neal with the tackle. Be 2nd down. Second and 3, 4:30 to go here in the second quarter. Purdy with the give to McCaffrey. Seahawks all over it. Shelby Harris, Al Woods first, causing him to get redirected, and then Shelby Harris coming behind to help clean it up. Nice stop there by Shelby. No gain. Third down and 3. Purdy back in shotgun. He's looking. Knocked away by Tanner Muse in coverage. Tanner all over that play. Nice job. 4th down. Big stop by the defense as the offense is getting some momentum back here. Muse reading the eyes all the way. All the way. Beautifully done. That ball was going to be far, far behind the receiver as well. Purdy's definitely had some accuracy issues today. 4th down and 3. Did we just step off sides? I think Nick Bellore might have just offside. Nope, they're calling on San Francisco. Oof. Nick Bellore almost got himself offsides there. He caused the penalty on it, but he almost got the penalty, which would have given him a 1st down on that. Fourth down and 8. Niners punting from their 25. Kick is away. Drives back DJ Dallas. Spins out of the first. Oh, great punt there. Boy, flipped that field position down about the 15 and nowhere to go. Very well done there by the defensive return unit there for the Niners. So Geno Smith will come back out onto the field there. First down and 10. 3:35 to go here in the second quarter. Hawks have all 3 of their timeouts. Niners have 2. Geno 8 of 9 for 97 yards to begin things here. It's going to change the play at the line of scrimmage here. Changing it maybe back. Here's the give to Kenneth Walker. Walker with a little bit of space, dancing through. Boy, great run by Walker. He jumped left, jumped right. I can't even describe all the moves he's doing because there's about 15 little moves that are being done for where he ends up. But a nice run there to carve out 4 yards of tough territory as he just did on that run. Will Valdez with a $2 donation says 49ers halftime memo. Seattle came to play today. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. 2nd down and 6 here for Geno. He's going to go with a little bubble screen out to DK. DK still on his feet. Fights through for a 1st down. Hard run by DK after the catch. He put his pad level down and fought through the first tackle and got the 1st down. A little too big for Jadarius Ward on that one. A little too big. It's a big boy. First down and 10. Metcalf with 4 catches for 73 yards here to begin things. Here's the give to Kenneth Walker. Walker jumps over and gets tripped up. And just only get about a gain of 3 there. A little bit of woofing after the play. Boy, Niner defender is losing his mind in there. Like, chill out, dude. Wrong week on your cycle or something? The guy grab your junk? What's going on? And that will be the 2-minute warning here for the Hawks. So it'll be about 2nd and 7 when we get back here from this 2-minute warning. So I got a couple other donations here right now, but bear with me. I will be right back. So I see your donations on there. Just bear with me 1 sec. All right. Spectre 7 with the $2 dono says, woo! Oh, Geno lost his pen. Yeah, he's trying to write you back. I don't have a pen. Do you have a pen? He doesn't have, I'm sorry, he just doesn't have a pen. He doesn't. You're gonna have to like telegraph him or something. They still got that kind of stuff. Thanks, Spectre 7. Appreciate you, man. Says Barry Sotoro with the $10 donation. Thank you, Barry. Says donation just because I like you. And Geno dropping that dime to DK. Oh, I appreciate the $10 donation. And that was a sweet, sweet dime, man. That was a great throw. I like the thought of attacking there. You don't get a lot of single coverage chances with DK. And there will be people at times that lament, well, you're 3rd and 3, just get it to the sticks, keep it. But that's, if you got those rare moments and then you know you're going to get that moment to take advantage of it, that there, you as a quarterback have got to try to feast in those times. And I love having moments throughout games where we just try to take our deep shots to DK where those chances present themselves. And they did there. Fantastic. 2nd down and 8. The quick give is quickly to DJ Dallas, and the Niners defense is all over this rushing attempt. They saw that one coming from a mile away. There was penetration in the backfield, linebackers everywhere. DJ Dallas did a good job just to snake out of the first, spin himself out of the first tackle just to try to get moving forward. 3rd down and 8 now. Geno guiding and directing traffic here. Seahawks are 4 of 6 today on 3rd down. Geno now looking through here. He's guiding back around a little bit here. Niners have 3 of their defensive linemen to one side of the line and 1 far out to the other side of the line. Yeah, that was... They try a running play on 3rd and 8 there, a little draw to Dallas. So you've got all 3 linemen here and 1 here, and Geno's trying to run the play back to where there's only the 1 player there. But Bosa's the whole time scraping down the line of scrimmage. He's too quick. It's another one of those plays with, by that call, you're leaving Nick Bosa then unblocked. And this is where I said earlier, I don't like leaving Nick Bosa on plays unblocked because he is so quick and fast and on it. He's going to get to those plays. And he's gonna sniff him out, you know. So it looks open there, but it's really not. You're almost sort of taking the cheese on the mousetrap a bit by kind of going to that call. And I see what Geno was trying to do there, but yeah, the unblocked Bosa thing doesn't work out usually too well. All right, Dixon's going to try to match the counterpart on the other side and see if he can flip the field here. 4th down and 8, 1:15 to go. The Niners did use their second timeout. The kick is up and deep. Nice kick. Might have a chance to return this one. No, he's going to call a fair catch. Good job by Dixon to flip the field right back the other way at the 21-yard line. Niners will take over there with 1:08 to go and 1 timeout. Barry Sotoro, thank you for that $10 donation, man. I appreciate you. And let's hope we get some more dimes. Hope we get a few more dimes here as we go along. Just a couple more dimes. JP Strong with a $5 donation. Thank you, JP. I really do appreciate it as well. Let's send them home whining. Whiners whining. I mean, it does kind of fit, right, JP? I mean, it does kind of align. Thank you for the donation, JP. Hope you're doing well. And Niners are right back on the field here with Brock Purdy. 1st and 10. He's going to drop back to throw here. He's looking, and he's got a man wide open again. That in-cutting route on Brandon Ayuk on Tariq Woolen that they've been hitting all game long is once again hit here. It's not a fancy route. It's go up the field 15 yards and cut in. That's all that it is. But you've got guys dropping to depth, worried about that deep ball, and that's where that leaves open. I mean, just one. This is that irony. You run the defense to be soft and to protect against those deep shots, but you end up giving up the deep shots in other ways through that protection. All the way up to the 46-yard line here of the Seahawks on that play. One play, right up there. 1 minute to go. Purdy back to throw here. He's looking. He's going to scramble this one. You can see it coming. He's moving. He's looking. Ends up throwing it away. 52 seconds left here. Thanks for that donation, JP. I'm almost caught up here. 2nd and 10. Play clock running down. Just gets it off there. And that's an overthrow there on that play. Purdy was looking to hit a post route down the field. Quandre Diggs did a good job of closing in late, but overthrown by a good probably 7 yards there. Fat Daddy Stacks with a $2 donation. Thank you, Fat Daddy. Says, 49ers already getting worried. It's going to get tighter and tighter, Fat Daddy. The longer this goes on, the longer this game goes with this getting tighter and tighter and us staying around, hanging around. The longer we can do that, the more tighter I think it gets for these Niners. All right, 3rd down. Ball's going to be completed. Deebo Samuel he beat Mike Jackson so bad, Mike Jackson fell down after he caught that. 1st down. And Deebo's he's faster than Mike Jackson on that. Just running a simple drag play across the field, and he's just quicker. And can't get the tackle there. That's the brutal part of that play is you don't get that tackle right after he catches it. You're 1st and 10, 41 seconds from the 28-yard line of the Hawks here. Purdy again dropping back to throw. He's going to try to move around here and get away from Bruce. Does. Nice job by Purdy there to get around. And then he's just going to throw this out of bounds and away. Very, very good job by Purdy there. Uchenna Nwosu getting some early pressure and then Bruce tracking him down. Seahawks close to a late hit there. Oh my gosh. Half the sideline was thrown over off their feet on that one. 2nd down and 10. 32 seconds to go here in the 2nd quarter. Deebo Samuel going in motion behind, and they're going to have to call a timeout. And I don't know if they got it off in time, did they? Just barely got it off in time, but that will be the final timeout for the Niners here with 32 seconds to go. But Fat Daddy, I think they are going to get worried, more worried, and more worried the longer this goes if we can keep this close. Paul with a $5 donation. Thank you, Paul. That is not playing with house money. Why didn't they take a shot against the Niners corners? Paul, I think that the play call was a pass play. And then Geno saw that alignment of the Niners with the 3 linemen to one side and the other one, and his eyes probably got big and he goes, well, that's a draw play that can get 8 yards right there with that much free territory on that particular play. But, you forget about the fact that you got a Nick Bosa so quick and fast at scraping down that line of scrimmage there, and he's going to get there before the running back can get through the hole, especially a guy like Dallas that's not in that moment like Walker that gets up to speed as quick. I don't think even Walker would have gotten a 1st down there. But, that's kind of Geno's call in that moment to make that. That's definitely not the play call itself. That's him sort of audibling in. 2nd down and 10, Purdy again rolling to his left and then throwing it way up into the air out of bounds. This will bring up 3rd down and 10 now. Thank you, Paul. So yeah, not Waldron there. That's definitely Geno. And he's got that control probably plan and play out to make that kind of an adjustment at the line. 3rd down and 10, 23 seconds to go. Important play for this half right here. Purdy in shotgun. Dropping back to throw. Pump fake. He's got a pump and go going. And he's going to throw it just past the outstretched hands of Deebo Samuel. Mike Jackson, pretty good coverage on the play. Nice job. And that's the benefits, as much as I lament at times the benefits of cover 3, right? I mentioned the negatives of cover 3 on the corners on the outside. Here you see the benefits of cover 3 on the outside with Mike Jackson there, right? So it is a little bit of, there are some benefits by it. You have an IR team there that wants to run that. Your coverage, they're running into the heart of the coverage. And the kick is up and good. What a half here for the 49ers field goal kicker. Puts up another kick there with 13 seconds to go here. 16-14 49ers. So they do a good job of getting back in on this one. But, hey, we're in this. We're dancing. We're dancing, baby. Barry Satoro with another $10 donation. Thank you, Barry. Says, there has to be a future where this defense plays both zone and man. These routes that get wide open so frequently against zone shell is grade A baloney. And we don't stand by baloney. No, we don't stand by baloney. And you're absolutely right. It should be, to me, a mix. It's having a situation like this on 3rd and 8 or 3rd and 10, and the Niners don't have a first down, and you go, okay, we'll run cover 3 on this. Let's stop them up on this, or even run it a decent amount. But have times you flip back to different man concepts or pressure-based packages. It's as much of just trying to not be so predictable, play in and play out, to where the coach actually has to think a little bit as to what you're going to be doing on the defensive side of the ball, specifically with the zone coverages. So it doesn't have to go away. Oh, we got an onside kick here. Parkinson's going to take it up to the 40. Okay. Interesting play call by the Niners there. They let us get it at the 39 now. There's 9 seconds to go. So the Hawks probably need about 25 yards here to get this into field goal range. But I think your thoughts on this are absolutely on point with this, Barry, that it should be to look to the future of having a little bit more of a mix, sprinkling in some of the man-based concepts, or if not man, then a little bit of more of the pressure-based packages. They've gotten away with it in the first half. I mean, they've certainly maybe anticipated a little bit that the Niners were going to try to throw a little more. And Geno in shotgun here with 9 seconds. You're going to have about one play to try to get this up to where you can get this into field goal range. He drops back. He's looking, and he's going to try to run with this. Oh! Yep, flag comes in. Late hit by the Niners. This is a big play because he's down at the 50-yard line. This is going to push this ball 15 yards forward and put Seattle in a position to try a field goal attempt here. Geno sliding down, and he came up on the slide down. That's going to be called. The safety ward for the Niners came down and did it, and you can't do that with that. If they're in the middle of their slide, you can't come in like that kind of force. You didn't hit him in the head, so you give him credit there, but they're protected at that point. Let's see if they pick this. So first down and they gave it to us. I thought that's a 15-yarder. Why are we only getting this at the 40-yard line? Oh, okay. That makes sense. They started slide early, so we'll see if this makes a difference. This is going to be a 56-yard attempt with 1 second left on the clock here. And Carroll calls a timeout to try to lobby the official to get the ball pushed a little bit closer. He's going, wait a second, hold on. He's like, my math ain't right here. He's at the 50-yard line. We're at the 38. That should be at the 35-yard line. But it does start when the guy starts his slide. So that's not, it's probably a good snap or a relatively good placement by the officials there on that one. Dixon's picking at the turf, cleaning everything off just perfectly. Myers setting up for this 56-yarder, looking coolly at the cross route, the uprights. Takes a big, deep breath. Twists himself a little. The kick is up. The kick is sailing up. The kick is up. The kick is up. The kick is good. The kick is good. 17-16 Seahawks. Oh, money Myers. Sign him right now. I changed my mind. Get this man on a contract extension stat. What a kick. What a kick. Right through the middle with like 6 yards to spare. He could have made that from 60. Let's go. Attaway, Jason. Attaway, Jason. DK hyped. Yeah. All right. How you feeling, Niners? How you feeling, Niner fans out there? How you doing? You a little bit nervous yet? You getting nervous just a wee bit yet? Oh, Gayla Graves with a $5 donation. Thank you, Gayla. I really appreciate you. I hope you're having a good night. Good afternoon. What a fun game this has been so far. Says, I think it's going to be back and forth with it being a nail biter. We got to believe and send them good thoughts and prayers and vibes. We got this. We got this, Gala. And nothing but good vibes and prayers and hope here. Nothing but right now. What a wonderfully played of half of football as far as we're concerned on that one. That feels very, very good. That is what we call an ideal half in consideration of what we thought we were going to be getting into coming into this game. So, woo, let's go with Myers on that kick. And I told you that penalty was huge, because if you don't have that penalty there, you're not trying a kick from the 50-yard line. And not even 50, you're at the 48-yard line within your own territory. Geno Smith's trying up a Hail Mary at that point to finish off the half. So, that penalty factored in huge, giving the Hawks the chance to come back there and get that. And Gala, let's go. Let's keep the good vibes going. Let's just keep it on rolling here. What a nice half that was. Let's go. Spectre 7 with a $5 dono. Thank you for all your donations today, Spectre 7, including this one. Says, I still can't get over how cool it is to have Bruce Irvin on this team. I freaking love it. Hey, me too, man, Spectre 7. And it's not just like he's on this team like some mascot of the old former glory. He's out there on this team making plays and having an impact and having an effect. And that's the part that, to me, that I guess I understand you bring him back, but then you bring him back and still at 35 years old, he's still got a little bit of gasoline left in that tank. There's a little quarter full. And that's been the part, as much as anything that's thrown me off with it, is it playing well and playing a lot and getting it done. The old man's getting it done. So I agree, Spectre 7. It's great to see. It's great to see. It puts a smile on your face. No doubt about that. Sanchez with a $5 donation says, this game reminds me of the first game of the season. Everyone thought we'd lose, but we shocked the world. Let's get the W. Put lock in. And Sanchez is half joking, by the way, folks, on the lock comment. But it does remind me of the Bronco game, where a little bit that first half, you're just kind of, you're hanging in on there, dealing with the Broncos blows. Russell's throwing for some yards, but you're hanging in there. You're hanging strong. I agree. It's got a little bit of that feel to it, a little bit of feel of this whole year of like, oh wait, we don't have a chance. Wait, we kind of maybe wait. Like I said, if we win this game, it just fits to the type of this season and how this year has played out for us and the way it's played out. And it would be so fun. This would be so awesome if we can pull this W out. I mean, we're moving on in the playoffs and still alive. And then, oh God, let's go. Let's go. But great comparison, Sanchez. I feel that too, man. I feel some vibes coming off that first game of the season as well. Will Valdez with a $2 donation says, so far my prediction is holding up. You know what it is, Valdez? It is. You'll be the prophet Will after this game's over, potentially, man. We may all be referring to you as thusly. As so. Logan B with a $2 dono says, Ward is having himself a game. Yeah. Just in the wrong direction, right, Logan? Just in the wrong direction of things, that's all. In the wrong direction. And the Niners half, they feel okay about that half, but that penalty and that deal there, that's one of those things you can control as a player there, And he's really going up there to try to lay a hit there. There's no thought process at all in Ward's head as he's coming up to hit Geno as he's sliding there to hold himself back a little or try to judge what Geno's doing there. It's just, I'm going to go right at him hard. And that just cost your team 3 points in a game like this that's tight. That can be the difference of things. Absolutely can be the difference of things. Very well played half by Geno Smith too. Let's give him props on that half. Just a great job. What you need him to do. You need him to play a real clean game in this game, and he's done so. Pretentious Cameron with a $2 donation. Thank you, Pretentious Cameron. Says, pay Myers. Give him $5 million a year. I know, Cameron. I've been like for weeks, look, you just can't spend money on a kicker anymore. I've appreciated what Myers has brought, and, that's good. But, okay, now we just need to not. Now I'm like, give him all the money. Give him all the money. Watch Fish Quest with a $5 donation, and thank you to all of you guys for all the donation and support to the channel. I really do appreciate it. Fish Quest says 17-16. Love that score. Ha ha ha. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks. I love this score too. This feels good. This feels right about the place we wanted to be with this kind of score, right? This is right where we'd like to be. I like this. I like this kind of party. To quote one Mr. Singletary. But thank you for the donation, Fish Quest. Let's go, man. Random McDaniel with a $50 donation. Randall says, let's effing go. Let's go, Randall. We in this, man. We fighting. We in this. We going. You know? We're right here. You ain't blowing out nothing today, Niner fans. Ain't blowing out nothing today. How's that breath, Niner fans? How's that breath? Check your pits. It's a little sweaty under your pits right now. Wait. If we lost to second seeds, never lost to a 7 seed before. The Hawks were to beat us. We'd have to hear from Hawk fans all off season about them crushing our year, even though we beat them twice. Oh no. Dear God, no. Yes. It's going to be that way. Let's go, Randall. Let's go. Thank you for the $50 donation, my brother. Woo. Randall coming in hot. 17-16. I'm just looking at the score. That looks nice. I like the look of that. That looks good to me. It's 17-16. But thank you, Randall. $50 donation. Get out of here, man. Thank you so much, brother. You're awesome. You are always awesome, though, man. My biggest donator on this channel by far, and I appreciate you. You're amazing. Jacob Kessinger with a $2 donation says, Geno with a perfect passer rating in the first half. How about that? Thank you for that. That's a great stat. Geno Smith, 9 of 10 for 100 yards. Not dinking and dunking, folks, on that 9 of 10, right? Not dinking and dunking. He's 9 of 10 for 100 yards with a 10.4 yard per average per attempt. And then he's got a 143.3 rating, quarterback rating, which indeed is a perfect quarterback rating for that half. Not too shabby, Mr. Geno Smith. How about that, huh, Jacob? How about that? Looking pretty good. Geno looking pretty good. Pretty good. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the donation. Reviews World. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you subscribing. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I do appreciate you jumping on aboard. Megan Gock Roger with a $5 donation says, time to hand the Niner fans tissues for their issues. I just want them to just have to cry for a second without the tissues. I'm just going to hold the tissues here and just kind of give them a little longer, Megan. Give them a little bit more longer. They're getting nervous right now. They're like, well, we'll still get this back. I mean, we get the ball at second half. We've been driving on the field all day on them. We'll just drive on the field again. Or like Keldon was saying below, we were just trying not to use Debo up in the first half. That's all. We were just trying to we're trying not to go too fast in this game with everything. We're just trying to let it unfold a little bit. So we're slow playing Seattle. Yeah, that's it. We're slow. Yeah, that's it. We're slow playing the Hawks. That's what we're doing. They're saying that right now, Megan. You know it. Mumbles, and Megan, thank you for the donation. Mumbles with a $2 dono, thank you. Says, who gets the ball in the second half? Also, let's effing go. The Niners do indeed get it to start things off in the second half, Mumbles. So we're going to need to get a defensive stop. How about an interception? A little quick pick six on Purdy. Start getting him real nervous to start things off here in that half. Real nervous. But appreciate it on the donation. You're awesome, Mumbles. Nelson N. With a $2 donation says, Woolen is having a hard time covering Ayuk. A little bit. No, Nelson. He's attacked him with 3 straight. You'll notice, Nelson, all 3 of the routes are the same routes. And so they're in-cutting routes 15 yards up the field. And so Woolen's playing cover 3, and then he's in-cutting inside of him. So there was one where I wasn't so sure that wasn't a play on one of them where Cody Barton's not supposed to maybe get a little more depth. But this is also, Nelson, them attacking the schematic designs of our defense. You play up high predominance of cover 2, cover 3, cover 4, but it doesn't matter what cover 3, cover 2, cover 4, you got your corners on the outside basically doing the same thing at that point. Playing off coverage first and foremost, 5 to 6, 7 yards off, and then they're dropping into their bail technique post snap. That's going to then leave in-cutting routes open. Slant routes will be open. Post routes have sometimes been an issue for us because of that as well. So it is a little bit of just attacking into what you do, but Ayuk's a good route runner, and he knows how to really crisply get those routes ran off. And then, Tariq's trying to then catch up in a trail technique at that point, but it is very hard on any corner to kind of have to play that kind of technique and stay with the guy at that point because you have a first and foremost responsibility that's outside of playing man or just covering your guy. You're first being asked to sort of cover to a spot and then go cover the guy. And that can be pretty challenging. But Ayuk was effective there. Fat Daddy Stacks with another $2 donation. Thank you for all your donos today, Fat Daddy. Says, every time I see San Francisco on the sidelines, I see concern. I see some concern over there as well. Shanahan's looking a little tight, and I see a lot of like close-lipped pressing, steely-eyed kind of looks going on over there. I'm seeing the same. Glad I'm not the only one, Fat Daddy. Soon with a $2 donation says the Lofa jersey of power. It's in effect. I told you, like with Megan it's Zorn, with me it's Largent, with you it's Lofa. As long as you're wearing your jersey of power today as a Seahawks fan, you're doing your part. And we're all bringing that energy together to push it forward for this W, for this win. So you're doing the right thing soon. It pays off. Go that lucky jersey at the right time on games like this. It pays off. Thank you for the donation. Megan with another $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, thought we were getting blown out. I know, Megan. Wasn't that what I was hearing? And that's what I tried to go tell that Niner channel a couple days ago when I went out over there to it. It's like, look, we respect you guys. We know you're a good team. We know you guys deserve to be where you are. Don't know if it's equivalent on the other side. I don't know if you see the same in us. I'm getting a little bit of this like, well, you guys should just be happy to be here kind of things, right? No. Nope. We're just happy to be here. We deserve to be here. We earned our right to be here. And you got to deal with us. Let's go, Megan. Nasir Shakir with a $50 donation from Nasir. My goodness, Nasir, thank you so much. You guys are so kind. You're very kind. I really do appreciate the huge monster donation of $50. Holy moly. As I say, Nasir, thank you sometimes doesn't seem quite enough for that big of a donation, but you are very kind for dropping that. Didn't have any comment in there, but I really do appreciate the huge donation, man. You are tremendous. All of you guys are tremendous. I can't even catch up on my donation chats. You guys are being so kind. So thank you so much. You always are this way though. So it's like I said, thank you is just never quite enough for how kind and giving you guys are here to this channel. I really do appreciate it. Nasir, you are awesome, man. Garth Knight with a $5 donation says, isn't number 17 Dave Craig's old number? Hopefully a good omen. That's true. 17 was Dave Craig's old number, And Megan, somewhere out there, somebody's wearing a Dave Craig jersey today. So, they're lucky Dave Craig jersey. They've been wearing it since 87. It's tattered. It's got some holes in it. But the power of its good luckness to it, it's good jujus, whatever that is, starting to come out. Thank you, Garth. Sports fan with a $5 dono. Thank you, Gar. Sports fan says, call me crazy, but a surprise onside kick to start the half. Well, we are about to see here as the kick is just about to go off here, so we will see. It wouldn't shock me. I think Carroll stays within the pocket here. I think he kind of trusts things in how this is playing out right now, and he's not going to do anything outside that coaching-wise that's going to be too crazy and trying to manufacture stuff with sort of how this game just naturally is sort of kind of playing out a bit. But I like where your head's at, man. I like it. Tony Borges Silva with a $5 donation says, love the energy on the Hawk sideline. They're out there having fun with no pressure. That's right, man. Free and easy. Be careful of the team that is free and easy. Be careful of the team that has nothing to lose, with nothing really on the line, that's just out here saying, let's go get it. Nothing else in the back of their head and hold them back. Just free and easy, all forward. I agree with you, man. It's wonderful to see, Tony. Thank you for the donation. And we're about to start here into the third quarter now. The kick went into the back of the end zone, so Purdy will take back over here, 1st and 10. He's going to try to throw this ball. Hawks rally right up after the catch there for about a gain of 5 yards. Randall McDaniel with another $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says, we're going to get one on Purdy in the second half. He's not sharp today. I agree, Randall. He's had some wayward throws in that first half where he's come very close to getting himself into some trouble there on some of those throws. And I wondered the same very thing about that. If not, there's not a throw there to be had on Brock here to grab. And one interception here, a game-changing kind of throw like that, say nothing of like a pick six type thing, could be a big difference in this game. All right, the give is going to be here to McCaffrey here now on 2nd down and 4. He's going to get the carry and be very close to the first down on about a 4-yard gain. They're going to call it 3rd and short, actually. Randall, thank you for the $50 donation and the $5 on top of it. But you're very well spotted on your part. You saw the same kind of throws I was seeing in that first half, where Purdy has not been quite as accurate, and the Hawks certainly have kind of forced him, or some of it seems purposeful by the Niners, where they're trying to have him push the ball up the field a little bit more in this game than I've seen. And that to me is a little bit, that's going to be danger city for me with Brock. Or as like I said, Brock, on this Randall, if he beats you that way, he beats you that way. But I want to see him prove that he can beat you that way. Purdy's going to take a little quarterback draw here on 3rd down and 1, and he's able to get it right up the middle there for about a gain of 2 for a first down. Osama bin Diesel with a $2 donation. Thank you, Osama. You're awesome as always, brother. Says Hawks 6-0 with Pete when leading in the playoffs. Ooh, you guys coming with the great stats today. I like these stats. So Osama says Pete, when he's leading at the half in the playoffs, is 6-0. Very interesting. Very interesting stat. All right, 1st and 10. Niners on the 36-yard line. Give us in here to McCaffrey. Bruce Irvin was all over that play like a hunter. Like a big game hunter out there on the safari. He looked like he first overran it, but then just got right back locked in on the very quick McCaffrey there. But Irvin read that play right from the start. He saw that one coming a mile away on that one. 2nd down and 10. McCaffrey with 9 touches in this game for 92 yards. Of course, most of that coming on that big run in the first half. 12:33 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Purdy back in shotgun. McCaffrey goes in motion. Play action. Purdy dropping back, looking deep. And he's going to come back underneath to Kittle for a first down at the 40-yard line. Nice throw there by Purdy, and good job in the pocket of patiently going through his progressions. Hawks weren't able to get much pressure on that play. They had a lot of guys, looked like they dropped a couple defensive linemen back in coverage. But still, Kittle was wide open down the football field. All right, back in Seahawks territory again are the Niners. Kittle with his 2nd catch for 37 yards. Purdy back under center. Juszczyk goes in motion. Pitch play out wide. McCaffrey runs it up for about 3 or 4 yards there. Carl Nerney with a $2 donation says, I have Lofa on as well. You're doing your part then, Carl. As I see, we all need to be collectively wearing our super lucky jersey today. And if you're not already, then do it right now. It's not too late. Thank you for the donation, brother. You're doing your part. You're doing your part then. And Lofa's a good one to have on. That's a good jersey to have on. 2nd down and 6. Purdy in a pistol formation. Give us up the middle here. And swung down to the ground by Uchenna Nwosu in the backfield. He got a hand on his hip and slung him to the ground, showing off a little bit of that strength. Uchenna first gets past the tight end trying to land the wham block, just leans right out of the way of the tight end there, and then able to whip him around there in the backfield and turn this into a 3rd and 7. Big play on this drive. Purdy back in shotgun, empty formation. Niners 2 of 6 today on 3rd downs. Purdy looking, he's got his man. Broken tackle by... Boy, Deebo Samuel just broke tackles all over the place out there on that play. Gets the first down. Seahawks looked like they had that covered up, and Purdy did a good job there going through some progressions, getting back down to Deebo Samuel. And Cody Barton knocked Tariq Woolen off from being able to make that tackle in his tackle attempt. I don't know what Cody Barton's doing on that play. Cody Barton completely took just a weird, he knocked, Tariq might have made that tackle and brought it down to a 4th down there. But Barton sort of knocked him off on that trail position. And we got a fight on the field here? What's going on? Oh man, we got a little bit, it's getting chippy. It's getting chippy. Let's go. Let's go. Niners not liking how Jonathan Abram came up and twisted up on Deebo Samuel's ankle off the tackle there. Got them all a little bit annoyed. Debo looks like he's not quite feeling good. Jonathan Abram came up there and was... These cameramen sometimes, is that hard to keep the action in the frame? Neither of the two of the guys are keeping the action in frame because they're trying to be so tight. I can't see what he did with his foot. He lifted his foot up, but I don't see if he was twisting it. And Shanahan comes over and says that was bullshit to Seahawks players. Jeez, Shanny. Okay. First down and 10. From the 16-yard line. The give here is to McCaffrey up the middle. A little bit of space to work. He's going to gain himself about 6-7 yards there. Second down. Samuel Carlson with a $5 donation. Thank you, Samuel. Says, I think it's also telling when you look at the Seattle sidelines, all you see is smiles and people having fun. Playing loose is always good. It is always good, man. And it can be a thing that helps you in these kind of games when there is maybe a talent discrepancy between two teams. And that, that can be the thing that, hey, we're loose and easy, or we're free and easy. We're not going to get tight on this. We'll see if the Niners are done. They've done a good job on answering on this drive. Nice job there on 2nd and 3 to knock McCaffrey off of his feet there just before he could get to the first down. I think that was Tanner Muse able to make the tackle there. Firing in through the backfield there to just knock him right off his feet there. But yeah, I agree, Samuel. It is. I think you can get the feeling on both sidelines on that a little bit, on just a different spirit and energy a little bit on that. Niners know they got a lot on the line here. And probably didn't expect this to be this tight. 3rd down and 1. 8:41 to go here in the third quarter. Samuel, thank you for the $5 donation. Brock Purdy under center here. Brandon Ayuk goes in motion. The give is going to be to McCaffrey. McCaffrey with a little bit of space to work, and he gets up and through for a first down. First and goal. Wu-Tang Financial. My cat's having like a little nightmare. It's okay, baby. You're okay. Oh, goodness. She saw that last McCaffrey run. So first and goal here for the Niners. This has been a good opening drive for them. 3 possessions, 1 touchdown, 2 field goals here in the red zone so far today. Purdy with a give. Ryan Neal tries to make the tackle. McCaffrey fights through that tackle. It looks like he might have got in or very close to. They're going to say he's short. He is right on that goal line. Wu-Tang Financial with a $10 donation. Thank you, Wu-Tang. He says, got on the Lynch jersey I wore to the National NFC Conference Championship game when we beat the Niners to go to the Super Bowl. We got this game. Let it ride. Hey, let it ride, baby. All right, here's a carry by Purdy. Purdy's going to push his way on a quarterback keeper here for a touchdown. So Niners answer back. Thank you, Wu-Tang, for the financial, that $10 donation. We still in this. We in this. We in this. Appreciate you on that. I can't even catch up on my donos here. Oh my gosh. Sector 7 with a $5 donation says, I just pulled my Seahawks sock out of my laundry. I will now wear them on my hands. Whatever it takes. It takes sock puppets, I want sock puppets. Okay? You gotta wear them wherever you gotta wear it. You know what I mean? Wherever, whatever it takes. In this kind of game, whatever it takes. Good drive there by the Niners. They got back into the Seahawks team a little bit. Good balance. And Seahawks had a couple moments on that drive with some poor tackling. Appreciate you though, Wu-Tang. Spectre 7 with another $5 donation. Thank you for all the donos, Spectre 7. I just pulled my Seahawks. Oh, I just read that. Sorry, Sector 7. Mumbles with a $2 dono says, is Muse playing better than Brooks Barton so far? Probably. He's got some splashier plays. But I haven't locked as much on both of them, played and play out Mumbles, so it's kind of hard to say. Barnes had maybe a couple moments here I would wonder about. A couple moments I would wonder about today. But that I would say if you had the PFF scores, Muse has probably got him beat by the PFF score rating. Eric99 with a $5 dono. Thank you, Eric. Says, got on my Zach Miller jersey from our Super Bowl year. It was supposed to be his to wear it was supposed to be his to wear in the season. My sister knew someone at the Nike factory. Nice. An authentic one, Eric, huh? There we go. So you guys are doing the right thing. You're doing all we can. Now we just got to let the forces take over at that point. We've done all we can on our part. The forces just need to let the forces abide at this point. Eric, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, man. David Pugh with a $5 donation. Thank you, David. I've never seen a player shoulder charge his own teammate. Barton is literally useless. Yeah, it was like he blindly decided, like prior to that catch, about 10 steps prior, that I'm just going to launch myself at Debo, whether I'm near Debo or not. And he ended up just taking out Tariq on the play. But poor angle. I'm not sure what he was doing there exactly on that. And they've gotten after him a little bit on these, where we're maybe looking at some of the corners in this game. Those short drag routes and stuff like that, that does come back, I believe. I'm not positive on this, but I do believe that does come back more into the linebacker's zone responsibility at that point. He's got to be the guy. It's hard on his part because usually he's being, of course, moved out of the zone first with an initial route that'll move him out, and then he's got to come back into his zone to get there. But that is a little bit of how the Niners have attacked him a little bit with that today in Cody. But yeah, that was not a good play on his part, David. That was, you can't make the tackle, you can't make the packle. Don't take your guy out too. You know, don't make it a twofer. Mumbles with a $2 donation says, sorry, I meant Brooks. Oh, yes, he's playing better than Brooks. Yeah, he's playing better than what you would have got out of Brooks in this game. I've never seen Brooks knock a ball down in coverage like we saw Muse do earlier in this game. That alone, you know, but yeah, I think he would be, I think that I've long kind of thought this, that Muse gives you a better performance in cumulative on what he provides to the football field over what you get out of Barton. For the most part. He had a tough week last week, though. I'll say that. Russell Bar Q with the $2 dono. Thank you, Russell. You're awesome. Says, what's the counter to a middle of the field attack? Well, this is the zone stuff, you know. So if you maybe more man stuff, you would, to me, the theory coming into this game was you run 8-man boxes, and then what this does, that allows you to do from the 8-man boxes is drop more into the short zones and squeeze the windows down short. But then that does come at the cost of maybe some deeper setting routes. 1st and 10 for Geno here at the 25-yard line for the Hawks. The give is going to be to Kenneth Walker, who will fight forward for a gain of about 2 or 3. Nick Bosa there on the tackle. So you've got your 8 men in the box. You squeeze those guys down at that point, but then again, that's going to open stuff then on the back end, and that does go a little bit indifferent. That goes against Carroll's philosophy on how he likes to run his coverages on the back end. It would require the Hawks to put some more trust on the outside of those corners, to open up some holes on the back end that they, even as we saw in that first half, Russell, they're not as willing to do that. 2nd down and 8. Lockett goes in motion here. Geno coming back underneath the DK Metcalf. Metcalf going down the football field with some space to work, and he's down to the 47-yard line of the Niners. Nice little play call there. You had Tyler Lockett go in motion one way, then he comes back across motion post-snap, but DK getting open deep down the field. And see, here's the same kind of zone concepts I'm talking about the Niners attack with us. We just attack them with the same way of them running the same kind of zone defense there. That's just what those routes will do there. Because it's very hard as those guys sit in zone to stay covered up like that for so long. Quick throw, quick snap out here to Colby Parkinson in the flat. He'll get this for about 5 or 6. Ha with a $5 dono. Thank you, ha. Says, I don't know what smells more like rotten fish. Your team, your town, or your women. But all the rain in the Northwest doesn't wash away the funk. Well, all the insults you throw at us Seattle people that you want ain't going to stop you from losing this game. So I know you're getting nervous, man. I appreciate the donation and your nervousness. I know you're worried right now. You're like, it can't come in like this, can it possibly? They can't beat us, can they possibly? Geno back, looking, and he throws that ball away at the feet, basically a Parkinson there, nobody open, it'll be 3rd and 5. And you're just talking about Tacoma, that's all. Tacoma just has that smell. Niners bringing a blitz there. Good job by the Hawks picking it up. There's nowhere to go for Geno. Maybe look to run there if I'm Geno. Keep your legs part of this. 3rd down and 5 for the Hawks. Looks like Geno's going to call a timeout here. Just not liking what he's seeing. The play clock kind of winded down there for a second. Seahawks got a drive going here. 5:26 to go in the third quarter. Thank you for the donation, Ohaha. Can't say I agree with what you had to say on that, but I can sense your nervousness, your fear, your worry, and it's good. All right, Seahawks come back from this timeout now. 3rd and 5. Geno's going to be in shotgun. DJ Dallas to his side. Dallas actually up to deal with some A-gap, double A-gap pressure from both the two linebackers. Niners are looking to bring the blitz here. Lockett goes in motion. They drop out of the blitz. Lockett open, first down. Nice job by Lockett there. Good patience by Geno Smith there not to try to snap that too early. Get a feel for what you're seeing up front. And he did that there. Got an extra beat there to kind of figure it out. And gets it over to Lockett. Niners have that double A gap blitz. Those linebackers are a little late to get back to their zone. 1st down and 10. Geno in shotgun here again. A little bit more up-tempo now. The gives into DJ Dallas. Dallas still moving. Manages to get himself about 3 yards as the pile helps. The offensive line pile helps push him forward for a little bit there. 2nd and 7 now. You like about these drives too is you're keeping that time of possession even here. You're keeping the time of possession even here. This is what you want to do on this. 4:21 to go, 2nd and 7. Geno under center. He gets out of trouble first. Looking, and he's going to just throw this one away. Smart decision there by Geno, just nobody open. Got out of the first guy, was back there and had him wrapped up, and he spun out of the first Niner player and then able to kind of just get away there. Seahawks were trying to hit some deep routes there. The Niners coverage did a good job of being the DC, D'Amico Ryans there, a good job of getting the coverage deep there to match the routes being run on that play. You can see all the defenders dropping deep with the Seahawks running some depth on those routes. 3rd down and 7 from the San Francisco 49er 32-yard line. Geno back in shotgun. Oh, Charles Cross, false start on that play. Whew. That's actually Seahawks' first penalty of the game by Cross there. So 3rd down and 12. Boy, that's tough too because that takes you a little bit back out of field goal range there now. 3rd down and 12. Geno in shotgun. He's looking. DK Metcalf bobbles it, but makes the catch. 1st down. DK Metcalf, let's go. Bobbled a little bit, but he held on. Doesn't matter. You don't need style points on that. Great release on his part there. Just to get the space off Tre'Davious Ward at the line there. And boy, he was looking up at the safety. He thought the safety was going to hit him, and he started looking up. But he caught it. 1st and 10. Geno, empty look here from the 25-yard line. 3 wide. It's Tyler Lockett. Lockett's going to step out of bounds. It's either about to gain out 9. This will be 2nd and short. Geno, look good on this drive. He's going to run a little bit of a hurry up here now. 3:13 to go in the 3rd quarter. They gave the Seattle a 1st down on that play, so they did remark that ball. The give is up to DJ Dallas. Fred Warner shooting into the backfield, knocking Dallas off of his feet. It'll be about a gain of 1 on the play. Looks like we might have an injury here or something. They're bringing... Oh, it's Austin Blythe. Austin Blythe down on the field right now for our Hawks. David Phillips, why is Dallas such a go-to? I think it's as much as anything at this point, David, it's the thinness of depth at the position, and you're trying not to just run Walker 24/7. You're trying to remain balanced between the two of them a little bit. Yeah, it's Fuller time. Brian Myers, maybe move Lewis to center. Probably not, because you are down in this game Phil Haynes too, right? So you're probably just go to Fuller at that point. Yeah, Fuller's going to be in there. William says Fuller time equals Miller time. Yeah, Fuller's not been great in the past. Let's also remember, though, and Blythe's been okay today, but Blythe has not exactly set the, a benchmark for the position that's been wholly, amazingly way better than, the other on it. I think the best place Blythe gives you that maybe you lose a little bit with Fuller here if he's out is in pass protection, certainly. That's where you worry a little bit. Time to get Geno on rollouts. Fun game. That's what I was hoping. If we show up and give them a good fight and stay in this, and let's see where it happens. See where the cards fall where they may a little bit, like this. And Fuller we trust. That's right. All right, 2:57 to go here in the third quarter. 2:48 to go in the third quarter here. Geno and shotgun, empty formation, 2nd and 9. Dropping back to throw. Whips it inside to Tyler Lockett on a quick in-cutting route there for a gain of about 5 or 6 yards. This will bring up 3rd and short. There is a flag on the play. Hard for there to be holding on that play when such a quick throw by Geno. They're calling it an ineligible man downfield. How's it? And Pete's pissed off on the sideline. Okay. I mean, it looks fairly, the guys are moving down the field at that point. So I don't know. It looks like probably a good call. 2nd and 14. And they try to hit a go route down to DK there. Good throw by Geno. He put that ball right on DK. Wow, they sure got they're letting them get away with stuff on the outside, man. Jadarius Ward's definitely was grabbing on that one. Definitely grabbing on that one. 3rd and 14. 2:31 to go here. That ball's fumbled. And Bosa is all over it. Oof. It's a tough fumble there. And is that Fuller? Yep, that's Fuller in the game. I just said the problem with him is pass protection. And what's the problem he gives you? Pass protection. Ugh. I'll be right back, folks. One sec. Oh, low. John Lugo with a $2 donation. Thank you, John. Says, more tight ends, please. Yeah, we haven't done a lot with working the tight ends much in this game. It's definitely been more to the outside of the receivers. But we've been good with working at the receivers too. So you got in this game too. Kenneth Walker, 14 carries, 56 yards. DJ Dallas, 6 carries, 13 yards. So not able to do much as far as in the passing attack. They've done a good job of staying, I think, pretty balanced between the run and the pass, even with the run not working. We kind of expected that it was going to be tough uphill sledding as far as the running game goes. The part that's got to come into play here is the defense is going to have to try to figure out, if they got to find stops here somewhere. Brock Purdy's averaging 9 yards per attempt. They've got 135 yards running the ball, which I don't think it's been as much a problem running because that you take out the 68-yarder of McCaffrey, and it's a little bit of a better day with that. But you wanted Purdy in his arm to beat you, 207 yards. He's kind of beating you with his arm, and he's got a good number of depth throws here in this game that he's hit. He's been off on some others, but the ones he's hit are the ones that matter. Let's see if the defense has got some answer here. 1st and 10. Another easy completion there to Deebo Samuel. That'll be a gain of 11 on another in-cutting route. First down and 10 for the Niners. 1:47 to go in the third quarter. Brock Purdy under center. I formation look here. Gibbs going to be out here to Christian McCaffrey, dancing around a little bit, dancing back around, reversing field. Nobody can seem to tackle him. All the way down to nearly the 50-yard line, a gain of 9. He just ran back one side to the other side. A lot of missed tackles from the Seahawks defense today. A lot of guys sliding off of the feet of 49er ball carriers. Just nobody able to get up around the head. Everybody and McCaffrey's a fast guy, but second down and 1. Gives McCaffrey up the middle. Another big hole. Another big gain. Another first down. Seahawks defense is just really struggling to find any kind of stops here. I mean, what do the Niners have? 1 punt on the day so far. 1. And we just finished up the third quarter. It'll be hard to win a football game if you ain't getting any kind of stops as a defense. First down and 10, 20 seconds to go here. I guess we're just about the end of the third quarter, I should say. Pitch play outside to McCaffrey. Strung out, brought down for a negative gain of 1. A negative 1, sorry. And by Bruce Irvin out there. Nice play by Bruce. Sanchez says, Geno fumbling in the red zone, name a more dynamic duo. Well, he's trying to do what he can there. You're in 3rd and long there, so he's trying to hold on, and it's bad blocking on the play. But, Sanchez, I know you joke about Locke with it, but this game ain't on Geno Smith with it right now. It's obviously with our defense just not being able to get any real stops on this 49er offense. They're kind of doing what they want to do here. Especially passing the ball with Purdy. We've kind of just been relying on Purdy's inaccuracy today as much as anything else, as much as having things really consistently covered up. Thank you for the donation, Sanchez. Appreciate you though, man. A lot of game left here. That's right. Still got a whole quarter here, folks. Still got a whole quarter. All I wanted to do is, I said, get in the 4th quarter, as I said, and it was a 1-score game. And that's where we're at. Give us a chance. Give ourselves a shot here at the end. Get it into this end point, and let's see what happens at that point. And indeed, we find ourselves within a 1-score game here. So, David Pugh says, with $2 donation, I said, love Woolen, but I'll say he's playing bad. Again, I don't know. I guess for the folks that feel like Woolen's missing these points in coverage with it on the in-cutting routes, is the thought process that we should see from our corners on, he's being attacked with it, but we don't know that the same attacking wouldn't happen to the other side of the field. It's the in-cutting routes, man. It's the thing is, you see on this, David, this isn't comeback routes, 9 routes, post routes, right? When you're seeing the very same route that he's being attacked with on it here, that's them attacking the schematics of the defense as much as it's attacking Woolen. I'm not saying he's playing a great game, but I'm not so sure without looking at the all 22 that on any of these completions, first and foremost, number one, I'm not sure that there isn't some linebacker that's supposed to have the underneath coverage, right? Because if I have cover 3 to the guy going back, again, it's like, I'm not sure. I that's the thing I don't know with that, David, is that you got a guy being asked and tasked with playing deep, right? Don't allow the deep ball. Do not allow someone to get over the top of you. That's what you need to be thinking first and foremost. It's always going to put you a step behind on the in-cutting stuff than underneath. And that's why it's been the very same route over and over again, because it challenges the outside corners in that way to be able to still kind of cover 2 things at once, which is very hard to do from the cornerback position. Here's the give on 2nd and 11 now, or play action pass. They're going to let it rip down the field, and he's going to be open for a first down. Big play down the football field. Nobody there in coverage. Now that's Tariq Woolen. Now if you're saying Tariq Woolen gets beat on that play, that's legitimate. That's on Tariq Woolen. And maybe you were a little bit ahead on this, David. Again, if you guys are a little bit ahead on stuff, please let me catch up to it. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's the only play I'd say legitimately. I say I know for sure that that's a bad play on his part where he gets bid up on the run. First and goal. Throw at the feet of the Niner player. Ball third with a $2 dono says, I'm at 88% concern. Yeah, I'm moving steadily into the 90% myself. It's a little worrisome. David Pugh says, $2. No, watch that play, Brandon. He's playing bad. No, that play was a bad one. I mean, that's a bad play on that one. But the other ones I don't know for sure on David, because again, they're all in-cutting routes. He's playing cover 3. They're attacking the in-cutting route. If we're saying that guy's got to be sticky on coverage and stay clean over the top, I would say that's how you oftentimes get your corners beat, when you ask them to do 2 things at once. 2nd down and goal here. Seattle gets pressure. Purdy's gotten out of pressure all day long, and he's going to throw himself a touchdown. Hawks can't get anybody down on the ground to tackle for their life in this game. They're doing very much a lot of the fingers are out at the outstretched hands, and the guys just, I can get my fingers, like I can tickle his body. You know what I mean? I can tickle him, but I can't quite get my hands on him to pull him down to the football, down to the ground. So David, I'm with you on the deep route there where he buys in on the run. He's got to get deep there. That's absolutely a blown coverage by Tariq. But on the in cutting stuff, this is one of the reasons, David, I guess I struggle with this coverage and understanding the benefits of it, because what it does is it puts your cornerbacks in a position to fail. Because while you might be cleaning up all of the stuff over the top and keeping everything clean to the depth, you're giving everything up in front of you. Shaquille Griffin was awful about this for years. And you could have a guy like Sherman that can come along and be so smart in his route reading combinations of things and recognizing stuff that he can be a step ahead of that stuff. But you're not going to find too many Shermans that are that fast on the ball to kind of recognize stuff that way, I think. But yeah, the last play was absolutely bad on his part, David. Thank you for the donations. And of course, they're going to complete the 2-point conversion, because why not? So defensively, this has gone kind of backhill downwards really quickly for our Seahawks defense here. Back-to-back touchdown drives here for the 49ers to begin things out in the second half. And very much the Seahawks team just defensively is kind of starting to bend back a little bit here, which is disappointing. Sector 7 with a $5 donation says, this game is ours. We don't write back. Imagine us next year with Geno and a better set of new blood. I can just see it, man. And that will be, I think, the approach and pathway is that eventually you indeed do get Geno back here at some point or another, especially on the heels of this performance today overall. I think it'll be enough I don't think it was going to cement things one way or another. I think they had decided what they were going to do on that one way or another, but this was going to probably push things this way or that way on it. That's for sure. Thank you for the donation, though. So, David, that's the thing I do struggle with. You might be right on. It might be a bad day with it, but when I come down to it, I wonder with that of, if I'm a corner being told that I got to protect deep, then that means that ideally a lot of times I'm going to leave stuff open underneath it, because I'm being told, and not just told to keep things deep. You're being told that you do not get beat over the top. If you play the Seahawks corner position and you get beat over the top on a play because you thought you're going to jump a route underneath and take the in cutting route underneath, that's the way that you'll get sent to the bench if you then get beat over the top. And so it does put a little bit of the corners in a predicament there where they're just the path of least resistance, sort of push you in a position of leaving the stuff underneath in front of you because you are keeping it up over the top. But that last play was bad, David. No doubt about it. That play was the one with the bought in on the run and then he gets beat up over the top. It's like, John Lugo with the $2 donation says, we just got punched in the mouth. We did. Niners just took it to us this half. The defense has not had a response. The defense has not had much of a response in this football game for it. Or in the second half for it. Adrian X with a $2 donation. Thank you, Adrian X. Says 12s. This was the only experience. This was only 12s. This was our only experience for next year. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, Adrian X. Thank you for all your donations to the channel. And that's right. Just to get us back into the next year territory of things. Next year territory. It's not over yet, though. Still in this so far. We'll hang in there. Rodney Prescio with the $2 donation says, now a third-string quarterback will beat us this year. Now that the problem's not just second-string quarterbacks, Rodney, it's third-string quarterbacks. And indeed, when you say that Brock Purdy beat you today, 15 of 26, 248 yards, 2 touchdowns. I know the kid's on a marvelous run, but you've done nothing defensively to make him uncomfortable in this game in the least. And that was a little bit of what I was hoping that they were going to be more willing to do in this game. And from a defensive standpoint, you decided to come into this with your same old soft approach to things of let's just protect deep. And you got cut up. That's kind of how that works with it, unfortunately. It is sad, Rodney, that you can't get past a third-string quarterback. Again, I know he's playing good and he's on a great team, but just on the face of that, if you're usually playing NFL teams with a third stringer, you're feeling like, look, can we keep it at least within 2 touchdowns then in the fourth quarter with that third stringer? Thank you for the donation, man. I appreciate you. 1st and 10 here for Geno. Play action pass. Going to drop back and let it rip here. It's DK Metcalf for a first down, 12-yard gain. Jonathan Salazar, thank you for the $2 donation. Defense or offense has no response. 0-point half. True. I mean, the offense was driving in the second half. They got the ball back. Bad fumble after you have the Blythe thing, and Blythe is back out there, by the way. That one hurt you at that moment. but they've been moving a little bit. The defense is the big problem here to me. One punt here, and we're into the fourth quarter. Walker with the give down, a little bit of carry, a little bit of room to roar, and he's going to get up about 11 yards there. There is going to be a flag on the play. Might be probably a holding on the Hawks if it's where the flag seems to be at. And it's on Stone Forsythe. I'm not sure why Stone's in there unless they went maybe a heavy formation there. I don't know about that call. I don't know about that call. First and 20. 13:02 to go here in the fourth quarter. And a false start by Cross. Yeah, that was a weird hold. First and 25, a lot of confusion here on the field as they're trying to get this set back up. First and 25, Geno's going to adjust some things here at the line of scrimmage as he goes back in a shotgun. Dropping back to pass. He's going to let it loose deep. He's got DK Metcalf deep, but just can't quite get it there to him. DK did have some separation on the route. Boy, Tre'Davious Ward basically hung on to DK's back and no call. And the 49er fans will be in here in the chat going, Tre'Davious Ward locked up DK. That's the crap where it's like, dude, yeah, if they're going to let him piggyback him up the football field, yeah, your guy's going to be able to stop our guy. Big shocker. So impressive. But they let him get away with it. It's like sauce guy, Gardner. I was like, all right, let him win. What are you going to do? Another penalty flag here. Paul Third with a $2 donation. Thank you, Paul. Says, rigged Vegas stopping Hawks from covering. I guess maybe so. The action was so much on Seattle, I suppose. Suddenly every flag seems to be going in our direction here. Oh, goodness. Another ineligible man downfield. Why do we have ineligible men downfield? Why are you moving down the football field? Oh, my God. Geno back in shotgun here. 3rd and 22. I guess we lost the play, too, on top of whatever that was. All right. Throw to K. Johnson at the 32. That'll bring up 4th down. Rodney Prescio with $5 donation. Thank you, Rodney. The 2012 team had something special. No matter how far down they were never out. This team is missing something. This draft won't fix it. I think that there are a couple of things that you could definitely handle to address on this team, Rodney. And you being a longtime listener of the channel know that I have a couple of things I point to as far as what it takes for this team to get to a point of being elite. Not merely good or just getting the playoffs, but to get to elite. This is not going to be the same team in 2012. I don't think we're going to get that kind of team ever quite again. I do think having the offseason that you have to bring the guys in is going to help. There's a lot of work still left to be done. I think there's some schematic things, especially defensively, as we're seeing today, that need to be updated and fixed along this path as well. But I do think it's not just a matter of just adding more talent here. That's certainly going to help. That certainly will take you steps in the right direction. but not the only thing for sure. Carl with a $2 donation. Thank you, Carl. Says Vegas really needs this 10-point spread. Yep. Carl and Paul are on the same point. Got to keep that thing locked in. There was too much action on the Seahawks, right? Too much action on the Seahawks. John says that holding call was BS. That holding call was BS, John. That was BS. That's a good block. And again, you've been letting them play free and easy all game, right? You've been letting it go all game, just kind of let them, like we see with Jadavius Ward on the outside. Fine, as I say with that. That's then continue to let that be the standard. Don't change that fourth quarter just for the hell of it. Jay Einstein, I could be wrong on this, Jay Einstein. Some people are saying it's Tariq getting burned all game. I think he got burned on that last one, but I don't think that the early completions are necessarily him getting quote unquote burned. It's a little bit like what we talked about with Rodney. When Rodney talks about this draft won't just fix some of the things that need to be to get us to a place of being elite. I think it's a little bit of intimating this a bit, which is, schematically, can this defense running soft zone coverages, even with an increase in talent, be a team to get to the Super Bowl? I think it's going to be a lively debate and active debate that we're going to have throughout this offseason. But I do think that it is one that's worthy of discussion. Jonathan Salazar with another $2 donation. Thank you, Jonathan. Says, now I believe we can call game pending a takeaway. I'm not calling game until we got 0 minutes on the clock. We're still in this. The odds are long. The odds aren't in our favor, but we'll keep the faith, my fellow Seahawks fans. For the moment. Scott says, we all know the Niners will find a way to lose in the playoffs. They always do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And Marisa, you're right. If they do score, it's over with here on this one. So you got to get a stop defensively. I don't even think you can afford to let a long, winding drive go down here. Yeah. What is going on with Rihanna's hair? Holy mackerel. Yeah, Travis, I'm not blaming the refs on this. I just didn't like that call. That moment. Niners have won this game so far. They're winning this game. It's not the refs giving it to them, that's for sure. 1st and 10, Boye Mafe out on the bowl screen. Makes a nice tackle. Second down and 8. 11:06 to go. Short throw over to Deebo Samuel, who runs up the field with no one near him. Still running. No one near him. Pody Barton and Chase still running. 5, 10, 5, touchdown. Yeah, fake pitch play, come back on a play action off a fake pitch. Seahawks, of course, got Ryan Neal. Everybody sprinting in the box to go stop the run at this point, selling out for the run. Deebo Samuel has no one on him, even attempting to cover him post-play, just leaving it wide open, and down the field you go. As I talk about with this, it's just like almost right at the moment I'm talking about it. You run your soft zone defenses with the Seahawks team in order to prevent against the big play, in order to keep the bombs out. If you think back to this year, and I ask you Seahawks folks to think about it, about the times where we got beat over the top on 9 routes this year, where guys are just running right, and it doesn't happen, does it? And the reason it's good that it doesn't happen, but on the other side of it not happening comes from the standpoint that that you're leaving stuff open underneath. You're leaving stuff wide open underneath. And we saw it all game long in this game. Shanahan attacked with his route concepts in Purdy, underneath and short, all game long, and the guys were there and wide open. When you actually had Purdy really trying to push the ball up the field for the most part, he was kind of inaccurate, but you kept him on the short intermediate stuff, and he's going to be fine in that range. You did make him uncomfortable in the pocket. I was calling for at the start of this game to maybe bring a little bit more with the stack fronts and try to maybe make Brock a little more uncomfortable. Instead, you stayed in your cover 2 shell. You stayed in the light stuff. You stayed in your zone-based stuff. You didn't try to take it to the San Francisco offense. You let the San Francisco offense take it to you all game long, as you've let offenses take it to you all game long. We had a donation in our channel here just a second ago talking about, the plan going forward and the optimism going forward, and there will be optimism going forward. And this season is still a remarkable success. But as we do look through the lens of where this team is going and how this team can get to a place of being an elite team, I struggle to understand how, from a conceptual standpoint, offenses can come against you every week and they can know that you're going to drop into these deep zones, you're going to protect against this deep ball, and the modern day offenses are all built on the short stuff. They're not built like they were in 1985 or 1995 or 2005 to try to hit the deep sides of things. They're built to try to take advantage of the short stuff, to get the ball out of the quarterback's hand quick, to reduce the amount of times that you have your quarterback under pressure or your pass protection has to hold up. So the modern offenses are moving into the weaknesses of a Coach Carroll defensive schematic structure as far as the zone defense is based. And it's leading to a lot of these issues and problems on a weekly basis that you see, where your players are just not being put in a position to succeed at times. And you saw that, I think, today in a real stark fashion, quite frankly, in how this offense has gone here for this Niner team. John, they shouldn't be this wide open, especially with soft zones. Well, what happens though, then, John, is it's a tandem thing. So you naturally run soft zones, but then your defense starts to get really worried about the defense, so that everybody's got to then clog up in on the defense on the side of it. And so then that really does open up those holes in that zone a little bit wider. But the base problem of the nature of those zones still being there and that soft nature of it still also exists within it. Ray Barrio says, Rams, Raheem Morris threw away 3 games just with that zone-style defense. Yeah, throwing away a game is a good way of putting it. I mean, was that route concept run by Deebo Samuel there? Was that exotic? Was what you guys are watching with Tariq Woolen this week? Was it some weird, they're running a flood zone concept and they're running this guy out, they're running this guy back, and it's a stop and go back with this guy, and then this guy runs a pick rub route? No, it's just like simple crosser, a simple crosser right through the middle of the field goes for 75 yards. It really is kind of part and parcel of what's going on there. Geno's going to let this rip and then throw an interception. Tyler Lockett takes him down, and that will be GG. If not already GG's, it was already, I think, but that definitely GG's it. Deanna Pennington, my mom is in the house. Well, that, nothing, you're having a tough game. Things are going a little bit tough. Seeing your mom, at least in the chat, makes feelings a little bit better and puts a little bit of a smile on my face. Love you, Mom. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for checking out the stream, and thank you for the dono. Hope all is well on your end of things out there. Tough game, tough finish. Boy, up 17-16 at half. And it all just fell apart this second half, didn't it? Yeah, guys, with Geno here. Let's not. I'm going to be pushing back heavy on the Geno stuff here. Hold on. The defense today is the problem. Let's not even begin to start with Geno as far as being the issue here. Let's not. I don't want to go down that road. This is a game Geno played fantastic football, and he's throwing interceptions. You're down 38-17. He's trying to make a play when you got, when they know you need to throw. Come on. The fumble happened on a 3rd and 13, 3rd and 14. They know you need to throw the ball. And come on. He's played great today. He's got very little to no running game to work from, and his defense can't stop anybody. You lose this game because of that. We shouldn't be coming to any point of this. Please not to Geno today, guys. I'm going to be a little sensitive on this one. Please, for the love of God, don't go to Geno on this as the first thing in your mind is to start to pick at as we pick at this potential loss. It's an incorrect way of looking at where this game went. And if the more time we're going to spend trying to talk about Geno and his inadequacy in this game, that's less time that we're not talking about the defense, it should be exactly wholly all we're speaking about in this football game. This Niner team has punted once, and we have 9:55 to go left in the fourth quarter. That's why you lose this game. End stop. End reason. Nothing else needed to be applied. That's it. Doesn't matter what an offense does. If my defense can't stop an offense, then we're not winning a football game. And your defense can't get any stops today. I got to push back on that one. Yeah, it's a bad interception, but you know what's bad? Forcing your quarterback to have to throw and be in this kind of situation like this. Not having the balance to be able to run the ball consistently so he can lean back on that. So it all being back on Geno to make this happen. And if you're going to say, well, we can't have Geno as a high volume thrower, I'd say, yeah, you're right. We can't have Geno as a high volume thrower. We need to have an offense that can maintain balance, but we also need a running game that can be strong enough to maintain that balance in order to accomplish that. Purdy with the throw here. He'll get a first down gain on a 3rd and 17. It's 3rd and 7, sorry. Cameron with a $5 donation. Thank you, Cameron. Says, let's be honest. It doesn't matter who we draft. We need someone else who isn't already on this staff to coach this defense. That would be my ideal. I've long said I would like to see Carroll kind of move his way out of the defensive side of the ball and become more of a figurehead kind of head coach in this matter and let just his coordinators coordinate. I think a lot of the success Waldron had this year had to do with a little bit maybe a little less lack of influence from Coach Carroll, letting Waldron run a little bit more purified to what McVay wanted to go. 1st and 10, 8:42 to go here in the fourth quarter. Seahawks going to stop this run right there. So I'm with you on that, Cameron. That's my frustrations are right there with you on it. It's not saying I'm not out on Carroll or anything like that, but just that this defense and the way that you run this thing, it's been failing for years. And Carroll himself told you last year in the draft, we've been a little arrogant in our approach. We need to change our ways. What has changed this year? What has truly changed, I ask you, based on the back of those comments from a defensive side of the ball? Yes, you need more talent. Yes. But he didn't say we've been arrogant, we need more talent. That wasn't what Coach Carroll said at the time. He said, we've been arrogant, we need to change our ways. Schematically, need to change our ways. Go differently than what we've done in the past. But then that didn't really play out that way come season time. So that does give me some worry about that too in the long-term view. And we got another 3rd down coming up here for the 49ers. Eric99 with a $2 donation. Thank you, Eric99. Says, what an effing joke of a second half. Horrible. It has been a horrible second half, man. It's been pretty bad. Jonathan Salazar's $2 donation says, now it's game. Goodbye. Yeah, that was it on that one. 3rd down and 6. Brock Purdy back in shotgun. He's going to give this ball up the middle here, and they're going to get a first down on a 3rd down kiff. Okay. Yeah, D's done. John Lugo with a $10 donation says, last year I was done with Russell. This year I'm done with Pete and his guinea pigs. I don't think we're going to get anywhere with him. I'm sure most would think definitely. I think it's a valid question to ask from your standpoint at this point, John. As I have said about Coach Carroll, I've got a guy that's supposed to be a defensive-minded head coach first and foremost. That means that his whole philosophy is instructed by the defensive side of the ball. And that means that, he needs to bring a good defense to play. I've made this comparison many times before, and I'll say it again. I've got a pastry chef that can't make a donut. I have a head coach who's good about motivating and who can foster a great atmosphere and can motivate players. But I also don't have a coach whose defense no longer works. And if your defense only works when you have elite talent across the board, maybe you don't have the greatest of a defensive scheme, right? I mean, shouldn't a defensive scheme get the most out of players rather than the players needing to get the most out of it? Shouldn't one work to the other on that? But it seems like we're asking for the latter rather than the former more often than not. And so I think your questions on that, John, your reticence to believe that this is necessarily going to get us that place is the same reticence I share. I think Coach Carroll, with these draft picks, with this team, with the base that's put in place, will have an improved team next year, a team that can get to the playoffs next year, a team that can get to the playoffs into the future. Can we become an elite team? Because that's what we aspire to be in Seattle, right? We're not aspiring to just get to the playoffs and kind of be happy we get there. We are aspiring to try to look to the future of how you get there and you actually have some success, that you actually be as one of those teams that can really press to trying to go and win a Lombardi trophy. And that's the part where I think that there's a valid question there to be had. If this defense is just going to keep running the same old approach, how do we know that it suddenly fixes itself? How do we know it suddenly gets right? Just simply by the talent addition? It's hard for me to see that. Thank you, John. 1st and 10. Give is going to be up the middle here to running back. It'll be a gain of 1 yard or so. Earn with a $2 donation. It wasn't arrogance, just realistic confidence. Oh, okay. We got the Niner fans back in here. Yeah, I didn't see you donating on that first half. We were up 17-16. So, hey, you got a good team. Niner fans got a good team. I don't want to take anything away from you guys in this game. You definitely beat us in this one. So it's a props to you guys on that one. And we'll see where you guys can go with it from here. We let you a little off the hook with how we played defensively in this game at times too, though. Adrian X with a $5 donation. Thank you, Adrian X, for the $5 dono. And we got a 2nd and 8 here. Pitch play out wide to Elijah Mitchell. Barton comes up and finally makes a play for a negative 1 yard gain. He says, 12s, this was a bonus game. What's going on? Laughing out loud. Also, let's watch these Niners go to a Super Bowl and have lost it again. AFC top teams are stacked. KFC, Cincinnati, Buffalo. Yeah, I don't know if I'd say that they're a team that's going to take out the best in the AFC, but they certainly are a team I think you got to put as one of the favorites here in this NFC. I do think, especially with where some of the other NFC teams are at this point, Adrian X on that one. So this was still a bonus game, and I think that we can do two things at once. We can look at this season, and we can say that this season's been success, and we're going in a lot of ways in the right direction. But we can also have some worries about whether we're going all the way in the right direction, or are we just partially going in the right direction. I don't think that takes away from a lack of appreciation for this season or Coach Carroll or what this team's done. I think we can do both at the same time. Thank you for the $5 donation, though. Appreciate you. And I agree with you. I don't think they take out KC or Buffalo. It'll be 4th down here, so you'll get a field goal attempt by the Niners. Washington Fistquest with a $5 donation. Washington Fistquest, thank you for the donation. Says, ultimately, I don't know how much the fumble mattered. When you're extremely outmatched, tends to catch up. Successful season. Will improve. Go Hawks. Well said, Fishquest. Well said. And yeah, I don't, the fumble's not great, but again, I'm not trying to overlook necessarily the fact Geno's not had a couple turnovers here in the game, but this game's decided by the fact that your defense can't get any stops against the Snyder offense. That's where this one kind of begins and ends for me a little bit. Maybe I'm off on that. Maybe you guys will correct me on that one. David Pugh with a $50 donation. David, my God, man, you are awesome. I really do appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much for the $50 dono. I appreciate all the donations on the channel today, man. We got 3 $50 donations on the channel. Jesus. David, you are amazing. That's not your first donor today, even. So I appreciate you on that. He says, I'm going to say this because the season is over. None of it is on Geno. If he's not perfect, then we lose any team we play against. Remember, this D is losing to Brock effing Purdy. He has one of the worst interior O-lines I've ever seen. Thank you, David. I'm glad you're of like mind on me, and that's why I'm going to bristle. I'm going to bristle big time for the folks that start to point to Geno Smith on this one. I really will. And again, I do this for a real pertinent reason why I say we can't get stuck on Geno on this one. The defense is not just the problem today in this game. The defense is not just the problem throughout the course of this season, right? You've got a scoregami game where if you had punted one time, you lose the game and you don't even make the playoffs. Okay. The defense has been bad throughout pretty much all the season, absent 4-game stretch where they didn't play the best of offenses. The defense was pretty bad last year. The defense was historically bad the year before that. It's this problem with the defense has been an issue that's been ongoing. You can point to a lack of talent, but there's been a lot of resources dumped into this defense without the returns from all of that's been dumped in. First round picks on Jordan Brooks, third round picks on Cody Barton, first round picks on LJ Collier. We got a second and third round pick on Darrell Taylor. You've dumped a lot into this defense for it not to give you any of these returns. I'm not saying it's a highly stacked, I'm not saying it's like a great defense or that this is like, they should be top 10. But to say with all that you put into this defense that we're sitting as like a league worst defense makes me worried about the future, about whether or not the defense will be able to get right simply by getting more talent. More talent will help. It will improve things, no doubt about it. But will it improve things to the point that we can become an elite team? And that's how I look at it through. And it's David, I agree with you, man. You let the third string quarterback slice and dice you up like you were, like he was the varsity team and you were JV, defensively speaking. A guy who on the day you could see through that first half making some of those wayward throws he was, like, it doesn't have the greatest arm here. It's not like he's out here throwing dimes all over the football field. Geno dropping back throw here on 1st and 15. Out to Tyler Lockett. Niners are up 41-17 now. But I appreciate you, David. I'm glad we're of like mind on this one. Geno shouldn't have to be asked to play perfect. The ideal shouldn't be that we need our quarterback to absolutely be Superman. I think if anything, the team's been showing you that they're building more of a model up of a team that the sum of the parts is greater than the whole, or however that saying goes. 2nd and 9, Geno's going to scramble here, and he'll take it for about 9 yards. Appreciate you, David, though, for the $50 donation. And I 100% agree with you all the way around on that one. David with another $20 donation. My God. He says, enough with the Geno hate. All you fair weather fans are expecting your quarterback to be perfect always. He can't rely on his D at all. He's trying to make a play because all of you were saying, hey, let it all hang out, guys. Respect to Geno. Yeah, he's making, David, we are so 100% on the same boat on this one in a 100% complete fashion. And I'm glad you're kind of having the same reaction I am with it. It's if your head in your mind right now is looking at Geno Smith, you're looking in the wrong place. You just are. I don't know how you look at this football game between these two opponents in this game where you've given up 41 points, where the Niners have punted once. They may end up only punting once in this entire game. How do we land when your offense was consistently at least moving the ball and getting drives generated even into the start of that third quarter? How do we come back to the offense and say it's on them for why you lose this game? Or what on the quarterback? I don't know. It perplexes me. It does. It really does. And I know some of you are just out on Geno, and it's like I'm out on him. And if I see something where he starts to bend out the line a little, like, I'm done. He needs to go. But like, this game's on. We're talking about Geno first thing on this game. And yeah, he threw, but again, like David Pugh says, so Amari Taylor, he throws a pick. Yeah, he throws a pick. Does he have to play perfect? Is the theory he's got to play perfect here? And again, he's going to make that kind of throw like you might not make in a regular season game because you have no go home. You've got to make a throw now at this point. You're down by these touchdowns. You've got to go make the Superman throws. What we should be saying is, how do we keep our quarterback from being in a position to have to act like a Superman? That shouldn't be the requirement. But that does seem to be the requirement that I'm feeling like some of the expectation is there out there for him on this. Mumbles with a $5 donation. Oh my God, Geno fumbled the ball, resulting in the 49ers scoring 22 points. No way. Did you see him missing all those tackles several times in a row? Shaking my head. Exactly. So you guys could feel Mumbles' sarcasm on that one, and I'm glad you're like mine on this one too, Mumbles. Agreed, man. And David, thank you for the 50 and the 20. Mumbles, thank you for the 5. Geno dropping back to throw here on 3rd and 4. He's looking, dancing, looking, and throws it away. But appreciate you, Mumbles, on the $5 dono, man. You're awesome. You guys are all awesome on your support of the channel. I really do appreciate it. Aiden Simmons with a $2 donation says, fire Pete. His scheme will always hold us back. Thank you for the donation, Aiden. And that is my big worry. If I've got a lot of hope for this team and a lot of optimism for this team and a lot of glass is half full when I look at this team into the future. But there is also, like I say, I can do two things at once. I don't have to be all in on this and all in on that. I can think of two things at once. And I would ask people to do the same thing here, where you can look at and say, I support with the team. I like where the team's going. But is this one thing, like Aiden says, is this one thing going to be a thing that can hold you back in the grand scheme of things, in the grand outlook of things? Not in the holding you back to getting to the playoffs, that you can get back to the playoffs, that you can be even a good team in the NFL. But to go and to actually be a competitive team when it comes to playoff times. Not to have you get into the playoffs and then you get exposed for what you truly are, but to actually be able to push forward. 4th down, 1st and 10 there to Drake Young. Nice job. Sector 7 with a $20 donation. Thank you, Spectre 7. Says, I've had such a blast in these streams all year, through my darkest times, and looking forward to the great times we will have next season. Even if our season ends this game, I love this team as much as I love this channel. Oh man, very, very kind of you to say, Spectre 7. Thank you not only for the $20 donation, all your donations on the channel today. DK is going to wind up and throw, or Geno winds up and throws this one down the field to Cade Johnson. Nice throw there. He let that one rip. Good 20-yard gain there on the play. And Seattle down to the 10-yard line of the Niners. But thank you so much, Spectre 7. I hope this place can't be that kind of place that's times are going tough for you out there. You're having a rough thing. You can come in here and just be able to talk some Seahawks shop. And if we can maybe put a smile on your face from time to time within that all the more, it's more better. So I love hearing that, man. That makes me feel a little bit better here, even in a tough game like this, Vector 7. So I've had a great time with all you guys on these streams doing this play-by-play this year. It's been a fun year, has been a successful year. We will certainly put this all in perspective as this game winds down and appreciating what this season has been and how much better this team is than what we thought they were. So I don't think that I'm going to necessarily get lost in that. Certainly can appreciate that from the standpoint of things. Appreciate your $20, all your donations, Vector 7 to the channel, man. I really do. And well said on your part. I'm glad that this place can be that for you and hopefully for many others in that respect. Second goal for Geno here from the 10-yard line. 2:32 to go here in the fourth quarter. Just going to roll out and throw it to Tyler Lockett there. Ghost with a $10 donation. Says, that fumble changed the trajectory of this game. The margin for error is very small in the NFL, especially in the playoffs against a good Niner team. We need to spend that first pick on a defender. Well, we agree with on the back part of it. And it's not to say that the fumble is not impactful on that game, Ghost. But if you're going to say that, I got to point to what's more impactful here, the fumble or the fact your defense couldn't stop throughout the whole game. As I say, I'm always hesitant when it comes down to a football game to say a game comes down to this one play or that play. It doesn't. A game is decided on 70, 80 plays. You know, it's you take a collection of plays. Don't just ever take just one play and say, well, that's what the game was on. It was this thing. No, it wasn't. And before that fumble had happened, part of the reason that you're trying to push down and get it back into the end zone is that your defense has just given up another touchdown. You know, the fumble doesn't help. It doesn't. But it also it's explainable too, right? You lose Austin Blythe out of the game, your starting center. You bring in Kyle Fuller. I said about Kyle Fuller, he sucks in pass protection. He's always sucked in pass protection. The first thing Kyle Fuller does is give up a quick pressure to a guy that causes the fumble on Geno Smith. Like, is that then on Geno? You know, is he got eyes in the back of his head? He's got to keep the fumble off. Like, again, it is a part of this game. It is a part that the interception of the fumble. But the big issue in this game is the defense. And that's why I think you are touching on that at the end of your donation. Thank you, Ghost, for the $10 donation. But you are touching at the end that we need to spend a first pick on a defender. Probably need to spend the first 2 picks on a defender. Probably need to spend 3 of the first 4 picks on a defender. And that's why when we go to, well, what about getting quarterback in this draft? I'd kind of like to rather add on to the defense. Defense needs a lot of help. We're not just 1 or 2 man bodies down here. You need a lot of bodies in on that defense. It's a long way away. It's darn near a league worst defense that we've had operating this season. So simply just one guy is going to be it. You got to go multiple guys. You need a lot of help down there. You really do. Ghost, you're awesome though. Thank you for the $10 donation. Yeah, I definitely think it was impactful, but more that your defense couldn't stop anybody. That's going to be the thing I'm gonna, like a dog on a bone, probably be chewing on more, than anything else. Fritz with a $5 donation. Thank you, Fritz. Ownership needs to get a defensive coordinator and relieve Pete of defensive duties. We've had 2 guys in 4 years, and the issue persists. Thank you for the $5 donation. I, again, just want to say, I know I've said it once, I'm glad I'm not the only one kind of thinking this in the realm of this defense needs to get fixed. Schematically, stylistically, the way in which it attacks offenses, the way in which it goes about its business. This thing needs to be re-tinkered with. It's not just a matter of a talent situation. It's soft zone defenses that are getting picked and pulled apart every which way but loose. And that's, we've seen it for years now. Not just this year, not just with this rebuild year team. We saw this when you were supposedly in the window of your Super Bowl runs with Russell Wilson, right? It's been here for a while now. And so to think that it magically goes away with a little bit more talent next year, I think is a little bit of it'll be improved, but it ain't going to go away, right? Appreciate you, though. Thank you for the donation, Fritz. And we share a like mind on that one. Russell Marq with the $2 donation says, we'll be back and our future is bright as it can be. It is very bright. And you sit with the 5th overall selection in the first round. And I think now 19th overall is where you'll be after this football game with your other first round pick. And you got the 2 second-round picks, 10 picks in total in the draft, $50 million to spend, something like that, out there off the salary cap. So a lot of ammunition to reload the gun. Geno and shotgun here on 4th and goal with 2 minutes to go in this football game. Niners are going to show a blitz. Okay. Geno dropping back to throw. And we finally get a pass interference call. There we go. Keldon with a $2 donation says, $2 troll checking in. This game, not good. This game got good. Yeah, I bet you feel good about this game now, Keldon. Thank you for the $2 dono. Samuel Freeman with a $5 donation says, I missed the first half. Love this team. Looking forward to the draft. Thank you, Samuel. I love this team too. And we're going to be doing some great draft coverage as we go forward. I'm just putting the final bits of wrapping up on my Will Anderson videos. So we'll be diving into some very deep Samuel draft content. You can better believe it here as we get into this off season. But thank you for the $5 donation. And it was a wonderful, wonderful first half. It just went real sideways once we got to the second half, didn't it? Real sideways. Boy, did that one twist. Geno in shotgun here on 1st and goal. Drops back to throw, looking for Colby Parkinson, a little outside of his grasp. John Lugo said with a $5 donation says, all I know is someone is going to get fired. Seahawks are never aggressive in free agency. We picked up a washed up players. We need to stack up with talent. Free agency spending's been a little bit weird in recent years, John. It has. Even when you've had money to spend, to your point, you've gone out for more of those veteran free agents that are kind of on their last leg that you're hoping to get one last run from, so to speak. They did a little bit better last year, I think, with Uchenna Nwosu. And we got a touchdown here into DK Metcalf. So Seattle does at least answer back a little bit here. And so they did a good job, I think, John, with Uchenna last year. I think having to pay Russell as you've had through the years has hindered your ability to really loosen out the purse strings like you'd like. But I would expect them to spend a lot more money in this offseason, especially with all that dead money finally fully clearing off of the books as it has. So hopefully they do get aggressive. This is going to take more than just this draft, especially if we're not going to get those schematic changes on the background of things. Appreciate you, John, for all your donations on the channel, man. You're awesome. Tommy Eden with a $5 donation. Seattle going for 2. Won't quite get there. Tommy Eden with a $5 dono. Appreciate you, Tommy. It says, should Clint be fired? This is bad D, even if it's Pete's D. I don't. I was really, though, a reticent guy, Tommy, that even thought that Ken Norton isn't the guy that you're really looking to have to fire here. To me, at the end of the day, this defense is Coach Carroll's defense, Tommy. And this isn't me saying this. This is the former players this offseason saying it when asked about the same thing. Because you see Cliff Averill asked about it. You see KJ Wright asked about it. You see Richard Sherman asked about it. And they go, what do you think? Clint Hurtt coming in there. He's going to be the new defensive coordinator. Is he going to bring a lot of these changes? Is he going to do a lot of this? Is he going to do a lot of that? And all of them to a man pushed back and said, no, this is Coach Carroll's defense. It stops and starts with him. This is his baby. You can bring in any defensive coordinator you want in the world, and it ain't going to matter if he's not going to give them the power and the control to run the defense as they see fit without him coming in and saying, no, I actually want it this way. Well, no, I want it over here that way. Well, no, I want it to how I normally do it. And that's what this defense is. So I think it's a bit of a patsy situation if you're looking at Hurt, just like it was a patsy situation if you're looking at Norton, just like it was a patsy situation if you were looking at Chris Richard. It's a little bit of a smoke and mirrors thing rather than it being the real reason for why things are where they are. Washington Fistquest with a $2 dono. Thank you for all the donos, Washington Fistquest. Seattle tries an onside kick and the Niners do recover with McCaffrey. So special teams was great again. That's something. Yeah, hey, we've been able to rely on the special teams unit throughout the course of the season every single time. There's been no doubt about that. Every game, including Myers hitting that kick at the end of the half. Dixon flipping field position as he did today. Dixon with 4 kicks, 194 yards on 4 kicks, 48.5 yard per average, 60 yard long today. Uga Boguki was bringing back the returns really well. He had 6 returns, 37 yard long return on the day. You do feel good about the special teams unit and how they played, and they certainly will be a big part of the building block as we do move forward. So give up the middle for the Niners running back. He'll take it and get dragged down. Appreciate you, Fistquest. Sanchez with a $5 donation. Thank you, Sanchez. I agree. Geno isn't to blame, but I pray he isn't here next year. See, now that's completely fair. That's completely fair. If you want to say like, okay, Geno played great, but I still don't want him here, I won't push back against that in the least. I won't be like, no, he has to be here. No. As I've said with that, Sanchez, if you're a person that's more of like, I want to just draft a guy because it fits, let's say, more to the 2012 blueprint, like what you did with Russell, where you had the team in place and then you got the young quarterback on the rookie deal and then you went that way with it, completely can go. I can understand that track of thinking, and I won't push back. And I'd say, okay, I can get that. That's a smart approach to go with it. So I understand those that might not be on wanting to do the Geno thing from that side of it completely. I only merely push back on looking at this game saying, well, this game's on Geno. This is why we lost. The fumble and the interception, not for that. Not for those. If not for that, we win this game. No, I can't quite see it that way. But that's fair, Sanchez. Completely fair. John Lugo with another $5 dono says, honestly, would have been nice to see Drew Lock out there. Honestly, would have been nice to see Drew Lock out there ever this game was out of reach. I don't think so at that point, John. And that will be the final snap here as this will wind down. I don't think that would have been the way to go here again with it. Again, it's if they don't know what they've got in Drew Lock for the future at this point, then they're not going to know what you have them go out here and have to throw the ball over the football field in a situation where he has no run game. That's not going to inform you of anything on the other side of that either, especially because Geno played pretty good. Geno played pretty great overall today. It's outside the absent, the interception, the fumble, he was perfectly fine. Especially with once again, as we've seen over the back half of the schedule at times with no rushing attack, basically to speak of at all. Barry Satoro with a $10. And John, thank you for all the donos, man. Double, triple donos, quadruple donos. I appreciate you, brother. Barry, thank you for your triple dono here with the $10 donation. You're awesome, brother. Says, hey B, how is it Geno's fault that the defense allowed 41 points? Did he miss tackles on CMC and Debo? Yeah, you see why I'm pushing back very hard on it when I see it a little bit mentioned in the chat. And I've probably been a little bit sensitive to it through the course of the year because I've seen in games where Geno's thrown for 325 and got another 45 yards on the ground and the defense can't stop anything and people are going to Geno. And I know that the quarterback is a very important position in people's mind. And I know that people want to see that position playing well at all times. But at the end of the day, this is a team sport and there's a 53-man roster and the quarterback cannot do it all on his own. The other part of this is that this is not the type of team we're supposed to be building here. You're supposed to be building a balanced attack, not one that has the quarterback throwing 75% of the time and having to make, money shot throws every other throw without a running attack and a middling pass protection. That's not the plan. That's never the plan. And you're right, Barry. It's the story of this game is missed tackles. The story of this game is soft zone coverages. That's the story of this game. And it's the defense beyond that. To me, you arrived down on the blame game on this one at Geno, pretty far down the list on that one, if at all. And those turnovers came out of him having to press to try to make a play. And why was he pressing to make a play? Because the offense was bad all day and he was just trying to manufacture something to happen? No. He was pressing to make a play because he knew the defense couldn't stop anything. And he had to go down there and score every time. And that's going to build that in a little bit. You're in a third. He's in a third, I think, on the fumble. You're on a 3rd and 17 or something because you've had a penalty as well, right? So you're in a 3rd and 15. You're normally going to tell a quarterback there, well, just take a quick underneath route for 5 yards. We'll take the field. We'll get out of there. But you're thinking at the moment, we got to kind of get down and get a touchdown here. I don't know if our defense is going to be able to stop this offense the rest of this half. So there's a little bit more of that pressure that gets put in. Quarterback starts to press. But here's the thing, if you have all that stuff on the front end that's taken care of and the quarterback's not had to be put into a position to press like that, the mistakes don't get made. And that's why I go, we got to go to the source on this one. We don't want to end up downriver. We want to go to the source to try to get this thing kind of figured out. Jack Turner with a $10 donation. Thank you, Jack. I really appreciate you. You're awesome, brother. He says, I'm tired of getting outplayed in playoff games like this. And if we end up having to settle with Murphy or Wilson at 5, I'm going to be so disappointed. We need a real change this offseason coaching-wise. Well, you're hearing it, folks, in the chat, Jack, as you saw, and I haven't even interacted with my chat yet here on this post-game stream, Jack. But as you've seen from all the other donations before you, on just a couple of the donations on people's comments before you, I think you're going to hear this from a wide variety of Seahawks fans, and it's going to lead to some battles out there. I know I'm going to get into it in my chat already here in the postgame with folks who are Coach Carroll believers, tried and true through, and it's one that frustrates me. Because again, it's one where we can wear multiple hats. I can look at the season and say it's successful. I can look at Coach Carroll and say he's a good coach. But I can also look at Coach Carroll and go, this defensive thing is turning into his Achilles. It's his Achilles heel and it's being sliced open on a weekly basis. And I don't know how to close it by just the nature of hoping that just talent does it alone, which is, I think, what your reference is into it, Jack. When you say that we're outplayed, yeah, outplayed, outcoached. You drop in this game into soft zone defenses. You press none of the action. Shanahan knows that your prevalence is going to be to play that, and he's a smart offensive mind. He's going to take advantage of that. If you give an offense an out and you say, okay, we're just not going to give you the deep ball. We're going to ask you to be patient, and we're going to count on the fact that you're going to be impatient. Because remember, folks, this is where this soft zone defense comes into play. The whole basis of the soft zone defense that Carroll plays, and by soft zone defense, I mean protecting against the deep ball at all costs. Okay? The reason you did that is because when you had the 1980s and you had the 1990s and you had the 2000s, which this philosophy was built out of those times, Carroll developed this philosophy under Bud Grant and through his time with USC. And the way that those offenses, both in college football and National Football League, attacked at that time was more of trying to press the ball up the football field on throws. It was not dink and dunk. Bubble screens weren't as much a part of the game. Fly sweeps weren't a big part of it. Just getting little touches to your guys in space, which was not as much of what football was about. You had West Coast offenses, but it was still about pushing the ball up the field. That's why when you look at the stats in the 80s and 90s from quarterbacks, you'll notice a lot of interceptions from those guys because they didn't care as much about interceptions back then. They wanted to go let it rip. It was thought it's worth it to try to get a big play up the football field, to get a quick score in that fashion. And so built within Carroll's defensive scheme was always that the offense will eventually become impatient. They'll eventually stop thinking and dunking, taking what we're giving them, and they're going to try to press it up the football field. And when they do that, we'll have our safeties over the top who can then get the interceptions, the game-changing plays, and we got them. But as we see right now, that's exploited in the modern game because now the modern game is more about hitting stuff short, having guys like Deebo Samuel who can catch a little 7-yard out route and then house it. You didn't have that Deebo Samuel running back, wide receiver hybrids back in 1986, again, when this original philosophy was developed. So that's why to me that it fails now so often, despite whatever talent you put out there, it will fail a little bit in the future is teams are going to be patient. Teams are going to be willing to take what you give them. You give me a free 7, 8, 9 yards every play. Why wouldn't I take that? Why would I force that ball up just because I'm impatient, because I want the deep shot, just because I have to have that at some point? No, that's not the way modern offenses are built or how they operate. Thank you, though, Jack. I really appreciate the $10 donation. Jose Garcia with a $2 dono says, make a call to Cliff Kingsbury for the offensive coordinator. No, Jose. Offensive coordinator Waldron didn't necessarily call his greatest game out there today. I thought he did pretty good overall, though. And then he probably had to start to feel like he was pressing stuff when he knew his offense needed to run like it was going to need to. But Kingsbury is not a very good coach. The guy has failed upwards throughout the whole course of his career. He's a guy to me that I think is a little bit kind of overrated from the standpoint of how he's viewed out there a bit. Carl Nerney with a $2 donation. Thank you, Carl. Says, good job not resorting to drinking. Great season. Hey, thank you, Carl. Not as of yet, man. I don't know. That beer's awful cold in the fridge, though, I'll tell you. It's sounding mighty tasty right now, I'll tell you. But thank you for the $2 donation, Carl. I really do appreciate it. You're awesome for doing so, brother. And thank you for all the donations on the chat today, man. It's good to see you in the chat, too. Osama with a $2 donation says, well, this blows. Who's up for a Hooters run? I'm with it, Osama. I'm with it. At least a little bit of eye candy could maybe make me feel a little bit better about this, right? Couldn't hurt. Couldn't hurt. Aiden Simmons with a $2 donation. Thank you, Aiden. Schneider needs to call the Saints and get Davis now. Demario Davis. Thank you for the $2 donation on that, Aiden. Demario Davis is indeed one of your better middle linebackers in the sport. No doubt about it. Probably top 4, top 5. He is a little bit older, Aiden. So he is a guy I think that's into his 30s, I believe now, if I'm not mistaken. So he's kind of getting just a bit up there, which might make you a little worried to make that kind of trade. But your base point is this. We've got to deal with this middle linebacker position. We got to deal with it in a big way. Jordan Brooks is not going to be back at the start of the year next year, not with that late ACL tear. And certainly off the back of this performance by Cody Barton, you don't have a lot of faith or trust in him going into the future either. So they're going to have to do something at middle linebacker. It doesn't help as well that this draft sucks for middle linebackers. It's a really bad draft for middle linebackers. So that also is going to impinge things just a little bit in that. And maybe that pushes you, Aiden, to have to go make a call for a guy like Davis at that point instead. It very well mean that. Thank you for your donations, Aiden. I appreciate you. Eric99 with a $2 donation says, yeah, everyone is right. Geno gave up 500 plus yards. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I love the sarcasm in my donations too. You guys are awesome. It's awesome. But yeah, it's what do you want him to do? Like, he can't go play both sides of the ball. And if the defense maybe just caused 3 punts into the fourth quarter, maybe you could sell a little bit more on me that somehow it's on Geno there with the interception of the deal. But I can't do it on those 2 plays. I just can't. He was playing great football when this game was still close. When they started to run out in front and look like your defense couldn't stop it, then he starts pressing, and that's going to be the nature of a guy playing the quarterback position in that moment when stuff unfurls in that fashion. Appreciate you though, man. Thank you so much, Eric99, and you're 100% right on that one. Samuel Freeman, $2 donation. Who do you think can take the Niners out? I think the Eagles could take the Niners out if Hurts's arm is healthy enough to not be completely limited. I think they could potentially do it. From the NFC, aside from that, I don't know if there's a lot of other teams that I have faith in maybe being able to do it. The Cowboys could if they show up on the right day where they're ready to go strong, because they're so inconsistent week to week at times. But they certainly have the type of defense that's built to where they could give the Niners some problems if they're playing their best ball, right? If Dak's playing his best ball, right? They've got to be on it. But I think the Niners have do have a clear pathway to getting to the Super Bowl here at this point, because I think Hurts's arm is a little dodgy. The Vikings aren't playing their best, and the Cowboys are the Cowboys. Like they eventually become the Cowboys. So unfortunately, I think we're going to have to see the Niners in the Super Bowl. Unfortunately. Corsos de Gutierrez with a $2 donation. Geno choked, period. Game was close till the fumble. Again, this will be, I think Corsos, this is going to be a very vibrant, debate on this, but I can't disagree more fervently, man. I just can't. I appreciate the donation. I really do. But again, you come out of this game and you're looking at why you lost this game. You didn't lose this game because of one play. This is a little bit of my problem that comes into place when people say about the Super Bowl in 2015 or whatever, 14, where they go, should have run the ball. And you go, wait, hold on. There were 78 other plays in that football game. Those all go out the window. Those all go bye-bye for this one play, because we've determined this is the one play that everything... A football game is not just based off of one play. Like a basketball game is not just based on one court possession down, or a baseball game based on just, let's say, one inning. It's based on the totality of what it is on the day. Is the fumble a bad point? Yeah. But here's the thing as well. The fumble's caused not because Geno's sitting there holding the ball too long and he's not recognizing the pressures in his face. He's also got the fumble because the center who was filling in for Austin Blythe blew his block completely off of the snap. Does Fuller get no responsibility on that too? It's just all on Geno then? This is the problematic point when you start to try to put it on one player on a team, when on the field there's always 11 players on the team at one particular time. It's very hard to just go to one guy and go, it's him here. I know he's the quarterback, so it's easy to go, but it's kind of a simplistic approach on this one to look at this game and go, QB, man. Barry Sotoro with a $10 donation says, how many interceptions did Geno have this season? 11? How many interceptions did Patrick Mahomes have? 12. Burrow, 12. Josh Allen, 14. Dak, 15. Stop with the nonsense. Geno is a turnover machine. Thank you. And yes, not a turnover machine. You don't have the quarterback rating he put together this year. Like you said, the interceptions, not a turnover machine. What's happened in the back half of the schedule is a little bit of what had happened in the course of this game. It's a bit of a microcosm on it. You don't have a consistent running game. You've got a defense that's giving up a lot of points and a lot of yards, putting the offense in position to have to score that many more points. And then you have a quarterback dropping back with pass protection that can get a little bit shaky at times. And all of that goes together to creating turnover situations. If you have balance offensively, if you can keep this more 50-50, if you can rely on your running game a little bit more often throughout the course of a game and not have it just completely go absent on you for a whole football game, then you're not going to be putting your quarterback in these positions where he's got to put the Superman thing on his back and go up there and fly through the skies. I think that's the main pushback I'd say here, is that they're the folks looking for the quarterback to go be Superman. Rather than going and looking for your quarterback to be Superman, look at how we can fix the rest of the team not forcing our quarterback to have to go be Superman. That's to me where the fix is at on this one. But thank you, Barry. I appreciate you, man. And I agree with you 100%. Spectre 7 with the $10 donation. This sucks booty, but I'm glad we made it competitive for at least a half. Me too. Boy, was that a fun first half. That was a fun first half on the other side of it. I was feeling pretty good about us coming out of that half, thinking, all right, we're going to make this a dogfight at least, right? Like, we're going to make them have to earn this and get us into that last. And sure enough, they did get in the fourth quarter with only one possession. They did score pretty quickly into that fourth quarter, make it a 2-possession game. But yes, yeah, it does suck to have it kind of fully finish out like that when you're so kind of close in there. And you showed on this day that you could play with them. You know, you did show you could play with them on this, at least for a half. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. What kind of hops you got in the what kind of hops you got in the reefer? Asked Garth. Are you going to hear a subset up, or are you going to hear a sub up call the Niners? Are you going to suds up call up the Niners versus the Jaguars? I don't know. We'll go for a little bit on here tonight, and I'll see what I'm kind of feeling on. So it's been I'm going to kind of feel this one out just a little bit on where we're going to go with that. We might turn a little bit of that on and watch a little bit of it. Sometimes I'm usually after a game like this, I'm like, I don't watch any football. Football's stupid. Football's dumb. You know what I mean? So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes with that one, Garth. But thank you for the $5 donation, brother. I appreciate you. I do. Bear with me, folks. I'm going to be right back here, and I'm going to use the bathroom, and then we're going to do a kind of a post-game. I'm going to do a little quick post-game wrap-up here on this game, and then we'll get into the chat, and you guys, we can kind of turn this one all the way over. So bear with me just a second if you could for me, please, and I will be just right back. Okay. Thank you for bearing with me here. Joshua W. with the $2 donation. Thank you, Joshua. Geno numbers were very Wilson 2012. Yeah, I guess there's just going to be, Joshua, I guess there's going to be just a lot of folks that are really on the Geno thing with this one. You know, so I'm going to try to be patient here. I'm going to really try to be patient on this one, but it's probably going to be tested at some point tonight on this one, folks. So Joshua, Russell Wilson 2012 had Marshawn Lynch in the backfield. So he had a consistent running game throughout that year in just about every game that he was going to be in. He didn't have a game where he was going to be asked and carried to throw with a high volume attack of attempts. So 35 attempts in this game, passing the ball, 25 attempts, right? So let's run the math here. You have 60 total offensive plays at that point, right? So, So you're throwing the ball 58% of the time in this football game. I would love to go see a game where we saw Russell and how often. I guarantee you that I don't think Russell was throwing 58% of the time in the playoff game. But you had Marshawn Lynch to lean back on. This is a little bit why I give Geno the pass. You've got the defense not stopping anything, and then you consistently can't do much as far as generating any rushing yardage goes. They tried to start to run the ball. They started out trying to run that first two drives, and they got two quickly 3-and-outs off those first two drives. So, yeah, again, I'm not saying that Geno somehow played amazingly football here, but again, you can't really make the comparison to Russell Wilson when Russell Wilson had a better offensive line in front of him than Geno had today. He had a better running back in front of him, Geno today. Maybe you have at least you had two better receivers, but Russ had more of a multitude of receivers back in 2012. So there was a little more depth there. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe you're being good about it, where you're saying, well, he's at least giving you a game manager. I don't know. Maybe I'm misunderstanding your comment with that, Joshua. So I could be on that too. And if I am, I'm sorry on that. Megan with the $5 dono. Thank you, Megan. Says, we may have lost this game, but what a year. So proud of this team, and getting to be in Seattle live was a highlight. Bring on next year, 12s. Hey, bring it on, Megan. And yeah, it was a great year, fun year. We got to watch a lot of fun football in a year that's essentially been a rebuild season, which is certainly encouraging from our standpoint, because it could have been a lot uglier and tougher to have to get through. It could have been a complete slog. I try to get to the other side of this, and this has been no slog. This has definitely been a fun season, Megan, and it has been an enjoyable one to watch. It certainly has. Thank you for the donation, and thank you for all you do as a main mod here on this channel. Appreciate it. David with a $10 donation. Thank you, David. I really do appreciate it. You're awesome as well. Says, Seattle exceeded expectations this year. However, Pete is all about finishing, and the team and coaches completely collapsed in the second half. That's concerning. It is concerning, and I share your concerns with that. You used to, even in previous years in 2012, 2011, where the defense had its moments of being historically bad, usually even in those moments you could stop the run. Yet stopping the run completely, to use your words, collapsed this year. And you're right. Historically speaking, you look at Coach Carroll since 2010, prior to this year, he had something like a 600 winning percentage, a 650 winning percentage on the back 8 games of the season. But that has not been the way that was this year. So two of those things going in that way, I do find a little bit concerning. I do. I think maybe some of it can be explained with maybe some of the rookies starting to run out of gas a little bit. You have a young team not used to playing this long. That could be a little bit of it. But I think all of it was somehow, some of it was especially with offenses solving this defense and the way to attack this defense. That's how it really was showing up at times to me, David. And I think concerning is the right word to apply here. It's concerning. It's worrisome. It's definitely something that we got to be paying attention to in the long term of this, I think. Henry M with a $2 donation says 500 yards on D ain't going to do it. Start there. Well, Henry M, I couldn't put it better than you just did right there. And that's absolutely right. You give up 500 yards on the day. We as fans coming off and we're trying to turn over a loss. We really shouldn't be starting off with, well, what about that quarterback play though? No. Do not be going to quarterback. Go to the defense. Why did the defense fail today? And that's where our talk should be on this. Why did this defense fail? And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not the soft zone coverages. Maybe people within the chat will feel like, no, it's this and this and this. But no matter, what the reasoning should be, that should be what we're turning over, is to try to figure out and understand and better wrap our heads around, not what the quarterback's been doing. That's for sure. Thank you to all the donations in the chat. My gosh, though. Holy mackerel. I really do appreciate you. Heather Presnell, 49ers aren't all that because we played them as tight as well as the Raiders. Seahawks defense is the problem. Draft D. Draft D. Well said, Heather. And I agree with you 100% there. Jacob Davis says, Geno's a convenient scapegoat for this loss. We have serious issues at other positions that need addressing far more. There you go. Center, right guard, your defensive line across the board, both of your 2 middle linebackers. Potentially, we're going to need to look at strong safety, a backup running back, maybe another wide receiver. It's a lot needs to be dealt with here. David Parker, too conservative on that first half drive. 2 and out, 2, 3 and out. I think that's another part of this that if I was to point at a high level approach in this game that kind of bothered me with both offense and defense on this one, was there was a little bit of a lack, and the offense came together, but there was a little bit of a lack of that let it loose. Like we talked about, we came into this game with a feeling of, we got house money. This is kind of a bonus game. Don't worry about like being worried or safe or protecting yourself against this or that. Just let it all hang out. Go crazy a little bit in this one. I don't know if we saw it go crazy on both sides of the ball today. I think we saw a little bit of, let's stay on our heels and just try to keep things in close and just keep it tight and that's kind of what you got, I think, as far as the way that this kind of then met out from that approach a little bit to me. This is what you sort of get from that to me a little bit. William Leonard with a $5 donation. Thank you, William. You are awesome, brother, and I appreciate all of you, and you especially on that, William. Thank you. Says, why do we keep sticking with Pete when other teams are okay to move on sooner, like Doug Peterson in Philly? Certainly, yes. Doug hired while Pete was still already here, going through a whole process of getting to his point of success, getting a Super Bowl win, then losing a couple seasons, then being on the outs. Well, Pete has maintained his job throughout that whole period of time. My answer to this is that this is what you get when you lose an active owner. And Jody Allen, they can talk all they want, and they can try to put all of the little media blurbs that they want, and they can stick Jody Allen in the draft room on draft day and tell me that she's really a part of the whole process. But I sort of failed to kind of believe that a little bit. I think the response that Pete's being able to operate for a very long period of time in a way that, he does. And look, he's gotten them to the playoffs this year. So, from a standpoint of taking a rebuilding team and getting into the playoffs, as just from a base coaching point, he's been able to do those kind of things. That's been enough to how do you call for a guy's job if he's getting you to the playoffs? It's part of why I say this isn't a matter of about Coach Carroll not being good enough to get us to the playoffs. He's a good enough coach to get us to the playoffs. He'll be a good enough coach to take the talent we take next year, the money we spend in free agency, and get this team to the playoffs. But getting the team to being elite, which you can say all you want about being a consistent winning team, right? The Jacksonville Jaguars have more playoff wins than us since 2017. So if you want to talk about having this conversation in a real way about being a real elite team, being a team that's really pushing amongst the best of the best, how do the Jaguars have more playoff wins than us? If that's the case, if Carroll's that consistent winning guy. And I didn't say since 2020, in 2017. That's almost 6 years ago here, 5-6 years ago. And nobody looks at the Jaguars like they're a consistent winning organization, do they? Nobody goes, well, that's team that just, they always, every year just does that. So it's that hard part to get to on this one, because it's always as we want to do is paint with our broad brushes, or sometimes say, okay, well, guy's all bad or he's all good. Pete Carroll is a very good head coach. And he did a very good job this year with getting this team ready to play and get these rookies along and all of that. But the schematics of his damn defense and this defense itself and the way that it operates and the way that it goes about its business, this defense was only elite under Coach Carroll's time in here in Seattle. It was only elite, and it had a 4-year run of being elite. I will not take that away from it. It did. But the only time you were elite was when you had Hall of Fame talent stacked up across the board on the defensive side. That was the only time. To believe that you're going to be able to replicate that once again and stack elite talent all over at every single position once again, it's not going to happen. It won't happen. We've got to operate with more of a realistic tone. That's why these concerns, I think, about the defense are very, very real. Because it will hold you back into the future. We'll be right back here next year in the playoffs going, boy, soft zone defenses again. Well, I'm sure they'll fix it next year with more talent. Or maybe we got to get rid of the defensive coordinator. That's it. We'll need it's the DC. That's the game we'll still be playing next year if we don't address this in the way that it needs to be addressed. But I was asked about the ownership, William, and this comes down to Jody knows she's got to sell the team. The team's going to be sold probably a little bit after spring of 2024. Whoever the new owner is going to want to bring in their own coach. She doesn't want to hire a coach for the interim or bring somebody else new. So Coach Carroll's not going anywhere. He's going to remain. But why you see organizations get stuck in places and why you see them not able to take a true step forward sometimes comes sometimes from ownership not being willing to do and make the strong decisions that they need to make. And moving on from Peterson as quickly as Philly did has allowed them to move forward to getting a guy like Sirianni in there. And if they get to a Super Bowl this year, right? If Philly gets to a Super Bowl with Sirianni there and they've turned this back over and all that, that decision looks very, very smart on their part, doesn't it? If it doesn't already. And Peterson's a good coach, as he's shown with the Jaguars this year. He's a good coach. But you got to have all the right process in place. And you can't have if you're a good coach, you can't have some huge Achilles heel on the backside that teams can slice open every week, like that movie Pet Sematary when the kid slashes the back of the guy's foot, makes him fall down the stairs or something. Appreciate you, William. Samuel Freeman with a $5 dono says, I want Pete to stay, but I also want his hands off the defense. I'm completely good with both of those two things, Samuel. I'm not calling for Pete's head here. I am calling for the defense to be able to be redone and re-put in and fixed, and not half measures, full measures. And the full measure here is you've got to move off this defense. You got to move off this defense. It doesn't work. It doesn't work anymore. I'm watching the failure rate on this just over and over again. I'm going, it's too easy for these offenses. They don't even have to design like real complex plays. It's just real simplistic stuff. And it doesn't embolden me to think that you just fix that with just talent when it's that easy to kind of solve. David with a $5 donation. Samuel, thank you for the donation. And I do agree with you, man. I want to make sure I'm being clear. I'm not necessarily saying Pete's got to go. I'm just saying that the defense and the way it's running ain't so good. It ain't good. David with a $5 dono. Thank you, David. Love what Geno did this year, but if a team is willing to pay him more than $25 million per year, let him walk. Completely understand that. Like I said, I don't have any issue. I'm in favor of re-signing Geno. I think like you, my money amount is 25 too. I'm not going past 25 million a year. I want to bring him in on a blue collar line kind of deal if you're bringing him back, but I'm not going beyond that either. And if that's the asking price, then I don't want to be spending that on a quarterback. I don't. You have too much on this team that needs to be built in other places to be, going in that sort of go for it thing with the quarterback, paying him 30, 35 million a year. And there very well may be a team, David, that is willing to give Geno that amount of money. So, count me in that same lane as that I've got a price and a place I'm willing to go for on him, but I'm not going to go out of control with it either. It's not like by any measure he has to be brought back. There's no way we cannot. No, I mean, we can go and get another quarterback that'd be very good for this team, alternatively speaking. So I'm with you guys on that. If you want to say that that's the place you're in on, I'm with you on that. If we're at the spot of saying, well, this game was on Geno, well, then that's where I'm like, eh. But that makes sense, David. It makes sense. Again, too, if you're looking, I think this team in certain respects is trying to fit to that 2012 blueprint, build up a great team first, get the quarterback last. It's a smart approach. 2012, you had the most expensive offensive line in the whole NFL. And that's what you gave Russell Wilson. You looked for a quarterback in that third round who was pro-ready, who would run some pro-style offenses in college. All of that stuff led itself well to that kid then coming in here and hitting the ground running. So to fit Purified to that blueprint, I can see an intelligent approach behind that. Kronos1009 has been a member for 8 long months on the Hawks Nest. Thank you for that membership, Kronos. He says, I love Pete. God damn, I can't wait for the 2024 offseason when we get a new owners and a new coaching staff and front office. Yeah, it's going to be coming on that point, I think. I think that offseason is the magical offseason at that point where you will see that potential turnover at that time. Indeed, when Paul Allen did wait a year, I will say sometimes owners will come in and take a year of assessment before they just make the moves. But then Paul Allen, he made the full moves at that point. He went whole hog all the way through at that point. So coaching, general manager, all the way down to bring Holmgren in. So very well, you could see something very similar in 2024 at that point. But I don't think you'll see any changes before that time period either. Thank you, Kronos, for being a member of the channel. Joshua W. with a $2 dono says, needed big balls, Pete, not prevent Pete today. Yeah, Joshua. Well said, man. We got the little Pebble Pete today. We didn't get big balls Pete. We got Pebble Pete. I don't know why. I don't know what you're scared of in this game. I don't know why you're dropping so often in that first half into cover 2 looks when Brock Purdy can't beat you throwing the ball up the football field deep. He showed you that to you in the first half, but you stood back in your cover 2, you thought you could stop the run with the front 7. You want to worry about the big play. Scared of the big play. Got so worried about that big play. They might throw over the top and take our top off our defense and score. Can't have that happen. Never can be beat over the top. Can't have it happen ever. Yeah. Well, then you get Deebo Samuel running a little 8-yard crosser that he houses. As I say, it's the great irony of Coach Carroll's defense. If you look at the past couple of years, go check the stats up to back me up on this, right? The base point of the defense is to limit basically a yard per attempt of a quarterback. Because we're asking you to dink and dunk and not get the whole shots up the field, you would think then, if you put that together from a logical standpoint, that equals out then to that quarterback having a low average per attempt on a weekly basis. Go look at box score by box score by box score over the last 3 years. And you're looking at quarterbacks, much like we saw with Purdy today, 11.1 yards per attempt. I just spoke about the fact that you're sitting back in this soft zone coverage throughout the course of this day, right? You're trying to prevent the deep stuff. You're trying to prevent those chunk plays down the football field. Yet you still end up giving 11 yards per attempt. That's the irony of it. You're giving up the very thing you stop at the base of this defense. This defense starts from 2 places. Stop the run, stop the big play.
That's how this defense begins, from those two factors, and then more of everything else from the philosophy is born out of those two things. Those two things. Yet the irony is that you give up the big plays in the passing game anyway. You don't prevent anything with that. It's odd. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I really do appreciate it, brother. Says, Brando, your thoughts on what kind of defense can combat a 49ers type scheme? I think the 4-3 under defense that Carroll used to run, while not great against all teams, would have been the type of scheme that you would love to be able to implement here against the Niners this week, for instance. And that's why we've had success against Niner offenses in recent history, even when we're having struggles against other offenses in the NFL, Garth. Because with the 4-3 under scheme, you're putting a de facto fifth man down on the line of scrimmage. And so you're taking away you're not only got the guys inside to clog the inside holes on those A-gap runs. When you want to go to the fly sweeps, when you want to go to the outside, we've got that extra guy, that extra fifth man down there for the width runs, the lateral type of runs that go wide on it. So what I thought we were going to get a little bit more of this year with the hybridized is, based on the opponent, is the type of fronts that you would play. Instead, it was just the 3-4 essentially stuff that they wanted to run with it. But that's the ideal to kind of beat this Niner scheme, I think. I think this Niner schemes can attack a 3-4 defense a little bit easier, especially a soft 3-4 type defense that's not going to try to be any sort of like pressure based or clog up the line of scrimmage a little bit. So something that gets more bodies near the line of scrimmage, Garth. Something that has a defensive structure that does that and maybe leaves guys more on the outside and forces these quarterbacks, be it Garoppolo or be it Purdy, to push the ball up the football field. What you want to essentially do with it is force this 49er offense into its limitations. Where are the limitations of Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo? Throwing outside the numbers. So, if you leave that door open a crack to close the other stuff down underneath. Brian A. Wilson says, sorry, but having to listen to players and coaches give we gotta be better and we need to execute crap is knowing they've been jobbed is sickening. Call out the ref and the shield destroys you. I don't know if this was as much a game I'd put on refs. I mean, certainly in the second half, there's a couple of dodgy calls there, but I feel like we kind of lost it overall on this. Your boy LeBoy says, the coaching staff can coach tackling, but the player has to tackle the ball carrier. That's true. They can't tackle him as well. I think, though, we can come back to the nature of this defense a little bit, your boy, on this as well, though. You have a rally to the ball defense. You have a soft base zone defense. You have what's called a bend but don't break defense. And so what that means is that you're putting your players into more situations of having to rally to the ball and tackle in short space. And so if you have those limitations as far as tackling goes, then that's going to be a problem, but it does come in conjunction with your defense, right? Which gets less incompletions, which gets less batted away balls because you're not tightening down zones. You're not trying to lock guys up. You're trying to prevent things from getting out of order or too far gone down the football field on a given play. So some of that also comes from the nature of the type of defense you play with the rally to the ball kind of defense that you have. Again, why I don't think this scheme works as good as it once did 30 years ago is to make this scheme work, I need to have two-a-days. I need to have padded practices, right? Remember your boy Lee Boy, remember a couple years ago, we were one of the main teams getting penalized for practicing too hard. We lost a draft pick, I believe, because we were practicing too hard. Why was Coach Carroll having the team practice too hard? Because you have to practice really hard with this type of defense. You have to get it ingrained with this kind of defense, especially the physicality, especially the ability to bring guys down to the ground. Second, that the new CBAs went, nope, you can't work on tackling anymore. Oh, there's only so many padded practices. Oh, no more two-a-days. The second that they decided to go in that direction of things, again, started to become a little bit of it removed a little bit of the effectiveness of this defense. But here's the thing about that. You're not getting any more practices going into the future. You're not getting any more two-a-days. The limitations in the padded practices are going to remain on into the future. So problems with tackling don't get any better. because you're not going to be able to teach it to any more depth with any other new players that you bring in. The score of the game was 41-23. Brandon, the game in Seattle was closer than this. Geno passed 253, 2 touchdowns. Last one was when the Niners didn't care about it. Dustin Cole, excited for this year. Hit on defense this draft. Pick up some good free agents. Make adjustments and get back to basic fundamentals on defense. Sounds good, man. King Bomber says Geno deserves to be the quarterback. Anyone who says otherwise isn't a Hawks viewer. He's earned it. I agree. Life sentence. Some teams have had as many coaches in as many years as Pittsburgh has had in its existence. It's true. It's true. Chef Russ too clutch. We shat on them for trading all those picks, and he looks good, and he's not the primary target. He's just a piece. We shat on them for trading all those picks. He looks good. Zap916, I love to hate the Hawks, but respect. Hey, respect back to you guys. Well played game today. Delakey, would re-signing Geno put us in the same situation with Russ, unable to play and re-sign our own free agents and signing outside free agents? It's a little bit of why I've said Delakey. If there's a person that says I don't want Geno because I want to stick to the blueprint that got us the most success, that got us to Super Bowls 10 years ago, I can completely understand it, and I think it's a fair point. Does it put us in the Russell Wilson situation? No. When you were signing Russell Wilson, where he was wanting and what he was asking for was to be paid essentially into top 3 territory of the position, or to be essentially for a hot minute the highest paid quarterback in the sport, but always around that territory. And every 4 years he wanted to be re-upped at that spot. Geno, even at $25 million a year, is going to be a far cry on an average per year basis versus what the cap is going to be versus what Russell Wilson was. So you're going to save probably, let's call it 8 to 9% on the cap of what Wilson cost versus what Geno cost. So you're not going to be exactly in that same place. But to say it doesn't inhibit you to some degree, having 7% of your salary cap going to a quarterback, certainly it's going to inhibit versus being able to just have a guy on a rookie deal like we did with Russ. So from that standpoint, sure, it does there a little bit, but not necessarily to the range of what Russ was, where he was really kind of pressing that up about as far as you could kind of press it. Joshua, Barton and Brooks need to go. I'm with it. Addicted to Hawks says Brandon. Agreed. Defensive scheme hasn't been good. Also, we need lots of talent in 2023 draft. Fingers crossed we improve in both areas. Hey, fingers crossed. And certainly the talent's going to help, even absent making changes on the scheme. I will happily 100% acknowledge that bringing in those 4 picks in the first 2 rounds, having 10 picks, having the money to spend. I mean, you signed Daron Payne, you draft Jalen Carter, the defense is going to be better. It will. Heather says, man-on-man coverage, 4-3, period. Get out of the 3-4 BS with good players. Sign me up for that, Heather. Sign me up for that. What I've said is if I'm putting together a modern-day defense, I put one together with less of a worry about giving up the big play or having something like that happen. And the reason I would is because of the fact that it's an offensive league now. The game has been catered to the offensive side of the ball in a way it wasn't 30 years ago. And so you have to build in within your defense a little bit of an understanding that the price of doing business is that I'm going to probably give up some touchdowns here in this game. It's very hard to keep teams down to that level of things. But the upshot can be that by my pressure-based packages, by making offensive uncomfortable, by stacking boxes, by playing some more man-based stuff, I'm going to get some other game-changing plays as well, right? I'm going to get some tip balls. I'm going to get some interceptions. I'm going to get some strip sack fumbles, when I'm able to bring that free rusher. So there's some upshot that you get. And the theory behind it from my standpoint would be that defense with that pressure-based kind of attack gets more good on it than the bad that comes from the end of giving up the big plays. The other good side of it about being a defense than necessarily is going to either be like kind of more feast or famine-y is that you're now not going to have as many of these drives where the defense gets slowly gassed over the course of the game because they're bending but not breaking, but they're giving up drive after drive after drive, and you can just see them getting wore down over the course of a game. So I'm with you on it. I'd love that defense, Heather. I would. Chef Frosty Clutch, Geno had a ton of success spreading the ball around to his targets, mixed with Kenneth Walker. And if Penny is back on the cheap and we get Jamal Adams back for more than 4 games, this team is in it. I love the optimism. I do. JCO2, remember 12s, we got to be patient. This was supposed to be a rebuilding year, and we will be good. No other team has a brighter future than we do right now. I love it, man. And the future is bright. It is bright. Daniel W. Is Damian Lewis incapable of moving laterally? Every other guard on passing plays smacks the defensive ends if there is no defensive tackle to block. The guy walked forward like Michael Myers every time. Yeah, I don't know what the illegal downhill blocking thing was so weird. And twice we got it called, and both times it seemed pretty legitimate to me. I don't know why you've got your lineman walking up the football field either. And he certainly is challenged, Daniel, laterally speaking. It's not his greatest bag on that one. Thomas says if Geno is re-signed, that's fine. But I want a backup that is drafted in this draft to compete with Geno. Seattle has 4 picks in the first 2 rounds. They can use one on a quarterback. Well said, man. I'm with it. John Reeves, be like Jets fans the next couple of years. Not expect much until the rebuild is complete. I struggle with that one myself a little bit. But I think patience is a bit in order. Sure. Brian says, sorry, but have to listen to players and coaches. Oh, sorry, I read that. Dustin, do we know who's interested in buying currently? We don't. Technically speaking, they've got it because they have to wait on this, Dustin. Like they can't sell before the spring because you'd have to give the city 10% of the profits if you sold it before the spring in 2024. So there's a little bit of a holding pattern on this, and you wouldn't want to have even a sale in place tacitly like, well, we've got a sale in place with you, Mr. Bezos, and you'll take over in June. I think the city could come back and theoretically sue them for saying there was already a deal in place. You were just trying to get around the contract parameters. Delokey says, remember when the Hawks were known for tackling and had clinics for other teams? What happened? The CBA happened. It's been a little bit as we're referencing on that. And you're right. We used to be very great tackling, right? Carroll developed what was called the Hawk tackling technique, where you attack the near side thigh of the runner. And that's what you're essentially trying to tackle is then the near side leg, right? But you needed to have the padded practices to train that. You need the two-a-days. You need the training camps. And the players have made a choice to remove out as many practices as they can possibly get away with in the CBA. That does lower down then your ability to teach this defense in the way you need to teach it. Addicted to Hawks, I don't think KJ Jefferson came out in the draft. He's going back to school. Misplaced 12. Pete wants to stop the over-the-top more than he wants to win. We've seen it play out time after time. Misplaced 12. 100% on the mark with that one. Yeah, there is a fear in Coach Carroll's heart that is a greater fear than anything else on the football field. There's no greater fear that he has on a football field than he's not scared of high volume passing attacks if his offense has to be that way. Okay, he's not scared of running trick plays. He's not scared of that. There's one thing that instilled in Carroll's heart that he's more afraid of than anything else: giving up a deep ball over the top. As I say to you guys on this, think to this year. Think to all the games this year. How many times can you think of a quarterback even attempting to throw a 9 route over the top? Hardly ever, right? We went whole 3, 4, 5 games without seeing one of those kind of throws. And it's a good thing. You don't give up the dig plays. It's a good thing. So it's not a bad thing necessarily, but when you do it too extreme, when you're to that extreme a point where teams aren't even attempting to throw it up the football field, you have a Sam Darnold come into it to play and he's like, I'm not even going to look deep. I'm just going to I know I can just throw this underneath. That's where it becomes problematic. It's not problematic in itself. It's a problem when it becomes extreme. And that is the extreme. That is how this is extreme. Carroll does not want to give up those big plays over the top. It is against his religion. He considers it a mortal sin. Addicted to Hawks. Oh my God. Now someone blames Jody. Jody isn't in control of our defense. Paul Allen wasn't either. God rest his soul. I don't think that's not the way the blame game is working on this. Addicted to Hawks. The blame game it's not even really a blame game. It's just speaking to, you need strong ownership. If you want to be a good NFL team, you need strong ownership. And if I have an owner in Jody Allen that's essentially just biding her time until she can sell the team a year and a half from now, and she's making decisions based around that selling of the team, then she's not committed as an owner. That's it. Not committed as an owner. And when I've got an owner in Jody Allen that has to be liquidating everything right now, where her job across all of the assets that was bestowed to her by Paul Allen now must liquidate everything, That means she doesn't have the money at hand necessarily to be as free spending. She's not doing the things that Paul Allen did as an owner. So then it becomes very pertinent to point to the ownership on this, especially if it comes down to a coach that they're not willing to move off from, or they're not willing to hold it to any sort of accountability standard that they need to hold to in order to then become that elite team. As I say with this is about becoming an elite team, and how do we get to become an elite team again? Do we just trust that it's all just talent and we'll get there with just the picks and the money to spend? Maybe. But, we've gone into off seasons in multiple years a couple times over with $50+ million to spend, and we didn't get the job done, and we spent the money poorly. We've had draft picks aplenty in the past, and that's not necessarily gotten the job done either. I just present that maybe there's something a little bit more at play there here than just it being as simple as that. Yeah, DK played a good game. Chef Russ, Dustin says, part of the reason this was a loss so painful is because we played so well in the first half, then just fell apart and lost our momentum. Yeah, we did. We did indeed. Simple 1970 says, didn't Lewis play some center at LSU? I think he might have done a little bit of that. He's actually started a game for us at center as well. I don't think he's going to have the mobility stuff enough at center that we're going to want from the position. Irma Scood says, think we can get Daron Payne? I do. If Washington doesn't franchise him, I absolutely do. And I think that they have to decide to pay the other kid Allen here soon, so they're going to probably let him walk. Jeff Logan, their linebackers did play a lot better. O'Dwyer, I'm excited to see what Shiner can do in this draft too. I don't think you'll get cute, man. I think you'll have a good draft. Seahawks Network says, got to bring back Geno. I feel like you'd be going backwards if you put out a rookie. Puts us back a few years. Understandable. I want to bring him back too, man. Joshua W. says, I was hoping to see more pressure with some man on the back end and cleaning up that middle area with Clint. We were missing enforcers in the middle to make a difference on all this underneath stuff. Well said, Joshua, and I completely agree. I was hoping this game we would come into it and be a little bit more of lay it on the line, play free and loose, let it all hang out. But you didn't bring your pressure-based packages. You stayed with your four-man fronts. You stayed in your soft zone coverages. They decided they weren't going to do anything different than they'd done coming into this game. And I think that that's part of what lost you this game, especially when I point to more of the defense than anything else in this game. I go, you lose it because you decided to play this soft and easy. You got a 7th round rookie quarterback, and you let him have all the time in the pocket to sit back there and pick you apart. Like, that's not what you do against rookie quarterbacks. But we don't like the blitz because Carroll doesn't like the blitz. And why doesn't he like the blitz? Because he's scared to death of the big plays on the back end he'll give up if he blitzes. It always comes back again, time and time again. It comes right back to that fear. That fear. How do you win in football being afraid? How do you win in football defensively if your thing is, okay, we're going to start our defense. Okay, we're starting our defense out. Okay, well, the first thing we need to do is start on the defense and be scared about this big play. I don't know. I don't know. John Lugo. Thank you, John, for all the donations, man. I appreciate you. Okay, last one, I promise. What do you think about Elon Musk for ownership? He is a winner. Okay. I'm out. Go Hawks. Thank you for the $5 donation, man. Donate as much as you want. Ask as many questions you want. I'm with it, man. Look, what I want from my owner is this. I want an owner that cares. I don't want the team to become like his Corvette down in one of his lower parking lots at his mansion, right? In his underground parking lot. I don't want it to be that. I want a guy that buys a team that truly cares about the team becoming a winner and wants to see them win. And that means that he's going to make the hard decisions when he's called upon to need to make those hard decisions, which I don't think right now we've got the hard decision being made out there on the top end of things. I think instead we've got somebody who's looking for the decision to just kind of, let's just maintain. And they're operating more from that mentality of things. But then the loose purse strings, John. I want a guy that's willing to spend money, which you would think in the NFL with teams making reportedly anywhere upwards of like $300 million in profit every year, that they would be willing to open up those purse strings. But, even in Jody Allen, let's say not this year, but the year before, you left $11 million on your cap that went unspent. You know, if I was an owner in the box and I'm looking at the Seahawks team that year coming into it, and this is a year where Russell's on your roster still, where you're theoretically still in your Super Bowl window, where you're theoretically still going for it, I'd come back and I'd say to my general manager, why are you leaving $11 million of money unspent when we're supposed to be going for Super Bowls right now? And I just can't help but think that there's a little bit of a tightness right now as it stands with a little bit of the purse strings. We'll see this year with the money that we have to theoretically spend. But yeah, Elon would open that up at least for you, in my opinion, John. He would give you that ability to, here's whatever money you need. Because the key on this is why I say it's money-based, is that when you sign big contracts, if we go sign Daron Payne to a $100 million deal and $60 million is guaranteed, the owner has to put immediately on the signing of that contract $60 million in escrow. You know, whatever guaranteed that is, even if it's not all bonus money, just guaranteed, it's got to go right into escrow at that point. So you need the owner who's got the purse strings to be able to pull that off. And I think that Jody's restricted in this again, coming at it from a logical standpoint, because of the fact that she's been mandated by the Paul Allen Trust to liquidate everything. Everything must go. She's not in a position to spend right now. She's in a position to collect everything so it can go to Paul Allen's pet projects. But that's a little bit of a theory as much as anything on my part with that one. Jeev On says, better result than I expected. The 49ers were just perfectly constructed to exploit our weaknesses. You just can't stop the run when you have terrible defensive line and injured linebackers. Yep. I mean, you got kind of sliced up in the passing attack here, Jeev, as much as anything with the running game today. Certainly the running game's a big part with 181 yards, but Purdy got 324 yards on only 30 attempts. So it was really them slicing up as much as anything into the secondary today to me. CJ Kurzman, Brandon, 3rd and 8, we run the ball. Yeah, that was a Geno audible, I think, right there. Thomas, I think Seattle needs to copy the Niners' wide 9 scheme, be more aggressive, but use Woolen more. But I will draft another corner too. Maybe Lee Ringo's a potential. Who knows? You never know. And your boy Led, I do agree. We do need to get the defense loaded up this offseason. No matter what, you got to load this defense up. Simple 1970 says, basically, this came down to the D-line. San Francisco got pressure. We didn't. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I think the soft zone coverages on the back end kind of was a big part of it, too. See, if I do miss your comment, you can just repost it. We got a lot of people in the chat here today, so definitely be rolling through these a bit. Sean Lee, I think we can have, I do have faith in our draft. I think our draft going on the hills last year, picking as high as you're picking is going to help us to have a lot more of a successful draft too. So I don't have any real worries when it comes to draft necessarily. Daniel says, Geno was fun for $7.5 million, but if I'm paying the guy $30+ million to fumble, interception, and critical, I know Dulaw helped because the fumble, but still, once we pay Geno, expectations are different. Yeah, I don't want to pay him $30 million. That's why I say 25 is where I'd be at, Daniel. What you want to do to me is find that middle contract where I'm paying the guy more than I'm paying pennies, but I'm also not paying top of the market, so I'm having an expectation level that comes from the quarterback. And here's at $25 million a year, the expectation level is we're paying for a good game manager. We're getting a guy out there that's a top-end game manager at $25 million. That's what that equivalent of price is at, right? $50 million a year gets you one of the best quarterbacks in the sport theoretically. I would argue it doesn't necessarily give you that, but that's what you're paying for when you're paying at that mark. If I go half that a mark, right? I go from 50 to 25. My expectation also dials down with that too, Daniel, right? We don't pay him 25 and the expectation level is up where it's at 60. So I think that's also the key to that too, is it's kind of a double-edged sword there on that expectation level of it. And that's why I'd say it's going to be hard to find that middle of the road contract, but that's why I'm pushing more for the middle of the road rather than being this one or the other. Either it's you're making nothing or you're making everything. Caleb Morton says, hey, Brandon, just got in. Can you give me 20 to 30 seconds of thoughts about this defense? You have a defense that's certainly undermanned, Kale, so you need more talent, and I'm not going to argue against people saying more talent's going to help this defense out. It's absolutely going to help this defense out in a tremendous way. I think that there's more problems, though, than just talent on this defense. I think that this defense's obsession with stopping the big play deep ironically causes it to give up big plays and give up big plays deep. I don't think that this defense has a whole hell of a lot from a schematical angle of things that it can hang its hat on. It doesn't generate consistent pressure. It doesn't cause turnovers. It doesn't make offenses uncomfortable. It's not exotic. It's not hard to predict. It's very easy to know you're going to get what you're going to get. And Kale, when you look at the first 3 completions to Brandon Ayuk in this game, they all come on 15-yard in routes. Why? Because you're attacking the cover 3 scheme at that point. You know, it's Shanahan coming into this game knowing exactly where the weaknesses are on this defense because he's played it for years. He's seen it every which way but loose, and then he attacked those weaknesses, and you have no counter. There's nothing your defensive coaches can do because everything is so simplistic and simple and easy and non-complicated because you want the players not thinking. You want them playing fast. Well, did it look to you guys like our defense was playing very fast out there? You know? But that's what the whole concept is behind it, and yet this is the price you pay for not, because you're so worried about having to ask your players to think. And again, it's the philosophy's built out of the 80s and 90s with a little bit more of maybe those traditional jock-like athletes that had a hard time thinking between the ears. And so you didn't want them thinking a whole lot. The modern day athlete is capable of doing those things, is capable of a little bit more complexity. But it's soft zone coverage, Kale. You had a guy that's challenged from an arm standpoint. You didn't press him. You didn't force him to throw down the football field a lot as far as to really test his arm. You let him get away with dinking and dunking you for the most part. And that's what happened. You know, your defense stayed soft. They didn't take it to him. They didn't play with a reckless abandon. They didn't play with house money. They didn't play like, hey, we're here. This is bonus. This is just it. Instead, they kind of played a little bit scared today on the defensive side of the ball, I thought. And for me, that's as much as anything of why you lose this football game. Clivic says, I'd like Geno to be our future quarterback, but I'd like to let him walk into free agency so he can experience how it's like having a lot of options being open to him. Dude's been a backup a long time. I'm okay with that. Especially if they can't find a reasonable contract. Jeff Logan says, if we give up a few big bombs a game, that's one thing, but to repeatedly give up 20-plus yard runs is inexcusable. Yep. And through a lot of this game, Jeff, you decided to keep your 2-eye look. So rather than bring Ryan Neal up into the box and let him help out in the run game, you dropped him back with Quandre Diggs back there in cover 2. So now you're leaving your box light with 7 men, and there's holes opened up. Paul says, if we sign Geno, we should still be able to sign a top free agent. Who do you pick as a top free agent? It's Daron Payne to me, Paul. Daron Payne. If it's not Daron Payne, then it's probably Mitch Morse, the center for Buffalo. I'd look at one of those two as my main 2 guys that I'd look, but Payne's the guy that I've really locked in on. Maybe one of the best run-stuffing defensive tackles in the sport, and he can give you 5.5, 6 sacks in a season in addition to that. Pretty hard to find that from the defensive tackle position. So I think Payne would be the guy that I would gravitate towards. It's not a great free agent class of guys. It's kind of thin. Diggs Doc says, yeah, maybe Damian Lewis watched too many Das Sprocket skits from old SNL shows. Looks like he was dancing out there. Yeah, I don't know. That was weird. Wayne G says, get Derek Carr, draft a quarterback, and build the interior on both sides of the field. That's a possibility going that route. It's hard to get as much on Carr, man. He's tough for me. Brian Koski said, I just heard that San Francisco had 323 yards on 10 effing plays. Damn. 323 yards on 10 plays. But you have a defense that's supposed to be limiting the big play. Again, the irony. The sweet, sweet irony. Sean, remember when this squad put together a number 1 defense for multiple years? What happened? Well, Sean, when you had Hall of Fame talent that you were able to stack up across the board, you were able to run a simplified defense because you had the speed, the size, the ability that was special across the board, not merely at, let's say, 6 of the 11 positions on defense, but you could make the argument 11 out of 11 were plus defenders in this league. And that's very hard to assemble that kind of talent on that side of the ball. That's why they were historically great. But you could really make, I think, a pretty certain argument at this point that absent having elite talent at every position across the board on this defense, the defense just does not work. And as I said before on this, Sean, if Coach Carroll's defense only works when you have elite talent all across the board on the defense, then what the hell good is his defense? Right? Why is his defense any better than literally anything else? Literally anything else. If it's providing me no natural built-in advantages, what is the benefit of this defense? And I got to be honest, and looking at the chat, I've not seen anybody post or even try to post a comment as to what this is accomplishing, what this defense gives you as far as something you can lean into. Well, we know we stopped the run at least. They can do all this other stuff, but we stopped the run. Or we know we at least can consistently generate pass rush. They might hit us here and they might hit us there, but we get the pass rush going at least. We got that. You got nothing you hang your hat on. Nothing this defense is naturally bringing on its own. You know, are the players making plays or not? Well, it's on them. It's not our scheme, Scheme doesn't do anything. They just got to fly around and make the play. It's not usually how football works. Usually football works where coaches will get their players schematic advantages on the football field. Not every play, but over the course of the game, you're trying to do that. And tell me Shanahan didn't put Brock Purdy into positions with schematic advantages in this game and how he called this game to give him that success that he did. That's what great coaches do across the board. TheSeahawks says, Brandon, wow, KJ is going back to Arkansas. Thanks for the update. Risky choice. I still liked his game. Well, hell, man, you even got right now CJ Stroud is flirting with going back to Ohio State. So this is that NIL money coming in addicted to Hawks that's changing the landscapes of these drafts and causing these players to kind of go back and through. And I was surprised with KJ Jefferson as well. I guess he probably got some feedback that he wasn't going to get taken in the first or second round, maybe even. And that was enough to cause him to go back. Wayne G says, regardless of the loss, great season. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Wayne G. It was a great season. Wiggs White. Okay, Seahawks fans, I give you guys credit. Great season. I extend a virtual good game and handshake. At halftime, I was a little disappointed that we'd given up the lead. You guys left it on the field. Thank you, Wiggs. Best of luck to you guys. Appreciate all the Niner fans coming and being pretty respectful for the most part over the course of this week. You guys, best of luck to you guys. Good game. You won it. Sebastian Skill says, thought Jody had solved it. Well, I mean, there's PR and then there's the reality, right? Public relations is one thing. Reality is sometimes another. And I'm not one that buys into PR stuff. And when I smell it, when I smell those fumes wafting, it's like somebody dropped a 2 in the bathroom, you know? No. Something's off on this one. It's a little bit like I say with Coach Carroll. Like you can't tell me with Coach Carroll he doesn't realize that these problems exist. He told you they existed. That's the thing with it, is that he's got to chew on his own words with this. Because when he said that we were too arrogant in our approach last year, he was referencing something very specific with that. And I would ask all those folks who might even be Coach Carroll backers, watch this last game, go back and watch that combine interview last year and listen to how he talks. Listen to how he talks about his defense. And I ask you, what happened? What changed? What changed from what he said at the combine to when the rubber met the road here this year? Because his words don't align to the actions of the team this season. Not defensively. And again, this is a good year, so don't, folks, we are kind of getting caught. But again, we're talking about this thing with Carroll because this has everything to do with the future and where this team can go, ultimately. This was still a successful year and it was still a good year, but I think these questions are valid to be raised and we've got to discuss them. Paul Sisius says, love me some Pete Carroll, but the game has passed him by. Sean, I'd rather give up the big play over the top than a 6-minute drive that puts points on the board and your D is exhausted by the fourth quarter. Bingo, Sean. Bingo. That's that's the way I would like to employ it too. The whole bend but don't break thing gets your defense wore out at the end of the game. It's a natural way of getting it wore out, especially if that team had remained patient offensively and was just dinking and dunking as we see teams willing to do against us. Delikey says Quandary Diggs looked like a rag doll trying to tackle D-Boy. Yeah, I did. He struggled with that one. CJ Kurzman, Brandon, draft Miles from Clemson, draft Anthony Richardson to sit behind Geno for a year. Thoughts? I'd be okay with that, CJ. I'd be okay with that. I think Miles Murphy is a guy whose physical ability is as good as any player defensively in this draft for the most part, but is certainly a guy that, it's been more flashes with him and the consistency hasn't necessarily been there, but he is uniquely talented. Anthony Richardson is, I think, probably the most talented pure quarterback in this draft. I also think, CJ, it's going to take him 2 years to get where he's going, and that whoever drafts him has got to build in that patience for that time to come about. And that you can't get impatient with him and try to pull him in there in year 2 if he's not ready. And I just don't think he'll be quite ready even by year 2. But year 3, look out. Look out by that point. Somebody's asking about the franchise tag. That would be $31.5 million. I think the Hawks, Brandon, doesn't it sound like Jody almost has to sell the Hawks? I admit being confused by Paul's will. No, it doesn't sound, she has to sell the Hawks. So this is why I say this is, for me, I'm not trying to throw shade at Jody. This is just the reality of the situation. And it's one that she doesn't have a lot of control over, quite frankly. She's been mandated by the Paul Allen Trust to liquidate everything. And when I say everything, that includes the football team. The problem is that you can't liquidate the football team before 2024 because you'll owe the city 10% of the profits if you do so. So it doesn't get sold before 2024, but it will be sold. The minute we pass that mark, the minute you get past that, we got to get 10% back to the city mark, the team will be sold at that point. So it is a little confusing with that addicted Hawks. There's no timetable in the will that forces her on a time period to say, sell here, to sell this, to sell that. But what it is told her to do, and the mandate is very clear, is you liquidate all of these things that Paul Allen had so that it can all of that money, then that big chunk of money then goes back into his pet projects that he was most concerned with. And the Seahawks team is not considered one of his pet projects within that. So that's the mandate. That's where it's going. She's driven to have to do it. It's outside of her control in that. Abel Grima says, I don't think the 49ers are going to the Super Bowl. Well, they look pretty good out there, man. Look pretty good. We'll see. Yeah, Damon Lewis isn't a center. I know there's some talk of that, but it wouldn't work. We need mobility. Linemen need to be mobile going forward, especially the center position. Chef Russ Too Clutch says, Bobby was the smoking gun. We'd win with Wagner instead of Barton. Well, it certainly would help having an all-pro at the position instead of Barton this year. I would think that would help. Heather says, Tyreek Smith, Malik McDowell, LJ Collier, Mafe, Brooks, Burke Curvin, Barton, Joey Hunt, Fuller, Teller, terrible. Nowhere to go draft picks is the problem. Need to get better picks like last year we got. Yeah, I think Mafe's a good one, Heather, actually. He's going to be a good player for us, but all of the other ones that you mentioned on there are certainly valid. And there's been some bad drafts. Certainly was a great one last year. So whatever they did last year, you got to do more of that again this season. Sean Lee says, DK had his best game of the year. Proud of him. I am too. DK was fantastic in this game. Love what I saw out of him. He showed up big when you needed to. Shams, Samir says, isn't there a report of Geno coming back, or am I misremembering? It's a Schefter report that came out today, Shams, and Schefter's kind of, he knows how to kind of stir the pot and put out little tweets at just the right times. So we'll see how much like he's been told anything, or if there's really any kind of new information with that. I think he's just kind of saying what's, he's expected to come back. You risk nothing as a reporter by saying something like that, So I do think the Seahawks is going to try to resign him back. What's going to be the cost? What's going to be the price? I'm not sure on that one. That's the up in the air. Heather, Carol is too cautious. You're absolutely right. Sean, would you trade up in the draft? I would never trade up in the draft. No, Sean. I would trade up in the draft, but not in the first round and not the top of the first round. Who do I think will be available at number 5 for the defense? I think Jalen Carter is going to be there. I do believe that 3 of the first 4 picks are going to be quarterbacks, absent CJ Stroud not coming out, Sean. But I expect him to come out. If he comes out, 3 of your top 4 picks, I believe, will be quarterback, which will lead you your pick between Will Anderson and Jalen Carter potentially. Jeff Logan, whomever the next owner is, I want someone like Paul who will be hands-off in general, but after a year isn't afraid to make a change. Agreed. He was the ideal, Jeff. And if you can get something like that again in the future, that would be, again, ideal. 100%. Jeff says, Bobby isn't just a tackling machine. He's a high-level cerebral player. Who cares if he's slower? Dude is built like a Ford if Fords were made right. That's right. That's right. And Daniel W., yep, I think Cross had a pretty solid game against Bosa this time. Couple penalties, but still pretty solid game. Jack says, B, now's the perfect time to jump on the Kraken bandwagon. It's a fun team. I know, I feel you on that. It's just tough for me, Jack, because I've got to have some kind of intrinsic love for hockey, you know? And that's the hard part, is that I got to enjoy the sport, and it's just not fun for me to watch it. I've watched it a few times and I can't quite get into it. Sean Hines, would you go after Levante David as a free agent this offseason? Nah, I wouldn't, Sean. Much for the same reason I probably wouldn't go after Demario Davis. I don't want to get a 30-year-old plus defender at this point on this team. We need to be young and we need to be fast on defense, not old and slow. And I'm not saying Levante's slow at this point, but steps slower. He's definitely played a lot of football. So now, Delikey, Jeff Bezos makes a lot of sense as a potential owner. I've heard he's looking at Washington, though, right now. And Heather dared to dream about Jalen Carter. I think he's going to be there at 5 for us. I do. Linebacker 54, 100%. What a wild ride of a season. All in all, I'm happy with this rebuild year. Remember, 49ers were basement dwellers for 6 years at least during their rebuild. Sign Geno, go all in on the D. That would be a good process, I think, to go at. That'd be a good place to begin from linebacker. Yeah, you need a lot of bodies on the defense and put a lot of resources to that side of things. Kirk Stemmer, Jody Allen doesn't want to sell and will hold on to the team as long as she can. It very well might play out like that. Like I said, I know that there's not an exact timeline mandated for when she has to sell the team, but she has been mandated to sell it nonetheless. But certainly not inside of 2024 in the spring. Like 100% on that. We'll see. That'll be the key on that, Kirk, is we'll see what happens once we get back to once we get out of spring and see if is there any rumors of there being a signing or not, or them selling or not. That's the part that we'll see on that one. Lawrence just threw 2 picks to open the game for the Jags, so using some people's logic today means he needs to be cut. There you go. There you go. Exactly. Heather Jared Verse is the edge rusher, second pick. He's good. He's very good. I don't know if he'll be there with that second pick, Heather. I think, especially with the other kid going back to school. Wait, was it Verse or the other kid who went back to school? I forget. There's one kid who went back to school, so the edge class has gotten a little bit thinner. Julian, I'd like to trade down if Carter Anderson isn't there too. That'd be an ideal. Misplaced is on draft day, Sesame Street. Word of the day needs to be trenches. Trenches. Joshua Jack Campbell with our second pick in the second round. I'm trying to get warmed up to him. I'm struggling with Jack Campbell. Brian Koski, Geno wants to stay in Seattle. I trust him as a starting quarterback. The team just needs better talent in the trenches on both sides. This draft could be huge. Agreed. Chef Russ Duclutch, what's Simpson's projected draft value? I think he's late teens to anywhere in the 20s of the first round, Chef Russ Duclutch. So the tough part here is that this is a draft that's filled with some pretty poor middle linebackers, and he's the one that kind of stands out. I know he's not always done pure middle linebacker stuff, but I think with where some of the sizes on some of these middle linebackers, you're feeling okay about maybe the fact he's 10 pounds lighter than you normally look for. But he's far and away above anybody else in this class as far as that linebacker position he plays. So that'll probably drive him up to being in the first round of probably the high teens. Jeff Logan says, how can our running linebackers not cover running backs? Well, as I was saying at the start of this, there's 2 places that Carroll's defense starts out from. Number 1, stop the run and limit the big play, which of course is the great irony is that you neither stop the run or stop the big play in this football game. But what happens with that is then you get your linebackers sometimes taking false steps to the line of scrimmage because there is such a predetermined value to them stopping that run. You know, the coaches would rather lean towards you stopping the run than have you leaning on your heels to get back into pass coverage. So a couple times today, they bailed out fully they were all in on stopping the run, and they left a lot of stuff then open then on the other side of it because the linebackers had bit. They'd taken the cheese. Daniel W. says, Pete needs to retire. His defense has 0 creativity. I didn't see any stunts even. Not even a stunt let alone creative blitz packages. Cody Bryant didn't blitz one time when it's been effective. No, I had hoped to see stack fronts and a lot more blitzes in this game, Daniel. That was a little bit of the let's let it ride. Let's play this a little bit loose and free. Let's go for it in this game. Let's not worry about getting hit on the back end. If it happens, it happens. Nobody thought we were going to be here anyway, but they didn't. That's a little bit of what I'd speak to on that too, Daniel. Just, outside the creativity, just sort of just on your heels. So we're letting the offense sort of take it to you a little bit. And you're 100% right. There is no creativity on this defense. There's nothing this defense does that confuses offenses or confuses offensive coordinators. They go, we're just going to line it up and we're going to play it as we play it. And we're going to make you deal with us. Huh? How'd that work this year with offenses having to deal with us, with us not trying to mold our given defense to what the offenses do? To me, that's what great defenses do, is that they do what they're going to do, but they also look at the weaknesses of an opposition and they go to attack those weaknesses. But you don't do it because you don't have the creative ability to do it within the contextual way that you build this defense. Brian Koski says, Geno just said he's in it for the long haul. Hell yeah. Cool Breeze says, this one was tough, y'all. I'm going to be irritated till this bottle's gone. Great season. Hey, great season, man. Rath says, I think Geno's fumble was the turning point. Not that it was his fault, but it really deflated the team. Yes, it's definitely where the game went off the rails after that point. But I think too, to me, it's like I could as clearly say is that opening, touchdown drive by the Niners when defense was given every chance by that offense of kind of bailed out for the half that they had with that first half. That you could almost say that's much the turning point, that you then put your offense that's already got some good drives, some good throws to make them feel like they got to score every possession. I mean, I almost feel like you could as much say that was the turning point. That's the hard part about saying one play comes down to determine some huge factor on a given game. There's so many other plays. You're talking about of a total plays in a game. You're talking about less than 1% or 1% of the total plays in a game that then dictate what happens in 99% of the rest of the action. That's hard for me to do that. I really come back to no more. This is more what happened in play in and play out more than it's here's an outlier of a play that wasn't more like what was happening throughout the whole course of the game. It definitely hurt. It was impactful, but I think you can play that turning point thing on kind of a couple different spots in this one too. Joel says this was the new NFL rules about the teams now, so you can see if they are running the ball better and running down the field better. John Robinson says you literally took nothing away on defense and forced them to punt once. And when you forced them to punt once, you played man coverage and went away from it. There we go. I didn't know about the man coverage on that, John. That's interesting. Yeah, one time. Geno said, I believe in team loyalty. I'm not greedy. That's good to hear, Brian. That's encouraging to hear from his standpoint. Boy, if he took a low-end deal for us, I hope he has people sign up. If he takes some low-end deal we're not expecting, that'd be awesome. Cool Breeze says, Geno will not have the opportunity to test free agency. I fear he will be tagged. It's possible. $31.5 million is the cost to franchise tag Geno, by the way. I think somebody was asking. Cool Breeze says, as a Hawks fan, I'm not mad about that, but kind of bummer for Geno. He deserves a fair shake. He does. We'll see if they do. It's hard to say that they'll do that necessarily. We'll see. Yeah, $31.5 million, Chef Russ, 2 Klutz is the cost for the tag on Geno. Cliffig says, honestly, I was looking forward to the CM versus K9 matchup today. Me too. John Robinson, I think you're going to be able to draft a lockdown corner, and with both our corners and Jamal, you'll be able to play more zero coverages and generate pressure with blitzing. You're making me dream now, John. That would be beautiful, wouldn't it? Running man on the outside, Jamal pressuring. You got your safety over the top doing like cover one stuff. I'm okay with that. Sign me up on that. Fortune, Hawks rebuild. What do you think y'all need? I would say a left guard, left and right defensive end, a middle linebacker, another corner opposite Woolen, and a quarterback to develop to bridge the gap. I think those are all pretty good things, Fortune. I think you probably need everywhere on the defensive line to a degree. 2 middle linebackers, I'd say. We need a backup running back, another receiver, We're probably okay at left guard, center, right guard, in addition to that. Seahawks Network at the Hawks Nest. Did I ever watch Devon Witherspoon? Yes, I did. A really, really fun player. I think he's going to be Seahawks Network a first-round player. He's a really good tackler. He's really feisty, really chippy kind of player out there too. He's got good enough size to him at 6'1". He's a little light, but he really throws his body around out there as far as a player. I think he had one of the best coverage grades by PFF out there that they had in college football this year. So the stats back up what you see on tape. Really smooth back pedal, really athletic. I think he pushes himself up into the end of the first round discussion, Seahawks Network. And I think he's also going to be a late riser where people look at him early in the process as like a third rounder that becomes a late first rounder, especially once he goes through the combine and the pro days and all of that. But really fun player. He's got a kind of a Seahawks personality to him, like the old school Seahawks corner personality to him. You know, he'll do some talking. You can just say he plays with a little bit of an edge, which I loved. Fun player though, Seahawks Network. Really, really fun player. Really good in coverage. Love the way he goes about his business and tackling, despite even being a light guy. He will throw himself around in there. So really good player, fun player, first round pick there. If I had any other, let's see here. I thought maybe I had maybe another note or two here for you on him. There's I think it's change of direction. And the only things I worry about, sort of the stop and go stuff, are my main concern with him. Is he does get a little over aggressive. John says you won't need to top end D if you blitz more and play man next season. Agreed. Rath says, I'm not a big Seahawks fan, but I like to listen to these kind of shows to get a fuller look on the NFL. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate you checking it out. Nick Hanzik, the 3-4 defense was a major failure. Yeah, if you're going to institute a 3-4 defense and move away from a 4-3 defense, you need to bring more pressure-based schemes. Otherwise, there's no real point to move to a 3-4. If you're going to go to a 3-4 defense so you can play the softest, cushiony, pillow soft zone coverages that were known to man, then why make that change? You know, it brings no benefit to it at that point. Joel says Pete Carroll can coach the Denver Broncos and Sean Payton can coach the Cardinals. Yeah, John's fine. Something going on in that. John Lee says, great answer, Brandon. Thank you, man. Big Country going back to the 4-3 is a possibility. It certainly is. Erman screwed. Do I think we restructure Diggs' contract? I don't. No, I think we probably just roll with what it is. What it is, I think. Because you got such uncertainty with the strong safety position. UE2K, it's not elite, neither is Pete. He's been riding his players' coattails for decades. I know you're out on him, Yui. Certainly we got to talk about this stuff for sure. Mr. Olive Barton's still playing next season. I'm only watching the offense. It might be that way. It might be. John says, please sign Tremaine Edmonds. That's another good one. Tremaine Edmonds, a Bills linebacker out there. Possibility. Stoyan says, okay, if Pete is gone after this season, then who can we get that will make us better? I know that we need new, but it seems easier said than done. Well, again, I'm not necessarily calling for the head coach's job here. I'm calling for him to get out of the defense as much as anything, Stoyan. I'm perfectly fine with him remaining as a head coach and bringing in a defensive coordinator or letting Hurt just run the defense in a different fashion than been run the last 5 years. And I don't think that can happen if Coach Carroll keeps putting his fingers all over this defense and you see his DNA everywhere within it. As far as there being a better coach, I'm not calling for a new coach necessarily, so that's not where my standpoint is with it. I also don't think that Coach Carroll is somehow the only coach who can ever coach this team to any kind of success. So, what's my answer of the guy off the top of my head? Sean Payton. If Sean Payton's in here as a defender, as a head coach, Stoyan, he's a better coach than what you're getting out of Pete Carroll right now. I'm not even certain that Harbaugh isn't a better coach right now than what we're getting out of Pete Carroll right now. So there are other options out there. But again, I'm not necessarily calling for Carroll's head on this. I am calling for him to get out of the defense. Eric Johnson, the obvious advantage to a Pete defense is having an above average secondary regardless of personnel and spent draft capital. He's proven this repeatedly. He has proven ability to get out of the corner position. So you got to kind of put a little bit of an asterisk on that one, Eric, because you mentioned secondary, and secondary includes safety. So I don't know how we got above average out of the secondary and safety. Yeah, I guess you could say that you're getting that to a degree, but again, you're the worst when you're the worst defense in football. Are you? I don't know about that, John. Eric, I don't know about that. I think he definitely gives you value in a secondary and teaching guys up, and that's been where his expertise is. But the bottom line, he's not bringing you a good defense. Regardless of a single position group within that defense, the bottom line is that you have one of the worst defenses in the league year in, year out, going on 3 straight years. The bottom line is he's been struggling to rebuild this defense for 8 years now. And there's been 2 different defensive rebuilds since the Legion of Boom that have occurred. That's doesn't bring you a whole hell of a lot. If that's what we're kind of saying on the other end of it, if that's the sort of bottom line to it. Yeah, I don't think structure and Quandary Diggs going to do much. Klivik says, why do I feel like the Bears would draft Jalen Carter? I mean, to me, it feels like we'll draft Miles Murphy. I don't know. I don't see the Bears just standing pat and not trading back at that point. They would have to really love Jalen Carter to sit there and make him the number 1 overall selection at defensive tackle in the draft. Remembering it's been 30 some years since the defensive tackle went number 1 overall. OD Death Metal, I think Cross has been better than Lucas the second half of the season. Maybe a bit. I mean, Cross had a great game to finish off the year against the Rams, and he has been dealing with a bit of an injury, but that might be fair. I think Lucas is going to have him at the end of the day on like PFF scores. Something like that. Yeah, Jared versus going back. I was thinking it was that I confuse him, Josh, with Isaiah Foskey now at times. Brian says, Brian Koski, I wonder if King County could put a referendum on a ballot to try to buy the Hawks, kind of like what the Green Bay does. Just wondering. Probably not. Green Bay kind of got away with doing that before the cost of franchises got to a point of being skyrocketed where it's too much. The Denver Broncos sold for, I think, $5.5 billion. You're not going to get a King County referendum in this economy right now to cut out a $6 billion check for the Hawks when they do sell. Be great to see, but no. Clinic most mock drafts got Will Anderson going to the Cardinals. I do too. Simple 1970. I like Levante David because he went to the community college here in my hometown. Yeah, he's a good player. He's been a great career. But he's definitely 10, 11 years into it at this point. Joshua B.J. Ojulari in the second round. I'm not a big fan of B.J. Ojulari. I think he's less refined than his brother coming out. I don't think he's got the physical characteristics his brother quite had coming out. He's a little bit of an overinflated guy. I put him in the same territory. I'd put a Noah Sewell at linebacker, Jack Campbell in there. Just a little bit overrated for me. Jack, if Stroud stays in school, the draft class is going to suck. It hurts us bad if Stroud stays in. That's going to hurt our chances of getting one of the guys that we want to get, and that would be brutal. That would be absolutely brutal. O'Dwyer, what upcoming Seahawks free agents do you see them bringing back, and who are they letting walk? I think Austin Blythe gets allowed to walk. I think they try to bring back Marquise Goodwin on a good low-end deal if they can pull that off. I think they try to bring back Rashad Penny on a one-year flyer kind of deal and see if they can bring him back. I'm not sure on Bruce Irvin at this point. I think he probably retires. I think they try to re-sign Geno Smith. I think they let Travis Homer go. Phil Haynes probably goes in free agency as well. And then I think Ryan Neal would be the guy you're going to try to bring back, but he might cost too much to try to bring back, especially with all the money you're already spending at the safety position. That'd be about how I see it going, O'Dwyer. Sean Lee, how much are we going to be paying Jason Myers, or does he go elsewhere? It's going to cost $5.5 million per to sign him to a new deal. $5 to $5.5 million per. Do we sign him to that? I don't know. I don't know if the team's willing to go up that high. I would think not, but that will be the costing price. Heather Presnell, Cedric Van Pran, center, Georgia, my boy. He's a good player, Heather. I really like him a lot. The thing to really consider with these centers in this draft especially, and understanding this is why you have Austin Blythe as undersized as he is playing this year. When you're looking at the center positions in the draft, you got to not just look at just who's a center and who isn't a center and who's just a good center. You got to look at almost first and foremost before you get to talent. Is he a mobile guy? Is he a guy that I can have move out in space and he can get to the second level? He can pull back across the scheme and lay a wham block. He can get out in front of a running back, because the scheme is more about having the offensive lineman that can move in space a little bit more than it is just having the people movers up front. Van Pran is more of a people mover up front from the center position. He can move, but he's very uncomfortable moving in space, and he oftentimes will lose his feet when he tries to be asked to move in space very often. So I like Van Pran, but if you've got this mobile zone-based scheme like we have, I don't know if he's the exact fit for what we try to do from our offensive scheme standpoint. Oh, I'm a little bit behind on my donations. Sorry, guys. Oh, goodness. I'm way behind on my donations. My bad, guys. I didn't see some of these donations come through, so my bad. Amy Kimball, I'm super late on acknowledging your donation, but thank you so much for doing so. Sorry, I didn't see it come through. The $20 donation from Amy. That I appreciate you. Okay, Kitty, come on, please. Thank you. Appreciate you, girl. Come on. You're awesome, Amy. I'm very sorry for being a little late on notifying on the note there. It says you are very important to the Seahawks fan base. Thanks for your time and long hours. Look forward to your draft coverage. DK was great. # Go Hawks. Well, Amy, thank you for the $20 donation, the huge donation. I really should not have been so slow to acknowledge it, so my bad. And thank you for the very kind words. I love what I do here with you guys and being able to turn this team over and talk every angle of it. This is when I'm at my happiest, even in moments of like this where it is a tough loss that we got to turn over, where there's some tough things, some good things to talk about on either side of it. But I always have a ball doing this with you guys, no matter what the situation is in that respect of it. And props got to be out to DK Metcalf today. He's a guy who has taken his share of slings and arrows, even from within the fan base. I've had to do a lot of defending him with people who are really kind of even somewhat, I get the impression of sub out on him, which I don't quite understand, but I do hear it. And he was marvelous today. He was a game changer at the position. He gave you what you needed. He caught the ball when it's thrown his way. He had the one bobble, but he made the catch. He got deep on the 9 route. Nearly had another 9 route where just about the catch. If he could have kept his feet, he might have gotten that catch too, but he lost his feet, of course, because the corner was ripping and pulling at him. So understandable why he lost his feet. But I really appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you to say all that. And hey, it's as long as you're here watching and listening to Amy, I'll be here broadcasting. And I look forward to this draft coverage. We're going to be going as deep as you can possibly get into this draft coverage stuff. So strap in and get yourselves ready, because the draft content is coming. I got the Will Anderson video will be out this week, probably on Tuesday or Wednesday, and then we'll just be going hog wild from there. Thank you, though, Amy. You are awesome for the $20 donation. I appreciate you. Will Brown, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you. Chris Kim, thank you for subscribing. Jeremy Hargrove, you've subscribed as well. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Abazaban, Thank you for subscribing as well. Abazan. Sorry, I can't pronounce your name here. Tongue gets a little twisted sometimes, but I appreciate you. Jose Garcia with the $2 donation says, we left a lot of our mojo in Germany. Indeed. I think that was certainly where this season kind of took an abrupt, hard left turn. We were moving in a direction. Things were seemingly feeling good in that direction. And then suddenly you just went left. You took that left. You should have taken the left at Albuquerque and you took a right, to quote Bugs Bunny. But that certainly was one that seemed to take something out of the team. And boy, do I hate the fact that the NFL, when we already travel more than any other NFL team, more airline miles than anybody else, the NFL thought that was nice and good time to apply us to have to go fly all the way out into Germany on top of that. You could take the Germany trip out of things and we still would fly more miles than any other NFL team. Then you have to add that on top of it. I certainly think that I'm not blaming it all for the downward spiral of the year, so to speak, but that certainly didn't help matters, did it? It certainly was where the season kind of started to go sideways like that. Thank you, Jose. Sanchez with a $5 donation. I appreciate you, Sanchez, for the donation. All your donos, by the way. It says, I honestly don't understand what Pete sees when he watches the defensive tape. Like he has to see his scheme sucks balls. Sanchez, the way you put that is the exact way that you put that is the way that it sounds in my mind when I'm watching the defense. Because I don't understand how a guy who like Coach Carroll, who's been in this game for so long and has watched so many different defenses, who finds himself on his third defensive coordinator in 7 years, who has poured all of the resources into the defenses that he's poured into, still comes out of this going, well, it's just a talent issue. Well, we just gotta get more on it on our P's and Q's. We just gotta how he doesn't arrive at a point of going, this ain't working anymore. I've got to try something different. And the thing I keep coming back to is that it's a little bit of, this is all he knows. He came from Bud Grant's 4-3 defense, 4-3 under defense. He came from that approach, and he custom made this approach as he went to USC of, this is how I want to win football games. And he's got the national title in his background, and he's got Super Bowls in his background, and he's got those ultimate successes, which are good in one respect, but this is the place where having those ultimate successes hold you back, because the memory of those successes still sits in your head at the forefront of your mind, rather than where it should be, which is at the back of your brain. Because at the forefront are the problems today. The forefront is what's going on now, not what happened 10 years ago, not what happened 20 years ago at USC. And that's the issues that are at play here right now, is that he's still trapped in that it was successful once, so it must be successful again in the future. But that's not the way football works. Football is always evolving and changing and growing and moving. You look at 10 years ago, pre-snap motion was maybe like 10, 15% of the snaps for a given offense. Now pre-snap motion has moved up to about 45% on average of offenses around the NFL. That's the way this works. Stuff is always moving and changing. And if you're going to stay rigid on something that worked, well, it worked 20 years ago, so it has to work out. Well, it worked 10 years ago, so it has to work well. Well, it worked 30 years ago, so it has to work now. Not necessarily. And I share your frustration in that, Sanchez, of going, why is this not more clear to him at this point? Come on, Pete. And I will never knock Pete on the age standpoint and say, well, Pete's too old to be a great coach again. Pete's too old to get a team to the mountaintop again. He's not. I don't think that there's a certain age where you can't take a team to a Super Bowl and go win it. But I do think your mentality and your thinking can become old. And I kind of feel like if you were to put me on the lie detector test and go, here's what's happened here, is that he went into this offseason and he had people put him down, and he had his come to Jesus meeting with people in that front office who said, your coordinator, this defense is not working like this. You need to change this up. You've got to change, Pete. And he heard all these people say it. Okay, I got to change. Okay, you're telling me I got to change. Okay, I'm hearing you. Okay, I hear it. Then he gets to the combine interview and he goes, okay, I've been a little arrogant in my approach. I got to change my ways. I've been a little arrogant in my approach, right? He's got all these people in his ear telling him what he's got to, come on. But then something happens as we get close to the year. And those old habits that die hard start to take back into effect. And all that big talk that happens in the combine all goes away, because what happens when you get to be older, and this is I've seen this in a lot, I know a lot of older guys. I know a lot of guys that I knew who were 40 and 50 who are now 60 and 70 years old. None of those guys become more risk takers as they get older. None of those guys are more willing to play it on the line. You needed a risk taker today. You needed a head coach who understood that he was playing with house money, that he could lay it on the line, that he could just go for it, and no matter the results, it would be fine. And instead, he went out there and he played it safe. And that's that old person kind of thinking you get at times of just be safe. I don't want the risk. I got the worries I got to worry about. Let me think about all the possibilities of how bad this could happen, how bad this could play out. And again, the sweet irony for a guy that's so positive as he is, that always is so glass half full, that is always so optimistic, has so much of his thinking rooted in the fear, the fear for the thing that still is happening anyway, despite the fear for it. Again, the great irony of it. So I'm with you, man, Sanchez. I don't get why it's not more clear. I don't get why he's being such hard-headed in his approach with this, with his lack of change, even when he acknowledges last year that it must be done. Because nobody can tell me that Carroll just sticks to his base philosophy and he knows what he needs to do and he just needs to stick true to himself. He himself told you last year. You can't misconstrue those words. You can't make them something else other than what they were. He was very clear in what he was telling us last year, and he did not follow through with it this season with his defense. Samuel Freeman with a $5 donation. Thank you, Samuel. I'm a little late on acknowledging you on this dono too, so I apologize for that. Says, is it just me, or was Brock Purdy not that impressive this game? He had some bad throws. The team around him is very good, and our defense helped. Samuel, I think you put that exactly right, in my opinion. Brock Purdy did not impress me all this game. I think we let him off the hook. I think we gave him no pressure to deal with. We gave him no stack fronts. We didn't try to confuse him. We took a rookie quarterback and made his defensive reads easy in this game. Easy, simplified. And that's the opposite of what you would want to do for a rookie quarterback. Instead, you want to make it hard on them. Go look at Bill Belichick and his career with rookie quarterbacks. If this was Bill Belichick in this game, defensive, with the very same personnel as the Seahawks tried out there in this game, if this was Belichick running his defense with him as a defensive coordinator in this game, you probably win this game. Or you have a lot better chance of winning it with him at like a DC, because he would come in here and he would blitz. He would bring the stack fronts. He would try to confuse Brock Purdy. That's what you do on rookies, and that's why Bill Belichick has had the success that he has playing rookie quarterbacks. Because he knows, don't overthink this. Don't make this too complicated. Confuse that SOB. Make him unsure of what he's seeing from pre-snap to post-snap. We just didn't do that today. So I'm with you on Sam. I wasn't all that impressed as well. I mean, he had a good game, but he didn't blow me away. And there was a lot of bad throws in there along with it. Volcano Joe with a $2 donation. Appreciate you, Volcano Joe. He says, mahalo for the hard work this season, B. Go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, Volcano Joe. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a good time out there in Hawaii. And I'm going to have to start planning my Hawaii vacation here pretty soon. I'm about due to need to get out in some sunshine and warm up and get all ready to go, so I'll be out your way of the neck of the woods here probably within a month or two at the most. Jacob Thomas has subscribed to the channel. Thank you, Jacob, for jumping on the Hawks Nest. And if you haven't already, please do hit that like button for me. I really do appreciate it. It helps this channel grow tremendously, and I really do appreciate it. So thank you so much, Jacob, for jumping aboard in that respect as well as a subscriber. E36 swinging. I'm so livid Clint Hurt isn't fired yet. What the F are we thinking? Well, I think it's Coach Carroll's defense, E36. Please do me a favor for those folks that are looking at Clint Hurt being the one that you want to fire. Go back and listen to the interviews this offseason with KJ Wright, Cliff Averill, and Richard Sherman. Because all of them are asked in various interviews at varying points about this very defense, about Hurt taking over, about Ken Norton being fired. Their answers tell you exactly all you need to know about this defense. It's not defensive coordinator driven. It's head coach driven. That's why, for instance, E36, the last 3 hires that you've made for defensive coordinator job, that job that's changed over 3 times in the last 7 years, all 3 of those hires came from within house. Not because Carroll's looking for outside ideas to come in and challenge him, but because he wants yes men that are going to do exactly what he tells them to do. Jeff Logan, Pete is too conservative in every aspect of the game. He's opened up a little bit more offensively. I want to give him some credit there. He certainly has opened things up a little bit on that this year. I've been impressed on that, Jeff. It's by necessity because your defense was so bad, but at least he did it and didn't just try to run the ball into a wall all season. But defensively, 100%. 100%. The willingness to kind of go for it on downs, fourth down, it all comes back, I think you would agree on this, Jeff, a little bit more of a mentality of playing not to lose rather than playing to win. And it's very hard in the NFL to win very consistently if you're playing to lose, as we sometimes do on defense. Seahawks playing not to lose. Seahawks Network, the linebacker class in free agency and the draft is so bad. It might be necessary to bring in another body, strengthen other defensive positions even more, and not overspend on that position. Agreed. I think there is no real clear solutions there, Seahawks Network, in this linebacker class. You're seeing a little bit of why maybe the Ravens traded a second and fifth round pick to get Roquan and then are giving him the big contract that they're giving him. A little bit of a recognition of that's the lay of the land and where it's going there. I agree. It is not good. There are no easy fixes for the middle linebacker core going forward. Keegan says Pete has lost the creative aspect of football. Yep, we're just going to line up and do what we do. Seahawks Network just bringing some competition. Don't overpay because you feel like you have to upgrade this year. Yeah, I think you got to overpay a little bit, Seahawks Network, because I don't think we're going to be a destination location. But for the right guy, you overpay. Don't overpay for Greg Olsen on a 1-year, $7 million deal when he's 33 years old and broken down and the foot's broken twice over, because you know the foot's probably going to break, as it did. Don't do that, right? If you're going to sign a guy going into his prime. Do it like an Uchenna Nwosu move, where you signed Uchenna Nwosu at 25 years old, coming off his best year, who looked like an ascending player. Go to look to make those kind of moves. Cooper's Brando, if you don't give Pumpkin some love, I know she's like, she's trying to make me feel better. She knows I'm frustrated. Clivic, I see, we'll never watch any college games except for college playoff games, but I'll look into Miles Murphy highlights or Will Anderson. They're fun, man. I got a Will Anderson vid coming out too that'll get you hyped up on him. Daniel, did you see where Cody Barton tackled Tariq Woolen on the Deebo Samuel slant where he ran 50 yards? Cody Barton is like Adam Sandler and the water boy out there. Yeah, he is, except he doesn't hit hard, right? At least Sandler could hit like a truck in that game. But yeah, I saw the play, man, Daniel, and it was brutal because I think Tariq's able to pull him down to the ground there and maybe keep him down to a fourth down play at that point, fourth down play. If Cody doesn't just knock him off the spot. Mr. Kane, what's up, my brother from another mother? So apparently this game has affected me more than I thought. Either that or I need stronger weed. It's always one of the two of those things for me too, man. Linebacker 54. Literally, the fumble did indeed turn the tide. We had the 49ers right where we wanted them, up by 1 point to down by 14. That put the Niners where they like, chew the clock, and immediately took pressure off. Yeah, but I think, again, linebacker, what you're missing on that is with the tide turning, as you say on that, it's like you're missing the touchdown the Niners just scored. Didn't that kind of turn a tide too? And the fumble occurs, but then why does the fumble occur? Is it Geno just simply making a bad mistake, or is it maybe because Kyle Fuller comes in the game and completely whiffs his block? It's an important play. I don't want to say it's not an important play, but I do push back linebacker 54 on the folks that'll tell me, here's this one play. This is why we lost this game. It's this play right here. This was the play. No, that lost you the game was the fact your defense didn't show up today. Lost you the game was that your defense only caused one punt. And if we leave off of anything up, the problem, it's not to say let's not include talking about Geno or include the fumbles or on that linebacker. It's just that if we're talking about that, we're not talking about what the problem really is here. And if you have a defense that just plays, reasonably well in this game, just gets a couple more punts, Geno's not pressing in those moments like he's on the interception, or he's sitting back there instead of just taking a quick check down throw, or maybe even on a 3rd and 13 like that, you just do a draw play and take the field goal because you're okay with just taking the points because you can trust your defense. All of these things start to become informed by the bad defense first and foremost. It's all a symptom that come out of the bad defense. And so rather than go, the root cause of the defense is the symptom, I want to go to the root cause. The root cause of today was the defense, in my opinion. I'm not sure the Niners play next. Looks like somebody's got you in the deal. $20 donation from Spectre7. Thank you for all the donations today, Spectre7. That's got to be like your 5th dono, brother. So thank you so much. You are awesome, man. He says, let's take a deep breath. I can tell you are on the right side of it, but let's look back to next year. Let's look to next year. Yeah, go. Oh no, and I'm going to be on a bright, optimistic standpoint of it, Sector 7. As I say with this, for me, I'll wear a couple of different hats here. I look at the team and I know that we do have a bright future and that things are going to be on the right track overall. I do worry about the impinging of being an elite team though. And as I always say to Hawk fans over these 4 years, when I look at the team, It's not that I can't look at a successful year of getting the playoffs and go, that was a successful year. And we got to feel good about that, all things being considered. I think you do. You got to understand the perspective of it. But I think we also look forward to this, as I always do, whether I'm in the beginning of a rebuild, the end of a rebuild, whether I'm right in the middle of a Super Bowl window. I do also look about the potentiality of a team becoming an elite team like the Niners are showing you right now that can get there to push for Super Bowl titles and not merely push to get yourself into the playoffs every year, which has been a little bit more of our modus operandi going back now to like 2016. It's been kind of the same way it's played out when it's gotten to the best case scenario of things. But the future is bright. So 100% the future is bright there, Spectre 7. But you come out of losing a game by 20 points to the Niners, division rival like this. There's probably going to be a little more bad at the onset of this game or the conclusion of this game that we got to talk about than good. It doesn't mean, though, it doesn't take away from the fact this was a successful year or that the future is bright. It doesn't at all in that respect of things. Thank you for the $20 donation, man. Thank you for all the donations. Appreciate you, man. You're awesome. Addison Shellbowls with a $2 donation says, feels good to have Geno. Trevor has thrown 4 picks. Lawrence is in his first playoff game, man, and you get a little tight in that first playoff game, don't you? Probably get a little tight as a young player in that first playoff game. And the Jaguars have definitely had, like us, they've had a successful year and turned some things around, and maybe they're just reaching kind of their own end of their road at this point in time in this particular game. It does make sense. It does make complete sense. Let's see what the score is at on this game. 24-0 to the Chargers. Ooh doggy. Chargers are rolling on that one. Thank you, Addison. Appreciate you. And it does feel good to have Geno, and I think he's going to be here long term, or at least for the next couple of years. Sanchez with a $2 donation says, we lost because we didn't let Drew brew. Shaking my head. That's right. That is right. Drew Brew. I totally need to get that on a t-shirt. Delakey, Cam Smith, the good defensive back from South Carolina, would be a good pick. I like him, Del. I've got Dell. I've got, I go Cam Smith, Gonzalez from Oregon, Witherspoon. I think all of those guys are in that late first round, maybe early second round type of territory. But a really solid prospect. He's got some shades to me of kind of a Stephon Gilmore, another kid that went to South Carolina. See some very, very similarities to them in their kind of their body style, how they move. Linebacker 54 says, but, along with my Geno comment, 100% not his fault. The O-line couldn't hold on. They did the first half really well. We need a solid interior O-line. Okay, well, that's an absolutely fair point on your part, linebacker. Completely fair. And we do need to get center help. Your boy Michael, what do I think about Myles Murphy? I like Myles Murphy a lot. His highlight tape is really, really jumps out. You watch it, you go, whoa. The consistency's not quite there. Physical makeup, everything you'd probably could want in a top 10 pick. He like Carter, and a lot of these guys are going to test tremendously. They're going to be long, they're going to be explosive, they're going to be fast, they're going to be strong. But with him, it is consistency. And there certainly is a bust kind of factor there where, you don't feel like he really was taking those steps forward this year you'd like him to have taken to really become that elite prospect. Some of his value will be driven, I think, from the fact that he has this really elite makeup, with the fact that also this draft doesn't have as many tier 1 guys within it. And that's going to push up guys in a value standpoint a little bit. But nonetheless, when you're drafting for what the guy could be or what he could become. And when you're drafting high in a draft, you want the ceiling. You want that high-end ceiling there. And certainly with Murphy, he's got a lot of a high-end ceiling. But he hasn't quite shown you it either in that respect to things. Heather says it would help if we could tackle little Purdy. Need to clean him out like a paintbrush. That's right. Couldn't get our hands on that little guy. He was pretty mobile back there. Seahawks Network. Also, the Hawks have basically gone back to the 4-3 under fronts the last month, just with the traditional Leo and a 2-point stance. They're essentially going back to what they ran 7 to 8 years ago. A little, but you're not getting the 5-man fronts. That's what I would have liked to have seen today. Seahawks Network is more of a base package situation with the 5-man front. Give me Taylor out there as the Sam. Give me Bruce Irvin as the Sam. I mean, you have a variety of guys who could have run it. So you might be running 4-3 stuff, but you're only doing it with the 4-man fronts. This kind of game was one that called for more of, to me, the more of the Sam linebacker in there if you're going to run it that way. Yeah, E36, I'm sure Megan doesn't disagree with you, but it's again, you're looking at the defensive coordinator. What is it that, haven't you already been down this road with Hurt and Richard and Norton? Like, doesn't it feel a little bit like a patsy if you're going to blame the defensive coordinator on this one? Mr. Kane, love y'all. Love the Hawks. Going to watch some boxing now. Be sure to show my little brother Brandon some love too. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. Well, thank you for reminding me of that. Please do hit that like button if you haven't. I really do appreciate it. And if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed. We're on our way to 11,000 subscribers here. So we are on the road. Cool Breeze, that guy in the San Francisco chat was calling you. No, I had your back. Thanks for having my back, Cool Breeze. Was going to send you the screenshot. I know it's going to get a little dodgy in there on that chat. So, yeah, they said I was being a little snarky too. So I was probably giving it a little bit back to them. Your boy Michael, thoughts on Jadeveon Clowney? I'm open to bringing him back in here as a rotational guy. I do long stay on this one, your boy Michael. I have kind of a bias in this situation because I know Jadeveon. So, you know, I've played, I still have him and can play online with him anytime with Xbox. And, you know, like I obviously am not the most unbiased guy when it comes to this situation and making that call. I do think he wasn't, I think in a lot of his stops in his career, there has been a big draw to pull him into the inside and have him run what's called the spinner roll, where he stands up over the guard. And while that sometimes he can be effective that way, to me, he's at his best rushing off the edge and, you know, bringing him just come off the edge. That's where he needs to be. Don't have him inside and all that other stuff. And they like to do that because of his size. I think if you just let him run from the edge and the outside, he can be a very effective player. Hell, set a career high last year with, I think, 9 sacks, 11 sacks, something like that. So he even showed you last year that if you put him in that position, he can be successful. But I think when you heard his comments a week and a half ago about some of his frustration within that scheme, it speaks to the fact that these defensive coordinators just have this draw to want to pull him inside and try to turn him into an inside pass rusher, which is just not his game. Jeff Logan, yeah, Tremaine Edmonds is a great suggestion by John Robinson, and I'd be all over that. Cliffix says, I do think there will be some questions about Clint Hurts' position if the defense does bad next season, despite drafting a top 5 defensive player. Certainly. I get I understand even why right now people are calling a little bit for his head initially, but I think you got to just look at this and understand with it. This is not Hurts' defense. This is Coach Carroll's defense. And again, I'm not saying this. This isn't coming from Brandon's mouth, right? This is coming from the horse's mouth itself of former players that have played for him. And Heather, yeah, Clowney was great when he was here, but he was the only guy we had of any kind of pass rush help, and he was one of the most double and triple team defenders coming off the edge that season, specifically because you didn't have any help. You had Ziggy Ansah and LJ Collier. That's it. So it was him or nothing, kind of, so to speak, that year. Michaels Myers says, thank you for everything you do, Brandon. Looking forward to your draft videos. Good season, everyone. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Michael. Thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words, man. Dominic, yeah, I bet you remember that game against Clowney. He had a hell of a one against you guys that year. And E36, I want to keep Carroll's defense accountable, man. But it's not the coordinator, it's Carroll. Chef Rusty Clutch, the corners always be playing outfield, and they always ask Coach Pete if they can make a play in the infield, and Coach Pete just waves him along and tells him to leave a 10-yard cushion. Bingo. That's it. And Chef Rusty Clutch is kind of joking, but it's kind of real too. That's what they do. You start with your corners already 7 yards and off coverage, right? You're naturally not in a press look. You have your corners 6 to 7 yards off. Then immediately post snap, they are told. And it's funny that you make the baseball reference because as an outfielder, you're told on first contact of the bat as an outfielder, no matter what you're seeing with your eyes, your first instinct should always be to go backwards because you'll trick yourself. It's easier to run up on a ball than it is to run backwards on it. And that's a little bit of what we do. We start 7 yards and off coverage, and then right at the snap, you drop into your bail coverage, which then sees your cornerbacks retreating another 2 to 3 to 4 yards at times, which then gives this not only natural 10 yards of cushion, right? But it also has your corner dropping backwards, while then the receiver just has to cut inside him as he's dropping backwards, taking advantage of his natural leverage in the situation. Gene D, the defense was holding it down for the most of the game until Geno fumbled? What, huh? I disagree, Gene. Gene, you again, Gene. You caused one punt on the day, man. One punt. You stopped the Niners one time to force them to punt. How is this on anybody but the defense? The defense got no stops. And when you fumbled, they had a long field to still go after, drive down the football field to go get that touchdown. It wasn't like Geno fumbled on the 5 and they just busted it in. You didn't stop the defense. Yeah. I'm going to agree. I'm going to reach point. I'll read the comments, and folks, we'll have to be at agree or disagree because I don't see the whole comment is somehow the fumble is where we got to lock in on here. You're losing me on that one. You lost me on it. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just not getting it. Maybe I'm just kind of right now too stupid to understand it. But the folks that go, well, no, it's the fumble. That's what we got to concentrate on this game. And that's the key point on the fumble. And then vis-a-vis that, it's somehow either Geno's decision-making or the poor offensive line. It's to me back to the defense on this first. That's a place that I'm going to kind of stay rooted in on. You don't have the defensive struggles. You don't feel like you need to score every time. You might not have that fumble. You certainly aren't going to get the interception. Nick Hanzik says someone needs to be fired for this defense. No excuses at this point. Yeah, the only worry with firing though, Nick, is that what's happened here is you've had a little bit of a rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic situation here with the prior firings. So what happens is last year, Nick, we get caught as fans into this game where we're pissed off at the defense. We say, Carroll, your defense for a second straight season has been historically bad at given points in the year. How is this the case? How is this possible, Coach Carroll? Oh, well, let's get the bad guy out of here. Let's get Ken Norton out of here. Here's the bad guy. Here's where we can all point to it being this guy is the one. He's the problem. He's the bad guy. And we played this game with Chris Richard too. So that's the problem, Nick, by just saying, we got to just fire somebody and say, well, if you don't fire the right person or you don't make the right change, you aren't getting any change from that firing. You might move another chair into a different place on the Titanic, but that's all you're doing then is just rearranging those same chairs. It's not to say I disagree with you. I want to see the change you want to see too, but you're not going to get that change at just the surface level. We got to get below with it. And that's not me necessarily calling for Carroll's job, but to say something more major needs to be done than just a new defense coordinator here. And that's not going to fix it. You will run back into these same problems again. T-Money, I don't think firing defensive coordinator after 1 year and starting over doesn't always help. No, it doesn't. Drunk Twitter, best case, we signed Geno to a 3-year, $27 million deal, draft Jalen Carter, and draft Anthony Richardson. Sign me up, Drunk. Sign me up. Tommy Eden, did we blitz once? Not that I saw. Not that I saw. You were in a cover 2 shell most of this day. Flag says, not only did that fumble and interception lead to 25 points, but it took points away from us. Still, our defense was inexcusable. It had an impact on the game, but what was the cause for you being in that position? That's what was the cause. Addicted Hawk says, Brandon, do you think Pete and John had a long flight home? No. I think the season has afforded them both, along with the situation with the ownership group, affords them a sense of comfort. And I don't think that they feel like there's anything hot beneath them or warm beneath them. They know that people look at the season as nothing but a smashing success. Certainly nobody in Seattle is going to press the issue that hard. I know there's people that are up in arms a little bit right now, but nobody's going to press this too hard once we get a week out from now. And they know that. So they just go, well, we know we're just get more talent in here. That'll be all we need to do. Boney N, thanks for all your dedication. Repping the Hawks, Brandon. Love your show. Thank you, Boney N. I love doing this, man. I love talking with you guys. GD says, Pete is so conservative at times. He hands the ball off to Dallas on 2nd and 8, and then 3rd and 8. Like, why? I don't think that was a play called on the play to DJ Dallas, Gene. I don't believe that was actually a called draw. I think they were actually going to have a pass play and point. What Geno saw was that there was 3 defensive linemen for the 49ers aligned to one far side of the formation, and then there was one guy left to the weak side of the formation. And so Geno called, I believe, an audible to the weak side of the formation. The problem being is that within that change of a play call, you're leaving Nick Bosa unblocked, and then he scraped down the line of scrimmage so fast he just got to the play from the backside. But I can see where they're going at it with it. Tom Eaton says, I'm sorry, love y'all, but I'm ready for a new head coach. Don't apologize for that. I get it. I get it. Cool Breeze, thank you for reminding me that. Hit that like button, please, if you haven't already. I would appreciate it. Like Yangami, everyone hating Geno. T-Law has thrown 4 picks already, and it's not even halftime yet. First round pick that was the first round prince that was promised. That's right. I like that. First round prince that was promised. I might steal that one, Yagami. I might steal that from you, buddy. Joshua W. with the $2 donation. Thank you, Joshua. Says defense does its part, and Geno probably has 3 touchdowns. Wow, great comment, Joshua. Thank you for the $2 donation. And that's what I say with this. You know, we can talk about the fumble and the interception all we want. If the defense just does its job, we win this game. And I'm not saying stop the Niners, but just do an adequate job. You know, drive more than like 1 punt in this game, you know, and they couldn't do it. And we don't know for sure whether the fumble or interception happened. We don't know for sure whether the defense would have stopped it beyond that. You know, before the fumble and interception occurred, the 49ers to start that second half drove right up the football field without very much resistance at all and scored a touchdown on you. Right? We didn't hold them back at all with that. So, you know, that occurred all absent that stuff. David Yang, Barton can't even hit. He whiffed on several running back tackles. He's not a good tackler. He's not. He's improved over the back half of this year, but as I've said with Cody Barton, it's, you know, he's a little below average as a linebacker is basically where his bottom line will be at. Certainly not changing much, certainly not doing a whole lot for him. Isn't Geno from Florida asked addicted to Hawks? Is he? I don't know. That sounds right. Jeannie says, I just wish we handed the ball off to Walker. I think they tried, Gene. There just wasn't a lot of holes there. He was getting the 3 yards in a cloud of dust, but not much beyond that. Cool Breeze today feels like a seed popping in my spliff. The worst. Very true. Very true. Jags are going, sounds like the Jags are going sideways here on this one. Jersey Baker says, no more Geno, please. Got some folks out on Geno after this game, it sounds like. Ethan Magani says, what's your stream schedule going to look like from now on? So we're going to go, we're back Tuesday on Brendan's channel. I think me and Brendan will at least do once a week kind of show. We're going to kind of figure it out here over the next month or two. That's really kind of what I got to figure out on what I want to do content wise. It'll be a lot of draft content, but I'll be still doing live streams and, we'll be still jumping in with you guys, talking shop, looking at the draft. We'll be having free agency on the horizon. So we'll start to look at some of the teams and who will be available with that. I'll try to kind of stay to really the Wednesday, Sunday schedule, and we may not go as long as we do during the year because we don't have as much kind of stuff to go over. And then of course, we're going to be about a month and a half away from baseball season, which I'll be on somewhat on my baseball channel too on that side of it, but we'll keep it going pretty consistent here. And I'll be doing a lot between this channel. My plan on this is I'm going to be doing live streams on this channel, but we'll be doing a lot of little player breakdowns. My plan on this is to do as many little like 2 to 3 minute player breakdowns over on my Seahawks scouting channel. So if you're not subscribed over to Seahawks Scouting, my other alt channel, please do get subscribed over to there because we're going to be kicking out a lot of content through there that's just on the shorter little videos for just the kind of the smaller player videos of breakdowns on them, you know. So I kind of want to have those as I can reference them real easily if we're talking in the stream and just hit like play. Here's the quick thoughts. Here's a little bit of film with it. Boom, you know, and people ask. Cool Breeze, Geno haters still on the chat. They're in there. There's people out there that are, with me, man, I've been fighting this battle sword and shield all year for the guy. And I'm not even the most biggest Geno like backer or lover. It's just that I can see the guy clearly playing good football. And if my quarterback's playing good, I'm certainly, when my team goes bad or loses, I'm not going to first and foremost go to that guy and go, hey, it's on that guy. You know? Sean Lee says, how about we draft a 7th round rookie quarterback? Well, we need to do that, but it's got to be the last one in the draft, Sean. That's the key. That's the magical key. Jersey Picker, Geno fumbled in Tampa equals Germany. Geno fumbled versus Tampa in Germany equals loss. Geno fumbled today equals loss. King Bomber says all it takes is a few more drafts and we'll be back. I love your thought. I love the optimism, King Bomber. Let's go. And Light Yangabi, yeah, our inside offensive line needs a lot of help. It does. It does. Melanie G, the second half was a humbling experience. Boy, was it ever. I thought we were in this one. We were fighting, and boy, we lost all that. It's like we went to Germany at halftime. We're speaking to Deutsch when we came out of the half. Cool Breeze Bomber, I agree. We are on the verge, and a couple quality picks will likely push over the edge and be able to compete further in the playoffs. Hope you're right, man. I do hope you're right on that. Like Yangami, I think we have given the blueprint for folks to beat the Niners in the first half. Just hope someone knocks them out. I don't care who wins the Super Bowl. It just shouldn't be the Niners. Please, God, no, don't let it be the Niners. They will be in here nonstop throughout the offseason. Oh, God. Way worse than what the Rams were last year. Nagasa says, we just gave up maybe 10th pick for this brutal spanking. Yeah, I think you also set the stage. You got some rookies with some playoff experience, though, too. Knowing what it takes. That's a different kind of game out there. Key-Bomb probably could have traded 10 and 5 to get something like 3 and like 18 or something. I don't think I know what you meant on that one. Your boy Michael says, you know Jadeveon Clowney? I do. I'm not like buddies with him, but when he was here a couple of years ago, we had a guy in the chat who comes in here every once in a while named Heat Cranks. And he plays with him online. And he said, hey, you want to play with Jadeveon? I was like, I thought he was BSing me. I was like, yeah, sure. I'll go play with Jadeveon. He actually plays with Geno too. So I might link up. I might pull on Heat Cranks this offseason and be like, hey, let's get me in a game with Geno, man. Let's get in Geno. Maybe I get an interview over here with Geno on my side of it. But yeah, he's on my friends list. I still play with his cousin a bunch. Hopefully Harris, if you're listening out there, I hope you're keeping your nose clean. I hope you're up to hope you're doing good out there, buddy. But yes, I absolutely have. So when it comes to JV, I'll own it. I don't talk to a lot of former Hawk players, but that's one. So I'm completely not going to be able to be unbiased on that one when normally I can be. I want him here. I like him a lot as a player. He would help us win football games. Count me in. Scott Vanderwerf, not sure what Geno was doing on those 2 touchdown passes to McCaffrey and Mitchell. Also, him missing those tackles on Debo. Oh, D-Man W says, you can't shine a turd either. These defensive players are the turd. Buddy Ryan in his prime couldn't help this defense. I think Buddy Ryan could help this defense a little bit, D-Man. I mean, you might be on the right point that the talent was going to be the talent at the end of the day, and it's going to top out at some point, and it is what it is. You might be right on that. But I do think that this scheme doesn't do a whole hell of a lot to put the players in a position to be successful either. I think both of those things can be true at the same time. I think you can be talent light, and I think you can be schematically light. And both of those things are why you were, for a large part of this year, one of the worst defenses in the NFL. It isn't to be either a chicken or the egg kind of thing, cart or the horse. To me, it's both. Cooper's crazy how, and it's funny you mentioned Buddy Ryan, who's one of the most ultimate coaches, D-Man, of manufacturing stuff for his players. You know, whereas Coach Carroll's one of the least manufactured defensive coaches for his players, but he was one of the most hyperactive when it comes to that. I think it's telling that you use that maybe even subconsciously as a given an example on that, because I think there's a recognition in there of a guy who did do those things to help his team out at times. You always need elite talent to make it at its best and to make it run. Don't get me wrong, you do, but you do need your defensive coordinators at times to manufacture things for your players and put them in positions to be successful. We don't always do that. In fact, we have a lot of times where we don't do that. Megan says, I wasn't sure what to expect after the trade, but this has been a bonus season. I traveled 16,000 miles to be at Lumen with B in the southern end zone to see the Hawks beat the Cards, which was epic. It was epic. And that was a great day, Megan. We got the Cardinals game at least. And it's been a good year. It has. Light Yagami says, apparently Shefty has already announced that we will be franchise tagging Geno next year. Well, it makes sense that they would have that on the board. I think they'll try to come to that's the threat of that is there, but I would imagine they eventually come to a contract. I've always mentioned that's the thing that keeps Geno within the realistic terms of what he can ask for. He can't ask for $35-40 million because the franchise tag costs $31.5. So that's where you begin on your negotiations and you go down from there on a multi-year deal. King Mommer says, we'll be back next year. Keep it coming. Let's keep it going. Yeah, Jack, I don't know, man. He wasn't, when Clowney was here the last time, I don't think he was looked at as a me first guy. You know, Cleveland's been a bad organization for years, and they've made poor choices for 4 years, and they've had things they've done wrong for a long period of time. A player going out to Cleveland and things not going right in Cleveland, I'm not necessarily going to just put that on the player. Look at Odell Beckham, right? Goes to Cleveland and it looks like he's done. Then he goes to LA and he's revitalized. So the environments do matter. I think in this situation, Clowney went a little bit for where he could get the maximum amount of money as opposed to necessarily the best place for him. And I certainly don't think that they put him always in the best position to succeed there in Cleveland, especially as I mentioned earlier, a little bit of this is moving him, a little bit of too much of a predilection of moving him inside and having him basically operating against guards instead of tackles. But again, I got to admit, Jack, I'm not biased. I'm biased on this one. He didn't have as good a year this year, D-Man, but he is coming off of 1 year removed of setting career highs in sacks last year and having an excellent, being one of the best. Remember, not only with the sacks, he gives you right out the gate with Clowney before whatever he gives you in pressure, and this is probably pretty important in the given year like this. No matter whatever else you get from Clowney as far as him in pass rush, he is one of the best edge defending run defenders in the sport. Just on that. And I don't think he's going to cost a whole lot at this point. Judah talks says, we got a clean house in the defense and the defensive coordinator. You're not alone in calling for that, Judah. I do wonder, though, is this not maybe Coach Carroll's defense? You can move any coordinator you want, but if he's the one calling the shots on that, probably won't change much. Mike Gertie says, we give up 500 yards. The 49ers haven't done that in 3 years. Whew. It's tough, Mike. That's tough. Jeff Logan says, the fumble was a big play, but if we stopped them a few more times during the game, it might have been different. Bingo. It's not to take away from the fact the fumble wasn't impactful or highly impactful in the game, but is it as impactful as the fact your defense can't get any stops? No. It's impactful. It's worth noting, but that's the most thing worth noting, in my opinion. Ghost with the $2 donation. Thank you, Ghost. Says, what's up with the conservative defense today? I don't know. It drove me crazy today too, Ghost. I thought you were going to come into this game with a little more of a feeling of like, let's lay it on the line. Let's just let it hang loose. Let's not worry about if things go wrong because we're being over aggressive. And rather than being over aggressive, you went the opposite way and you were under aggressive. You remained very much tried to be safe with your defensive designs. And as somebody just mentioned there, you gave up 500 yards to a San Francisco 49er team that hasn't gained 500 yards on offense in 3 years. So by trying to avoid the very thing that you were trying to avoid, it happened. It's a little bit like, it's like what they say about jealousy, you know, how it has the opposite of the intended effect. You know, you get jealous of somebody else, you end up just pushing them away. You end up pushing them further when you really want to bring them closer. The same thing here with this conservative defense. It points to try to keep things safe, but it causes the opposite to occur. Frustrating. Robert, thank you, Ghost, for the $2 donation. I do share your thoughts on that one, though, brother. Robert Jimenez with a $5 donation. Thank you, Robert. He says, Nolte, Pacino, walk-in reactions to today's game. I need a laugh. Thank you, Brandon. All right, I'll do my best, man. I'm struggling. Robert Jimenez, this game, And I don't know why people say, Geno Smith, the reason you lose, why you don't win, not to me. I thought it's defense all day long, 500 yards, Brock Montana Young. He looks like reincarnation of School Joe. How? I don't know, but he does. 7th round, Mr. Irrelevant. I don't know how you allowed that to happen, but you did. And then you don't stop him. And now the fans are saying, Hawks Nest, look what's going on. Geno fumbled. That's why you lost. That's why we suck. And I'm saying, no, it's the defense is the reason why. What do you think, Al Pacino?
Oh, you're right on the button here. I'm telling you, Christopher Walken, you're on the button. We lost this game. Defense, first and foremost. End of story. Shut the book. I don't want nothing else. Why are they talking about fumbles? Why are they talking about those interceptions? This was a game about the defense and you not stopping. Let me know when we're going to start talking. Let me know when we're going to start tackling, because it'll be the first time we did it today. We did nothing right on that side of the ball. It was absolutely putrid all the way around. I don't even have an excuse or an explanation other than that you were scared that this offense would take you to school. Then they took you to school in a big way. Shanahan took 70-year-old Carroll and put him back in the back of the class. And he said, here's your dunce cap, Coach Carroll. I'm going to take you to school today. What do you think, Nick Nolte? What do you think about this?
I don't goddamn care what the goddamn game is. It's a stupid game anyway. What? I'm just getting up. I'm tired. Why are you asking me about this game?
Don't ask him about it. He doesn't want to know, Robert. He's too sad about the loss. I'm telling you now, we should have won. We should have been more aggressive. We should have taken it to that 49er defense.
That's right. They should have taken it to the goddamn defense. Just fucking dumb bitch.
I'm just going to do Nolte the rest of the way, Robert. That actually feels pretty, that actually feels good doing the Nolte on that. It feels very freeing. I just start cussing. Thank you for the $5 don't know though, Robert. You're awesome, man. I appreciate you. Toyota Mo with a $5 don't know. Ooh, I made that rhyme. Toyota Mo with a $5 don't know. Appreciate you, Toyota Mo. Good to see you. Says, the 49ers are who we thought they were, and the 49ers are who we thought we were, and we let them off the hook. You want to crown them, then crown them. I like it. Little Dennis Green quote there by Toyota Mo. That's right. They are who we thought they were. Brock Purdy is who I thought he was. And you let them off the hook. You gave him the easy way out. You had him trapped in a room and you threw him the keys. You threw it to him. You know? And you did. You made this an easier game than it should have been on them. You didn't make anything tough on that quarterback. You gave a rookie a free pass. You gave him a hall pass. And that's how he ends up throwing for the yards he did. That's how he ends up averaging 11 yards per attempt with that weak-ass, bubblicious arm of his. You know? Well said, Toyota Mo. And we let him off the hook. We definitely did. Judah says we must not waste the rookie class we have with this mass ineptitude from our coach and defensive coordinator. I agree. Wayne G says bring back Gus Bradley. Well, again, folks, I hear Wayne G. I hear where you're coming from. Totally hear where you're coming from. Judah talks. I hear where you're coming from. But again, this is Coach Carroll's defense, man. It's Coach Carroll's defense. You know, you bring back Bradley and he's still going to answer to Coach Carroll, and Bradley does not have the elite talent he once had here before. A new defensive coordinator is not going to change the travails of this defense. It will not. Any coordinator you want to bring in is not going to change it. Not until Coach Carroll can get his hands off of the defense or out of the defense. Or at least to the degree where a defensive coordinator can come in with new ideas and implement them fully without them being pulled back away from them at the last second. Addison, if the Chargers choke 27-0 lead, yes, Staley would be fired. Yeah. They already would love an opportunity to have the excuse to bring in Sean Payton, I think. Eric Magee says, I really would love to pick Richardson in the second round if possible, but I know if we do, fans are going to be coming for Geno 10 times more. Oh, You're 100%. I hadn't thought about that, Ethan, but you're 100% right. Those fans are already kind of cocked and loaded when it comes to Geno Smith and him getting out of here and now him not being the quarterback. You have a guy like Anthony Richardson sitting on the bench. You're going to be just sitting there chomping at the bit to get him in. Good point on your part. Great point on your part. King Bomber will have to do whatever it takes this next year, and it'll be a new owner, new coach the year after. Probably, yeah. Dirtbag, CJ Stroud to Seattle. I don't think so, Dirtbag. I think he goes in the first 2 picks. Yeah, I think I don't think he's at the Chargers. I think wasn't he at the Raiders? I think. He's bounced around a little bit. Judah Talks, I can't stand being this weak of a defense. I can't stand it. I can't either, man. It's why I speak to being so frustrated. It's why I'm trying to pinpoint stick on this defense first and foremost. I want to see it fixed. Not because I'm angry at Carroll, because I want to see it fixed. Let's fix it. And it is fixable. And you begin by fixing something by stopping doing the very same thing that you have done over the last 10 years. That's the first. That doesn't guarantee success, right? But you can at least know you're not going to do the same thing you've done the last 10 years by doing what? The same thing you've done the last 10 years. And that's what they're doing right now. Yeah, Jason, the chat rooms are going to be ugly as F if we bring Geno back and we draft a quarterback. I know how it is. I know it's going to be, I'm going to be sitting here. I'm going to be sitting here stuck supporting Geno for next year. If people are just fighting off the swords, crossing swords with people on just, no, he sucks. He's got to be out of here. I'm telling you, he's actually pretty good. It's not, no, get him out. Get the other guy in there. Chef Ross too clutch. They were leaking a lot of yak plays that shouldn't have been yak plays. Yeah. Tackling was atrocious today. It's been bad all year. King Bomber, we've given up 40 points 3 times this year and 39 or more 44 times. Light Young Ami, I think John Schneider is going to ask Pete Carroll to do what Bruce Arians did. It's what he should do at this point. But I don't know if Jody's going to give Schneider the power to do that. Don't forget, Light Young Ami, Carroll's been the vice president. He's been the guy technically over the top of John Schneider up until this point. D-Man says, you think the Seahawks quarterback dilemma is bad? How would you feel to be Green Bay? Yeah, no, that's a worse situation. They do have Jordan Love waiting in the wings, but how good is he? And then they've got the dead money of Aaron Rodgers to deal with, even if they want to go Jordan Love. Misplaced 12. The fumble was because we were behind the chains thanks to the ineligible man downfield. Exactly. King Bombers, the defense is terrible and literally cannot get better unless you have the number 1 player at every position. Bingo. Yeah, I mean, that's the only way you're going to see this defense get tremendously better is somehow they're able to stack elite talent everywhere. And I don't think they're going to have the opportunity to do that. I think they'll be able to stack more elite talent than we've had, and it will get better. But then there's still going to be a topping out of that defense by these designs. Cooper says, Carroll is my best friend. I have him on speed dial, but yes, he does need to take a step down. Yes. And again, I ain't calling for his head. I'm just calling for him to get out of the defense like he got out of the offense. Like he had his fingers in the offensive pie last year when Waldron first came in. Waldron couldn't unleash his offense in full. He was inhibited by Carroll. We need to run. We need to do this. We need to do that. Can't run on first down. Got to commit to the run. This year, he let Waldron run uninhibited. Let him just run the offense pure. You could see it by the diametric difference in the way the offenses look in the past 2 seasons. Even when you had Geno quarterbacking 4 games last year, absent that Jaguar game, you still weren't seeing him run this pure Waldron scheme like he ran it this year. Carroll took his hands off of that, said, okay, you take this, Waldron. I'll step back away from that. And you got a lot of success from that. He needs to do the same thing on the defensive side of the ball. Mick Fuhrer, I want to see interior offensive linemen this offseason too, man. Center, right guard, you got to go after those two positions especially. And King Bomber, everything does line up with 2024. It does. Judah, the whole damn D-line needs to be kaput. We should not be comfortable with getting no pressure on the quarterback game after game, year after year. This is garbage. Agreed. And you're right. It's been a problem for years now, getting pressure on the quarterback. Years. Chef Russ Duclutch, I'm Pete Carroll's dad, and I work for Nintendo. And yeah, he should just be a motivational coach because he is the player coach of America. King Bomber, we'd be able to sell the team. Carroll will be like 73, and all the contracts signed last offseason would expire. Makes sense. Addicted Hawks, Brandon. Yeah, I agree. John and Pete brought us a greatly improved team this year, but I do wonder if John wants a change on defense. Well, there was a tweet that came out. Of course, I don't know how much truth was to it. There was a tweet that came out, I think, from like a Denver Broncos insider or something, that was that John supposedly for a while has been wanting has wanted a new head coach here. That he's kind of quietly been kind of like, I'd kind of like to get maybe a new guy in here. I don't know if there's any truth to it or not, but yeah, I bet he does too. I hope you're right, King Bomber. Last and final down sounds right. Sounds right. Flag, at least we have a new prospect to tight end, Damian Lewis. There we go. Light Youngami, but if this is Pete's last year, he should step down with so much draft capital, and I would give the new coach a chance to build it. That would make sense. I don't know if he intends it to be his last year necessarily. I've always maintained Light Youngami. I think you're going to have to rip Carroll off the sidelines to eventually pull the whistle off from around his neck to get him to stop coaching. He loves it. Judah talks, when do the damn Niners have to pay all those dudes? How are they able to keep them year after year with no cap hit? Well, they've been doing a great job in managing their cap, Judah talks. I think this is one of the benefits that comes from also not spending $50 million on the quarterback position. So though you signed Jimmy Garoppolo a couple of years ago for the big deal, you still kept that deal into a reasonable place to where you could sign those other contracts. Offensive line, when it comes to Trent Williams, you're really only spending a lot of huge money on him for the most part. George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, that's costly, but then with McCaffrey, you're not eating the bonus money. You're only on the hook for the base money. Fred Warner costs a ton of money for sure, but you're not spending anything at really the cornerback position. Armstead, Bosa, and they haven't paid Bosa yet either, Judah. So, they're going to pay Bosa and he's going to cost $30 million. Let's see what happens once you have to pay Bosa $30 million a year. Because his brother made $27.5 per 2 years ago on his new deal. Bosa's might be up to 31, 32, 33 million even that he'll be able to command. So that's the last one of the dominoes. Once that one comes in, let's see how it goes with that. Melanie G says, we need to beat the 49ers next season. They'll be gloating about 3-0 until we silence them with a win. Actually, a spanking would be preferred. It would be preferred, Melanie. But we got to get the win. You're right. Just get the win on that one. Addison Shelble says, is it just me or does Jacksonville uglier performance than ours make anyone else feel better? Go Hawks. Well, maybe a little bit. Rath, would you trade or sign Jimmy G? Is he available? No, I wouldn't. I don't like Jimmy G at all. I think he is brittle. I think his arm strength is limited, and I don't think he's got any mobility. I don't have any need for that at the quarterback position. Chef Russ Duclass, Shanahan has that magic to keep him from sleeping. A super football android keeping his offense humming as he tinkers Harry Potter thick books worth of plays. Certainly is possible. Wouldn't surprise me. Duvall is in more pain than us. Yeah, they're hurting tonight. Ethan Madden, how you doing, man? And might be a little bit. All right, here we go. Sanchez with another $5 dono. Thank you, Sanchez. I'm halfway expecting Russ to put up a video saying Seahawks should have won that game if he was playing. Oh my God. Could you imagine if Russ did that after this year of cringiness? That'd be hilarious, Sanchez. If I was there, we would have been unlimited. Your offense was limited today. Would have been unlimited. Would have been unlimited today if I was there. I could see it, man. Certainly Russ ain't winning this game. That's for sure, to your point. Ethan Tech World with a $5 donation. Thank you, Ethan. You're awesome. I appreciate you. This is a bummer, but a great season. The future is bright. We have a long way to go, but if we do a couple of specific things, it can be faster. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Ethan. And you're absolutely right. We got a long way to go. We got to get some things right now. Got to spend your money right. Got to draft right. Got to look maybe at the schematics. But you know what you need to do now. You know what is up ahead of you. And as I said at the start of this year with this draft and how we've had it and making the right, just being on the right side of history with Russ, the hard work has been in a lot of ways done. There are some things that still need to be wrapped up now. It ain't all over with. But certainly we've taken some big, gigantic steps to getting in the right direction of things. Thank you, man, for the $5 dono, though. Appreciate you. James Tomlinson, thank you for the $10 donation. One of my patrons in the house as well. So thank you for being a patron as well of the channel, man. Thank you for the $10 dono. You're awesome, brother, and I appreciate you. says this defense was a disaster this year. I don't get how we leveraged this defense on having a healthy Jamal. Also, you can't learn a scheme without having the personnel that can run it. Also, you can't learn a scheme without having the personnel that run it. James, all of your frustrations, thank you for the donation. I share in total. Let's look at the first part of your comment first. How did we leverage this defense on having a healthy Jamal? If we go through this from a logical, reasonable standpoint, Carroll says at the combine in March, I've been arrogant in my ways. I'm going to fire my defensive coordinator. We're going to bring Clint Hurd in here. I'm going to run the Vic Fangio cover to Shastel. We've been arrogant in our ways. We've been arrogant in our ways. You go, okay, he's acknowledged. He's been arrogant in his ways. He's looking to change. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. But then Jamal Adams gets injured, and then it does appear that they went, yeah, all that stuff that we said before, since Jamal got injured, all that goes out the book now. We're not doing none of that stuff. It's just all back to, we're going to do a 3-4 defense, and then everything else is back to the old. The 3-4 is the only changeable part at that point. Why would you hitch all of your horses Jamal Adams this offseason knowing how injured he's been in both of his seasons here? That didn't seem like a very good bet. And if you're going to bet on that, why not have a backup plan? Why not have a guy that can blitz then? If your plan is to throw out all of the blitz stuff if Jamal goes down, get a backup in there then that can at least run the stuff he runs if it goes in that direction. They didn't do that either. And your final point of this is you're right. You're adopting and learning and bringing on a new scheme, but you're going to offload maybe 3/4 of your defensive line this offseason. Poona Ford, Quinn Jefferson, Brian Monet, Al Woods, all likely to be probably gone after this year. Yeah, it's not been a step forward defensively this season. You've not adopted anything new. You're running the same old, same old. It ain't working any better than it was working in recent history, and there aren't any clear answers for how it's going to work as we go into the future. I'd love to believe so. I want to believe so, but I don't believe things blindly. I need to see things that have some backing to them. And yes, adding talent helps, but it is not the great antidote to this defense. It's not. It's a helpful part, but it's not the antidote. Ethan, tough game, but great season, he says, regardless. Yes, sir. AI says, do those drafts for the polls. That's the best. Oh, we'll be doing some interactive drafts for sure, AI. I'll be doing a variety of those. That was a very big popular stream, too. So I was surprised how many people were in on that. It's like, oh, you guys are feeling these mock drafts. Okay, we'll go with that. I can do more of these. I love doing the mocks. Why do I says people need to understand Geno will get better next year. This is his first time in years starting a whole season. Year 2 is the same system or almost always better. I am so pumped for this offseason. Hey, me too, man. Get pumped, brother. Get pumped. Light Yagami rooting for all AFC teams. Just hope Niners don't win it. First Rams, and if it is Niners, it will be very bad 5 months post that. Yeah, it'll be brutal. I'm going to have to see him all the time in my chat. It's going to be absolutely just ridiculous. It's going to be redonkulous. So come on, Buffalo Bills. Come on, Buffalo Bills. Jaguars got a TD finally. Judah talks, we better not pick a quarterback in this draft. We need to make this team's interior sound. Bingo. We need to get a top center, right guard in the draft, and then pay for the boss D-line. We got the money to do it. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Cool Breeze says, Brando, I'll be at Mariners opening weekend if you're trying to pull up. I'll probably be live streaming the opening game, man. So you never know. You never know if I make my way. I maybe make my way over for a Mariners game this offseason at some point to check it out there. But probably will be live streaming on the Crow's Nest on that one. R. Sanchez, I am a Geno hater. I hope he goes somewhere else. That's fair, man. Like I said, your stance on it's fair, Sanchez. I get where the people you're coming from because at least you're wearing where your stance is on it. You know, people will act like they're even keeled on the Geno thing, and then the fumble comes and they're like, "Whoa, oh, he failed us." It's like, you weren't even keeled on this from the start. You weren't even keeled. Come on now, But Sanchez, I appreciate where you're coming from. That part I can get from. That part I can even, you can even talk where your stance is. I can be talked into coming along to your stance and where you're operating from with it. That makes more sense to me than the, no, the sky isn't blue, it's red. Kind of, that's a little bit of what we get into. Chef Russ Clutch, Doug Baldwin's high school is a 30-minute drive from here. Just found out a couple days ago. I want to talk to his coach if he's still there. Oh, nice. See if coach can get him to do us an interview here on the Hawks Nest. Addicted to Hawks, can we trade down for the last pick in the draft? Just teasing. But not really. But seriously. But can we? Oh, a lot of quarterbacks in this draft too, man. You might find a seventh round quarterback that with all the ones that are in this draft. James Jones, the Seahawks need to draft defensive players and offensive lines. Sounds good, man. That's right. You're on point with that one, James. 100%. Wayne G says, let's get Lamar. He's going to cost a lot, Wayne. It's going to cost a lot. It's going to cost you probably a first and third round pick. Got to spend all the money. Got to guarantee the contract. Scott Vanderwolf, Miles Murphy at 5, Richardson at 20, Ika at 37, Schmitz or Wilper at 53. I'll go Schmitz over Wilper, but Scott, sign me up for that draft. That'd be a good draft, man. Breeze CFAM, man, I'm telling you, this is the best channel. Yo, Brando, we actually made it to the playoffs to see our dreams turn into reality. So I'm proud of them boys out there. They be real ballers. Hey, I'm proud of them too. And though we do talk about Breeze on some of the stream here and post game, I've had to kind of discuss some of the negatives coming out of this game and the heels of getting beat as we're beat on this. As I say, it doesn't get me lost in the perspective of the situation either. I can think about both things at the same time, and I absolutely still have in the back of my mind the fact, you guys can hear it in my voice. Do you hear me freaking out? Do you hear me getting emotional or losing my... No, because I do have the perspective and understanding that this is definitely, and I'm, look, you guys know, there's a man that can get emotional. It's me, right? And there's a man that can get up into his feelings and start going toxic. It's me. I'm not in that place for a very good reason, because I can see the success of this season and appreciate it, and know that we didn't have, by anybody, most people's measure, a chance of being where we were even for today. And that's a beautiful thing to see. So it's a little bit of both, but yeah, it's all good at the end of the day, Breeze fam. All good at the end of the day. Light Yangami, do we really want to take Miles at 5? I'd rather trade down to 10 and get one more second round pick. My preference is to trade down, Light Yangami. That's what I'd like to do first and foremost, outside of taking a guy like Carter if he fell to us. But if you stand pat, Murphy's a good guy to grab there. If there has to be the trade back to Light Yangami, and what might impinge that is that I believe in the 3 of the first 5 picks are going to be quarterbacks. So you'll have to get a team to move back up into 5 then one of those for basically a position player, which is a little bit tougher get to got. Flag Sabbath Murphy at 5 is not ideal at all. It's not ideal. It's not ideal. I would say that too. Some of this comes out of Flag Sabbath, the fact that the tier 1 group is looking leaner and leaner at times on film study review at the moment. Maybe there's a couple other guys that start to jump up into the top of the class a little bit better, but it's like even versus last year, the tier 1 last year was a better group. It sucks to say, but it is the truth. It is the truth. Jack says, well, I've had enough disappointment. Back to the Kraken game. Cheers. Cheers to you, man. Appreciate you. Roland Connor, is Bezos going to buy a team? He's going to buy a team at some point. He's trying to get Washington at the moment, so I don't know if that team's going to be here. Ghost says, I hate the way they used Tariq and Mike today. They played them so conservatively and backed off and allowed them to get beat underneath. Agreed, Coast. And your comment is 100% on point. That's exactly what happened. You lean back in that soft coverage. Those guys, then you ran in-cutting routes in front of them, and you allowed those easy completions. And I was in the chat, Ghost, here. My chat's going, oh, well, Tariq's giving up all these plays. And it's like, not really, though. It's not exactly that. It's really more of the scheme and what it's asking him to do and the position it's putting him into. I dig dogs, chicken and eggs. Now I'm hungry. Cliffy says, man, really? I didn't thought of getting one since I didn't expect this much from Geno from the beginning of the season. This is for sure a great comeback story in progress. It is indeed. It is indeed. Stephen Guard, I watch Pittsburgh Steelers football all season long. I've lived in Detroit. I watch them too. The Steelers know how to play defense. Yeah, they do. They have for a long time there. Tommy Eaton says franchising is smart. I just want John to take charge, and I'm sorry, but I'm out on Pete. I understand people love him, but I love the Seahawks first, and I don't think he is right for our future. I appreciate where you're coming from on that. I think there's going to be a wide variety of opinion on this one, Tommy, and I know there's going to be some good battles, not just out there in Seahawks land, but within our own chat in regards to this. Cat's scaring me about hitting the escape button here. What are you doing? You're making me nervous. I think that, you know, this is a thought process I can completely understand. And I think for the people that are backers of Pete and look at the year and go, look at the successful year we weren't supposed to have. And then you've got these people that are bailing on him. That doesn't make any sense to me. And I can understand that there's going to be people that feel that way a little bit with it on the other side of it. I'd ask for both sides to kind of understand a little bit of the perspective of the other person that you don't necessarily agree with on this one, because this is one of those situations where there is an absolute intelligent reasoning to come to both conclusions, I think. And I don't think that either one is necessarily wrong. You know me, I'm not usually got to cut things between the middle on things, but I can completely understand, Tommy, folks coming at it from your angle of it and being at that place. When it comes to defense, I have very little faith. I have no faith left in Coach Carroll to put together a functional defense, even with extra talent. I'm very much in question of whether or not his schematics hold his defenses back almost at a point of regardless of talent. It's gotten to that stage of things. It has continued to diminish over the years. The returns have continued to be lesser and lesser. So that's the place where he's going to have to prove that to me at this point going forward, because he's shown me enough to bring that into question. We are far removed from the Legion of Boom days. That was almost 10 years ago now. You know, what is the temperature today? And the temperature today is that you're putting out league worst defenses on a yearly basis, and you're not doing a whole hell of a lot from a coaching standpoint to change things on the back end to fix it. Andrew Rezachenko with a $2 donation. Thank you, Andrew. Says, don't draft a quarterback, get defensive line and Osiris Torrance in the first. Thank you for the $2 donation, Andrew. I like Osiris Torrance. I do. I don't think he's a first round guard. He's also missing a little bit of, Andrew, the mobility that you're going to want in guards. You know, part of the problem you've had in adopting, especially when it comes to running like the screen game, say nothing of sometimes pulling across space. You don't have the real mobile lineman in this scheme that can sometimes get to a spot where they need to get. That's not Osiris Torrance's game in getting to a spot. He's a guy that's more of a phone booth kind of guard where you want to keep him kind of mano-y-mano and just let him blow guys off the ball. He's a real big people mover kind of cat. And that's where you want him operating off of. So if you're going to use this mobile zone-based scheme, then you're going to need the linemen within it to do it. So if you guys have guys, and I like Osiris, don't get me wrong, Andrew, Osiris is a really good player, but you need the guys that can go from, he's at right guard, I need him to pull back across the screen, back across the formation post snap and get out in front. You know, if you go and look at Florida's tape on Osiris, you're not going to see him doing any of that. When you watch him try to get to the second level on linebackers, he's going to struggle to get those guys heads up and get his contact there and keep his feet. He's really good as long as you can keep him basically inside near that line. But I don't know if that's the offense we're building going in the future. But drafting defensive line, sign me up, man. If you want to go 3 of your first 4 picks to the defensive side of the ball this year, I think that would make a lot of sense and certainly would have a lot of support from the Seahawks faithful if you did that. Thank you, though, Andrew, for the $2 donation. I appreciate you. Light Yagabi, how sure are we that Pete won't influence the draft decisions and we won't draft any more LJ Colliers? Well, there's no guarantee, Light Yagabi, and I don't know if there was any changes in the background last year in their drafting process. My guess is that there was. My guess is that the reason that you saw last year's draft run so 180 degrees in a different fashion than the prior drafts that you've tried to run is because of the fact that you were allowing John Schneider to run a little more unfettered last year. He didn't have as much of Coach Carroll saying, no, not this guy, that guy. No, not that guy, this guy. I think it was a little more of, this is who I'm picking, Pete, and you're going to like it. Wayne G says, we miss Jordan Brooks tremendously. I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. Jordan Brooks has not played great linebacker play for you this year, Wayne G. He's not been a good linebacker for you. And all of the coverage issues that you had in this game with guys wide open on short and underneath routes would have absolutely been wide open with Jordan. Seattle 808, defensive tackles, DE, center, guard, inside linebacker, and running back. That looks good to me, man. That's about what we need. That's about right. Chef Russ Duclutch, yeah, getting Brooks and Adams is going to make me feel a lot better about the defense. Excited to see if Trey Brown takes the starting spot after training camp. We'll see on that one. I'm not as high as some of you guys are on Jordan Brooks. I'll say that. He would not make me feel better. T-Money says, yo, solid impression. Ha ha ha. I get a couple of them out every once in a while. Once in a while I can kind of get it back a little bit. My Nolte is just him swearing like he just woke up after a hangover and he's got a cigarette flopping out of his mouth, lit. Roland says, even with the new owner, Pete is there as long as he wants. No, Roland. No. New owners always want their new coaches, man. Because here's the thing, owners want to have a hand in saying they had a part of the success. And if you're just inheriting another coach from the prior ownership, how much credit do you get to take if that team wins? Other than what if you're the guy that hires the coach who comes in and doesn't? It's kind of an ego thing. And certainly those guys that are in the billions of area thing, ego is a part of what drives them. So if you have a new owner is going to want a new coach. That's kind of the normal way that rolls. Sean Lee says, one last thing I'd like to say. I'd like to thank Russ for the 5th pick in the upcoming draft. Well, thank you, Russell. Thank you for the 5th pick in the draft and the 2nd round pick, Sean Lee. Don't forget the 2nd rounder as well. Can't forget that one. I'm going to be right back, folks. Bear with me for just 2 seconds here and get a little bit of water and maybe chomp down on some quick food here, but I'm going to be right back, so hang on in here, Hawks Nest. Alrighty. Jeff on Quack, who do I think we should go for in free agency? Jeff, this will be an ever-changing answer a little bit for me because certainly it's going to change. Who's due to come out in free agency? Who's going to be franchised? Who's going to be traded? Who's going to sign a deal? Who's currently due to be a free agent right now but signs a contract extension before free agency? This is a lot that still has to kind of be figured out before we get there. So I'll give you 3 main names, and these would be the 3 guys that kind of stand out to me early on that jump out of the list. Daron Payne would be my number 1 defensive tackle from Washington. He is tremendous. He'd be awesome. My number 2 would be Mitch Morse. Go get Mitch Morse from Buffalo. Bring in a guy that knows the position backwards to front. You then don't have to go maybe spend a 2nd rounder on a center. That'd be fantastic. Terrell Edmonds would be a good inside linebacker from the Bills that you might be able to pluck over. I don't think he'll cost a whole lot, but he would be a pretty fun player to bring in here, I think, matching up with what you have. That's about all I've got as far as those guys I would look at. There's not a lot of other guys. Denzel Perryman's been a pretty good player for the Raiders this year. You could be kind of a value signing at the middle linebacker position if you want to look at him. But it's pretty lean, a free agent crew. Justin Beadle, this team wouldn't have even made the playoffs if they still had Wilson. He's trash now. No, they wouldn't have made the playoffs with Wilson here. Correct. Absolutely correct. Mr. Monkio 3 says Pete is the issue. And I hear, and I think this is a valid point of these people to bring this up. Wayne G says, what about Sean Desai? I mean, I don't know what value is brought to the team this year. I don't. If you're going to run the same zone, he's supposed to be the guy that's bringing you some of the coverage stuff in and help you run the Vic Fangio stuff more purely. But you ran all of your same coverages on the back end, so I don't know how much of an impact Sean Desai had on this team in coming in. Kubri says, y'all out of pocket. Russ would never, after his performance in media temperature this year. Robert, my only fear is drafting defense is that the scheme will not change as long as Pete Carroll is the head coach. This is my worry too, Robert. I think talent will help. Talent takes you further ahead. It doesn't mean we remain where we're at right now, but let's say we're right here, right? This is our season right here. And up here is where you got to get to a Super Bowl or get into Super Bowl contention. Okay. I'm not even going to say this is where you get to win a Super Bowl, just to get to Super Bowl contention. To be one of those top teams. Okay. Getting talent will maybe take you to here, but you still got all this territory here to get up to there that you got to get to. And talent alone will not get you there. Coaching's got to get it done as well. Lions Mania, it's a tough loss, man. It's a tough loss. We took your sacrifice and we wasted it. Roland Connor, Pete got Legion of Boom together. Must have been hard since he hasn't been able to do it since, but that was one of the best in history. It was. Tom Eden says, I disagree, B. The problem is Pete will never change, and because of that, it is not fixable. We got as close as we are going to get with Pete admitting arrogance, but nothing came of it. Fair point, man. That's a fair point. And you might be right on that one. That just as long as he's here, there is no fixing it. It's completely a valid thing to say, I think. Jeff on free agent. Jeff on Quack, free agent targets, Jerome Payne, Mitch Morse, center, Terrell Edmonds. It's a light group, man. I've looked at it. I took a look down the list of it, and it's real lean. There's no receivers. There's not really even any right guards that we need. Mitch Morse is the only center because I do think that Jason Kelce goes back to the Eagles. And Roquan Smith just signed back with the Ravens, so you ain't no middle linebacker on the market. It's tough. Keldon at the Hawks Nest says, do you feel like broken record saying the same things about Carroll that you were last season, off season? I do, Keldon. It's quite frankly, this has been a frustration for me going back years now. And I really love what Coach Carroll's brought here. And he's a guy that maybe it doesn't sound like I have a lot of respect for what he's done with this program and how where he's taken us to the heights of heights. And I do have that respect for him. But I do get tired of seeing, if you're trying different things, Keldon, and you're failing at trying different things, I'm okay with that. We tried this, didn't work. Okay. We tried that, didn't work. Okay. But Keldon, I mean, you don't have any dog in this fight. If I was to ask you, Keldon, to break down for me the 3 defensive differences, what were the 3 different defensive game plans we applied in each San Francisco 49er game this year? What were the 3 different ones like in this game? We're going to build around Trey Lance, so we got to bring guys up front. We're going to stop the run, and we'll bring an extra guy down here. But then the next game against Purdy, we're going to do more of testing him out. It was all the same. You played 3 different quarterbacks in every single game for the most part, and you tried out the very same defensive scheme and game plan every time. You do nothing to adjust to the opponent. And it does get tiresome to have to kind of repeat it. Part of why I do find myself repeating it, Keldon, though, as you can see within the chat, is there are so many folks that are sometimes not so many, but there's a good amount of folks that will still jump and dive to go look for every other excuse. Oh, it's Geno's fumble. Oh, it's just we need more talent. That's it. Oh, it's Clint hurt. He's the problem. That's it. And so you'll see him kind of jump into all these things that are on the outside of things, right? All these things that are really symptoms of the core issue at play, but never actually pushing that big red button of the core issue. And that's what we kind of need to do. And you push the big red button at only one period of time, but the time has probably come to push that big red button. Doesn't mean it will be done. And I will continue to be frustrated, Keldon, I'm sure, going into next offseason going, well, Carroll's back here with the defense running simple. Got to go more complicated. But it is what it is. Addicted to Hawks, but all those bad games by our defense were just Geno's fault. Oh. Justin Beadle says it could be worse. We could be the Broncos. Yeah, we're not the Broncos. You're right. It could be that. At least we're not that. Sanchez with a $2 dono. Thank you for another donation, man. Pete needing to compete for his job. He does need to compete for his job. And I think what you're seeing with Pete and the reason that he hasn't changed is this is why it's bad when you don't have firm ownership over the top who's willing to make the tough call. Paul Allen once hired a coach, realized he wasn't good, realized it wasn't going to work, and he fired him in 1 year. You know, that's what you need to have sometimes as an owner, to understand when it's not going right, when this is broken, when this isn't getting fixed all on its own. I need to come in and fix it. And that's not going to happen by me doing more of the same. But what I've seen from Coach Carroll the last few years, not been a guy who's had to compete for his job or was the least bit worried about losing his job. It's almost operating from like a standpoint of I can do whatever I want, I'm going to still keep this thing. And as I would offer, is anybody put into that type of position where there is no accountability being held, you know, that doesn't lead to the greatest of successes. Jason Duder says, got to run, be back in a few hours. You better still be going, laughing out loud. Probably will be. Knowing me. Roland Connor, what happens to Drew Lock now? He becomes a free agent. Maybe we offer him a couple million, as Half Daddy says, to bring him back, but he does become a free agent. Tommy says, if I was Drew, I would leave. We are either keeping Geno or drafting a quarterback. Either way, future is closed for him here. Yeah. I would see him making that same choice. And there might be some team out there that might think they'll be able to sort of replicate the Geno Smith experience this year with Drew Lock. You know, I could very much see a team potentially willing to do that. Ethan says, that's one of the specific things I'm referring to. Imagine if what happened to the offense with letting Waldron run it happened to the defensive side. That's how things improve faster. Agreed. Gene D. Lockett's getting closer to Stephen A. Smith with that hairline. Yeah, it's riding back on him a little bit. Half Daddy says, not many teams can beat the same opponent 3 times in the season. The Niners just walked on us. They did. Half Daddy, why doesn't Hurt blitz? Because Coach Carroll doesn't let him. Still Coach Carroll's defense. Jeff on Quack, I do think we can get Jalen Carter. I think this my bold prediction for this draft is that you'll see Bears trade out of the number 1 pick. Whether that happens or not, I feel fairly strongly that there's going to be 3 quarterbacks taken in the first 4 picks, which leaves you one of Jalen Carter and Will Anderson. I think Arizona probably takes Will Anderson, which probably then leads you with Jalen Carter. It's my bold prediction. I could be off on it, but I do feel pretty strongly about it. I think he does fall to 5, Seattle 808. I do. Roland Connor, between DK Tyler and those 3 tight ends, we have big weapons, need franchise quarterback and defense, and we are in the Super Bowl. Well, the defense is a big part on that one. That's the big part. I mean, you put it on the end there, but that of those things which are very big, that's the big one right now. That's the big question mark. Hey. Come on now. Get out of there. Kitty's getting feisty. How do I feel about signing Levante David? Asked Jeff on Quack. I think he's just getting a little older. I don't want to sign 30-year-old plus defenders. That's not the pathway to fixing this defense, is to get older. And he's a great player, but he's just getting up there at this point. And football players will just tend to fall off a cliff once they get into their 30s. And I don't want to be on that cliff for that guy, giving him that money for him to do so. John Cool Breeze says, I stand by Pete, but I stand with John. Please, Pete, step down and let John do his thing and try to build a second run at a dynasty. I think that's really Cool Breeze where I'd like to see it go at this point too. I would like Pete at one point or another to look at the thing and go, look, I'm, I've lost my touch. I cannot coach the thing that's supposed to be my expertise. That's supposed to be what brought me through this league. What helped me to become a head coach was my defensive expertise. And I have no more expertise. It's not expert anymore. I'm getting exposed. I'm getting run through. My defense is getting run through. I'm getting embarrassed. Prideful guy might look at that and go, something's passed. It's not that the whole game has passed me by, but something in this game has passed me by. And I can't get my hand back on it for whatever reason. I don't think he'll say that. Doesn't mean I don't think he should. Tommy says, I wish John would do more press conferences. I would love to hear what he thinks from time to time, and especially now. I would too. Light Yangami, Pete Carroll, John Schneider, and the organization embraced me and supported me, and I want to make sure I repay them all for that. This is Geno Smith in a post-conference. I'd love to see it. Boy, if he took a big discounted deal, that'd be, ooh, lordy. Gene D said we should have passed more on first down. We kept running, being too predictable. Yeah, especially early on, those first two series where you were very predictable in those. But yes, throughout the game, it opened up a little bit as it went through, but there was certainly that's part of that thing I say with this, Gene, both offensively and defensively to start the game out. You came out very conservative, very like, let's just keep this close. Let's just hold on there rather than really trying to come out and win it. 49er Giant Taker says, when you talk about NFL greatest teams, you're not even the, okay. We got a Niner hater in the chat. 49, what takes me so long to catch up is that I think people are good enough to come into my chat and post a comment. If they got a question or something, I'm going to try to read each one. I've been doing that here for 4 years. So I know you might be new in here, but that's just what I do. That's my thing. Judah Talks, that's one hell of a cat, man. Good job, cat. Go Hawks. She's a hell of a cat. She's a hell of a kitty. I got lucky with that one. Even though she's picking on her sister all the time. She's naughty. Andrew, yep, Geno needs that inside offensive line to keep Geno healthy. And we need it for both the inside for pass protection inside, and then we also need it for generating more of a consistent running game up the middle. Both of those two aspects. G&D says, Niners don't really have any burners at the wide receiver. We should have jammed them at the line of scrimmage. Indeed, we should have. I would have liked to seen more press coverage. Force Purdy to throw it down the field. Force him to hit those 9 routes. That was what I said at the start of this about what I wanted to see was some stacked fronts, some pressure, some blitzing. You did none of that today, though. That was my number one key to this game. Beyond any of my other keys was first and foremost starting with stack the box, run some blitzes, run some pressure-based looks, get the Niners uncomfortable in this game. Instead, you utterly refused to do any of that. Seattle 808, the Eskridge is indeed a bust. Tommy says, I should clarify. The reason I'm out on Pete because of his stubbornness. I love Pete as a head coach, as a leader of men, but he flat out refuses to change, and therefore I cannot follow him anymore. I'm with you, man. I'm with you on that. I can see exactly where you're coming from on that, and that's my frustration with him too. It's not throwing the baby out with the bathwater to say that this guy's just not a coach anymore. And I don't have to paint the argument that way. You don't have to paint the argument that way. You're painting it very specifically, and you're very true on it. There's a place you're seeing in your coaching game that you need to change. And you're refusing to change that. And you're refusing to change that going on years now. Not on a 1 year, not on a 2 year, not on a 3 year, not on a 4 year. Years of this. And that's where the frustration lies for some of us that have been watching this long and seeing you not make that move off your spot. And going, why not? What is it? Is it pride that keeps you there? Because you're not getting it from the results. Is it that you just think it all, like I'm thinking from a coaching standpoint, is it you're just thinking that it comes down, this is the magical talent? The magical talent fairy will come down with her little wand and touch your guys all over the field and just make them more talented? What is the thing that when you see something fail considerably over and over again that makes you keep coming back to it? I don't have an answer for that. But it does frustrate me. Cool Breeze, what happened to Alton? Alton had a knee injury at the start of this year, Cool Breeze, and he just couldn't get it right. Yeah, LJ Collier's definitely busty too. We do not speak of LJ here, y'all. Oh, goodness. I agree, Andrew. I think the Hawks D is a little better without Jordan Brooks. I don't think it's like far and away better, but it's a little bit better. Gene D, yep. Hurt will be back next season. Tariq Smith will be back next season, Half Daddy, and he's got a lot of talent. So I think they just kind of stashed him away on the IR this year. Magic Vlog says, I hope Vegas trades up to number 1, then takes a quarterback. Same with Texans and Colts, leaving us Anderson or Carter, depending on who Arizona takes. Me too, Magic Vlog, and I do see it playing out that way. I see a team trading up with the Bears needing a lot of help, needing a lot of draft picks. They move up, give it to one of these teams that is super quarterback desperate. Then we see the 3 quarterbacks taken in the first 4 picks. Have a great day. Brooks does stink, man. Not good. Tommy says, sooner or later, you live long enough to be the villain. Pete has just become entrenched and inflexible, rigid, and justified in his ways. And we've seen this in football before, folks. So Pete Carroll's not doing anything differently than hasn't taken place in other places where there is a legendary coach who will just stay on a little bit too long, who's long removed from his days of being effective, but still who remains that head coach because essentially he's a figurehead, because he's earned the right to essentially write his own ticket. Look at Tom Landry with Dallas, right? Tom Landry in Dallas, far removed of those 70s teams that won Super Bowls, but he still made it through all of the 80s, right? Long removed. But then what happened? What finally happened? When finally there was somebody who came in new and went, look, you ain't working anymore. This ain't working anymore. The game has passed you by. New owner comes in, brings in Jimmy Johnson, and what happens? The Dallas Cowboys are galvanized to 3 straight, two or 3 straight three titles, and a dynasty. You know, I guarantee you there were people in that fan base when Jimmy Johnson made that move in the late 80s that said, you can't fire Tom Landry. He's a legend. The hat. You can't do that. He won you a Super Bowl in 77. How do you fire him in 88 on that? That's wrong. You can't do that. But they did it, and it was for their betterment. The Steelers moved on from Chuck Noll, much like Tom Landry, back in the late 70s, did his work and did the work great, got you Super Bowl titles, still lasting through the 80s, despite the fact the Pittsburgh Steelers teams are not good in the 80s. Then what happens? You finally move off from him to Coach Cowher. And Cowher eventually gets you a Super Bowl, although it was stolen, but he got you to 2. Got you to 2. You know, it's no coincidence that you see in these situations moving off these legendary head coaches that you then come to find a little bit of success then finally when you did make that change. It doesn't guarantee it, but there does come that point with some of these aging coaches stuck in their ways where you're just going to get the same kind of results every single year. And it might be a little bit changed. You might have a little bit of variance, but you certainly have a point where you top out. You certainly have a spot where you're going to hit the ceiling and you're not getting any past this spot. This is as far as you go. And I think we're running into, I think, a little bit of a similar situation here. Paul, third with a $20 donation. Thank you so much, Paul. I really do appreciate it, brother. You are awesome for all your donations as well as being a member to the channel, as I know you are. So thank you so much in that respect. Appreciate you. Says, not the game we were all hoping for. I was expecting the worst performance out of Purdy's rookie year playing the Hawks again, but over 300 yards and 4 touchdowns. If that's his worst game these playoffs, God help us. On to the draft. Well, thank you for the $20 donation, Paul. And on to the draft is right. Look, I think I anticipated as well that you were going to force maybe his worst game in this game. And I thought you were going to do that on the back, Paul, of making him uncomfortable. And that's what you do with rookie quarterbacks is you make them uncomfortable. You get them worried about what they're seeing pre-snap to what they're going to be seeing post-snap. But you decided to do none of that in this game. And you made that very easy then for him to come up the line of scrimmage, read the action, read the lay of the land, make his assessments, and then operate out of there and have a plan and know what he's going with the ball from there. And that led to your failures in this game in every respect when it comes to Purdy's day and how he pulled this off, which is disappointing to see because you didn't try to take any control there. You just kind of let it happen. You just kind of let it. You weren't even throwing fists. You're just kind of just letting it happen. That's the tough part about it. But now we're on to the draft. We'll see if this team can turn our futures around here for the future in that respect of things. GD says Bruce Irvin played better than our younger defensive players, and he's 50. Yes, he played a really good game in there. He's probably one of our better rated defenders in this game was Bruce, and you could definitely see he was out there rolling it. Mr. Brodo Guy, I'm not going to lie, this loss hurts because I really don't like the Niners, but I try to keep in mind that we proved a lot of people wrong by getting into the playoffs, and we have a lot of potential. Love where your head's at on that, Mr. Brodo Guy. And I think you put it in a very fair fashion there. I do. Andrews, let's get Eric and Jeff Bezos to finally hire Eric Bieniemy after he fires Pete. Bieniemy's stars kind of dimmed a little bit. You're not even hearing about him being interviewed now. Addicted Ox, anyone like Maffei's game today? Seems like he set the edge pretty good on McCaffrey's runs. Not sure about his pass rush. I saw him flash a couple times like that. Thought he looked pretty good. Mr. Espados, wonder how Green Bay would have done since they lost and the Hawks squeezed in. Hard to say. I mean, they probably would have provided more of a defensive stop than our defense did. I think they get more than one punt than we do. Is Rodgers as good offensively on the other side of it? I don't know. That Packer team, that 49er team and Shanahan's been a tough matchup for that Packer team in the playoffs up until this point. So I don't know if they would have had any more success playing on the road in Santa Clarita. Mr. Broda Guy, I don't agree with people saying we need a strong safety because we have Jamal and he's a great at run defense. I don't think people are necessarily saying that it isn't about Jamal being great, Mr. Broda Guy. I think they're just probably less convinced that he's going to be able to stay healthy going into the future. And, he's been injured every year he's played here so far, every single season of his 3. And you're just not sure if he's going to be able to hold it together. His body might be breaking down, but he's very good when he's on the field. I'll give you that for sure. Seattle 808, I agree. I think Maffei's going to be a beast next year. Have a great day. In a couple years, when we're ready to move on from Geno, if not sooner, will we have a chance like this draft to pick up a great quarterback again? Maybe. Future is very hard to predict. Have a great day. And football seasons can go bad in a big time fashion. The question comes down to this a little bit with the need to go get the quarterback high. With the type of team you're building, have a great day. Is the necessity on finding a Superman quarterback to guide this team? Or instead, maybe, is that kind of just a nice thing to have? Or instead, maybe, are they trying to build more of a super team up with the talent that they can build around more of a game manager quarterback? I would offer to you, have a great day. You won a Super Bowl and went to back-to-back Super Bowls with a third-round pick quarterback. And while Russell Wilson certainly was not your everyday average third-round quarterback picked, there was also a purposeful approach to how they did that in taking a quarterback in the third round rather than looking to take a quarterback in the first round. And the theory on this goes, and I'm one that tends to be very much in support of this, is the modern NFL is moving away from the necessity of the Superman quarterback. Of I can't make an offense work or be manageable unless I have this guy I'm paying $50 million a year or who's been a top 5 pick with a golden arm. I think you can find guys that are functional or workable, and if you provide them a great supporting cast, a guy like Jalen Hurts with Philadelphia, for instance, then you can get a lot out of that team, and you can even get to a Super Bowl that way. So I understand you're thinking on that, and there's certainly a lot of people that feel like that's what that has to be, but I think that there's a little bit of a built-in necessity there of, I have to have a quarterback then that can be the Superman guy. That has to be on this team. There's no way to go win a Super Bowl without having the guy with this cape flapping in the wind. I would argue that that's not necessarily the truth. It's nice to have. It's great to have. It's hard to find, but it's not necessarily a necessity either. Cooper says, if Hawks developed correctly with the draft picks last year, get a new coach soon, they'll have capital to trade up and get a new quarterback at 24. It's possible. That's why I say it's hard to predict that stuff out too far. And Niner fans in the chat, we welcome you in the chat. We are very welcoming to anybody in the chat from any teams in it. But if you do get personal with it, that's not that we attack the argument, not the person, and certainly don't paint people with a broad brush in a region. That's not really presenting argument. You guys got the good win. Props to you guys on that. I'm not taking anything away from that, but certainly be respectful if you're going to come into another team's chat, especially on the heels of a loss. Seahawks bleed in green. I like the idea of drafting a center, then getting a veteran free agent, because it would be a benefit for a young center to grow with our young tackles at the same time. I'd be with it. I agree, Gene. Neal stepped up this year. He played outstanding football, and Diggs was fine. Standard champion, hypothetically, if Desai leaves for another team in a lateral move, how does that reflect on Pete? Not well. Not well. It confirms what we're talking about. Sai comes here and rather than being able to implement what he wants to implement, he has to work within the context of what Carroll wants with his old designs. That's what that would mean. Sai's not going to come out here to leave in a year unless he's going for an upgrade job. But to leave as a lateral one. Mr. Espada's okay. Tommy says, I do want to say good game though, 49ers. I still don't like you, but you got a great team and you beat us. I still don't like you though, but won't say good luck, but nice win. I'm the same way. I'm not going to say good luck. I still don't like you guys, any of you. Some of you are okay, but not. But no excuses. No excuses. I ain't blaming refs. I ain't saying somebody did that. You flat out beat us. We got out coached. We got outplayed, out-talented, out-talented. So, well done. Have a great day. We threw the whole playbook at him, Pete Carroll, after the game. Oh, that makes me want to vomit. No, they didn't. Megan, the Hawks Nest, you know how I feel about Pete Carroll, and after being flamed last time I spoke up in his favor, I'm staying silent. No, I feel you, Megan. I feel you on it. And like I try to say on this, I'm going to do my best, Megan, to navigate these waters throughout the off season. It's going to be a lot of trying to keep people from going too hard at it and being able to have this conversation when it's a tough one to have. The thing that I go to though with it, Megan, is it's a conversation we have to have. And I do bristle at the part where with me, Megan, the place that'll drive me most crazy as a Hawk fan and having a channel here is when I don't get to have there's subjects I don't get to talk to, or that there's sacred cows that I can't speak of. I had to go down this road with Russell Wilson. I had to go down this road with Russell Wilson 2 years ago when I'm mentioning some of the problems I'm seeing in his game that were starting to show up that I thought were worrisome, and fans were flaming me for it and going, how dare you talk about the almighty God, Russell Wilson, like that? How dare you, sir? How dare you? And that's the part where I don't like that tone coming back on the other side of it. If I'm wrong in my argument, then attack where I'm wrong. If I'm wrong on Coach Carroll, Megan, and it's a matter of I'm wrong about him not updating his schematics, where am I wrong about him not updating his schematics? And rather than about me personally, where in my argument am I wrong on that? Are the coverages different this year? Really diametrically different? Have they done a lot of new stuff this year defensively? And that's where it doesn't have to be a personal thing or be an emotional thing at that point, Megan, no matter where you have your built in, this is what I'd like to see them do kind of process, if we are honestly talking about the arguments at hand. And that's why I don't make this personal with Pete on any level of things. But I'm absolutely going to address the issues that are there in the room. And I do consider this a little bit of the 800-pound gorilla that is in the room. As well as, that's why I was saying, Megan, I say this on the end of it, saying I'm not necessarily calling for his head, but to call for a lack of faith in his defense, I think that's completely fair. Completely fair. Cooper's got to take the high road with them, but folks, sadly, always up with them when deserves it, but it's a weird energy, 7 out of 10. Addicted Ox, Brandon, do you think Shane called a pretty good game against the Niners stack defense? I thought he did pretty well. I did too. I didn't like the way they started out conservatively, 2-3 and outs and trying to run the ball first down, run the ball second down, but I thought he adjusted over the game. And I thought the offense could have played it well enough in this game, but the defense kind of held in there a little bit better to do fine and get enough done, especially against the number one defense in the entire NFL. Gene says, get Mike Holmgren back. I like Mike as an offensive mind, man. Holmgren would be nuts. Addicted Ox, Brandon, if Paul Allen was still here, he could probably talk Pete into taking a lesser role on defense. Definitely missing Paul today. Sigh. Yeah, his presence, it is missing. Since Paul's passed, it's definitely been not as strong in the ownership group and what's going on up there. Okay, well, come here then. Okay, well, I don't know what you're wanting to do. Kelvin Holmgren's like 70s now. He's not coming out. Mr. Espadas, I have a mother and daughter. I'm sorry for them insulting you that way, Megan. Sorry, Megan. Megan says, B, I'm trying to keep things civil, but after being called a whore by a 49ers fan, I'm done being nice at the Hawks Nest. I understand. And it's, we're 7 hours in. Let's definitely please keep, for folks in the chat, Niner fans, I know you're feeling yourself and all that stuff. You want to go crazy and just be completely disrespectful, but we're giving you the respect to the win. Let's keep it respectful here. And if you don't want to do that, then you will be shown the door. Yeah, Jamara, we're not giving up DK Metcalf. No. Andrew, man, I got to say, I'm glad I found this channel. Makes these 2 boring months till the draft easier. Laughing out loud. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that. That's high praise, buddy. That's high praise. So I appreciate that. And we're going to get some good content going. I'm going to try to get a couple more interviews going down the line of things. I'm going to try to make a couple pops on my side of it. So we'll get this kind of rolling on my end. Get you guys kind of change it up a little bit for you guys. Cobra says, I wish Pete and Sean Payton would have a nice Italian dinner together with some fine Chianti bottles. Transition. Are you inferring that Sean Payton would be eating Pete Carroll at that dinner? That he would do him Hannibal style? I see that reference. Jeff on Quack says most likely won't happen, but Reek and Ramsey duo, laughing out loud. Be a pretty good duo. I think Ramsey has probably come down a little bit more closer down from where he was at his heights. But Reek and Ramsey could work. The problem is Ramsey doesn't want to play in his own defense. That's why he left the Jaguars in the first place, is they were running our defensive scheme, off coverage, bail technique. Is it any wonder why a corner might not want to run that scheme, right? And Ramsey didn't want to run that scheme. He wanted to be more of a man-based attack. So you'd have to commit to some of that to bring him in. Misplaced 12, Pete still adds value as a culture and motivation guy, but we need thinking on D-Cord. That's what I've been saying too there. Yep. Does provide value, but the defensive thing is the worry. Andrew says, nice, Travis. Oh, sorry. Respond to Travis. M. Iverson, what do you think about looking for a left guard and moving Lewis back to right? That's what I've been preferring to do for a very long time, Iverson. It's very hard to find the left guards, though. That's the problem with this. If you look at the free agent list on a given year, you might have 1 or 2 left guards at the most, and then you'll end up with 8 or 9 right guards that you can go find. So you may have to just keep him there because you don't have a good viable option to go back there and grab. The best left guard in this draft, Cooper Bebe, is going back to college. So And I haven't looked really deeply at a lot of the guards, but like Osiris Torrance is a right guard. I don't know that there's going to be a great left guard in this draft either, unless you're going to look at moving like the Ohio State kid to right guard, which is, he did play that the previous year. He's at left tackle this year, but the prior year he had played at right guard, so he has some familiarity. But boy, to pick 20 to move a guy from right tackle to right guard, that'd be tough. So now you're not going to probably move that. I'd like to see it Iverson, I would, but we need a left guard viable option then, and I don't think there'll be one there. I think the ship's kind of already sailed on that one just a little bit. Tommy says, hypothetical B, if Geno offers to sign at $25 million, or you could tag him and trade him for maybe a first round pick, don't know his value, which do you take? So probably like if you're getting a first rounder, Tommy, you're getting the Buccaneers first round pick at that point. If I've got the option of getting the Buccaneers first round pick or signing Geno to $25 million a year, I probably would take the first round pick. I mean, I think that's pretty good value at that point. Well, Rome to upset her. If you want to be blocked, she can do that to you. It's easy to be respectful, man. Yeah, there's a difference between Rome talking trash and calling somebody a whore, right? Or speaking like with that disrespectful manner of things. You can come in and talk some stuff about how good your team is, but if you want to cross the line and people cross the line, then yeah, they're getting blocked. And if that's a tough one for you to understand, I don't know what to tell you on that one. I've got a guy who roamed to upset her, Keldon, Niner fan in the chat, donated her today. He loves your Niner team. He's been in here for going on a year and a half, and he comes in here respectfully, and he disagrees a lot of the stuff we say, but he keeps it respectful. So, you know, it's not that hard of line. The trolls like to make it seem like, I don't know where the line is. How do you stay respectful? What is this respectful thing? Like, you know what the line is, dude. Be an adult or act like an adult. Which of the two? Robert Jimenez with the $2 donation. Thank you, Robert. He says, Nick Nolte asking Jerry Jones to be the new head coach. I'll try, man. It's getting late in the day on this one, but I'll try.
Why don't you let me be the goddamn coach, Jerry Jones?
Listen to me now. Nick, all right, listen to me. I like that Tides movie that you did with that girl that's going to sing real well. She's a good girl. She's a good singer now. What was that? I don't know, Bette Midler that was?
Not Bette Midler, god damn it. She's the Prince of Tides is the name.
It's a good movie. Okay, it's a good, solid film. You can act your butt off, but you can't head coach, Nick. You drink too much.
I don't drink, god damn it. I'm not a drinker. Get off me.
You do. I'm just telling you now. This is just Jerry Jones talking, okay? I'm a Dallas Cowboy, Jerry Jones. I'm going to tell you, we don't take actors as coaches here, all right? We get the best of the best, okay? Go look at my head coach right now. You see that? That's the best head coach right there. That's Greg McCarthy. I should say Greg mother effing McCarthy to you, Nick, because that's how you speak with all your swearing and your cussing, okay? That's Mr. McCarthy to you, okay? You don't get coaches like that unless you're in Dallas, okay? You don't get coaches like that unless you're the Dallas Cowboys, America's team. Unless you're a winner. Okay, Nick? And you're a lot of things. I watched North Dallas 40. You got a hell of hands on you, boy. Hell of hands on you. But I don't know if you're a head coach.
Oh, God damn, I'm a head coach. Give me a chance.
As good as I got, Robert. Thank you for the $2 dono, though, man. I appreciate you. Tyson Alawasser, drop Pete for Peyton. Quick thoughts. I have more faith in Sean Payton as a head coach right now and total than I do as Pete Carroll. I'm just being honest with it. It's not to say I have no faith in Carroll. As somebody else said above, I think Pete Carroll still offers a lot as a head coach. But I also think that Sean Payton doesn't have an Achilles hole in his game like Coach Carroll does in regards to his defense. And I think Sean Payton is a lot more willing to move in different directions and be more move with the tides and move with the flow rather than, no, I am what I am and I'm never going to change. You know, Pete Carroll's doing his Popeye routine. You know, I am what I am, and I'm never going to do anything else. I am what I am, and I'm never going to do anything. Where's my spinach? You know, that's basically what he's doing. So we need a little bit of something else. Oh, Megan, we're going to eventually get the toxic Niner fans. I guess the time has come. Jeez. Oh, Lordy. Robert, if Brock Purdy leads San Francisco to a Super Bowl win, goodbye Trey Lance and Jimmy G. Probably. What if they go win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy and then they end up with Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady? Stephen Garrard, Jalen Carter just won back-to-back national championships. He doesn't need to go to the NFL. He's going to run for mayor. He ain't no dummy. Remember, I live in Detroit. That's hilarious. Kel, the Niners can't beat Russell Wilson even on Broncos. The 49ers team would not beat that Super Bowl team. Oh, this 49ers team. No, I agree. Half Daddy says DK would have had 3 touchdowns if Ward didn't hang on him and yank on his shoulder pad on that touchdown pass. Yeah. There was one point in the middle of a route that Tre'Davious Ward was literally like on his back. Like DK was like carrying him up a hill like a damn Sherpa. It was like, really? We're not calling that? The ball hadn't even come down. The ball was en route at that point. Are the Jaguars doing a comeback? Jaguars are coming back. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, Rome Upsetter, we don't need caps locks every time you type something, dude. Oh my God. Do what you want to do, man. If you want to blow it out, blow it out. Like I said, I try to speak to you on this on being respectful with it, but you do, man. Do you, bro. Do you, bro. Coda, good game. Good game, man. GG's. And good games to the Niner fans. Like I said, Niner fans, no excuses made on this channel. You guys beat us. You guys won that game. You guys earned that victory. No excuses. Robbie Red with the $2 donation. Thank you, Robbie Red. Pass rush is still very inconsistent. Draft defense. Yeah, pass rush has remained a problem here. Another of those issues, along with the soft zone defenses, in tandem with that has been the lack of a pass rush. You have in a defense that does not want to blitz or wants to blitz the least amount in the NFL, but then does not stack good enough bodies on the front four to generate their pass rush on their own. A lot like the Niners have done and a lot like the Niners are able to do. That is definitely another place on this defense that does need to get cleaned up this offseason. They're taking some steps in the right direction. Shelby Harris helps. Chenna helps. I think Boye Mafe helps. Darrell Taylor kind of starting to come along, though Darrell Taylor was completely invisible today. But you need more, especially on the interior of the line with that, Robbie Red. Thank you. Megan says, Seahawksnest just as easy to stay silent. I understand. Appreciate you hanging on in the chat, too, with the folks on and on this. Addicted Ox, Pete is a great motivator of young players, but agree with Brandon. We have too many defensive coordinators. All of them can't be bad, except Norton. Laughing out loud, teasing. I know. That might be actually true. The other guys might have been decent. That one was just straight bad. But yeah, Pete does still bring stuff to the table. So it's not that he doesn't bring anything to the table. Jorge Tarico, on Last Second Sports the other day, you said it will be a close game. Wrong. I said something very specific, I think, on the show the other day, Jorge, and I'll definitely own that you guys ended up winning a lot more than I thought you were going to win by. So I'll own my crow on that. But what I said specifically on Last Second Sports, Jorge, was that I thought we would have this in a 1-score game by the time we got in the fourth quarter. And indeed, I believe if we look, Jorge, when the fourth quarter started in this particular game, you were within 1 score. What I was being told by Niner fans and what everybody was telling me nationally is that we were going to be blown out of the water from the jump. None of you were saying, well, you guys will be up at halftime, but then we'll eventually just put you under the waters and we'll put you out. That's not what any of you were saying. So if you want to be revisionistic on it a little bit with that, you can, I guess, apply it. But what I said specifically, Jorge, was that we would be within 1 score by the fourth quarter. That's how I saw it. Now, I also said I thought we'd win. So I was wrong there, and I told you I would own when I was wrong on that, and I'll own when I'm wrong on it. But I was also right in the prediction if we want to just get to the bottom line, what I said it was going to be on that. I was right on that aspect of it. And that was the real place I was trying to push for, was trying to let you Niner fans know this is going to be a game. You're not just walking in here and walk all over us. And you certainly, again, pushed it out at the end and got yourselves away with it at the end. But this was a game for a lot of this, wasn't it? This was pretty close for a lot of this. Misplaced 12. It's easy to say fire Pete Carroll, but the important question is who would we replace him with? Firing a head coach with no real plan leads to Broncos experience. Yes, it can. It can. I think the other thing though too is rather than the Broncos it being about a plan, it was that they had a weird plan. They hired a head coach specifically for bringing in Aaron Rodgers, not because he was the best head coach to bring in there, but because they were trying to grease the wheels on Rodgers' arrival. And then the Packers basically pulled that out from under them and went, no, we want to keep him here. Or Aaron pulled it out from him. I don't know which, but that wasn't exactly a situation driven by they move on from Fangio and then they're just not sure about what else they want. So they just happen to land on Hackett. I certainly think there was a lot of scrambling on their part through that situation and not being very prepared. But it's again, is there no other coach than Carroll that can do this out there on the market right now? I don't know that I'm not calling for him to even be fired here, but the thought process that he's the only head coach there is that can get this done. I think that's a little bit like saying, well, the only new head defensive coordinator that we can find, the best defensive coordinator we can find has to be in-house. Is that the truth of it though? I mean, I don't know if that's the truth, but again, I'm not calling for him to be fired either. Jordan, not the biggest need, but Seattle definitely needs another wide receiver 3. Or bring back Goodwin might help with that a little bit. You bring back on a low end deal, but yes, that's something you could attack with. GD says, why can't we hire a proven defensive coordinator? We just grab whoever's available. No, rather than grab whoever's available, Gene, what we've done in the last 3 defensive coordinator hires is, even the last 4 defensive coordinator hires, the last 4 have all come from within house. Even Dan Quinn, who spent a year as a defensive coordinator, I believe at Florida, was a defensive line coach in Seattle before he went and did that under Coach Carroll. So the last 4 hires you've made have been from within house. You haven't gone out there and looked. Why can't you get a proven defensive coordinator, Gene? Why can't you get Vic Fangio in here just to run this? Because they know any proven defensive coordinator with his salt understands this is Coach Carroll's defense. And you might have the title of defensive coordinator underneath you, but you're not running your defense. You're going to get all the blame. Look in my chat. How many people right now after this game is willing to flame the hell out of Clint Hurt? That's the crap. That's why you can't go get an outside guy in here that's a prime target. Who's going to want that job? I got to wear the title. I got to take all the blame, but I don't get to rely on any of my own brain power to make this go, or I have to have it halved because the head coach has got to have his say on these matters too. But the coach won't get any flame. I'll just get the flame, even when it's him making sometimes stupid decisions on that end of it. You're never going to get a prime defensive coordinator in here with Coach Carroll here, because it's his defense, and no defensive coordinator wants to be told what to do by a coach like that, almost on like a play-by-play like basis. Travis, but I tell you, Pete had a quarterback others have given up on, and LaFleur had a Hall of Fame quarterback who made the playoffs and who is watching the playoffs. It's true. Steven, the Pittsburgh Steelers are probably the best drafting team in the NFL. Fact, I'm not a Steelers fan. They're pretty good. They're a small market team. They've got to be great at drafting, and they are usually pretty great at drafting. Hawks Brandon, do you think there is any chance Pete Carroll steps back and looks at what he's doing with this team and this defense and hangs it up for a different vibe, different coach? I really don't. I think that he probably just keeps going, and he's the eternal optimist. So, it's just this close to turning around. It's just this much talent away from it becoming right. It's just one bad bounce of the ball breaking in the right direction. I think that's where his kind of head's at. Kubrick says Pete and Harbaugh squashed the beef and Pete passes the baton to Jim. A truly great story. Pete plus Jim would be different. Chances 0 out of 1,000. Yeah. What a weird combo that'd be, but it'd be insane. Andrew says, why are all these non-skill position players going back another year? Risk injury and could fumble the bag? Well, 3 letters. NIL. So you've got millions of dollars being thrown around to these kids now. And if it means now I'm used to go to the NFL to get yourself close to getting those millions. If you're already getting the millions, there's less of a push and a need to get yourself to NFL that much faster. So it's a bit of, I guess, the fallout from that. Brian Wilson, whoever was that mentioned moving Lewis back to right guard, kissed them twice. Yes, hasn't been all right since the switch. He had a bit of a better year this year, Brian, but I'm okay with moving him back. I think that is his natural position, to your point. Elena, Lions should have gotten in. They would have given the Niners more competitive game than the Hawks. They can score easy, unlike Seattle. Maybe. I don't know. We earned our way in. We had the right to be there. They didn't. We beat them straight up. We beat them on the road straight up. I think we had the right to be in there. Daniel Bailey with the $2 donation. Thank you, Daniel. I really do appreciate it. He says, had to tune out the last 3 minutes of the third quarter. We win? Just kidding. Just missed it, man. It was down to the end. Final play. Yeah, Jorge Tarurico, it's just bus balls with respect part, right? But when there's no respect and you're being disrespectful, you don't get to say you're being respectful. And you're not necessarily you doing that, but look, we've had and especially Megan, God bless her, she's had plenty of Niner fans coming in, towing up on that line. And again, we're very patient here at the Hawks Nest, but if you want to be a dick, we'll serve you the door. Like, we're not playing. We don't owe you anything here. I don't have to placate. I'm happy to admit that I was wrong about this being a loss. I do think I was right about us being in the fourth quarter and it's a 1-score game. But, I'm happy you guys feel good. I'd love to have you on the chat, but it costs you nothing to be respectful. And it's very easy to be a dick. And you're not really accomplishing anything by being a dick. You're not really going to get much of a reaction other than just getting sent. Travis, I think people here have a pretty thick skin. They can take ribbing. Just don't go around with personal insults. Exactly. When I got to hear about my mom being called a whore, yeah, that's you stepping out of line. That's your people stepping out of line. That's you guys out of pocket. Nobody in my Hawks Nest came into your chat and called any of your 49ers fans a whore. I'll guarantee you that. It's a new one. People come in and be super, and then like, what? I'm respectful? What? I can't say that? Can't call him a cunt? I can't just say I can't just say that? Come on, it's light ribbing. No, it's not. No. 16-bit blocker, 20% of great coaching is motivation. The other 80 is stealing. Pumpkin peanut. I don't know on that. I don't know on those percentages on that. Motivation's a big part. Addicted to Hawks, still love Nick Nolte and Eddie Murphy in 48 Hours. Funny movie. Yeah, it's a good movie. It's classic. Classic. Jordan 14. Pumpkin, stop. Hey, stop. Cat's getting feisty with the chat. Jordan 14, do I see Seattle going after Levante, David, Demario Davis, or Tremaine Edmonds? Maybe Tremaine Edmonds. The other two guys I think are going to be a little bit too older and too costly to go do that. Robbie Red, I'm with you, man. I think Geno's better than Carr. I do. I think Carr's just a little bit overrated out there by some in the National Football fan base of things. D-Man, I agree. He will never be fired, at least not until a new ownership, potentially. Yeah, Tommy, I'm not a big Carr guy. I think he has regressed. Topped out. Jaguars making a game of it, man. They're within 2 points here, 127 in the fourth quarter. How about that? Ethan says, okay, let's say you tag Geno, then trade him for the Bucs pick. What are you doing at quarterback? I'll probably take an Anthony Richardson at that point and re-signing Drew Lock on the same contract that I gave Geno Smith. So here's a 1-year, $3 million deal, Lock, with some incentives. Bring in Anthony Richardson. Go that route with it. I hope you're right, Cool Breeze. I hope you're right on that, man. On the stepping down thing. I do. Calvin, let's focus on next year. Sounds good to me, man. GD says, I think Drew might have a higher ceiling than Geno. It's possible. I mean, certainly we can see by Russell struggling in that situation in Denver as he is, that much like with Geno in his first stop there with New York, Drew was not put in a position to have the best success there with the Broncos to begin things. So it certainly is possible. Big Country says Peyton to the Chargers makes so much sense if the Chargers blow this game. Well, you know Staley's there sweating. Sweating bullets. Well, we got 3 seconds left here, it looks like. Calvin Newborn, we do need some help up front. Offensive line's is one of the big parameters here. You just need to work both your lines, you could say, in a lot of respects, as the main priority this offseason. Center, right guard, absolutely. Elena, Niners have a stacked physical team. Seahawks linemen are not physical enough. Can't even set blocks up or shed blocks. Good point. Cool Breeze says Pete is a once-generational character. His energy is unmatched, but that has nothing to do with the X's and O's, which is where the disparity is. Keep him around as a consultant, but let him sail into the sunset. Like it. D-Man says, today starts the day of the Seahawks season ending and the Mariners opening day. It's only 2.5 months, but feels like 6 months. Yeah, it's the dark depths of winter we're in now. No more football, no baseball, no basketball team. Therese says, I think that I will leave because it's already bad enough that the Seahawks lost the 49ers 31-2, so I'm going to be respectful. I'm going to put you guys through no more tour. Well, appreciate it on that. Have a good night, Therese. Buddy Hackett. Did I call him Buddy Hackett? Freudian slip there, 16-bit blocker. Freudian slip. That's all that is. All that is. And boy, did they survive. Jaguars won. Wow. Staley might get his ass fired. Staley just might get fired. Holy moly. What a comeback by the Chargers. Hey, Lawrence is legit, man. I tell you, I like Lawrence. Brought him back. Brought him back. Whoa. That's cray-cray. Jordan says, what do you think about Parker Washington in the 4th or 5th round? I have not taken a look at Parker Washington yet, Jordan. But I will write down his name, take a look at the film on him, get back to you on it. Yeah, Chargers coach might get fired off this. He's already had problems at the end of the game, but letting this kind of lead go, especially on the back of his defense, causing it. Addicted to Hawks, Brandon, I think you just solved it. John needs to ask Pete to do what another... John just needs to ask Pete, do you want another title or do you want to run the defense? Exactly. I'd love him to be able to ask that question. And Pete, I don't know if Pete's got a great answer on it. I don't know if Pete can look John in and say, how do you think you're going to fix your defense by making no adjustments and simply adding just the talent? How do you think that that's simply going to fix these things that seem so far beyond just talent alone? Talent's part of it, but just alone that it's only that? No. Defender of logic, the past 4 defensive coordinators have been in-house. That's crazy. Looks like Pete is giving the illusion of wanting change. Bingo. That's it. That's exactly it. Yes, the last 4 defensive coordinators have all come from within house. So you as a Seahawks organization said, okay, Gus Bradley's been hired as a head coach. We have all of America to go find the best defensive coordinator. College, pros, guys ready to be coordinators, guys that are established as coordinators. And you went, let's look inside our own building. And then it happened a second time. And you went, let's look inside our own building. And then it happened a third time. And you went, no, I'm sure nobody out there is better than what we have in this very own same building. And then you went a 4th time. And said, no, I'm sure it's in our own building. 4 hires. Not one look to the national skies. One not look to anywhere else. Why make that move? Why go 4 in? Is it because you're looking for outside ideas to challenge? Probably not, huh? It's probably a kind of a certain approach for why a coach or a team would do that in there. And I keep coming back to, in my mind, could be wrong, that it does more of that. You want the yes men. You want the men that are going to toe the line, that are going to do what the coach dictates. Brody, have you ever played Kim Possible on Nintendo DS? I have not. I got an Xbox, so Yeah, Brandon Staley is going to get himself fired on that one. 27-point lead. Ooh, Jance Peters, he is in trouble. That is in trouble. I just wanted to deal with you guys. I wanted to talk to you guys in the chat. I didn't want to look at another game right now. I'm kind of like, after my Hawks lose the final game of the year, I'm a little bit like, it takes me a couple days to start watching football. It just does. Andrew says, dang, bro, forgot completely about the NIL. It's a game changer, man. Cooper Bebe. I think you've got two of the top tackles in this last draft that could have declared for this draft are going back. Spencer Rattler's going back. CJ Stroud's flirting with going back. Jared Verse went back, Florida State. I mean, you're talking first round picks here, you know? Gene D says Herbert threw 45 times with a 28-point lead. Jeez Louise. That is nuts. Megan says, I'm sorry to say I'm done with being nice. You call me a whore and the damn gloves come off and you're out of here. Yeah, as they well should, Megan. That's absolutely instantly crossing a line that I shouldn't have to warn you about. And I'm not surprised. Most of the Niner fans have been, but as the stream's gone along, seen a couple come in, start trying to push the line as much as they can. It's fun for them. I do appreciate Kelton coming being respectful as he is with what he does on it. Like, because it's not impossible to have fans come in and be respectful of each other while we disagree and debate. And they say, my team's better. No, my team's better. It doesn't have to be my team's better. You can't, right? My team's better because of A, B, C, and D. Or we're going to continue to be great because of A, B, C, D. It's fun enough conversation on that side of it without having to erode into little toddler talk. You're stupid. No, you're stupid. Yeah, no personal stuff. Megan, I don't know. The Jags come back because the Chargers have no running game. And when you're not balanced and when you can't run the ball, then you got to try to throw the ball. And then that's going to lead to trouble when you're trying to keep a lead secured and keep the clock running because you're going to get incompletions and you're going to essentially with that probably give up more possessions for that opposition to come back. Seahawks blue and green, would some of this loss be on Herbert or just the coach? I think if a coach is handed a 27-point lead, and like Coach Carroll, Staley's supposed to be a defensive-minded head coach. If he gets fired, and this is a little bit of the same thing I apply with Coach Carroll, it's like he's getting fired because his team gave 27 points, not because Herbert wasn't able to keep pushing the offense forward after getting those 27 points. You know, that's going to be the expectation from ownership is that if you as a defensive head coach aren't providing a good defense, what are you doing here? Why should I not move off of you from almost anybody else at that point? Coach Carroll actually has a better answer to play on this one than Staley does, because Staley can't at least come back and be like, well, I'm a GD motivator of men, right? Oh, are you, Staley? I don't think I've seen that, right? So he can't say, well, I know how to get the most out of young players. Coach Carroll can say that, right? There are some things Coach Carroll can say that are things Staley can't say, but the bottom line does remain the same in a lot of respects of, hey, defensive-minded coach, you know, your offense gave you a 27-point lead and you lost that game? How? I mean, that's right up there with the all-time amount of blown leads, right? That's right up there with the Bills-Oilers game and was it 92 or something? The man said the average age of people in here are 14 years old and they live in their mom's basement. Maybe. I think there's a variety of people in it. But you're probably right. Brandon, resign Drew Lock. I worry you haven't eaten enough today. Hey, teasing. But still, Drew Lock. Well, you'd be doing it, remember, addicted to Hawks. I'm saying you do it in addition to drafting Anthony Richardson. So you're essentially going that route. I also am thinking with this addicted to Hawks, you're not going to have an opportunity at one of the top quarterbacks, including Levis. So you'll be sitting at 5 and there won't be a Levis there. I certainly don't want any of the guys that are on the open free agent market either. And a lock brings you in at a guy that you can get a low-end contract until a guy like Richardson's ready to go. Or another quarterback if not for Richardson. So you'd still go into the draft to get a guy in the draft. But yeah, I'd come back with Lock next year if I can't bring Geno in. And if somebody's giving me a first-round pick for Geno Smith, that's hard. I'm not wanting to trade Geno, but that's going to be hard. Daniel Bailey says, just tuning in. Thoughts on the game as a whole? to me, showed some life in the first 3 quarters, but got deflated. Our defense couldn't put up enough of a fight, poor tackling, among other things. I start out at a point with this one, Daniel, where I say that your defense failed you in this day. They failed you because they tried to play it safe, and by playing it safe, they failed completely. You had a game where you could have tried to press this rookie quarterback and make him uncomfortable, and you chose not to do so. Instead, you allowed him to get comfortable. Obviously, you didn't do a great job in stopping the run on the other side of that as well, in addition to that, but you just defensively had nothing you could muster up. You couldn't create much pressure. You couldn't get any turnovers. You couldn't make a rookie 7th-round quarterback uncomfortable. That's really the story of this game above all else. I can certainly point to the offense starting out a little slow with a conservative game plan. That didn't help. The fumble and the turnovers by Geno later in the game were enough to kind of close things out. But to me, that's not the story of this game. Your offense did enough against the number 1 defense in the entire NFL. Your defense did not show up. And specifically the coaches and their game plan was one where they wanted to be very conservative, Daniel, rather than playing it loose, free, and easy, rather than treating this game like a bonus game, rather than treating this like, let's let it all hang out. You kept everything in, you put on a girder rather than letting it all hang out, You cinched up that extra belt rather than letting it go free like we do on Thanksgiving after we've had our second helping, right? You didn't do the Al Bundy stick a finger stick your hand in your pants there and kind of ease back and relax, right? Instead, you got really tight in this game, it seemed like, instead on the other side of it. And that was really more of the story to me beyond anything else in this game, Daniel, is that the coaching staff just didn't come in here to try to win it. They didn't apply the same kind of mentality that you saw the Lions applying in the Packers game a week ago. Instead, you came in here and you just tried to kind of get by and hopefully kind of steal out a win a bit, it felt like. At least on the defensive side of the ball. Offense, you were a little bit willing to more go for it. But defensively speaking, very, very, very conservative game plan. Daniel also with a $2 donation. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate you. Sorry. I already got that one. Gene D. Riley Patterson. Jags win. How about the Jags winning? The Jaguars with more wins since 2017, playoff wins than the Seahawks since 2017. And they've done it with multiple coaches now. Multiple coaches winning games. More wins than your Seahawks in the playoffs since 2017. Chargers coach going to get fired. If he still has a job, especially with Peyton wanting that. Sean Payton wants that job. Like, if he's got his pick of the litter, that's his pick. I don't know how Staley keeps it. Staley fired tonight or tomorrow morning. He'll make it to tomorrow morning, Kronos, but hard to see him getting past that. I like the Chargers too, kind of low-key, Daniel. Keld says they're going to have a coach firing ceremony right here on the field. Let's see. Is it be like Herm Edwards with ASU, where the AD just came right on the field and fired him like as he's leaving the football field? Or the owner runs onto the field and we just see the owner gestating like an umpire in baseball. You're out of here. Get out of here. Brian says, Herbert needs to leave now. Don't re-sign or anything. Take less to leave that organization. Brian, let's just offer him our first round picks. Would you guys offer all 4 of our picks and a future first for Justin Herbert? Am I wrong for saying I might do that? The Chargers were willing. Yeah, Sean Payton's calling for some rentals tonight right now. Like, yeah, I'll be in there in probably a couple weeks. Oh, I bet he liked to coach Herbert. Payton's drooling, man. Holy mackerel. Him with Justin Herbert. Look out. Travis, the Chargers are the new Chiefs. I mean, the Chiefs pre-2020, the Chiefs teams that always found a way to lose in crazy, stupid ways in the playoffs. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, at least the Hawks didn't blow a 27-0 lead. That would have made this day probably significantly worse. That would have been worse. Worse. Tommy says the reason we keep hiring within might be because no coach wants to coach under Pete. Yes. I don't know. It's weird to me. Most organizations don't work the way ours does. No, they don't. And that is the reason. Because again, like I said with the Tommy on that, it's you're brought in as a head defensive coordinator. Look at the heat that Clint Hurtt's getting. Look at the heat that Ken Norton got. You get that heat. You're okay with it. You're okay with, oh, well, my defense is failing. I got to face the media. I got to answer these tough questions. But if your defense is failing and you've got this coach coming in every once in a while to tell you, no, do it that way. No, don't blitz here. No, run this back that way. No, go over here. No. You sure not as likely to get the cream of the crop if they've got other options where they get to run it loose and free and easy and they don't have to worry about a head coach telling them what to do on that. I think that does make it a little bit easier for them to pull that off. D-Man says, I went to Grossi's live stream and it took me 5 seconds before I was annoyed. Megan, I'm seriously considering leaving the stream for all time, B. Why? Or are you just joking? Now, guys, as if John thinks there's a good quarterback at 5th, I trust him. He wanted to draft Mahomes and Allen. I would too. That's why I say Nagasa, the likely guy you may be landing up with that spot if you pick there, potentially if he slides through, would be Levis. And I would trust in that, but I know there'd be a lot of Hawks fans that'd be freaking out. G&D Hawks need that Arab money and buy everyone the refs. Well, there's one way to a championship, I guess. That's one pathway. I dig your Hawks. Brandon, can we compromise? Pick Hendon Hooker in the second round, trade Geno for the Bucs number 1 and 2, but never re-sign Drew Lock? Just kidding, kind of. Yeah, I'm just giving a proverbial pathway. It doesn't have to be the only pathway for me to dig to the Hawks. And I like Richardson. I like him a bit more than Hendon Hooker because Hooker is older and he's got the ACL, but I like Hooker as a player too. And I do think he's ready to hit the ground running once he gets back from that ACL. So if you went that route instead, that's a potential way to go. I just want another guy. If it's not Drew Lock, I do want a veteran here on top of Hendon with the ACL. So if it's not that, then we do have to find it somewhere at that point. Yeah, Pain Party, I disagree on it. You're not alone in saying that you feel like Geno's fumble was what changed the game or whatnot. It's certainly a big moment in the game. I don't think it's the point the game changed. I think the game changed when your defense could not stop the San Francisco 49ers offense, which was all day. They moved every single drive. They were moving the ball up the field, and they were moving the ball up the field without much problem. You caused one punt all day. This game doesn't come down to a fumble when your defense only allows one punt all day and has no turnovers. That's then your defense being the reason that you lost. The fumble sucks, but that's not the reason you lost or the story of this game or why you lose it or anything else. It's your defense. Standard champion Peterson turning that team around really shows just how bad Urban Meyer was. Boy, does it ever. Tommy says, you guys got that pretty good cornerback? We do. Tommy says, Pete Carroll's approach is to hang around and try to win in the 4th, and I am not a fan. Too much has to go right. I am more of a fan of what Kirby Smart does at GA. Aggression, no remorse. Oh, I like that. Aggression and no remorse. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Jacob, I would not offer anything for Herbert. Geno is honestly about as good, if not slightly better, with way more experience in the league. Ooh, Jacob going hard on Herbert. Okay. Jans Peter says, I'd trade that in a heartbeat. It's not like Pete's going to be able to fix this defense with those picks anyway. Pain Party says, too many Geno lovers in here. Where were you when he was riding the bench for his entire career? He's a great backup, but not a starter. Yeah, they're taking into account, Pain Party, what happened this year and with the performance that he put on this year. And I mean, the fact that you're going to the fumble in the first place, Pain Party, I'm not going to accuse you of being this, but I've seen a lot of people like yourself as you build within your comments. I guess I will accuse it because you're putting it in your own comments there where you're showing a little bit of your biases. And the biases was the same biases that caught so many like yourself off guard this year when Geno went out and set franchise records across the board from the quarterback position. The same quarterback position that's been manned by Russell Wilson, a sub Hall of Famer over the last 10 years, Pain Party. So, he doesn't put that off by being more than what you're saying he is in your comment section. He isn't. What I do find is that there's a lot of folks like yourself that have built-in biases in regards to Geno and how you view him. And there's nothing that he was ever going to do this year to disprove that in your own mind. But that speaks more to your own biases and where you're firm. Exactly what you're accusing other people are is what you're being, which is stilted in your mind, which is unable to move off of a spot of what you once formerly thought. Many of us thought that very same thing that you thought of with Geno in the way that you reference him. Career backup, never going to be anything. He's proven you to be something much more than that this year. And if you're not seeing it, then it is because you came to a conclusion on what you thought he was going to be and you're not willing to move off of that spot no matter what. If you look at this game and you're getting obsessed with that fumble, then I would offer that you're probably one of those folks obsessed in that mindset on Geno just being crappy and he can never be anything but that. That's not why you lost this game, Pain Party. Your defense caused one punt on the day. Before that fumble happened, they had just given up a long touchdown drive, right? That's as much as the game-changing play right there. You had the lead and your defense gave up the lead. That's your game-changing play. The fumble sucked, but the fumble also came on the heels of Geno driving the team up the field too, didn't it? The fumble also came on the heels of your offensive lineman walking up the field after Geno just completed a pass, causing him to be behind the sticks and having to try to make a play on third down. Context matters on this type of stuff. But I've seen kind of folks in your line of it, Pain Party, and I just can't help but feel like that you started out in a place with Geno where you thought, here he is, and he isn't getting out of this spot in my mind. This is right where he is, and I can't let him move. And he's showing you all of this stuff that should have you moving off that spot. Instead, sometimes I see folks just doubling down. It's okay to change off of an opinion if you see new information that causes you to change off of it. It's wrong to stay on opinion just because you originally had that and you find yourself married to it. I was never married to Geno being anything special this year. I was never married to Geno, even the thought process of Geno being open to a contract extension this offseason. He's proven that he's worthy of it. Gene D, I'd trade all of our picks to get Herbert. Yeah, I would probably make the move too. JG says, would I like Brian Flores as our head coach or defensive coordinator? He's got some people person stuff that I wonder about. And that whole Belichick tree of coaches going underneath it have not been the best as far as the management of players, seemingly at times. I think he's a real bright mind. I do. Probably a defensive coordinator if you get him, I guess, but I'm not super huge on him. No, I feel you, Megan. And, if it's like, again, if the Niners fans are coming at you with it, you put them, just hit them with the ignore. And if they go out of line on something, I can always block them out too on my end of it. So I get where you're coming from. Hope you wouldn't leave the channel for good. I don't want to see that at all. But I understand that this is a unique time. We don't usually have to go through this kind of stuff with the amount of trolls that we get in here, Megan. But this was going to be kind of one of those days where I knew it was going to get a little bit, dicey. So I get it. I do get it. Danny W says, the way we played the Niners, it was like Pete Carroll didn't realize we were massive underdogs and their team was better than us. We needed to swing for the fences and we went out to hit singles. Yeah, Daniel, that's a great comparison. It's like we were trying to manufacture runs and we were bunting guys over and you needed to just go out there and take the sticks off your shoulders and let loose. Agreed. And I felt the same way. I felt like you just kind of came into there and it was just like, we're just going to do what we do. Nothing changes in this game. Nothing's different than it's any time, any other game. No, I didn't piss off Megan. Megan's annoyed with the chat because we got Niner fans coming and being disrespectful, and I can't blame her for feeling that way. Revac with $2 donation. Thank you, Revac. Geno's interception seemed like he was frustrated. That's it. Yeah. Well, he's being asked to, like somebody else said, you got to almost play perfectly at the quarterback position with the Seahawks team this year in order to have success. And that's going to frustrate a quarterback to feel like he has to play that way so perfectly, has to score every time he gets the ball, or you're going to lose games. And we've been down this road this season before, right? As I say in this game, you have the Niners in this game who punt once, which meant that our Hawks basically had to score every single time in this game on every single possession, which it seems like that's familiar to me. Seems like we had we did. That's exactly the same thing that happened in the Lions game this year, where if you punted once in that game, you lost the game. One time, you lost. Luckily, we didn't punt that game, so we won. We scored every possession, basically. But that's that part. And Revac, as far as thicker skin, I don't know about that, no. I don't believe that. If people come in and start calling people the names that we're being called with the Niners on this, that's not the way that has to go. And that's not my expectation of my mods. Revac, I don't expect my mods to have to be abused. So if that's what you call YouTube, then you're incorrect. And that's not how my channel is getting run. We actually operate with some respect in here. The rest of the internet can go operate like a bunch of 5-year-olds acting like mommy and daddy can't hear you talking. But this is going to be more of a grown-up place here. So I disagree with you on that. You didn't have to have a single bit of thick or anything on it. Mason Dale, not blaming this one on Geno, but I do think we need to go quarterback at 5. I'm done pouring assets into defense that has deep-rooted problems that go beyond talent. That's fair enough, Mason. That is fair enough. Jason James, no thank you on Hooker. Yeah, I can understand on that. Older prospect, ACL. There's a lot to be worried about. Justin Goins, I am still live, man. I am still live. Your boy Michael, what if we just signed Brady? It's not out of left field that could happen, of course. Seattle did try to woo Peyton Manning at one time when he was leaving the Colts. I don't see it happening, though. I don't think Brady would want to come here necessarily. I can't pronounce your username. Is it like Sinji? Says, I don't think the Hawks adjusted their play second half. They actually had me worried the first quarters. No, we didn't adjust. We just kind of did what we were going to do. And I'm glad we had you guys Niners at least a little worried. Tommy, I don't want a $30 million quarterback either. Seahawks were out-coached second half. I think they're out-coached Revac for a lot of the game. Offensively, you did some things, for sure. But defensively, you were kind of out-coached all the way through. Seahawks, Brandon, we are having a good general manager haggle here. Love it. Maybe sign Derek Carr for 1 year at a discount. Maybe Hendon Hooker heals his ACL. Bucks first and second picks, but still never Drew Lock. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Daniel W., the game changed when on a third down, Debo caught a slant pass and was stopped at the sticks, but Cody Barton tackled Tariq Woolen and Debo ran for 50 yards. Thoughts on that play where Debo's leg was twisted? Yeah, that was probably a more impactful play than what some of the other people are talking about on. I do think that. I think the Niners very well could have just gone for it on 4th and 3 at that point. It's no guarantee that they're going to just punt it or kick it, and they might get that first down with the way that their average per yards per play. They would definitely get a first down in that situation. So I do think that's just as impactful play every bit as the fumble at that point. But the bottom line is this comes down to the defense at the end of the day, Daniel. There's enough of these plays across the board defensively in this game, blown coverages, over pursuit, poor tackling, coaches being out-schemed offensively. I mean, go tick every box down the line defensively of how you can fail, and they failed. No pressure, no turnovers, can't stop the run, can't stop the big play. I mean, it's check, 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 And that is it really to me and solely alone in this one. Payne Party said we were at 19. Score changes their game plan. How do you know their score changes their game plan? Are you in Shanahan's headset? No. Niners didn't do anything differently throughout the course of this game, Payne Party. Just like we didn't do anything differently on the defensive scheme of things. They knew how to attack. They knew where the holes were going to be in the zone defense, and they found those holes. We'd scored some points up into that point, but again, does the offense have to be perfect and score every time? Is that the expectation to win? Is that our expectation of Geno Smith or any quarterback? Say Tom Brady was in there. Would that be our expectation of it? No. No way. Blue and green, we are getting a great player at 5 as long as we don't go for Young. His size won't do well. Anybody but Young, I will be pretty much happy with. Please, God Almighty, avoid Bryce Young. Space, Geno's top 10 in the league. I think you make a solid argument for it. Mason, I think priority number 1 this offseason is getting a game changer on the defensive line or finding a successor to Geno. I agree. Ralph, next year's schedule will be a lot more difficult, right? It'll be a little bit more. It will definitely be more difficult than this one. We had a weaker schedule this year. I think the whole division, this will be this way because, of course, AFC West wasn't quite as tough, I think, this year as people thought. So it will be tougher. It'll be harder than this one was next year. I think we'll be a better team, too. And 21 says, Geno's special, man. Tommy says, I don't think you can blame Herbert as much as you can blame the defense, which ironically is the same defense we run. It is ironically the same defense we run. Yeah, I wouldn't put that on Herbert. 27 points in a playoff game. My defense should be able to make that stand up. Dan W says, franchise record is a bit overrated because it's a 17-game season on a 16-game season. He set 0 franchise records. My problem with Geno is he has won multiple turnovers every game for the past 6. And that means trouble. Well, I mean, I guess that's fair enough. He still set the records, though. So he didn't play poorly at the position either, did he, on the other side of it? And even if he had to set the records by having that extra game, he was right next to the records on that 16th game as it was. Why did the turnovers come, Daniel? That's the thing. Context matters, right? That nothing happens in a vacuum. So why does the fumble happen today? Why does the interception happen today? Is it merely because Geno's playing great or is playing bad and he just shits the bed in that moment? Like he's doing great and then just, vomits all over himself. Or could it be the fact that your defense is sucking balls at every turn and giving up drive after drive, points after points, and it's leading the offense to feel like they got to score every possession, then that leads him to have to press? Then when you put that in conjunction with the fact that these same games that you mentioned on these last 6, the pass protection has failed through, wasn't as strong as it was at the start of the season. The running game has not been as consistent as it was to start this year out. Could those not also be then 2 extra impactful points? So you have first a defense which is giving up all these yards and points and drives up all over the place. And then second, you've got an offensive line failing. And then third, you got a lack of a consistent ground game for the most part. I know that Walker's had his share of 100-yard games over these last few weeks, but there's been a lot of times where there's just not a lot of yards to be had there, where it's a big run that really superinflates those days from what they really were on a play in and play out basis. I think all of that is the recipe for why that goes in the direction of that. And I think once those things improve around him, once the defense improves, once the pass protection gets better, once you can consistently run the ball a little bit better, where you don't have whole weeks where you just go, okay, we just can't run the ball this week. This week against Tampa Bay, they'll just be nothing. I mean, Geno, they'll be 0. It's going to all be on you this week, man. I just don't think that's the type of team you're constructing to put yourself in those kind of positions from an ideal standpoint. You might have the occasional game that you rely on a guy to be that way, but I think whether it's Geno Smith, Daniel, or any other quarterback absent your Patrick Mahomes, Allen types, if you put him in that kind of position with up against that wall like Geno's up against over this back half of the schedule, I think you're going to see a lot of turnovers from those guys too. So it doesn't quite scare me away. I'm not going to be crying if we want to go a different direction than another quarterback, but I think Geno's done enough to facilitate a contract extension. Justin says, and I'm more of a Pats guy, not a fan of Geno's guy. Pats guy. I think I might miss some. Tommy says Geno would have been 4th in a 16-game season. So yeah, still, but the point being is that a great year. It wasn't like, well, the 17th game misaligned his whole season and he actually had a bad year, right? He had a good year. That's the whole point of me bringing up the franchise record of it, is that he played the quarterback position greatly, especially when you consider he had one of the league worst defenses for most of this year that he was dealing with, especially when you consider that most of this season, you've not exactly had a consistent running game week in and week out. Sometimes it's been there. Sometimes it just has been completely gone. But I appreciate, I know there is disagreement on this, so I appreciate if folks are seeing it in a different way than I am with it. Shin says, Geno was hitting Lockett and Metcalf all day. Truthfully, he did really well. That's how I felt as well on it. Pain Party, fair enough. You ever see Geno Smith winning a Super Bowl? Never going to happen. I never saw Brad Johnson back in the day winning a Super Bowl. Pain Party. I never saw Trent Dilfer win a Super Bowl. I never saw way back in the day Jeff Hostetler win a Super Bowl. I never saw the fact that Nick Foles could go out there and win a Super Bowl. A lot of strange guys have gone out and won Super Bowls at times. It does happen. You know, there was a guy in 1988 that came out on the field for the Washington Redskins at the time, was not the starter. Jay Schrader had gone down to an injury. He had hardly ever played. This guy, they called him a bust, Pain Party. They said this guy was toast. This guy went to Tampa Bay, failed. They said he's nothing. All the same things I hear about Geno Smith was the same thing that they said about that Washington quarterback at the time. Guy went into that game for Washington and he was dealing, and he helped them to go win a Super Bowl. So, you know, I've heard that kind of stuff before. This is why I bristle at it a little bit, is we make our assessments on these guys and decide they are what they are. And it really takes, I think, a little bit more imagination. My belief is that in the modern age, Pain Party, it's as much a game driven by team as it is by the individual quarterback. And I think a lot of fans have overinflated the quarterback position and how much it matters to the team winning. It's important. It's the most important position on the football field, but it is not everything. And if you put a great team around Geno Smith, and Pain Party, the blueprint is to go back to 2012, the 2012 blueprint, the same blueprint you put into place to give Russell Wilson the success that he did to help him win a Super Bowl on his rookie deal, then what you're trying to do is build up a great team around the quarterback. It's less reliant on the cape swinging guys that some of you guys, I think, are inferring that we need to have. I don't need the guy with his cape swinging in the wind, lifting whole buildings all on his own at that point if I have the team in place that can get it done. And on those teams, Pain Party, that have gone out and won Super Bowls with lesser quarterbacks, Brad Johnson, Trent Dilfer, they've done so by having great teams, not on the great quarterback necessarily. And that is a pathway to go win a Super Bowl. Does it help having us have the cape swinging quarterback? Sure. But we've had this work for us within the last 10 years. Why would we deviate from that blueprint if that just worked for us 10 years ago? Why not go back to that blueprint as far as how you're designing and setting up your team? I want to change certain things about this team versus what we did 10 years ago, but at least as far as what brought us the ultimate success and what was the pathway to that success, I don't think it's silly to try to go replicate it from that standpoint of things. And when we won the Super Bowl at that point, Pain Party, Russell Wilson was in 2016-17. He was a game manager at that point. So do I think Geno Smith as the best game manager in the NFL, as almost a sub top 10 quarterback, is good enough to then take this team to the Super Bowl if you make the right decisions on the background, if you update your schematics, upgrade the talent? Yeah, I do. Especially when I got 4 picks in the first 2 rounds, especially when I have 10 picks in this draft, especially it's coming on the heels of last draft, especially when I have $50 million to spend and even more money into the future to spend 2 years from now. I absolutely have that faith. You got to get a lot of other decisions right. Yeah, you do. But there's a pathway to it. And I don't think it's crazy to say that could definitely happen. Charcoal Sweater, thank you for subscribing, Charcoal Sweater. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I appreciate you. Revac with a $2 donation. What team are you pulling for now? I think I'm going to go ahead and pull for the Bills at this point. I think I look at that fan base and how much I have a soft spot in my heart for fan bases that have struggled for a really long time and have had to go through their share of heartache. So if I've got to pull for a fan base, for some reason, I'm more Bills than I'm Vikings for whatever reason. Make of that what you will. 2 franchises that both had their runs of going to Super Bowls back-to-back seasons and losing all of them in a row. But for some reason right now with the Bills, I love how Josh Allen plays with such reckless abandon. It would make me cringe at times watching my quarterback take the hits he hits, but you can't deny the fact the kid lays it on the line every time he's out there. He's a fun guy to root for. They're a fun team to root for. So I'll go with them. I hope they can pull it out this year. I do. Thank you, Revac, for the donation, though. Bruce Griffin, has Belichick made the playoffs since Tom Brady left? Yep, last year. Last year he made the playoffs. Daniel Bailey, yeah, Geno does tend to turn over the ball in the worst of times, but the defense was what made this game unwinnable. I believe Geno can clean that up. I'm more doubtful of Pete Carroll's defense changing. Bingo, Daniel. You touched on probably better than I touched on with all the ways I was trying to talk away around that, but that's as good as I could have put it myself. There's some turnover things there might jump up with Geno here and there and some bad moments on that. But I think if you take care of this other stuff on the front end, you don't get the Geno problems on the back end that we saw today, or at least as much. Cool Breeze says, I was a Geno guy for a while now before he got his shot to start. Color me retarded, but I thought he would be a great successor a couple of years ago even. Props to you for seeing it, man. Props to you. Sanchez, is Bruce retiring? I think he probably will. I wouldn't mind bringing him back if he want to come back for 20 plays a game next year. I'm open to it. But I have a feeling I think he'll probably call it a day. Good on Bruce too, man. He came back and gave us some warrior-like effort out there. Warrior-like effort. Space says the Niners were shitting themselves at halftime. They were. James Watson says Brock's not good from playing behind. If we scored instead of fumbling, I believe that would have been a game. Maybe James. I mean, if he's not good for playing behind, how come he scored the touchdown then at the start of the second half? They were down by a point to start the second half. Wouldn't he have started to get tight there if he was struggling to? I would think. Tommy Eden says, Geno suffering from how Pete likes to play. Keep it close, then Geno goes save us in the fourth. Same thing they did to Russ forever. It's the risk-adverse conservative approach. I hate it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it either. Rob Gotti, all good fellas. You've been kicking our ass for years, but I can still be smart enough to understand that you guys had a great season. Congrats, bright future ahead. Hey, thank you for being a respectful Niner fan in here, and props to you guys. Well played game. Good job on your part. You guys beat us, and I'd wish you the best of luck. It's hard to do that, though, with the Niner fans. So, we'll see where you guys go from here. Jacob Davis says the Detroit Lions game we got away with because their defense was insanely embarrassing, terrible. Niners are the complete opposite. Agreed. Gregory Jones, we need one of the top two defensive talents. They're separators up there, Gregory. I agree. I'd love to get one of them myself. I would like one myself. David Bailey says, love the 5-year-old without their mom and dad watching analogy. Might actually be the case with some of these trolls. I'm guarantee you it is. Guarantee you. This place 12 says, as much as I would love it, Brady would push some organizational change. I agree, he would. I mean, that'd be crazy to see Brady in a Seahawks uniform. I don't know. That'd be insane. That's right. Brady couldn't wear his 12. He'd have to wear 10 here. I thought about that. That's true. Joe Biden's big wish. George Kittle had a quiet game, something to build on the next time we play the Niners. Yeah, maybe so. I felt like Muse did pretty good coverage today. Barden. Greg, I honestly really hope Pete retires. This team has a great future, but Pete's stubbornness is going to hold us back. I have my doubts that we're winning another Lombardi with Pete, unfortunately. I think those are valid concerns, Greg. I think they're valid concerns. Pain Party, night all. Maybe next year. Go Crack and go Mariners. Thanks, Brandon. Great show. Thanks, Pain Party, man. I appreciate you. Have a great night. DVN, their plan was they knew they would start getting flags eventually, just keep playing. James says, so many holes to fill. I wonder if the Hawks are going to be aggressive in free agency in the draft. I think they probably will be, James. You've got some money to spend. You got some money to spend. Revax does not mean any will thick skin comment, just saying that there are going to be trolls. Just can't let them get to you because they're on the next channel next week. No, we get to block them, Revac. So, the thing is, these trolls come in, they don't have a lot of effort to go to an alternative account. So if they come in and they want to be disrespectful, we've kicked them out before and they're gone and then they don't come back. And, the problem with trolls, they come in, Revac, is they come in and they say these comments and they stir the chat up. And so rather than talking about Seahawks, we end up talking about the trolling thing, which is what they want. So the best thing to do with it is just to get them out of here because they don't want to talk football. They just want to throw poo at the walls. And we're trying to keep the walls clean around here, G14 classified. Hey, at least you didn't choke 27-0 at half. That's true. True. There's that. Brody, who do you hope we draft with our 2 first-round picks? Jalen Carter and Trenton Simpson, Brody. Jalen Carter and Trenton Simpson. Those are my 2. The country's got a 2-year, $50 million contract for Geno would be ideal for me. I'd go with that. David Hart, San Francisco played 2 quality teams all year, the Chargers and the Chiefs, and they lost the Chiefs by 3 touchdowns. That's a good point. I thought they had another 1 or 2 on their schedule, but you might be right. Tommy, we really have to see how the combine goes. Maybe these quarterbacks stink it up. Maybe one jumps up the draft board. Maybe Carter goes monster at it. Just have to see. There's a sleeper in there, though. I agree. The pros process always plays out a little different than where we started out from. Defender of logic, Geno was distributing the ball well when the offense was spread out with an empty backfield. Playing bunch formation compresses zones, which leads to forcing throws into tighter windows. Yeah. Especially as you become more predictable and you don't able to run the ball as much, so you have to throw as much, and then the defense is aware of it, and then they're not playing you as honestly a little bit. James says this is why Jamal is important for covering tight ends and getting after the quarterback. He is indeed. Hopefully he can keep going, James. He's definitely, that body's been broken up quite a bit. I hope he's right and ready to go. David says, they played and beat Minnesota. That's 3 quality teams. Still not a lot, though, to your point. Tommy says, be open to anything at the draft and just hope John knocks it out of the park again. Can't see them going back to let whoever was running the draft before do it. I hope not. Megan says, I'm just happy that I still have 2 teams in the race, the Ravens and the Vikings. Wouldn't be bad to see the Vikings win either, Megan. It's another fan base that's done their share of struggling. Dan W says, okay, good argument on the Geno thing. Lack of O-line, lack of running game, need to score every play because of a bad defense. Yeah, and I'll give you some room on this back to your side of this too, Daniel. It's not to say he doesn't need to keep things cleaned up. This was a game he had to play clean. But I do think when you put all of that together as a driving force, it pushes quarterbacks naturally into start to making these mistake-worthy plays that they wouldn't be making if you could remove some of that. I could understand if I have a quarterback that maybe has like a functional defense, but no running game. That guy needs to keep it clean. Or a great offensive line, so-so defense, no running game. Or a running game, but a bad protecting offensive line and some so-so defense. But all of those other 4 elements not working together, and then it's on him to do, then that's where I'll start to give him a little more, excuses on that. A little bit, or not, I'd say explanation rather than being an excuse. Daniel says, let's be real. If Geno was on the Niners right now, they'd definitely be winning the Super Bowl hands down. We need to continue building around him. I'd agree with you on that. Geno's on the Niners right now. They absolutely go win a Super Bowl. I do. That's a great point on Daniel's part, and I do agree with that. Cool says, I've been telling folks, wait till the combine before you pencil in your picks. It's true. Combine's a big part. Pro days is a big part. Very true. Tommy Lamar's not playing. No, he's out. Doug Williams. Thank you, Keldon. Doug Williams was the guy in Washington. Appreciate you, man. My old brain late in the streams can't quite bring up all the names. Megan says, I had the Jordan Zorn jersey on. I will have my fellow Aussie Falele Ravens jersey on tomorrow. Hopefully Falele goes out and plays well. Odie Depp Geno said his presser he expects to be back next year. He said Seattle gave me a chance when no one else would. I think it's almost certainly Geno will be back. Sounds like that's the case, doesn't it? I would take from that the very same thing. Sean, Geno can win a Super Bowl if he can get our defense back in order. That's what we need to worry about, not Geno. Well said. And I agree. Aaron, David Hart, is Aaron Rodgers as great as he is, has only played in 1 Super Bowl his entire career, just 1. It's true. I think some of that, though, David, comes from a lack of urgency by the Packers. Look at the Rams last year and making their go-for-it moves. Look at the Broncos in 2015 going into free agency and being super aggressive in free agency to top out their defense to get them in a position to go win their Super Bowl. Look at what the 49ers did with the McCaffrey trade this year with a 2nd, 3rd, and a 4th round pick for McCaffrey. The Packers have always stayed in their process and just trusted their process and never been aggressive. And especially when it comes to wide receiver position, they always seem to go just a little bit light there. And they never had a year where they really went out and made an aggressive trade, said, this is our go for it now year. It's always they got their plan. They always got their approach. They're always steady Eddie. I'd offer that a little bit of why he only has 1 ring, why Brett Favre only has 1 ring, why you have 30 years essentially of Hall of Fame level of quarterback play, but you only have 2 rings, is because you as an organization at times don't operate with a sense of aggressiveness, enough aggressiveness. Again, it comes down to, it's great that they all have that we're owned by the people thing there. But this is also what you get with a little bit of a light ownership group at times, a lack of pushing things down a bit. Jacob Trent, Delver won Super Bowl, then yeah, Geno can absolutely win another one. Whether Pete Carroll can still do that is a different question. Yes, sir. Bingo. There you go. M. Iverson, I guess this is our takeaway. Pete Carroll's defense can be awesome as long as they're a Hall of Fame talent throughout. That's it. Exactamundo. Exactamundo. James Watson draft a center and get a right guard and the best defensive tackle in free agency. There we go, man. Deron Payne, Schmitz, and I'm not sure on the right guard yet. I got the other two spots earmarked already, man. DJ Jimenez, Rich Gannon did not win a Super Bowl. He actually lost to that Brad Johnson-led Buccaneers team, but he got him real close, got him into the Super Bowl, and the year he might have probably won the Super Bowl was Tony Saragusa decided to snap his collarbone at one point, and that's why he probably didn't get to another one. But he definitely got there to win it. Sports fan, maybe Geno will win a Super Bowl or maybe he won't, but his defense definitely won't be winning a Super Bowl. Beautifully said, sports fan. And you really touch on, I think, the key point of what I've tried to say in this post-game discussion, which is that Geno's not the problem here. Defense is the problem. This is what needs to get fixed. And it needs to get fixed now if we've got any hope for ultimate success. Not to get in the playoffs. We'll get in the playoffs with that extra talent. But if you don't fix this defense, you're not going very far in the playoffs. Megan says, I just got Geno's jersey. He better be back. I hope he is. And says, trust me, Geno will be better next season. I like it. John says, is this your last stream until draft analysis? No. I'll be doing at least probably a wrap-up season stream, something like that. And I'll be doing some stuff here. We're still branded on the side of it. No. We'll keep rolling through. We'll keep this rolling, John. Seahawks Blue and Green Flacco was a bad contract after that Super Bowl. He was. It was indeed. He did get a Super Bowl, though. Pedro, we need better deep line and linebackers. Barton and Brooks and other dude are trash. Agreed, Pedro. Both middle linebackers need to be addressed. Number 21, if we can get Richardson in the third round for sure. I don't think so. I think he's going second at least. Especially he's going to test off the charts, Emmett. Like somebody has mentioned about the post-draft process, and he's going to run a 4.4-ish. He's going to throw the ball, beautiful release, accurate. It's going to look very good on the testing days on that. He's going to rise up boards, not fall. Mason says, just a theory, but I think the next 5 years we could view drafting an off-ball linebacker in the first round in the same way we look at drafting a running back in the first. To me, it's the second hardest position to play. I agree with you on that. Very well is a possibility. And it's a position right now we're struggling to see a whole lot of the talent in the NFL. I think they're struggling to find those prototype players for this modern NFL that can kind of do it all. Run free and loose in coverage and be strong and stout enough to also hold up in the running game. It's tough challenging these linebackers. John says, we got to root for Brock Purdy to get depleted with that baby body. Brian Myers B, how can you still be going? I left, went to a hockey game, came back, and you're still here. You the man. I love what I do, man. I love what I do. And I love talking with you guys, even on days like this. I love chatting Hawks. I just love it. James Watson, keep Barton for a backup role. He knows the system. Draft a linebacker or two in the draft. I think that's the approach they'll take, James. I don't know for sure if they'll have a guy that they'll earmark to replace him, but he will be brought back. You got to almost kind of bring him back by the sheer fact that Jordan Brooks will be down through the first part of the year, and it's going to be hard to find two starters with all you already need to address on the defensive line, the offensive line, maybe back running back, right? So it's going to get hard to get both of them. Dan Champion, people who want to move off of Geno now, who is replacing him and improving upon the position by next season? It's a great question, Standard. Great question. David Hart, it is too late to Lions play the Niners. Too late. Nick Docs, Brandon, yes, cheer for the Bills Mafia. 100% agree. Yeah, I got it, man. I got it on that. I got a soft spot for those struggling fan bases. I do. We were once there ourselves before we got our Super Bowl title. So, John Robinson, there's going to be some serious contention in the front office about how to go forward in the draft. John's going to want to draft a quarterback, and Pete is going to want to make his case for fixing the defense. Could be a big battle ensuing on that, John. You may be very much on the point with that. Especially got John falling in love with a Will Levis type, for instance. Ooh, the fights that must be going on behind closed doors on that one. Tommy says, as someone who watched the Bills lose 4 straight, I'm all for them winning one. Yeah, that's brutal on a franchise. losing 4 straight Super Bowls. Can you imagine that? 4 straight years you get the Super Bowls, and not just beat like every time except for the first one. They got their doors blown off. I mean, they just got blown out of the water. You know? It was tough. Mason says NFL is a league of trends. I think if the 49ers win it all this year, it could be significant impact on teams building strategies for years to come. I think it's already started to do that this year, Mason, because it's also a bit of the landscape of what you're seeing across the NFL this year with the quarterback play. And I think you're referencing Brock Purdy getting them there when a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't, kind of a known commodity couldn't get you here. Here's this one that does. But look at Geno Smith and his success here in Seattle. Look at the flame outs that have happened from some of the big paid quarterbacks out there, from Deshaun Watsons to Kyler Murray's to Carr's. We could go down. The Dak Prescott's even kind of struggled a little bit this year. I think, as I say, this trend's going towards a direction of the NFL franchises understanding that, yes, quarterback position does matter, but there's a lot more functional quarterbacks that are out there that can command and can control a very highly talented offense and get that offense to be very productive. It's not necessarily requiring a superhero from an Avengers film in order to be able to go out there and win football games. Bruce Griffith. Brandon, do you think this is a championship caliber team next year with all the young talent plus 10 draft picks this offseason? What a great question, Bruce. My tendency is to believe that we might be 2 years away. If you got a lot of moves right, if you hit on all the stuff, if you got you basically got on 80, 90% hit, like you have a draft like you did last year, and then you do in free agency the equivalency of what you did in the drafts the last 2 years, then you could. But I do feel like beyond what you're adding here with this, Bruce, a part of what's been a bit of a common thing I've been saying on this is I think too, though, I don't know if you get to being an elite team by just doing those things with where this defense is, because the defense is held back by a lack of talent. Yes, but it's held back by a couple things, not just a lack of talent, not just an either or. It doesn't have to be mutually inexclusive. Is it the defense or is it the scheme? It's both. Is it the talent or is it the scheme? Both. So yeah, you could. You got to get a lot right, Bruce, but you really have to fix this defense on top of it. Ethan says, I think the Bucs are winning it all this year. Brady has won a Super Bowl every other year since he got the one he got against us. It's possible. There, he's in it. John, those Chiefs-Bills games are freaking crazy, man. Could you imagine playing that well and losing? Oh, I know. Last year, I felt horrible for the Bills in that game. Such a fun game to watch and brutal way to lose. James, we need Cody back for backup role in special teams. Brooks going to be out. Hoping we get Brian Branch in the draft. Love me some Brian Branch, man. Branch is good. He real good. John says, I have a hard time believing in this team with all the defensive coaches returning. That's what makes it hard for me to think championship caliber. You're bringing everybody back. You're going to try the same things on defense. I'm reticent to believe that just fixes itself. Things don't tend to just fix themselves. Oh, it'll just work its way out. No. Weston Baylor. Weston, how's it going, man? Says, can't wait to see how Geno comes back with an entire offseason of film to analyze. He's played this well, having to prepare himself without any game film of his own. He's going to shock us again. I love it, man. I love it. Love it. John says, Geno said he's going to repay the Seahawks for believing in him. What does this team-friendly contract look like? If he does sign for $20 million a year, he will immediately be my favorite Seahawk. He might be mine too. If you're getting him on a $20 million a year deal, and then that means like first year of the cap, you can pull it down to like $10 million or something on that first year hit. And what that would free you up to then go on the open market to go get, that would be tremendously. John, I'm doing the same math you're doing on that. When I hear Geno say those words in his press conference, and usually agents will tell their players, don't ixnay on the discount day, you don't know. We're not doing a discount. You're getting your contract, dude. Geno. Yeah, I know you're appreciative. I got it. Be like Peyton Manning in that first game of the Bronco game. Geno, no, don't say it. But that's what I think that he means by that as well, John. I took that away from that as well as thinking, no, we're getting a bit of we're getting a deal here. Okay. All right. JG says, would you, after Daron Payne, if we don't get Jalen Carter, would you go after Daron Payne if we don't get Jalen Carter? Well, JG, free agency comes before draft. So you have to make a decision on Daron Payne before Jalen Carter. So I don't know if you meant that if we signed Daron Payne, I'd be out on Jalen Carter. I'd go for both, to be honest with you. I'd stack both of them on my defensive line. But yeah, if I miss out on Daron, then I certainly want to jump on Jalen. But it wouldn't go the opposite because Daron will be signed before that. And Daniel, I agree. Barton is a solid backup, but not a starter. Mason, what's your favorite team building philosophy? I personally like the idea of acquiring both a franchise quarterback and a top 5 edge rusher. Would take pressure off both sides of the ball. My team-based philosophy first goes more to first team first. And so it's less centric around a player position at that point, Mason. I still go towards believing that the game is won in the trenches, even in this modern era. So I'm looking at first and foremost building a great offensive line as my first, before I go and get my quarterback. I want a defensive line that they can be bullies. They can get after the quarterback and take away the run. And I start from there and then work my way backwards. Quarterback for me is going to be a little bit of a position that I don't bring in until I got other things on point. It's not going to be the first thing I go to. It'll be one of the last things I go to. I'm not as much on board with, I build my pass rush up by a rotation. Maybe I have less star quality at the top, but I have more quality built through within. I certainly would go more in that realm of things. So I'm a Lions guy first. Then once you get out of Lions, I'd probably then go to something like, quarterback, receiver, tight end, that kind of stuff at that point. But I'm definitely a line of scrimmage type dude, first and foremost. John says, please no more wasting money on tier 3 talent and free agency, only tier 1 talent signings going forward and add some depth signings. I'd like to see that as myself as well, John. You got to have being willing to come here though, too. That's the other thing with that. You might offer them the money if they got equivalent money somewhere else, or you have to overpay to bring them in. Henry Diesel, Geno killed all the momentum with that fumble, but let's give him $40 million a year. I don't think anybody's asking Henry Diesel for Geno Smith to be given $40 million a year. So I think that it speaks a little bit to the argument and the weakness of argument if people have got to buff their argument up for what they call it straw manning Henry. So you're straw manning a little bit. There's not been one single person, and I run a live stream show for probably about 30 hours a week. There's not one person that's coming into my live stream on tens of thousands of chat and said that Geno Smith should be paid $40 million a year. We're talking about $20 million a year, half that. But I think that people are not, that the people that are Geno haters have to keep moving the argument in a place that it's not, because at the end of the day, the argument makes a lot of sense to keep him here. So you start having to stretch outside of it than what people are really saying on it. No one is saying $40 million a year, Henry. Nobody. And if you're looking at that game and you're walking away from it and the first thing in your mind is Geno Smith is the problem here, did you not look at that defense today? Did you not see how bad they were playing? Did you not look at the fact that you caused one punt on the day, no turnovers, no pressure? You let a 7th round undrafted rookie quarterback slice you up. But your first thought process is Geno Smith, or that we can't bring down, we definitely shouldn't be bringing out Geno Smith because he cost us this game. It's kind of silly a little bit. You're not the only one to say it, Henry, but just having a lot of people saying it don't make it the truth either. And it's silly to look at this and go, it's the fumble in this game that's why we lost. That changed the whole thing. The game was going in a direction, and then the fumble happened, and then it went a whole nother direction. Yeah, that's right about where we started to get losing, but it's also just as much that touchdown drive by the Niners to start the second half that was that swing in that shift. You've got momentum coming out of that half. You're up 17-16. The offense gets your defensive field goal. Here you go, defense. Set the stage for you. Go make a damn play. Did the defense go make a damn play? No. But do some people seem endlessly wanting to make excuses for this defense and then point over to the quarterback because that's the easy excuse? Man, silliness. Absolute silliness. Henry Diesel, the game is not on the quarterback. You lost this game because your defense was hot garbage from the start of the game to the end of the game. Hot garbage. End stop. Don't think of it further past that. Don't make it more complicated than it is. There's sometimes in football where you get a result and it's complicated and you got to unpack this and unpack that and then unpack this. This isn't one of those times. This isn't one of those times. Your defense is trash. Your schematics suck. You played this game safe. You played this game not to lose, not to win, Henry, from a defensive standpoint. That's why you lost this game. Fumbles occur, interceptions occur. That's why you lost this game. Not Geno Smith. I'll say it till I'm blue in the face, but I'm going to keep saying it. John says, Brandon, how can we draft an off-ball linebacker in Simpson that early if we don't blitz, which is seriously limits his value as a player? Please don't do that. Trade down and draft Osiris Torrance. He's not been as comfortable in that position with Clemson this year, playing a little bit out of that spot that we'd be putting him into. But I do think that the position of middle linebacker is going lighter. I think lighter guys can get by there. I think you get him better protection up front, and he can do fine within that. So I have a little bit more faith in his athletic ability and the flashes that he shows in getting back into that and being fine with it. But it's a risk. It is an inherent risk. But here's the thing I don't get about that. You're mentioning Osiris Torrance. You're knocking me for on one side on Trent Sims not being a schematic fit, but you got Osiris Torrance who can't move more than 2 steps one way or the other. Like Torrance isn't going to be able to pull John. Torrance is going to be able to get to the second level. Torrance is a trash can. He's a good trash can. He's a trash can that can move people, but he can't move in space. He's not pulling back across the formation. That's been the limitations of our current interior of the offensive line. Bruce, how about Seahawks coming out in the first half, though? Pretty shocking how good we look considering the talent difference. Agreed? You put some points up on that tough Niner defense. It's the number 1 defense in the league. They earned it. They earned it for sure. John says, is there a scenario where you would trade the 5th overall pick for Lamar? I'd be excited. And if not, who trades for him? I wouldn't. No, I think he's already starting to get the injuries piling up like I predicted they'd start to come out and come along for him for a guy that's played with such reckless abandon, and he's limited as a thrower. So he's not getting the ball to DK and Tyler at the same way that a guy like Geno is, for instance. So now you reduce a little bit of in my opinion, you really reduce a little bit of the value of what you have on the outside at that point. No, I can't see how I trade the 5th overall pick for Lamar. I wouldn't want to do that in any way. I got to trade the 5th overall pick, and then John, I got to give him $250 million, of which most of it is going to be guaranteed because he's going to insist on it being that way. I can't do it. Revax is at least the Kraken won. The next few years seem bright for the Emerald City. Thanks for all your coverage from you and your team this year. Well, thank you, Revac. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the donations on the chat, man. You're awesome. OD Death Metal, so you prefer Simpson and Carter? Well, according to Rob Stanton, Carter is a massive risk because of conditioning and Simpson is overrated. Rob is the last person I would listen to regarding the draft. Somebody sent me that OD Death Metal on Rob getting caught up on Jalen Carter and him doing wind sprints after that last game. And I have found it very amusing listening to people's hot takes on how bad Jalen Carter's been through these last 2 games in the college playoffs. I really find it hilarious. And I've also kind of learned a little bit from some people about people and how they understand interior defensive line play and what's happening on a play-by-play basis. Because I can see people kind of trying to apply a rudimentary view of it. And I go, this is how you're off on this. This is how you're missing this. You know, you watch these 2 games that he played in Carter in these 2 playoff games, he's getting doubled more often than he's not. It's kind of unusual that teams are going to double a 3-tech, isn't it? That in itself, with what offenses are doing, should be telling you about Jalen Carter's, about his value in that spect. They're doing it because they consider him the biggest problem on a defense of Georgia that's filled with problems. Even TCU was still applying those same double teams. And even within those double teams, he's still causing havoc. He's still mucking up plays. But I have heard the same thing. The Simpson stuff is a little more valid, like John Robinson mentioned above. The previous year, he was doing more kind of outside stuff. And this year they've tried to fit him more into the inside, more middle linebacker kind of stuff and still doing a lot of blitzing. And it's not been exactly comfortable for him. But I still am trusting a little bit more in the Simpson upside. There are valid questions to be asked with Simpson on that. There are no valid questions to be asked with Carter. Along with this too, OD Death Metal, I see a lot of people caught up with Carter on, and you're not on this, but I know you mentioned with the thing, caught up with the snaps and the number of snaps he's playing. As me and Brendan Nelson were talking about this past week, in the year you won the Super Bowl, you had no defensive players on that defensive line playing more than 40 snaps a game. Nobody essentially playing past 50 snaps on that defensive line. So when Carter's playing 35, 40% of the snaps, that should fit within the model of what we're looking to create anyway within this defense. So how bad of a problem is the conditioning then? If that's kind of the ideal. The ideal is to keep those guys limited to keep them fresh anyway. That's how you're doing it with your defensive line as it is right now. Shelby Harris isn't coming out there to play 75% of the snaps. None of the defensive linemen are. You don't ask your defensive tackles to do that more often than not. But yeah, that is what people are getting caught up in at times, and I do find it a little amusing. Daniel says, yeah, actually, look it up. Niners had an easier schedule than us, and if our defense wasn't incompetent, we would have gone 13-4. I'm really hoping the Niners collapse against the Eagles. I would like to see that as well. Long Big King says, why are people getting away with holding DK every game? Am I the only one noticing this? No. It's a little bit of, this is the Shaquille O'Neal rules that you see applied in basketball, right? When you're so much bigger and stronger and faster than everybody else, the officials will have this natural tendency to give you a little bit more room because it just looks like guys are bouncing off you and you're so, it just kind of, I don't know why, but it's a natural tendency, right? I think a little bit of that's at play there with DK on these guys where they're like, well, what is he supposed to do? I guess, but I've noticed it as well. Both matchups, the last two matchups with Tre'Davious Ward on the outside, Niner fans were coming in here talking about he got the clamps put on him in the second matchup. Ward's out there grabbing and pulling every play. And the NFL seems to randomly decide certain guys get to get away with that, like Sauce Gardner gets away with it on every play. I don't know why they can't be just consistent with it and just call it legit, but it's not going away anytime soon on that one. He's not getting any calls anytime soon. John says, I don't know if Big Country Lamar went to the playoffs every year, and I like our chances with him more than Geno. He's just a winner, period. Yeah, just as much as the health with that, John. I don't think the health's going to stand last with the way he's played the position. Greg, I love Woolen, but he has a lot to learn. And remember, John, when you bring him in, you're guaranteeing that contract. So that injury situation, you ain't getting out from the deal in a year or two. You're married to Lamar for 3 or 4 years, even if he loses that effectiveness below the legs, because he's not going to get more effective with his arm. And so that's the part that gets worrisome to me. Greg, I love Woolen, but he has to learn. He needs to learn to bait and stick with the receivers more. He also needs to hit the weight room, but I still think he's the fastest player in the NFL. He's got to improve, man. He does. I don't think on the in-cutting routes I'll nail him as much for that, Greg. The one where he got caught up on the run game and got beat up over the top, that was horrible. That's a bad play on his part. He can't get beat like that. But the stuff on the in-cutting routes, that's more of a schematic attack than anything else. Am I Iverson? I don't think I would make the move for Herbert. He'd ask for the moon in payment, and we'd be crippled when it comes to the salary cap. It's a great point. Great point. Greg says, I'm not worried. Woolen's very fast and learner. I have a suspicion that Woolen will be the best corner in the league next year. I could see it, buddy. And I agree. I've got a lot of confidence in him moving forward. Goes says, Breeze says, I'm telling you, Kurt Warner would be an awesome coach. He has the it factor for me on top of the knowledge and experience. Possibly. I don't know if he's interested in it. He's getting paid, think, pretty good to be a talking head. Liam Alachero. I'm sick of people saying records don't count because of the 17th game season. By that logic, 16 game records should have an asterisk to them because there was once a 14 game season. We'll get over it one day. Yeah, I agree, Liam. I'm the same way with it. What you add games. It's been done in the past in NFL history. Great point on your part. You were at 1 point 12 games, right? It's like the O.J. Simpson, season record for rushing yards. When that got overtaken, it wasn't like, well, they got the extra games. Like, well, that's the new record. And I agree, man. It is what it is. It is what it is. And there's one game too. It's not even that 4 game difference they did when they increased it before. Symbol 1970 says 2 of San Francisco's touchdowns were basically running backs just hanging close if Purdy was flushed out of the pocket. Seattle never has anything set up like that. No. They'll just send the guy to the flat, and that's where he's going, and then up the field. John Robinson says AR-15 to us, a John Schneider prototype minus being a long-time starter and winner. What's the lowest he falls? I was thinking end of the first. What's the highest? I think the end of the lowest. Yeah, end of the first. John, he could elevate himself into top 10 discussion with this offseason. Guys like this start to rise up the boards. They don't drop. So it seems crazy probably right now a little bit, but I think that's where it is going. Ron Chandler, maybe bring LJ Collier back for another year, or have you seen enough of him? I don't know, Ron. He needs to go. I clip out the Pro Football Focus scores weekly on my channel for my channel members here, Ron. And every week I get a look at LJ's scores on a weekly basis. And even when he's in on a rotational basis, he's still one of our worst defenders this year on a weekly basis when he does play. He's awful. He's bad. He offers nothing to the team whatsoever. John says getting a former MVP of the league for the 5th pick seems like good value. The only thing I'm hesitant about is paying him, but I would franchise him for 3 years. Yeah, remember, he's in the 2nd year of his franchise, I think, this year, though, John. So the price goes up very significantly this year to franchise him. And he's going to want a new deal if you move him. I mean, he's going to want the new contract. I don't think you just pay him and then put him on a franchise tag. And yeah, the paying it's got me worried. Remember, John, too, because he's had to wait so long to get paid. You're not simply paying him on a new contract. You're having to pay him guaranteed money. You're going to have to give him the Deshaun Watson contract, John. The Deshaun Watson contract. Not franchise tag him. You're going to have to give him the Deshaun Watson and the 5th pick. So and just being a former MVP isn't really worth saying it because that was a couple of years ago. Is he the same player he was in his MVP season? Is he going to be the same player he was in his MVP season a year from now, 2 years from now? I have a reason not to believe that he will. Isaac Hyatt, no, we're not bringing LJ back. You're right. No way. Cool Breeze says, Brando, your phone rings and the caller ID says John Schneider. He says, you're going to be a coordinator, but you get the choice, offense or D. What do you choose? That's a good question. I probably would go offense, but I'd have some ideas on defense, Cool Breeze. Seahawks blue and green. If I was John, I would look at my starters and figure out which positions are bottom half of the league, and that's where you draft. You're as good as your weakest link on defense, and that's Barton. Not good. I think that's a decent way of looking at it to a degree. And you got to be careful with that Seahawks blue and green that you could drive yourself into picking reaches then to fill positions of need rather than picking the best players in the draft at that point. And that's a little bit of the cautious I would draw on you on that just a little bit, as it can lead you in that direction as opposed to just going BPA, best player available, you know. Addicted Hawks, Brandon, the top priority for 2023 is to draft someone to fill Kyle Fuller's backup center role. Laughing out loud, seriously. If he's on our team next year, I might have a heart attack. Yeah, I was tough. I was on the live stream going, all right, we're getting Kyle. He's not that bad, but he's horrible in pass protection. That's the part you're losing with Blythe when he comes in and right out the jump, right on the first play, gives up a sack. Just boom. John Robinson says, I love how Brock said most of our defensive players are fringe NFL players. I'm glad he was finally questioning. I like how Brock said most of our defensive players are fringe. Oh, Brock Hewart, sorry. I'm glad he finally questioning the scheme finally. Me too. Better late than never on that. OD Death Metal. It's early to make any final decisions on the draft making, but I tend to agree with Brandon. I like Carter and Simpson as well. Yeah, it's an early one. A lot of evaluation left to be looked at here. Grug says, I'm tired of people blaming the Vic Fangio 3-4 scheme. We haven't run a Fangio scheme defense once this season. Once. And the Geno blaming is ridiculous too. I agree. It's just silly. What do you make of the rumor? Carroll liking Michael Mayer. Ugh. I personally would be really disappointed if we took a tight end early in the draft, especially after seeing the impact of having multiple guys. Ugh. Michael, I like this. I don't get with Michael Mayer. It's like Trey McBride of last year. Like, why do I want to go draft for a tight end with limited tools? He's not fast. He can't move. Like, so I can get a Will Disley in the first round, you know? Ugh. I like Washington way better of Georgia. I like the physical potential of Washington way better of Georgia. Sounds like you're going to be able to get him deeper into the draft than where Michael Mayer is due to go. But I'm not surprised Carroll likes him. But I'm not a big Michael Mayer guy to me. I think it's one of the more overrated players I've seen in this draft. If I get you in the first round as a tight end, you need to be freakish athletically. You need to be quick, or you need to be fast. You know, you got to have some special skill you're bringing to play, not just you got some good overall skills. Like, that's not what I want. I don't want to take that in the first round. That would be bad. Trevor Thompson, OC is not good. Defense is horrible. Need more players and a new defensive coordinator. Well, would a new defensive coordinator change it up from Coach Carroll, though, there, Trevor? What about Coach Carroll's impact on whatever new defensive coordinator you bring in here? Would he let them run free and easy? Tommy says, side note, Ubagidi averaged 35 yards in kick returns. I think we actually upgraded here pretty well. Solid special teamers. He's been great, man. And he's got a place on this team moving in the future, and he's going to help this team out. DJ, I had a bad feeling when Kyle Fuller entered the game and boom, fumble. Not Geno's fault, though. Blythe would have made that line adjustment. I agree with you. Niners tested Fuller the second he went in there. Brandon Moody, keep saying it, Brandon. Keep on saying it. Best part, a great defense next year isn't impossible. No, that's why I say this is the hope for it. It's like we saw when we ended out last year with the offense. And you go, okay, Carroll finally let them go at the end and let the offense run unfettered, and you saw what the offense could get done. And you go, okay, let's do that then next year. This defense, in my opinion, this is a little bit to the pushback on people saying it's a talent situation. Talent's going to help, but if you bring them that extra talent and then make the defensive adjustments, you could be back to being a great defense, potentially great defense next year, I think. If you actually go from being a defense that has nothing schematically built into it that's got any advantages to now having those advantages, that's going to take this defense a lot further than where they've been this year, I think. Talent will help. But yeah, it's a 1-2 punch. John says, man, I wonder if Belichick was fired. I wonder if he would ever be our defensive coordinator. I know Pete and him would clash, but one could dream. That'd be a dream scenario. But yeah, I think he's probably retired after he's done with the Patriots. I don't think he's definitely going to become he could be a head coach anywhere after he leaves. Anyone would hire him, I guess. Justin Goins, if you need a trash can, just go draft Oscar the Grouch. That's right. Cool Breeze, if we wanted a trash can, we would have given up 40 picks for Trey Lance. Nagasa, we had a 12.5 blitz rate versus the Niners. Purdy had an average time to throw of 3.36 seconds. 3.63 seconds. Whoa. That's a long time. Nagasa, especially if you're bringing all those blitzes at 12%. I would have liked to see well above 12.5, though. That's pretty conservative to me. And even if they brought the blitz on that Nagasa, I bet a lot of those blitzes were just 5-man blitzes, right? Here's one extra man. Ooh. John says, I know Osiris Torrance is kind of limited in space, but we need some guys who can move people off the ball. Is there any more fleet of foot guys in this draft who are nasty road graders at guard? I've been a little bit behind on my guard looks in this draft. I had really high hopes for Cooper Bebe before he went back to school. And I looked at the kid out of, I think it's Georgia. I've looked at him. So I haven't gotten very deep into the guards yet, admittedly. And I'll give you this. So Osiris is a solid prospect. So I don't want to make it sound like he's not a good prospect. He is. I just worry about the movement aspect is the thing I do worry about. And he would be able to move guys. That is for sure. Addicted to Hawks. I can't remember hearing Kobe Bryant's name on defense today. I must have been eating and drinking too much. Nope. I don't think it was called either. Daniel Bailey says the fumble was definitely a huge momentum shift, and I admit that the interception felt like a nail in the coffin, but people forget the Niners had to drive it 70 yards after that fumble. Indeed. Sean, Jags come back for the win. When will teams learn just because you're up big doesn't mean you shut it down? Play aggressive on both sides of the ball in 4 quarters. Coaches get into this place, man. We see out with Carroll today, Sean. Let me just try to get by. Let me just try to control. Like, you don't have that kind of control. Let your team go out there and try to win it or not. I've seen the same thing. Coaches want to come in there and not trust their team and trust your team to get you there the lead. Trust them to go and win it. But I think that, again, I don't think it's also, Sean, this is a little bit why I say I bristle sometimes of having a defensive-minded head coach, like we do with Carroll, like the Chargers did in this game that they just blew to the Jaguars. Because a defensive-minded coach is always going to want to play a protectionist role. An offensive-minded coach will go for it, pedal down to the metal, let's score, let's go. Defensive-minded coach will always be like, let me just trust back to my defense. Let me just play my field position game. Let me bleed this clock. Let me just get through this. I just gotta try to manufacture through this. Like, they'll always kind of lean in that direction a little bit. It's their given nature. And I hate it because, as I say with it, it's playing not to win. It's playing not to lose. You don't win games by playing not to lose. You play it by winning, by going for it. This is the Lions last week with the hook and ladder play. Hook and ladder? Hook and ladder? But Dan Campbell don't give an F. They come down on 4th down. They've been running the ball all day. So you go, okay, 4th down, they're going for it now here, which is a surprise they're going for it. I thought they might do the field goal, but no, they're going for it. Did they go over the run? No, they threw it there. That's a team showing you in every way, shape, and form that Lion team. This is why some people think, well, the Lions should have had their shot here at the Niners. Because that Lion team, I don't know if they would have played this Niner team better, but I guarantee you this, they wouldn't have played scared. They wouldn't have played not to lose. And that is how the way you played today. And it's frustrating to see. It is. Cool Breeze says, Rob Stanton backpedaling the Carter. Funny to see. I just, and I have a lot of respect for Rob. So I think he does put in a lot of hard work on his channel, and he's been doing this probably twice as long as me on that front of it. So I don't want to seem disrespectful towards him anyway. But it was a little bit odd when I was sent the clip on him talking about the fact, he was harping on Carter for doing wind sprints after the Ohio State game. And it's like, well, look, bud, the guys, they haven't been playing football for a month and a half since the season ended. Everybody's out of shape. We saw it in the Washington Husky-Texas game, didn't we? It looked like two teams that hadn't played in a month and a half. You can't replicate game conditioning when you've been out of it like that for that long. And the fact that he was doing wind sprints, I didn't take it as a negative, but a positive. The lazy guy doesn't do even the wind sprints. The lazy guy doesn't even talk about wind sprints. The lazy guy isn't out there doing it. Like, he's trying. It shows effort. And he's a young kid, I think Carter's a tough one for some folks on it. I think he's a tough one for some folks on it, but I have a certain an outlook on Carter. And when I made the comparison to Cortez Kennedy, I did not make that blind. I did not make that happenstance. I didn't make it because I'm trying to get clicks on my videos because it's a former Seahawks grade and I can compare. It's because the comparison was apropos and that those two guys have a lot of similarities between their games and the way they play and what they rely on to win. And he's going to be like that kind of guy. But I also, with Rob too, I was like, well, Jalen Carter's not Chris Jones. Well, Jalen Carter's not Aaron Donald. Well, yeah, he's not. Those are two of the best defensive tackles in this generation, and they might be two of the best defensive tackles of all time when it's all said. And Cortez is one of the best defensive tackles too, but I don't know if he's at the level of those two guys. He's not the level of Aaron Donald. Cortez is a great player, Hall of Fame player. He's not Aaron Donald. That's why I made the comparison to it. But yeah, there's some variance already you're seeing in some of this draft outlook of things. And I do think Rob does do good work on that, but that was interesting. Mason, my ideal draft scenario is Carter at 5 and taking AR-15. Sign me up, man. I believe AR-15 will go top 10, 15 after the combine as pro day. So we will need to be aggressive to get both. I agree. I do think he ends up maybe pushing his way to top 10 status. Alex Ferraras, would you trade the number 5 pick for a player like Bosa, the Bosa brothers, or Aaron Donald? I don't think I would do it for Donald in his 30s, Alex. Nick Bosa, yeah. Myles Garrett, probably. TJ Watt, maybe. Maybe on TJ, maybe. Micah Parsons, those would be about the only that I would do that on, Alex. I don't think there'd be any other defenders. I don't think there'd be other defensive guys I'd look at to do that. But I might do it for those. I think Donald's probably getting right at the end of his prime here. I don't think he's got a lot of time left. I think he's still going to be good for a while, but I don't think he's going to be at the dominant level he was once before. John, but as far as schematic fits for interior low offensive line, we didn't even run that much outside zone, so having one big lineman doesn't seem to factor in that much. We're still a lot of inside zone. Yeah, you're right about that. We still have a heavy amount of inside zone that we predominantly run. And I don't know if just bringing in mobile linemen will get us to start to run it more. I'd like to think that we would, John, and that I'd like to ideally think the reason you're not running it is because you don't have the mobile enough interior guys to make it work. But you very well may be right on that one where it's that Carroll loves running inside zone. Brian J., how much do you want to pay Geno? Less than $25 million a year. Brian J., do I think Geno will get less than Danny Dimes? I don't know what the market's going to be for Danny. No, Geno's going to make more than Danny. Pigeon, 8-hour stream. Holy shit. Yeah, hey, man, we went 14 hours last week, man. So I go deep. Brian J., has the cat moved during the stream? She's moved a little bit. She's gone up and down. She's got some pets. A little this, a little that. Brian J., I do like Kurt Warner's film studies on YouTube too. He knows the quarterbacking. He knows how the game works, and he can explain it very, very well. Yeah, Aziz, the Ward was holding on to DK for dear life. He piggybacking him on one play as the ball's in the air. Like he's literally on top of his back. No call. Trevor Thompson, Seattle has the 29th pass rush defense, and San Francisco has the number 1 total defense. Not a good matchup. No. Tough one. John says, what's the likelihood of a good Stroud actually returning to school? I would have said no chance starting into this process, John, but watching all these guys going back to school and knowing the amount of money that's out there, I'm a little bit worried. Power Code, hey Brando, tough loss for our Hawks this season, but this has been a season unlike any other. Been struggling quite a bit personally, but your coverage and enthusiasm keeps me going. Thanks a ton. Hey, well, thank you, man. I hope I'm able to provide that every once in a while, a little bright beacon spot for you guys to come to here where we can have some fun discussion, just talk shop, even if stuff is going rough a little bit personally on things. I know how that goes with it. So I do appreciate that, man. And still a great season, man. And I've had a great time with you guys. Of course, this has been an amazing year for this channel. You know, we started out at 6,000 subscribers on February 5th-ish or so, right? 6,000 was where I was at. We're now sitting somewhere in the neighborhood of just a hair short of 11,000 subscribers in 1 year. That has been amazing growth from you guys. So I couldn't ask for more from you guys in any way, shape, or form, and I never would. You guys have been amazing on that. Addicted Ox says, correction, if Kyle Fuller and LJ Collier are still on the team next year, I will become a Bills fan. I really wanted to see LJ gone in the preseason. I really wanted to see him off the roster. I was like, please don't make me watch this guy again this year. Please don't make me watch this guy again this year. Oh, I got to watch him. Okay, here we go. And at least it was sample size, but boy, they still put him out there. John says, Geno finally got DK on a bomb. Don't you think Levis and Stroud with their strong arms and aggressive maximize DK's strengths as a receiver? A little bit, John. I think a little bit of it is that he gets some of that stuff get taken away by the natural double teams that roll up on him. And the quarterbacks are kind of hardwired to where if I see the double coverage roll over the top on even a dynamic receiver like DK, my natural inclination is not going to be to just heave it up to DK. And so I think that that's going to be still what it comes down to this, John, on this for me is rather than being those guys being better in that respect of things, if you get your running game more consistent, if you drive to situations where you get the eighth man down in the box, and then that safety can't just lean to DK's way, he's got to play it safe up over the top. Then you're going to pull those double teams away, and then you're going to get more situations and times opened up to hit DK in those 9 routes. But I think it comes back a little bit to the running struggles a little bit and not really commanding that attention up front in that way that you'd like to be able to pull that off. You know, for instance, John, when you completed that deep pass in this game, I believe it was on a third and 3 on that play. And you were getting that. Why? Because the Niners were amped up to stop the run on that given play. And they were giving up DK on the outside saying, oh, we don't think you'll throw a 9 route on 3rd and 3. So you got to create more of those instances where that safety is not over the top, I think. Henry Diesel, Collier, and Eskridge, and we wonder why this team has declined. Yeah, those weren't good ones. Those were bad picks. Brian J says Lamar isn't getting the Deshaun contract. Maybe not. I know he's pretty far removed. He's overdue for getting paid, Brian. And like we learned with the Dak Prescott contract, if you're not going to pay the guys after that 3rd year, and you're going to wait past the 4th year, you're going to wait past the 5th year, you're going to wait past the 6th year, the price only goes up for him. And he has been towing the line as far as what he wants to be paid here. And if you end up trading for the guy, Brian, as we've learned on deals that have been made from everywhere like Laramie Tunsil going a couple years ago to the Texans, or Russell Wilson going to the Broncos this offseason, or Jamal Adams coming here. If you're going to trade for a guy, you're going to tend to have to put him on a monster deal, and it's going to be tending to be a rookie, a record-breaking kind of like contract, as Laramie Tunsil received, as Jamal Adams received, becoming the highest paid safety in the league, right? So it does kind of play out that way. You might be right on that. There might be no team willing to do it, but he will be the hottest commodity on this open market if he's available via trade for a team. And I think there will be a team out there that will give him that deal or not. They're not going to give him maybe the guaranteed amount that Watson got, but he will still get, if he gets a $260 million deal, $150 million, $175 million of it's going to be guaranteed minimum. Randy D, did the Seahawks screw up? What an ugly loss. I don't know if it's a screw up as much as they just didn't try to go out there and really take the game. You kind of went out there and sort of just did what you're going to do. You didn't try to do any extra steps. You didn't have a recognition of there were being a little bit of a talent discrepancy here. Instead, you came out and said, we're just going to play it how we play it. And we're going to trust stuff to work out. And you weren't really all that aggressive, especially defensively. You were very soft. And the Niners took advantage of it. Simple 1970 saw a mock and draft, and they had Anthony Richards going number 7 to the Raiders. Raiders look like the early strong favorite to get Brady. They're the one that is supposedly making the biggest push and the biggest play to go get Brady, supposedly. So, but I could see him taking him if they don't. John says Levis would look so good in our throwbacks, especially with our young core on the offense. I'd agree, man. You know, John, I'm a big Will guy, so like you don't have to sign me up for Levis. I'm on board. But John, we're going to be walking a lot of our fellow Hawk fans off the ledge if he just picked. I'm going to be trying to really, no, it's okay, you guys, it's okay. You don't understand. It's all right. We'll be okay. Blue and green, we have so many holes. That's why I would go with that draft strategy. I think I read up above there. Sorry, man. Lost. Makes sense. You need bodies, bro. You need more than just need one guy here. You need a lot. Henry Diesel, everybody gets criticized besides John Schneider. I agree with you on that. There's not a lot of criticism that goes Schneider's way. And Henry, you just point out a couple of players in recent history and a couple of drafts in recent history that have been really bad. The hard part for fans and the hard part for a man like me who tries to analyze this stuff is that over the past 10 years, John Schneider has set second fiddle to Coach Carroll, meaning Coach Carroll is the vice president, meaning that John Schneider can come up at any point, any draft or any signing and say, I'm going to do this. And Coach Carroll can say no, or Coach Carroll can say yes. That makes it then very hard to make certain assessments about who is what and what is where when it comes to personnel matters. It also seems like to many of us out here, Henry, that this past draft, and one of the reasons why, Henry, this draft went so much better than any of the recent drafts by a wide margin is, yes, you had the extra picks. Yes, you had the extra picks, the 2 extra second rounders. But it also was a lot seemingly to do with the fact that it felt like Schneider was running a little more freer and less of Carroll's intervening. But again, none of us really know how exactly the dynamics of that draft room play out. We do know for sure, though, Henry, that Carroll does have more power than Schneider in that room. He is, for all intents and purposes, his boss. So it makes it harder to go back and point to just Schneider on that at that point. Big Country says BPA is definitely the way to go. Plus, I don't see us filling all needs in one off season. Agreed. Part of why I see it, somebody asked, is this a championship team next year? It kind of seems for me like we might need a couple of years on this one. But I understand blue and green. You want to, if best player plays a position of need as well, then it's a no-brainer, of course. Yes, Seahawks blue and green. If it's a best player at a position of need, you do that, and you should do that. I think the worry from my standpoint comes in if you just earmark that we've got to pick here and we've got to pick there, and that this is how we've got to do it. Well, then what that leads you to do is like the LJ Collier situation. That's my reference for this. Because what happened in that draft is you had your pass rush go out the door. You needed to fill your pass rush in from somewhere else. You said, we got to get a defensive end in this draft. We need to get an edge guy. We have no edge guys on this team. And you watch that first round play out where there was literally 15, 16, 17 edge players or 17 defensive linemen taken in that first round. And what you made LJ like the 18th pick. That's what ends up happening though when you get driven by that. We got to get this for this position, and we need to get that for that position, and we need to do this for this position. Certainly, when it matches up to need, you do it, you jump on it, you don't even wait to turn in your card, Seahawks blue and green. But the proverbial question I always say is, if I've got a 96%, like a Madden, right? Like a Madden grade. If I got a 96 potential guy over here that's in front of me on my draft board, and he's playing at position A that I might have a player or two, but it's okay, but I've got a starter there. He's better than that starter. He's got better top end potential than starter. And then I've got this other position I'm looking at that's like an 85, but it's actually for a position of real true need. For me, I go to the 96 guy. I think you go the 85 way, and that leads you to a bit of a road to ruin. John Robinson says, you watch any of A.T. Perry's tape? He would definitely be able to block DNs. I haven't checked him out as of yet, John. No. I will, though. Randy says time to sign Geno to an 8-year, $300 million deal. Addicted to Hawks. Speaking of tight ends, any news on Fant's knee? Any news on Disley? Did he have surgery yet? I haven't heard anything on that. I have not heard anything on that. John Robinson says Washington's like having a freak de facto O-lineman out there, plus he's a freak after the catch. Yeah, he's one of my guys in this draft. You know, John, I've always got a list of about 15 guys that are my guys that are just, regardless of our need position, just guys I love in the draft. He's going to be one of those guys for me on my list of that, John. I really like that kid's upside. And with having the 2 tight ends they have there and how much that offense is just filled out across the board, he's maybe not as used as much as he could have been used at Georgia. Church of Sacred Cacti. I say draft the best defensive lineman available or linebacker if there's really one standing out. Then interior offensive line. Then get Lamar Jackson with our $58 million. We got another Lamar guy out there. I hear you, man. You're not the only one, Church. There's been another one in there too. John Robbins says, I love how Brandon calls that returner Oogie Boogie. Oogie Boogie. Oogie Boogie Boogie. Dylan Tate, what's going on? What's going on? Do you been on here for 9 hours? Go to bed. You're not my father. You're not my father, Dylan. Don't tell me to go to bed, man. You're not my dad. Seahawks blue and green, Carter being the anchor will help out the other linemen and free up linebackers because they are doubling him. Yes. Correct. I love the thought of getting Carter, man. I really do. King Bookie Man Nation, who you drafted 5? Jalen Carter, man. Carter. Not Carter, I'll go Levis. Not Levis, I'll go Miles Murphy. OD Death Metal, we really need a new coach. Pete is invested in these players. I don't think he makes the tough decisions necessary and cleans house on defense, starting with Barton. It's a solid point. Donnie Pearson, only 12 NFL teams remain, including my Dallas Cowboys. Best of luck to you guys, man. Daniel Bailey, speaking of 17-game records, Wilson only had 15 more yards per game with that record than Geno this year. A top season of a Hall of Fame franchise career by Wilson, but Geno is definitely the problem. That's a great point. So Geno only 15 yards off per game from Geno Wilson's mark if we're just talking about keeping it within the 16-game equivalent structure to when Wilson set those records. But as Daniel says, that was the prime year on a potential Hall of Fame career. Well, great point, Daniel. Beautiful point. I love that. Saijin with the $5 donation. Thank you, Saijin. I'm a little late on acknowledging, man. Sorry. But I appreciate the donation nonetheless. Says, proud of my Hawks since we're not supposed to be in the playoffs. Yeah, I'll take it. Hey, I'll take it too. You should take it. And this is still a successful year. We're turning over some of the bad at the moment right now, a little bit, Saijin, but let's not get mistaken. Let's not get a little lost in the forest despite the trees, as they say. It has been overall a very impressive season, and we got a lot to feel good about. John says, so if the Cardinals pick Anderson, how does Carter get past Chicago when they take down? So Chicago's not going to trade down inside of us in the top 5, John. I don't buy that they would do that. I think they would trade down to like 7 or 8 if they move back. It's Carolina. It's the Raiders. I mean, it's any one of those teams that are picking in that spot that come up there. You know? So the Bears trade out to me, John. They trade out for a quarter team that wants to go up and get Bryce Young a quarterback. Bam, Bryce Young goes, or CJ Stroud. Bam, CJ Stroud. Texans come back, then take Bryce Young. Then you get to the 3rd with the Cardinals. They take Will Anderson. Then you end up 4th with the Colts. They take Will Levis. And then you end up with us on the 5th with Carter. I feel real good that it's going to play out that way. John says Bosa had roid rage. Well, that'll happen, man. You know, they're on a new cycle. It's the playoffs. You cycle during the playoffs when you're on those roids. Dan says, not to mention it's the first year in running the Shane Waldron offense. That's true. Barton would pick up a fumble and run into Carter's butt and drop the ball, something like that. Donnie Pearson, TheSeahawksNest, you and me both, Brandon. Sean, Uchenna Nwosu, Deron Payne, Jalen Carter, Darren Taylor, front 4. Now I can get behind that. Yeah, I can too. That'd be a good front 4. Hella good. That'd be a great front 4. ZZ, Carter isn't falling to 5 though. I do think he is. Again, on the ZZ guys, think of this through on this, okay? Just think of this through. Number 1, defensive tackles aren't going number 1 overall. Last defensive tackle that went number 1 overall, I believe, was Big Daddy Wilkerson in like 92. So Carter not going number 1 to Bears overall. He's not. The Bears need a lot of help. They need to trade back, accumulate multiple picks, build this team up around Justin Fields. If they're not already just going to take a quarterback there and maybe try to move Fields. That's also another possibility of where they can go, and that's also being talked about. But if they move out of that spot at that point, then it pretty much guarantees that we're going to have Carter falling to us. That's all it takes. It doesn't take 4 or 5 different things to happen. That's all it takes. And there is a high probability that it does occur. Cool Breeze is dogging on somebody trying to condition themselves is silly. I thought so too. There's a lot of things to look at with these guys that are, you know, maybe issues to look at. But this is a little bit of my problem too with the whole character concerns thing with Carter too. Like it smells of me of like general managers trying to like muddy the waters a little bit. You know, what issues, what specifically, on what proof, on what being talked about, you know? I never like the unnamed sources. I hate that in this modern age of unnamed sources we hear, because anybody can make up anything at that point, right? Then nothing is based within reality. It can just all be kind of put together. Steven Gerrard, Greg Gaines. Is he a free agent? I'll take me some Greg Gaines. He's good. John Robinson says, talk about college offenses, get the ball out so fast and how it affects pass rushing production. Well, it certainly does. When you have a quarterback, and John's point on this, a lot of these quarterbacks run these offenses that are very kitschy, and they are very much based around one read looks, or just get the ball out of your hands to the bubble screen, get your ball out of the hands of this guy in space. But it's not as much of guys sitting back, holding onto the ball, helping their pass protection can hold on while they let the routes develop deep down the football field. It's a lot of highly structured stuff that's meant, to your point on that, John, to minimize the pass rush. And you certainly do see that with Jalen Carter a lot, where, if he's not being doubled and he gets single blocked and then he gets quick early pressure, it's on a particular play where you've got the quarterback getting the ball out of his hands quick. But I saw that throughout both the Ohio State game and the TCU game. When you see his lack of impact, you're seeing it coming on the heels of that. If it's not a double team, then he's creating pressure, but the ball's getting out of the hand of the quarterback so quickly. It's hard to get there in under 2.5 seconds. It's hard to win that fast from a pass rush rep. You need the quarterback to a degree to get pressure, to hold it at least just a little bit at times. It's hard to just be that, I'm going to whoop your butt instantaneously off the snap and get in the backfield. Again, especially from the defensive line standpoint. And let's also remember, John, especially with the Georgia Bulldogs, this is also a little bit more uniquely structured. The Bulldogs ask their defensive linemen to fit to a role within the pass rush. That doesn't mean they ask their linemen to just pin their ears back and get after it. They run a lot of blitz looks. They run a lot of games up front. They ask one lineman to sometimes do the dirty work so the other guy can get clear around them. This is why Trayvon Walker was the number 1 overall pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars this year, but he didn't have a lot of tremendous production with Georgia. Why? Because a lot of times they're having him play the 5 tech. A lot of times they're just having him first set the edge and then go to the quarterback. It's not being asked to run as purely. So this is why when you look at the college players, you can't just look at statistics and let that be your own sole judge to their, especially pass rushers, as to their effectiveness. You got to watch the game film. And I think a lot of people, John, end up doing the short, easy thing, which is just to look at the stats and make your assumptions from that. And that's where that'll get you lost, especially on a guy like Carter. Liam Alanchero says, Carter, Simpson, Schmitz is my dream top 3 picks. Sign me up, Liam. Sign me up. And Steven, we did used to be a linebacker factory. I think you mean the UW. We did used to be. John says, Myles Garrett for the 5th pick. Sign me up. You could, me too. I like Myles. Mason, hey, B, can you try to sell me on Simpson? To be fair, I haven't watched much of him, but I'm strongly against linebacker in the first. The trend of first-round versatile athletic linebackers has failed. Simmons, Queen, and Lloyd. Let's give Lloyd a little bit more time, Mason. He's a rookie, so let's not make our final assessments on him quite yet. Queen is playing better now that he's not at Roquan Smith, where he's being asked to play the strong side, middle linebacker role in the 3-4 defense, so he might be better equipped as more of the weak side guy as the middle. But Simmons has definitely been a not good player. So, those guys haven't been good. I will say, Mason, there's also a guy by the name of Micah Parsons, who's also a hyper-athletic linebacker that's worked out quite a bit, quite well. The thing that you're going to get with Simpson, too, as a potential is a guy that might be able to give you some edge rush snaps as well. He's rushed off the edge as a guy there for Clemson and been very good in that respect. And I think he can probably give you some of that at the next level, and that he's got some sort of poor man's Micah Parsons to his game in that respect. Parsons, a way better prospect, of course. But there's a lot to be questioned on him with. John Robinson brought up above some of the issues that you saw with him making the transition to more middle linebacker-y type stuff this season, outside of playing more of an edge-like role in that defense prior. My feeling on this is that these linebackers are getting a little bit lighter and more fleet of foot, and you need a faster guy back there that can get around. I like what he does in coverage overall. I like his speediness back there. I think he's got pretty good instincts as a player. It's maybe been a tad underwhelming this year, but part of this that's also informing me in this was I like him a lot too. But Mason, if I don't go Simpson, I don't think there's a whole lot of linebackers I feel good about in this draft, feeling like they're going to upgrade the position either. That's where we also get into this. And he's the one guy that I have confidence in that he would be an upgrade over Jordan Brooks or Cody Barton. I do think he would. But I don't know about any of the other guys in this draft. I got big question marks about all the rest of the linebackers. It's really, at the end of the day, Mason, it's a It's probably the weakest position out there in free agency in the draft in cumulative, but the one that we need the most help, meaning that we need 2 starters. So there's not a lot of great answers out there, to be honest with you. Addicted Ox, Brandon, how does AR-15 compare to Malik Willis last year? To me, they sound similar, but admit I haven't seen much of his highlights. Malik Willis is like sub 6 feet tall. Malik Willis is like, what, a 4'7" like guy in the 40. I think you're going to see I think in AR-15, he's going to run like a 4.45 40. So significantly more fleet of foot. That was the thing with Malik, was he was supposed to be this real guy who could escape and all that. He wasn't escaping out of guys in that smaller conference he's kind of playing in, right? He wasn't getting away from those guys. How's he going to get away from pros, really? And he's got okay athleticism, but he's just not particularly fast and not necessarily really quick. A well-built quarterback for his size. Arm talent-wise, I think AR-15's way smoother across the board in his delivery, way cleaner mechanics. Stronger arm as well, both on the short, intermediate, and deep stuff. More of an ability to throw with anticipation. More of those NFL throws on his highlight film that stand out to you. Go, okay, wow, that's an NFL throw. You know, there's a throw he made against Utah where he had to throw it on a line right in between coverage on an in-breaking route, in between 2 or 3 defenders rallying to him. I remember early in the year watching that from Anthony Richards going, okay. And he threw it with some steam. So much, much different player. Much, much different. Daniel Bailey, Carter has conditioning issues. Damn, I wish there was a way to address that. But as we all know, it's something that can't change. Or there is. But it's worth it. But is it worth it to do cardio for millions? You nailed it. Nailed it, Daniel. The Skis 86 says, saw the Geno press conference, says he wants to end it in Seattle. We're hearing the same thing. And we're translating that as to mean he's going to be willing to take a discount. Don't know if it's going to be true or not, but that's how we're all sort of taking that in our feeling of it. Megan says, B, I think I'll head out, not feeling the best and need to decide whether I'll be back. Love spending time with y'all. Well, I do hope you do come back, Megan, but again, I understand if you need a little bit of a break. I know this stuff can go in the chat, so I appreciate you being in there and hanging on there and doing the good work in the chat today as you do. You're very kind, and I appreciate you. Skis says, trade the 20th pick for Garrett. I don't think that they'd give him up for that. I think they'd want more. They'd want more. The only way I want to keep Carroll is if we go back to a 4-3 under and get Will Anderson and play more like the Cowboys. There we go, man. There you go. That'd be a way to go. Space says, I was one of your first 100 subscribers. Thanks for being a beast. You come a long way, baby. Hey, we have come a long way. Thank you for being one of my first 100 on that, Space. I really do appreciate you, man. And yeah, it's been a long 4 years, but it's been a great 4 years, brother, doing it with folks like yourself and Megan in here helping me out, all y'all. It's been a great year. It's been just awesome watching this growth go on as it has for this channel. The Risquez 86, here come all the Lockett trade rumors. Maybe. I think we'll hold on to him. He's a leader, captain on the team. I don't think they're going to move him. And Megan, you're not being sensitive at all in that. So I'm completely right to when people act like that to go, that's crossing the line. They are crossing the line. Absolutely. I'm not going to stand for it in my channel. I don't have to. Nor do you. Zal0 says, I feel like Lamar will be franchise tagged, then traded on draft day. Me too. Me too. Mike McGee says, bad game for Pete. He needs to let go of the defensive play calling. Yep. Let go. Let it go. Just let it go. Mason, remember that before the season when Pete said he thought we had 2 number 1 quarterbacks? Maybe he has another trick up his sleeve. After the season, I don't think anything would shock me. No, me either. Me either as well. John says, it seemed like we were missing some tough, emotional, gritty players to lead on defense. Who are those players in the draft? Kind of hard to say right now, initially. I mean, Carter would be one of those guys, but when it comes to the rest of the other guys, Brian Branch is that guy. Christopher Smith, the Georgia safety, is that kind of guy. Jair Brown, a Penn State, a free safety, so it's not really a fit, but that'd be one of those guys. Witherspoon, I think his name. What was his name? I think it's the Illinois corner would be like one of those guys. There's a few. In my version, I'd love to see the Jags win the whole thing just to see all the crooked NFL refs who have money on the Super Bowl lose their shirts. Defender of Logic, what are your thoughts on Seahawks defense being so committed to stopping the run that they get faked out so much? The entire front seven bit the fake toss multiple times in this game. Yeah, they were definitely amped up for the run game here. This is, again, the Carroll strategy. Carroll's strategy is going to be two things, right? It begins with two things: stopping the run, protecting against the deep pass. So you're trying to do two of those things on every given defensive play. That's what you want to make sure you're accomplishing. So you're always going to have defenders taking a little bit of that false step because there is the predilection and the motivation and the will from Coach Carroll to want to see that be where the team is the team is trying to essentially you're stopping the run to turn them one dimensional, and then you're taking away the deep play to then make them then you're taking away the deep play to make them more patient. But as you saw today, what happens is offensive coordinators are aware of this, and so they combat that in the way that you can, which is you fake them one way, you go the other way. Take advantage of their aggressiveness. Mason says, with all of your knowledge of how this front office operates and the type of players they like, can you rank the 4 quarterbacks in order that you think Pete and John would take? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's actually not too bad. Hard to do this one. So I would go like this. I think they would go CJ Stroud, Will Levis, Anthony Richardson, and Bryce Young. I have an instinct on this that after dealing with Wilson for years in the undersized quarterback, I don't think they're running balls out to get back into that same type of territory again. I think Schneider's going to have a big man crush on Will Levis. Mason, do you realize if it wasn't for a drop by Ayuk, the defense wouldn't have given up a touchdown on every drive the second half? Disgraceful. Exactly. Charles says, hey, if Tampa wins, we will pick 19. There we go. Let's go. Prince Mason, Jamal Albatross Adams needs to take a pay cut. I'd like to see it, Prince. I doubt he will, though. Wouldn't mind seeing it, though. Seahawks blue and green to the TSCU players coming into the draft have their draft stock drop after that beating against Georgia. No, I don't think so. I think the NFL recognizes Georgia as being the powerhouse that they are. You know, it didn't affect the Cincinnati Bearcats getting blown out by Georgia last year, right? It didn't preclude them from having guys like Brian Cook, safety, Desmond Ridder, quarterback, Kobe Bryant taken, right? I mean, they must have had about 6-7 players drafted last year and all drafted right along where they probably should have been drafted. So, absolutely. It's not going to drop their stock. Like, Johnson's still going to go in the first round. You know, if anything, he could have just elevated his stock, the receiver for TCU there, by having a great game and putting himself in the top 10, but he still probably goes in the teens. Eric99 says, Brandon's still going strong. This is why I support the channel. Super Bowl in 3 seasons. Keep the faith. Faith kept, brother. Faith kept. OD Death Metal. Roquan was a first-round pick, if I'm not mistaken. He was. Top 10 first-round pick. A high first-round selection. Very high. Prince Mason, Hawks would be better in drafting a safety and convert him to linebacker for speedy and run-contained purposes. Well, considering this middle linebacker class, Prince, I can be signed up with that considering where the talent is right now as far as the guys I'm looking at, because it's lean otherwise. Mason says, I think whoever Arizona hires as their head coach will play a big factor on whether they take Anderson or Carter. I also wouldn't rule out a trade back. They're not one player away. Great point, man. And I agree. Addicted to Hawks, Brandon, thanks for the comparison of AR versus Willis. I thought Willis looked good, but was a one-read guy. Yep, and that certainly is where AR is right now, addicted to Hawks. He is a one-read guy. But there's a difference also where he's 21-year-old, 20-year-old kid. He's really, really young. So it's understandable a guy like that who has not had kind of the experience to play might be more into that. And he's playing against top-notch competition. Whereas, of course, with Willis, you have him playing at Liberty. So it's a lot lesser of a competition. And so in him struggling against lesser competition versus AR holding up against it, that's also a bit of in that factor a bit. But my pleasure, man. Thank you. Prince, Seattle had a great deal of cap space. They can pay Geno and draft a quarterback. They can, Prince. You don't have to do one or the other. You can do both. Both, I say. So yeah, Tampa Benz, we get the 19th pick, it sounds like. Appreciate your space. Thank you, man. It's very kind of you to say that. Grug says, signed Ron Payne, draft Jalen Carter, Trent Simpson, Nolan Smith, Mozzie Smith, Christopher Smith. Our defense will be set for years. Also, please draft John Michael Schmitz and sign a right guard. Sign me up, man. I like all that. I like all that. Put that all together. Put it together in a plan. Set it on my office. Set it on my desk. We'll make it so. Will, while I don't want to come across as a Pete Carroll apologist, I understand both sides, but the culture he has created is second to none. Extremely valuable and cannot just be replaced. Very, very, I think an important comment on your part, Will, and a place that I would be in agreement with you 100%. It's where I do say on this with Coach Carroll, I know that we're in the age where it's like you got to paint things broadly and say, well, it's all this one way, or it's all that one way. And maybe that's a little bit what I'm supposed to be doing as far as this, analyze and being a talking head on here as I am. But I don't land on that necessarily. I do land at agreeing with you, and that he creates a great culture. He gets these guys motivated. He fosters the right kind of environment for young players to flourish very quickly into their pro careers. I would say that's 100% the truth. And you are right that there may not be a guy that comes in that would match that or be able to come near to that, or you would take huge steps behind that in so many respects. That also could be the truth. I do think there is, though, the known quotient here as well on this, Will, of what about the schematics defensively that won't change? And Carroll doesn't show a willingness to change, even when he onboards a different front seven like he did this year. And does that, if he's unwilling to make that change, my question back to you on that, Will, as a, not apologist, but a supporter on Carroll with this, does that not maybe bring up some hesitancy in you to believe then that you can get yourself back to Super Bowls if you're always operating behind the eight ball as far as those schematics go? You got beat today as much from the schematics as much as talent. Talent factored in too, but also did the schematics. That offense and Shanahan and how he attacked the holes in your scheme. How do those holes get fixed? Especially, how are they to get fixed if Carroll doesn't admit there's a problem or that they need to be fixed? Lions Mania was a tough loss today, man. Tough loss. Trevor Thompson and Kenneth Walker deserve better. 1,100 rushing yards, 10 touchdowns, despite coming into the season with the 32nd ranked offensive line. Perhaps he can get an offensive rookie of the year. What say you? I'd give it to him, Trevor. He'd have my vote, man. And most of the last running backs that have matched the stats he put up this year, averaging 4.6 yards per carry, 1,100 yards rushing, 10 touchdowns, those guys tend to win the offensive rookie of the year when they put up those stats, running backs wise. So he should. But as we've seen with some of this East Coast bias, you just saw Sauce Gardner get a first team All Pro, even over the top of a guy like Darius Slay. The East Coast bias is a real thing. I mean, Darius Slay plays on the East Coast, but he ain't in New York. It shows you to me that, like, Darius Slay's played way better this year to me than Sauce. But Lions Man says, I wish my team was in there, though. Not to be rude and all, but I mean, you guys did beat us head to head. I get it, man. I get it. You might look at this game and think we would have played them tougher. And you might be right on that. You might just. Charles says, man, you're awesome having a 9-hour stream. Oh, dang, I didn't know. Yeah, I go long, Charles. I go long. When we do the draft, I do 3 straight days of draft, and it's about probably 45 hours of streaming when it's all said and done. So I don't know why. I just kind of naturally end up going, and I love talking to people in my chat. I really do enjoy having this interaction and being able to discuss this and turn this over and kind of think of it in a variety of different levels. And everyone in the chat always gets me thinking and makes me think about something I haven't considered more often than not. Spaces, the streamer from the Niners, looked like he lost a close family member at halftime. They were in shock. They were shook. Yeah, they were. It's nice that we made him at least a little bit nervous. I do like that. Oh, Grug, I think the Seahawks and Lions are getting Jalen Carter and Will Anderson respectively. The 3 quarterbacks are going in the top 5, and the Cardinals will simply take a wide receiver. I love it, Grug. Boy, Will Anderson on the Lions. That would be dangerous. That's a danger. John, please let Arizona pick Bijan Robinson number 3, man. That would be amazing. Sign me up. Megan says, B, you missed my question. Do you think the relaxed week we had before today's game came back to bite us in this loss? I don't, Megan. I don't. Again, because coming back to like what I saw in this game was a little bit more of you playing things a little soft defensively and you kind of letting San Francisco have their way. You needed to make the rookie quarterback uncomfortable in this game, Megan, and instead you let him throw for 300 yards and average 11 yards per attempt. That removes everything in the running game. You know what, Megan? Like, remove everything in the running game. Let's just take what Brock Purdy did to you. And what Brock Purdy did today was not a lack of intensity, because like what you're saying about being loose, like maybe it infers a bit that maybe the team wasn't quite as on it or as intense or wanting this as much. I think they did want it as much. But I think that when it comes down to your schematics getting attacked, there's nothing that the defender is going to be able to do. If he's being put into position and being tasked to do something, and then he's attacked somewhere else that's away from what he's being tasked to do as a responsibility, that's the schematics then. Every one of the catches to Brandon Ayuk on those in-cutting routes on Tariq Woolen, every one of them, which I think it went for 3 catches for 77 yards, significant catches down the field. And every single one of those, it's attacking the schematic design of our defense. Tariq Woolen is playing cover 3 off coverage there. He's dropping into the depth of his zone, which is then going to open up the underneath routes. And that's just what it did. And that would have happened, Megan, whether we were tuned up, not tuned up, however we were into play. And it's the way offenses have attacked our team in recent years. That's why I say with it, Megan, it's a matter of playing and play out. They know where we're going to be. They know, you can understand, man, if I know where you're going to be defensively, if I can look at your 11 of players across the board and I go, that guy's going to be there, that guy's going to be there. The free safety will be up in center field. The strong safety will be right down here, and then he's going to go there post snap. The linebacker is going to first take a false step on play action, and then I can get him back over the top here. This isn't really complicated stuff because you're the simplistic nature of your defense, Megan. I mean, it's not in contention. You run one of the most simplified defenses in the entire NFL, and you have so for 10 years. The theory goes behind that is that you can run simplified defenses because then you can run fast and free and the players don't have to think. But it still remains a simplified defense, which then means contextually on the other side of it, it's simplified in the way that it can be beaten. And that's just what the Niners did to you today. Sometimes it just ain't that complicated. And certainly the lack of talent does affect it too, Megan. It does, but it's not everything. Stephen Gouard, good on you. I remember Doug Williams. I watched the Washington Redskins win the Super Bowl. Incredible game and performance from Dougie Fresh. And he went out there and won it, didn't he, Stephen? What did he throw 4 touchdowns in that game? Super Bowl MVP. And a guy that people, much like with Geno Smith. Oh, number 1 overall. He's washed. He went to Tampa Bay and failed. He went to that expansion franchise and failed. He'll never be anything. Yeah. And he was. A lot of people can win a Super Bowl. It doesn't just have to be Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen types. Others can do it too. John says, I think the bottom line with Carroll is this team just got stale because of a shelf life. We just need a breath of fresh air as a team and a fan base. I think so too. We just need kind of a reinjection of, a little something new across the board. And it might not guarantee success and it might fail too. There's no guarantee. There is no guarantees of successes to change. That doesn't exist. But there is a little bit of a diminishing returns thing that you can also get on the other side of that too, to the flip side. Dick Jocks, where does Detroit pick this year? They look pretty sweet. I think they're 6th or 7th. Ghost Bro, you're still streaming? That's what's up. Glad we have fans like you. It's what I do, man. I love doing it, man. I appreciate it, though. Sector 7 with the $5 don't know. Thank you, Spectre 7. Says, glad you're still up. Been here just cuddling up under my blanket of defeat. Very cozy. Very sad. Maybe that's why I keep streaming here, is it keeps me from having to cozy up under my own pillow. You know what I mean? Cry my little hot tears. Why not? We had it this year. Appreciate you, Spectre 7. Yeah, we're still rolling, man. We're still rolling 9.5 hours in, going strong. Strong. We'll probably start to put this as a bookend up here. Aidan Eccles. I like Foskey a lot, Brandon. I do too. Once Jared Verse went off the board, Foskey became one of the more safer edge guys you can get in this draft, I would say. There's some really good talent at edge in this draft, but there's definitely some worrisome studs. I don't know what I'm getting exactly. I think with Foskey, I've got a little bit more of a confidence in him and what he's going to be. He's a little more of a high floor guy to me with some ceiling, which isn't always easy to find. What's up, Tiger? Question mark? Did I miss a comment on you, Tiger? Will, it might be a disrespectful comparison considering Pete won a title. However, maybe he is more similar to Mark Jackson, and we need to hire our Steve Kerr to scheme our way to a championship. Could be. And I don't know enough about basketball with Mark Jackson's coaching style to know if he's just a guy that's just kind of out there trusting the guys with it. My relationship on this with it, Will, is that, a coach's job on top of motivating players and getting his team ready to play and managing the game, right, is from a standpoint of making sure he has offense and defensive coordinators and people supporting behind those guys, right? Defensive backs coach, linebackers coach. His job is to make sure those coordinators are getting the players into positions to succeed. And the way that you get a player in a position to succeed in the NFL is by giving them a schematic advantage. If I can have a quarterback walk up to the line of scrimmage and he is confused out of his mind, he doesn't know his right from his left. He doesn't know if he's got two left hands because what he's seeing on the defensive side of the ball across from him. That's going to help my players. Confusing that quarterback is going to help my players. Does it mean we win the play? No. But does it mean I have given them an advantage pre-play there? I've set them up for success? Yes. And there's not enough of those within Coach Carroll's defense. It's too much of, we're going to line up and show you what we're going to run, and we're absolutely going to run that post-snap. Just what you're seeing post-snap, as you survey around the edges, that is what that will be post-snap. And that's where you're leaving meat on the table. You're making it harder rather than easier on your players. Again, it's not me tossing out Carroll whole hog saying he's not worthwhile or that there's not value added by Carroll. There is, as somebody else mentioned below. Team building, getting the most out of young players, creating and fostering the environment that he does that allows these guys to play like they do. But this other side of it has me most concerned because I think it's the thing that can inhibit you long-term from becoming an elite football team. Nick, what running back do you like in the draft? I love the running backs in this draft, Nick. This running back class is my favorite running back class over the last couple of years. And I have not even begun to get through it. It's kind of blowing me away a little bit when I watch these guys one after another. Bijan Robinson is the best running back talent to come out of a draft since Saquon Barkley. Zach Charbonnet is going to be a second-round guy who will be tremendous. He's a guy drags tacklers. The first guy's never getting him down. He's going to wear down defenses, and he's still got enough, I think, home run hitting power to get to be a guy that can be dynamic for you. Deuce Vaughn to me is like Darren Sproles 2.0. Kendry Miller is like an Aaron Jones out of TCU. Sean Tucker is a real fun running back out of Syracuse who's just got real swivelly kind of hips. Tank Bigsby's got a lot of big runs on his tape, a third-round guy. I see a little bit of a Dalvin Cook to him, maybe not quite as fast as Dalvin, but very, very much similar to Dalvin Cook. You've got two guys in Kenny McIntosh and Jahmyr Gibbs who are your modernized do-it-all guys. You watched a guy like McCaffrey out there getting you both as a runner and as a pass catcher. That's what these guys are. That's what these guys give you. Not maybe to the talent of McCaffrey, but still in a similar kind of mold. So I'm just getting started on these guys, and I'm loving them up this way. It's awesome draft for running backs. I mean, if I have one that above anybody else, of course, it's Bijan for me. Nick, he is. I like him better than I like Saquon coming out. He's awesome, and he's very well likely to go in the first round. But the others are very good too. Kraken are playing well, Chad. There is at least that. There is at least that. Liam says, just watched Geno's press conference. Man, it's refreshing to hear someone so self-aware and self-critical. He's shown great leadership to me. I'm confident he'll apply what he's learned and be better next year. Me too, Liam. I love, he has done everything right as far as how he's carried himself, saying everything off the field, how he's carried himself, how he's been as a leader. The press conferences, like you said, breath of fresh air is the way to put it. After years of having somebody that was robotic, after having years of somebody that was really unwilling to just take whole hog responsibility at times, it's been refreshing to have somebody that goes a little bit in a different direction with it. David Yang, I was thinking about the loss today and what this team needs more of. It needs more ball hawks, awareness on offense and defense. We had that at elite in our championship level teams. Last draft, we did get ball hawks on both sides. We need more. Agreed, David. Agreed. Ghost says, Geno looked visibly frustrated at times in this game. Glad to know we have a human at quarterback, not trying to diss Russ, but he was an NPC at times. Yeah, it's the line of going between being even keeled to you're robotic. And you don't want your quarterback to get into the point of being robotic. You want even keeled. But I don't mind a little bit of fire from my QB. I don't expect him to be a complete button down, no emotion kind of dude. I like that in Geno too. I like he's got that fire. John says, to be fair, Carroll has been playing match cover 3, which converts to man coverage in certain zero route combinations. So he could have manned up Ayuk on those, but rules make them play slower. I don't know. I watched both of the plays on it, John. When they're post snap dropping, he's dropping bail technique. And if he's dropping bail technique, then you're not playing man. That's the thing with it. You're playing man, then you're playing sticky. You're not dropping an additional 5 yards off and off coverage. And every one of those in-cutting routes on Ayuk was him dropping to depth. When Ayuk's making the cut in, so if you go watch those plays, John, when he's making the cut in Ayuk, watch the footwork of Tariq Woolen. It's in a back pedal. And if it's in a back pedal like that, when he's got his butt to the sideline, which is the bail technique, that's the fundamentals of the bail technique, he's in cover 3 at that point. They may be doing those match man concepts you're talking about, but not on the Ayuk plays. Those were all pure cover 3 looks, or at least the corners on the outside were running cover 3. And Power Code, keep the stream going, Brando. I need this late night therapy. Also, Tanner Muse looked good on there today. Can't believe we missed so many open field tackles and went into the soft zones. Yeah, the soft zones bugged the hell out of me today. I'll try to go as long as I can on this one, man. I'm definitely, we're 9.5 hours in here. I'm getting a little hungry. We'll go here. Mamet Singh. I says, I love your dedication. You're still streaming. Wow. Hey, man, I love doing this. So it's no problem from my standpoint of it. D Nugget says, Geno should have done a small run instead of that fumble. We had that field goal. We did. It's a bad play on his part, man. Not a great fumble there. John says, that's why I like straight up man instead of man coverage, because the defenders can play faster and you can protect your linebackers by making them by making them up on a slower offensive players. I'd like more pure man too on that as well, John. And I don't, because again, if they've got that, they're so hardline taught to stay deep and clean over the top. Even once you then slide into that kind of man match process, to snap out of the cover 3 look to it. It's just, that's hardwired in at that point. All those reps. Addicted Hawks, Brandon, is it fair to say that since the Legion of Boom left the Hawks and guys like Bobby and Dwayne Brown and Russ left, it's getting tougher for the Hawks to find free agents? Yeah, a little bit. I would offer this on that, Addicted Hawks. We've never been a free agent location for any real free agents in the years here with Russell, with Coach Carroll and Schneider. When they first came in here, they were able to bring a couple guys in here, Robert Gallery, Zach Wilson, Zach Miller, and Sidney Rice. Were 3 hallmark signings that you could make at that time. But in all 3 cases, when you signed those guys, you had to kind of overpay a little bit to bring them in. And if you look across the board through the last few years, and there not been a lot of big time free agents that have come here, even when you've had money to spend, I just don't think the team is willing to slightly overspend to bring a guy here, that instead that they've gone for the tier 2, tier 3 free agents instead, going, we don't want to overpay on a guy. So you really haven't had much of a track record, Addicted Hawks, of really signing prime free agents. You have the Michael Bennett and Cliff Averill signings that happen on 1-year deals, but those occurred because you had a quiet market for those 2 players with the CBA agreement on the line, and teams were unsure about the uncapped year that was coming up within all that. And so that just left their situation in a bit of a precarious point. It wasn't because you were able to necessarily you were a destination location for free agents. You just got to take advantage of a weird market scenario that was going on with those 2 players. So we've never really been a free agent destination. I mean, you mentioned Dwayne Brown, or I guess you mentioned we have those good players leave. I think at the end of the day, you'll bring a free agent in if you'll pay them the most money. I don't think there's any free agent in the NFL who's going to other places to take less money, except for those rare cases. And even when they're taking less money, I don't think it's that significantly less. The one who pays the most is the one who ends up with the player when it's really all said and done, bottom line. Defender of Logic, the Hawks Nest. These streams are great copium after a loss like this. We can learn and vent at the same time. I love it, man. That's just what I want this place to be. So that's wonderful to hear. Wonderful to hear. In Power Code, we regress and progress defensively in the same game. It's a continuum of disappointment and surprise happening all at once. So hard to figure out where we truly stand when everything is so volatile. Well put in Power Code. Very, very, very well put. Volatile is a great word to use. I would agree with that. Mama says, keep Geno and load him up. Let's go. If we don't re-sign Penny, we're going to have to draft a running back in the late rounds. I love it, Mama. That's Mr. Singh. Go with that. I think re-signing Geno's the way to go. And yes, let's go that route. I think they will try to bring back Penny on a one-year deal, and I think he will be open to it. And I don't think he's going to cost a whole lot of money to do that. But I am definitely open to it. Dean Edgar says, yeah, the coaching on defense is stubborn and won't change and wake up the obvious mistake. The best draft can fix that. Can't fix that. The best draft can't fix that. That's right. A draft of talent and upgrading these positions is going to help. It's going to take us further. It will progress us to a more talented team next year, $50 million to spend. That will make you better. But does that make you elite? That is the question at hand. Does that get you to the pathway to elite? No. Defensively, you've got to get the schematics fixed as well in addition to it. It is not an either or, it is both. David, like the defensive line was slow to the fumble. Cross was right there. Had no awareness for the ball. Yeah, he's kind of just probably caught off guard a bit on that. Chico Dusty, can I talk now? You can talk, Chico. Scott Broyles, so y'all going to build around Geno? Geno's going to cost $20 to $25 million a year to extend him. A top 2 quarterback won't be there at 5 in the draft. Agreed, Scott. Yep. You probably go with Geno Smith at this point. I think 3 quarterbacks go off the board by the time you pick at 5. The value's not there to then take quarterback at all. So yeah, you re-sign Geno. I think 20 to 25 is about the right price, Scott. And I think that's where they'll get the deal done. You know, Pete had to change till we wait 3 to 4 more years until he retires. Bottom line, yeah, agreed. Dick Docks, Brandon Walker was great this year. Penny hurt again. Does Schneider pick another running back in round 2 to keep Pete happy? I mean, maybe. If they don't bring back Penny, I guess that's a possibility. And this is a very deep draft of running backs. And I could see Schneider falling in love with one and feeling like he's talented enough to drive them to do that. So I don't think they will, but it's possible. I think they'll draft one in the later rounds again. That's where I really think they'll go. Robert Jimenez with a $2 donation. Thank you, Robert. And Jordan, I saw you got a 20 in there too, so I'm sorry. I appreciate you as well. Robert says, Brando, you are a gentleman and a scholar. No, Robert, with your $2 donation, you're a gentleman and a scholar. No, you, man. No, you. You're good, You're good, Jordan coming in with a big fat $20 dono. Jordan, man, thank you for the big $20 donation. Sorry, I'm about 7 minutes late in acknowledging it here. Get a little rummy late in the stream, so it takes me a little while to get the donations at times, but I appreciate you, brother, and you were awesome for that big fat $20 donation. We've had some monsters today, and you were right there with it on there, Jordan, so thank you, man. He says, if John wants to win Super Bowls and he feels like Pete isn't willing to get away from his cover 3 soft coverage, I believe it may be time to move on. This is 7 years now. Our defense has been bad because of this. Wonderful. Beyond your donation, Jordan. And it's not just because I tend to agree with you in 100% terms, but wonderful thoughts on this. The touching on it with the 7 years in particular is really, I think, a keynote part of this. And this has not been going on for 1 year. This has not been a 3-year problem process. This is going on for 7 years. And if 7 years after every season, Carroll's looking at it going, it's broken, what do you do? Well, we just need more talent. Then the next year, it's broken, what do you do? Well, we just need more talent. It's broken next year, what do we need to do? Well, we need to get rid of the defensive coordinator and we need more talent. Broken the next year, what are we going to need to do? Just more talent. It's broken again the next year, what do you need to do? Hey, fire that defensive coordinator again and we need more talent. That's always the answer over this last 7 years. The same application has been applied again and again and again, but everything that remains consistent over that failure of time is the soft cover 3 zone-based defense that we run a predominant amount of the time. That soft coverage, those corners in their off coverage at the snap, dropping another 5-6 yards in bail technique post-snap, opening up the door wide open for the short stuff, for all this fly sweep options. Think about it too. Why do you have so many issues with running fly sweeps? You never have a corner playing press. You always have the player corner playing off and then dropping deep. So those fly sweeps come around to that edge where there's normally a corner. If he's there at the snap on press and he could fight off the press and make a tackle, now he's 15 yards down the field backwards on those fly sweeps. So why did the Rams in that first matchup destroy us on the fly sweep game? It's because you're dropping your guys in that coverage of depth. You're running them out of the play. All in favor of protecting against that deep ball. And you're right, Jordan. It's got to be addressed. It can't be ignored anymore. We got to stop putting this on patsies. We got to stop looking at new defensive coordinators like they're going to have any effect. It's the scheme. And it's the way the scheme is being run. And I would love to see it change, Jordan. But I have a feeling, like I said on that 7 times in a row, like you talked about for 7 straight seasons, it failed. What are you going to do? More talent. It failed. What are you going to do? More talent. It failed. What are you going to do? New defensive coordinator, more talent. It's going to be the same thing this offseason. But instead of a new defensive coordinator, it's just going to be, let's get some more talent. And again, I think you're right. That ain't the whole fix here. That's a partial part of the fix. That's a half measure fix. And we need a full measure fix if we want to become an elite team. Not to get the playoffs. We can run this same defense. We can run this soft zone defense all day long, upgrade the talent, and slide our way into the back door of the playoffs. For a good 2 or 3 years with Coach Carroll here. Just barely ease our way on in there, right? Oh, it's coming down the last week. Need this team to do that. Need that team to do this. And then we can just barely get on in there. You could get to that place. You will probably get to that place because you have enough talent around across the board to get there, but you will not get to becoming an elite team if you're operating every game defensively with one arm tied behind your back. And right now, every single game for these last few years that we're playing, defensively speaking, because we leave all the schematics out the door, it's one arm behind the back every single week. And you're not going to get elite by operating from that standpoint. Jordan, I agree with you 100%. And I don't know where the change on that's going to come in. I don't know if it's going to come in, but that doesn't have anything to do with the fact that it should come in. Chico Dusty says, I don't really have anything to say. Just wanted to brag for a second. That's all. No, it's okay. We don't mind, Chico. We're not going to block you for coming in if you're respectful. There's been a few 49er fans that come in here to be highly disrespectful. And that's the part where we go, no, we're not. We're already dealing with this loss. We're not going to have to take that on top of it. But I appreciate you, man. Mama Singh. Mama. Chico says, I'm so glad you don't own us anymore. Going to be some good, tough, fair fights going forward. I agree, Chico. And congrats to your team today, man. You guys played a great game. You came out there and took it to us, especially that second half. You could have gotten tight with us up at halftime. It could have been the thing that, everything gets a little bit locked up. Instead, you guys kept it going. Aiden Eccles. Brandon, have you checked out Kalijah Cansey? Ooh, is Kalijah Cansey a fun player, Aiden? He's a real fun player. And I found myself doing this with Cam Smith. I have the hardest time doing this at times. And I started to think about it a little bit, Aiden, because what happens is you'll see a player at a college program and he'll look a certain way and you go, oh, this guy reminds me of that. Like Cam Smith reminds me of Stephon Gilmore, a former South Carolina cornerback. And is it because I just, the uniform and all that, is it a lazy kind of comparison, And I think it may be a little bit of that. But I mention this because with Kalijah Cansey at Pitt, he is just a dead marker for Aaron Donald in so many respects. He's not quite, I think, as powerful as Donald, but from a quickness explosion standpoint, so very, very, very similar to Aaron Donald. His first step quickness is the best in this draft, better than even Jalen Carter. It also helps he's 285, so he's a little bit underweight from that standpoint, and you're certainly going to worry about him at the point of attack at the next level. I think he's also Aiden bestly put into a 4-3 defense. He needs to be a 3-tech. I don't know if he's going to be at his best as a 3-4 defensive end to do the things you're going to want him to do. But he is fantastic. He is so hard to deal with because he is so sudden at the snap. He uses his hands really well. I don't know if Aaron Donald's working with them, and maybe some of that's like Donald going and working with the Pitt guys a little bit here and there, but there's definitely some Donald flashes there in this kid's game. And I hate it because it makes me feel lazy to be like, well, Pittsburgh defensive tackle, he reminds me of Aaron Donald. It's very lazy on my part, but I can't help it. The kid looks kind of Donald-y. He's not as talented. Like I said, Donald had the strength with the quickness, which was the unique aspect with him. You usually get the quickness guys and you're just having to really deal with the quickness. But with Donald, the power came into play as well. Not as much with this kid, but I still expect him to eventually be Aiden, probably a late first round pick. If Devontae Wyatt last year for the Georgia Bulldogs can go in the late first round, I don't see why this kid can't either. I think I like this kid maybe nearly on point with Wyatt last year. Chico Dusty says, no more Russ. We're very happy about that. And I guess you're all too, but not so lopsided anymore, methinks. Well, it's a year, Dusty. Give us a year. This was a rebuild year for us, man. So you guys got your swings in this year. No doubt about it. But it's our rebuild year. We got $44 million of dead money in our books, right? We had to get out of that Russell Wilson contract, out of the Dunlap contract. Had to get some out of these deals. Had to offset some things. We'll be back next year. You better get the work done this year. We ain't letting you off so easy next year. I'm going to tell you that right now. The boy says, at least we didn't blow a 27-point lead. Youch. Yeah, that one stings. That stings the nostrils. Dean says, yeah, I'm over Russ. David Wang, wonder if we used Adams and Tanner more early in the season and Muse. Wonder if we used, I think something got left out of there, David. Not sure what you're writing there on that one. Sorry, man. D Nugget with a $5 donation. Thank you, D Nugget. Sorry, a little slow in acknowledging as well, but I appreciate the $5 dono, brother. Hope you're doing well out there tonight. It says, end of the season dono for Brando. Proud of the channel growth and your honest, informative, and truthful analysis. Go Hawks, and thank you, good sir. Well, thank you, good, kind sir. I really do appreciate the donations. You guys were insane today as much as ever as far as your guys' support of the channel. It is absolutely crazy how much support I get here. You guys propel me forward, and it's like, how do you go 9-10 hours? Well, it's pretty easy when people are just kind and say, hey, keep going, stay with this, being encouraging. The donations help, but it's the encouragement and much say, hey, this is resonating with you guys. You're enjoying me doing this. This is something that there's an openness out there for people wanting to talk and discuss this stuff. So it's the fact you guys exist out there as well, that we can have this back and forth D-Nugget is what makes it is as I always say. This doesn't go anywhere without you guys in the chat. It doesn't go anywhere without the brain power of those in the chat and the ideas and thoughts and turning this stuff over in the way you guys do as well. So it's a 1-2 thing here, man. One does not work without the other here on this channel. So I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the $5 donation, brother. You're awesome. And again, one of my OG D-Nugget, OG subs here on this channel. I know that too. Byron D with a $2 donation. Thank you, Byron D. Says, I can't wait for Parkinson to pop off. Hey, Colby had a great year this year. Great year. He wasn't targeted always a lot. Third tight end in the running. All your tight ends were pretty healthy. You just weren't really in a position to be able to run him as much. But when Disley went down, I felt like he did step up. And you look at Parkinson, he's a guy that's developed his game since he's come out of college, specifically Byron as a run blocker. He's gotten so much better than what he was at Stanford as that guy, as that inline guy. And indeed now he's made that kind of a plus component of his game. It's been very encouraging to see out of Colby. He took some steps forward this year, I thought. And I am very, I've got a video I'm going to be eventually making on our tight end position. I'm going to be calling it the Cerebus, the 3-headed tight end, the 3-headed dog that guards the underworld of hell. And I've got one I'm working on for our Hawks, for our 3 tight ends this year that we'll have coming back next year. So I'm kind of excited. Eventually I'm going to get that video kicked out, be Byron D. But he was really good this year. Really good and stepping forward. Byron D with another $2 donation. Thank you, Byron, for the double dono, man. What's your favorite round 1 draft scenario? All right. Favorite round 1 draft scenario. I would probably say my favorite scenario would be to move from pick 5 to pick 10 and pick up a first next year, a second this year, a third this year, and maybe a third next year. So I just pick up a huge bounty of picks for moving back 5 selections from 5 to 10. Then at 10, look for a guy like Miles Murphy or Tyree Wilson. If he drops in there, maybe even a Sealy Ringo at cornerback, if he's the guy there. Obviously, defensive line would be where you'd like to attack, I think, ideally. But then you've got still the second first-round pick to go any route you want to go there. Again, Trenton Simpson's probably my guy with that first round pick. If not Simpson, I might look at even a guy like Brian Branch, who I think can not only he can come in and instantly start for you at slot corner, but then he's also insurance for if Jamal Adams can't keep going, because you can go play him at strong safety. Maybe the best tackling defensive back in this draft is Brian Branch, and very good in coverage as well. So something maybe along that path. I think picking up the extra picks is my ideal here, Byron. If I can talk a team into moving up to 5, especially get a quarterback, I drop back only a couple picks, but I pick up that first rounder for a future sense. I pick up the extra picks in this draft. I think that's the smarter pathway to go than just standing pat. If it's not that, though, then it's Jalen Carter for me. Carter's my guy first and foremost. Even over if I've got the pick between Anderson and Carter, I still go Carter. I love Anderson's game, but I'm just a little bit more of a Carter guy at this point. Just a wee bit, Byron. Yeah, Sean, we got Jamal coming back next year still. Mehmet Singh says we should have ran a draw instead of throwing. Will, what's your go-to post meal stream? It's kind of hard to say on that, Will, because usually I get done late, so I can't go out and get some food, and so I always have to eat whatever I've got in my kitchen. I don't know. I might go popcorn tonight. I might just go. I think I got a pizza in the freezer too, so I might go pizza. I'm not sure. It'll be something real fattening and probably bad for me, but will help me to get over this loss. Megan says, B, can you explain what man coverage is for me, please? Absolutely, Megan. So man coverage is, I have a responsibility as a defender pre-snap on a player that I've got to cover. If I'm a linebacker, it might be a running back. Obviously, if it's a cornerback, it's the guy opposite you pre-snap as a cornerback to the guy that you're going to cover. You're lined up on a guy as a cornerback pre-snap. Let's just go to cornerback on this, Megan, to kind of simplify this. So you're lined up on a cornerback's lined up on his receiver across from him, right? So he knows what his matchup is going to be. But when the snap occurs post-snap, that cornerback has a responsibility to go to someplace if he's in zone coverage. So Seattle runs what's called cover 3 primarily, Megan, and what that means is they're going to take their 2 corners on the outside, and post-snap, they're going to have them go backwards. Think of it like post-snap, your corners are running to depth to take away deep throws. That's every time. And not only do they do that every once in a while, that's all they're doing kind of. So they're going to depth. They're dropping to a spot. They're dropping to a space. Now they're aligned opposite the receiver pre-snap, right? So they look like they're covering that guy. But just because they're opposite that guy pre-snap doesn't mean they're covering that guy pre-snap. And so that's how you run your coverage right now. Man coverage is that guy's aligned out for that receiver pre-snap. And then wherever that receiver runs post-snap, if he crosses, if he runs a 9 route, if he does anything, that guy is staying with that guy, and he wants to stay as close in coverage as he can get. He wants to be in what they call the back pocket of that receiver at that point. You know, like he's literally in the back pocket that close. So you're staying sticky in coverage on man. But what we run, Megan, is we don't run a very man-based defense. Everything is very zone-based. And again, on the outside, Megan, like 80% of the time, you tell your cornerbacks to play off coverage, so they're 5 yards off of that wide receiver, and then post-snap, you tell them to go deep. You're not telling them, Megan, look at what the receiver's doing, right? You're not saying, pay attention to what that receiver's doing opposite of you at that point. You're telling them, go deep. Protect deep. Get your depth. Make sure nobody runs past you. So that's kind of what you have with zone. In the middle, it's a little different with linebackers. Instead of them playing a man pre-snap, because it could be a running back, they just drop to a zone spot and they sit. But if you have a guy linebacker man up, right, post-snap, and he's got a running back, he's going to run to that running back. He's not going to wait for the running back to get to a zone, Megan. He's going to go attack the running back in space and take him away in coverage. So that's more of what you would see from a man from a linebacker. Chico, I do think Rush is probably washed at this point. It's a good way to put it. Byron D with another $2 donation. Thank you, Byron. You are awesome. So when are you and Brendan going to coach the Hawks? Hey, man, we're waiting for the call, man. Me and Brendan are waiting for the call. We're a team. So, you know, if they call him, he knows, like, you got to bring Brendan in there too. And if they call me, I go, you got to bring Brendan in here too. So it's a combo package, man. They can't one or the other. Trying to separate us, but they can't do it. Chico, Dusty, Branda, Geno is Geno's not bad though. With a more complete team, you all be that threat again. I hope not, though. I understand, man, and I do think so too. I think he's good enough. We feel pretty good about Geno and where he's going. We think he could be the guy. Defender Logic of the Hawks Nest. Would you ever consider doing an all 22 stream? You clearly know the game very well. Would be cool to see you do a film study, at least for us football nerds. I'll try to do a little bit more. It's the touch and go territory with YouTube on this. I would love to ideally just turn on all 22 and then have us kind of go through it on streams and do that. But like if I did that on our streams, they would basically copyright it at one point or another stream. They'd shut the stream down. I can do it on little smaller videos where I include all 22 tape. I can kind of get it on the smaller little stuff where they'll allow that through, or they'll just claim what they'll do is on stuff where I include video footage, they'll just claim the ad revenue for the NFL, which I don't mind that. That's fine. But I don't want it to get turned off or shut off. And if I'm doing a live stream showing what they think's happening is if it's a 5-6 hour stream and there's NFL footage being shown, they think I'm just showing whole games at that point. The AI is basically confused into thinking that. So it's hard to do that a little bit. I think I'll have to do eventually, maybe like Defender of Logic, to do that like a, Zoom call or something with everybody on the membership program and Patreon and kind of try to pull it in that way. And then I'm not actually broadcasting out, but just showing from my source, what's going on from my actual feed. So I probably have to get a little bit creative to pull it off, but I'd love to do it pure like you say. I would. It's just that YouTube does lock that stuff down just a little bit. Like I'm just trying to learn now. I'm doing the Will Anderson video and I've got a whole Terminator scene in it. And I want to use the Terminator music so bad, but I'm kind of worried that they're going to hit me if I do. I really do. Wilbert, Sydney was a monster? Sydney? Oh, Sydney Rice. Yeah, he was a monster. Food Gamer, after watching this game, we need to invest in that interior line badly. Lewis getting 3 penalties for the same thing was ridiculous. I know. I don't know what was going on with him. Austin is solid and wouldn't mind re-signing, but for sure, invest in the interior. Yeah, big time investment in the interior. You need it. Mohammed Singh says this year we need a tier 1 player in free agency. I don't know who it will be. Mohammed, I got your guy. Deron Payne. Deron Payne's your tier 1 guy. That's who we want to target. I'd even overpay a little bit for him. John says, it bugs me so much every team kills us on those quarterback naked boots. They were stopping that stuff in bare coverage. Why they keep getting burned on those with no answers? I think the buying in and trying to, it's the stopping the run, John, it's like, damn the port, damn everything else. Stop the run. It's sort of like, I think what gets applied there a little bit rather than just kind of feeling your, reading your tendencies and everything else. It's no, we need everybody in this stopping the run. Money Rich, would it be too risky to take Anthony Richardson at pick 5 while sitting behind Geno for 1 or 2 seasons? Not necessarily. If they get convinced of it that he is that talented of a guy, then you can do it. And I think that Anthony Richardson makes sense on picking him almost anywhere in this draft from my standpoint, because I think he is the most talented guy in this draft. He's not the most ready quarterback to play. He's not the most talented quarterback who's ready to play. But he's the most talented, if not raw, quarterback in this draft, in my opinion of things. And so if you commit to the 2 years, you're going to eventually get, I think, the goods for him, but you got to commit to waiting those 2 years, in my opinion. Chico says, can't believe the stream is still going. You all really go hard for the team. Well, at least y'all beat him. I was happy about that. We do go hard here, man. I go long. You got a good player on your side. You got a good team on your side too, Chico. You guys aren't going anywhere anytime soon. X-ray for the culture. If we don't re-sign Rashad Penny, we should try to grab Jamal Williams. I'd be open to it, man. You need a short yardage back at times here this year. I don't think that that's as much of Kenneth Walker's bag. So bringing in a guy that could maybe be a little bit, hey, you need a yard, he's going to get you a yard. That could be helpful. And certainly you look at the Lions this year, on top of him having, I think, 17 rushing touchdowns, the Lions had the least amount of 3 and outs in the entire NFL. Speaks to their ability to convert those third downs. Joseph, Geno has 4 years left in the NFL? Probably. About right. Chico says, honestly, really wanted to play Green Bay over y'all. It's always nerve-wracking playing Seattle. Always. Hey, you guys are a tough matchup too, man. It doesn't get any easier on our side of it either, I assure you. We don't feel any more comfortable about it than you do on that side of it. Sean Lee says, just read the Colts looking to trade with the Bears to get Levis. Oh my God. Bears might be able to be traded back twice then if they do that. That's hilarious. If the Colts do that, that's hilarious. I've thought for a while, though, Levis makes a lot of sense with the Colts, Sean. Just something about that makes a lot of sense. Like it's a natural fit, you know? David Yang, are you noticing a thing of Jody Allen sports teams, Portland Trailblazers, and Seahawks have no defense? Yeah, I mean, a bit with that. I think it's just a little bit of that she's not a basketball fan. You know, she got given these two teams. I don't know how much of a football fan she is, but I don't know how committed she was to making either of those a winner either. Paul was committed. And I don't think with Jody, when you lose that commitment at the ownership level, it's, you know, it is kind of what it is. You know, team's not going to be great when that's the case. You need strong ownership. Robert says 2 years, $40 million, $30 million signing bonus, 2-year club option for Geno Smith. Your thoughts along with Nolte, Pacino, Walken. Thank you. I can't do night. I'm 10 hours in, Robert. I would love to do another impression, but my voice is toast on that. Like it's all I can do to kind of talk for. I'll maybe try to give you one on the end out when we can with it. I'll do it before when we sign off with it. But I'm definitely you know what I mean. Dan Bailey, thoughts on Mingo as a late round flyer at receiver? I haven't had a chance to look at him quite yet, Daniel. So I'll start to be doing my deep dive now that we get out of the season here. I can get a little bit more time to just look at the players and do some more assessments and really dive into these guys. For F4 fake, maybe some year this team will learn how to tackle. Absolutely pathetic. It's a little bit of my problems I've said coming out of the scheme itself, F4, which it might not seem like that on the surface of it, but stay with me on this one for a second. I think these issues come out of it. Yes, I agree with you. The tackling is bad. I'm not pushing back on that at all. But what happens is that you have a team that's a rally to the ball defense, a bend but don't break defense, a defense that's not going to get a lot of third and outs because it's perfectly happy bending but not breaking. What happens within that from a conceptual standpoint? You're going to have to do a lot more tackling than your average team that might have more of those situations where they play and make things uncomfortable, where they get incompletions, where they don't have to always have guys in space catching the ball with room to operate. So some of this is a little bit of the nature of your team with that. I think too, for F4 fake, it fails in conjunction with the fact you're very reliant on guys tackling, that's a big part of your defense. Every defense relies on tacklers doing their part with it, right? But yours is very much so because of its bend but don't break nature. But at the same time, these failures to tackle come in conjunction with you also now not being able to work on tackling as much because the new CBA dictates that you're not allowed to do so. It all comes together. It all kind of comes together. But pathetic, F4 is F4 is right. RM says, when I found out we play Seattle, I was like, oh man, Pete Carroll could upset us. D-Nugget says, no matter how good the offense is, you can't win a game if you can't stop the opposing offense from scoring on every possession. That's right. Not getting very far if you can't do that. RM football gives us all anxiety, man. It's the nature of the beast, isn't it? It's the nature of the beast. D Nugget says the game was bigger than just the fumble. It was defense. Look at the Jags. They overcame 4 first half interceptions in a close game. Bingo. Bingo, D Nugget. Well said. David Dang says Russell Wilson quarterback runs and quarterback rollouts always killed the 49ers. He did. He had your guys' number. Hell, he even had your number had the number, not your number, but he had the number with them this year with Denver. It's weird. Sean Lee, so we're drafting a running back and letting Penny go. I think we try to sign Penny to a 1-year deal, low end contract. And we have to probably address a couple of the running back positions there. Even if you brought back Penny, you might still draft a guy because Homer's also a free agent. Addicted Hawks, Brandon, if we do draft Jalen Carter, how does signing another stud defensive tackle at 19 with Nwosu, Taylor, Mafe, and Irvin as edges on a 4-3 defense? I guess I'm kind of inferring that we go to that, Addicted to Hawks, if you take Carter. Yeah. I am inferring a little bit of, and I know Nwosu is more of an outside guy, but I think you could do some defensive end stuff. I think the same thing about Mafe. I think you find a way to make it work. If you took Deron Payne and Jalen Carter, like you'd find a way to make it work with those two guys. But I would be probably a little bit more open to trying to see if we could do some more of going back to some 4-3 looks. It's hard for me to look at the coaching staff and think they're looking at this 3-4 defense this year and think it's been successful. when it's not been at all. I think that opens more of a door to them being a little more multi-dimensional next year, a little more hybridized. F4 Fake says Niners have big contracts coming up and no cap space. Good luck with that. Yeah. Don't forget too, F4, they're going to have to sign Bosa to do a new deal. And Bosa's going to want to make all the money because he's waited an extra year to get paid here. David Yang says, I was saying Muse, Adams, and Tanner. So you're throwing me off with the Muse because it's Tanner Muse. But you're saying Muse and Adams and Tanner like it's three people. Deserve more playing time than Barton. Miles Adams, I think, is what you're trying to say. And yeah, Miles Adams did play really well. So sorry. That's the part I think I was wrong on that one. And Tanner Muse should have probably been in early in the year when Barton was struggling for sure. Barton did kind of turn things around throughout the back end of the year for the most part. Never was good, but yeah, I could see where you're coming from on that. Lions Mania, do you guys think the NFL is kind of scripted and rigged? I don't know, man. I think it kind of is, to be completely honest, but I'll keep watching it though. I mean, maybe, like the NFL wouldn't want to see the Jaguars beating the Chargers. They'd like to have Herbert with his big market and draw of that probably more than they'd want the Jaguars. I think that there's certain games and there's certain things that they do come in and they kind of move things along. I don't know if it's full on rigged, but I think that there's games that certainly the officials lean towards one way or the other. I do. I think there's an inconsistency involved there that points to that. And some of it's too much subjectivity in these calls. Some of it's also, though, I have a instinct here that there's times where the NFL wants things to go a certain way. And I think the fact that gambling has become so much of a commonplace in all this Lions Mania is only making this a bit potentially bigger issue. RM, would Seattle consider taking Jimmy G? I don't think so. No. I don't think so. Overnight says facts. Address that defense, man. Got to address it. Got to. And Jill, did you see that CJ Stroud is not declared for the draft? So that could definitely make our draft kind of sketchy this year. Big sketchy, Anvil. I'm really worried about it right now. I'm very, very concerned about it because that changes the whole complexity of that top 5 picks. And very much if Stroud doesn't come out, the likelihood of us landing Carter pretty much go down to like single digits. Arzo says, at least I'm not suffering alone. Still happy with this season, though. No, none of us are alone on this one. We're all together and going through this. Isaac Wesley, laughing out loud, 12's one hell of a season. It stings now, but we will overcome. We will overcome, Isaac. We will overcome. Aiden Eccles, have I checked out Keandre Coburn, the Texas defensive tackle? Yes, I have. He's a fun player. He's a fun player. He's a guy that gets you some zero tech stuff, but then he's also got a little bit of juice as far as a pass rusher goes. So he gives you a bit of both. There's a lot of zero techs in this draft that there's some questions for me, Aiden, about their pass rush ability. Siki Ika, for instance, or Maze Smith. But Keandre does give you a little bit of pass rush with that. Now, he's not exactly as good in the zero tech type stuff and run stuffing necessarily as those other two aforementioned guys. But the little bit of extra juice he gives you as a pass rusher gives him a little bit more versatility as a player moving into the pros, versus where I think those guys are going to have to be aligned out at. He's a real big guy, like not big. He's like real wide and just real. He's got a good amount of chunk to him. A lot of chunk to Keandre Coburn. But I like this tape, Aiden. Probably see him in 4th, 5th round range is where I would put him at. Anvil says EJ Stroud not declared for the draft. Thoughts on how that affects us at 5? It completely affects, because a big part of this is me looking at Anvil potentially still getting one of your two best defensive players in this draft in Anderson and Carter. That's built on 3 quarterbacks going in the first 3 picks. As somebody mentioned it below, you already got Indianapolis looking at Will Levis, and they're circling around Levis. Bryce Young looks like he's probably going to Houston. So it becomes Stroud at that number 1 overall pick if the Colts don't move up at that point. So if he's not there, that then does mean probably Anderson and Carter are off the board by the time we pick. Absent Anthony Richardson really jumping up some boards. And then I'm like you, I think you use the word sketchy, Anvil, above. Sketchy is the way to put it at that point. Byron E says, what's your favorite scenario for replacing Blythe and Jackson? I think in both two cases, my feeling on that, Byron, would be that I'd love to go get Mitch Morse from Buffalo and then find the best right guard on the open market that fits the scheme, or trade for a right guard that better fits the scheme. I don't love the centers in this draft as far as being schematic fits for what we do. I'd like to have a little bit more of a guy that's ready to roll and get the stuff cleaned up quicker on the interior of that line. So I'd like the draft to be more set up to get as hard as into the defense as we can. And if I've got to go a little bit older on the offensive side of the ball, or a little older with the offensive line, I'd be willing to do that. But that would then just free up that many more picks that could go to the defensive side of the ball, in my opinion. So probably Morse would be my guy. And then I'm not as sure about right guard, about a guy who'd go out, but I would look into free agency. And I think it'd be a guy that's not due to be a free agent right now, Byron D, but a guy that'll be cut and then available on the market. That it'd be the guy that I'd end up settling on. D Nugget says, yes, all 22 scheme show sounds good. We might eventually do it all like a Zoom call or something. We'd probably have to do for that. And I definitely would be willing to do it. I'd definitely be willing to do it. But they won't let me broadcast it. Donnie Pearson says, Hawksnest, I don't mind either. Like mine there. Anvil, if CJ doesn't declare the draft, that'll hurt us. Number 5 for the top pass rushing D line. It will, Anvil. You're right. You are absolutely right. And Power, what differentiates all the different coverages from each other? Always have had trouble with that. For instance, how is cover 3 distinct from cover 2? And what is the terminology like on shell, deep, etc.? Well, we get into the deep. We get into the deep aspect of that when you talk about the shell stuff and deep and all that. When we get into really the intricacies, I can't say that word 10 hours in. But to give you a basis on this for cover 2, cover 3. So you predominantly run cover 3. Cover 3 is in reference to the free safety and your 2 cornerbacks. The 3 part of the cover 3 is in reference to that. So it's referencing essentially what would be like a cloud-based coverage. Because what you end up with in a cover 3 is you end up with your corners driving back and you end up with your free safety driving back. But if you drew a line across the board, if you drew a perpendicular line across the board of those guys in the depth that they're dropping, you would come to basically an even line across that board. And their job is to keep that line basically from ever going behind them. So it's essentially, that's what their given initial responsibility is to do on those kind of routes. It can change post routes. And when you talk about shells and overhangs and buzzes and robber routes, you're now talking about a little bit more of a empower flexibility for the defender to make more of a call in the moment on what they're doing. Like they have a responsibility here, but then they can go to that, right? Whereas if you're saying cover 3, I expect you to be in cover 3 deep. I expect you to stay up over the top and not. And if you leave the cover 2 deal to come underneath, then you better have a good reason to do it, or know that you have some coverage on the back end from someone else if somebody runs into your zone at that point. Cover 2 is actually just a reference to the 2 safeties. So in a cover 2, it's referencing the 2 safeties dropping back into essentially they're each taking a half of the field. And then what you have is your corners will tend to play like a press-based look or right up around the line of scrimmage. And then the corners play in a trail. So they're trailing the receivers. And then the safeties are pressing down over the top. And what you're trying to do is really squeeze down on the quarterback and get him to feel tempted to try to throw one of those hole shots between the trailing corner and the safety coming over the top. You're also going to tend to ask your safeties to do very universal things between the 2 of them at that point, where they're both running, they're dropping into similar zone kind of structures. Whereas within our old school defense of cover 3, what you tend to do with the cover 3, because it's referencing the 1 free safety and the 2 corners on the outside, is you're taking the strong safety and you're putting him in the box. He's not part of that cover 3 responsibility point. Cover 2, he is part of that responsibility point with the other free safety. That's kind of your cover 2, your cover 3. Cover 1, for instance, would be referencing the safety deep, and you'd be running probably man-based principles on the corners on the outside. So you can have it at times where you're running zone in certain places, but you're running man in other places. We don't do a lot of that, of course, because mainly all we do is we run cover 3. We run cover 3, cover 2, cover 3, cover 2, some cover 4. John Robinson mentioned you do some cover man match stuff. That's what a little bit of what you could say maybe Tariq's doing there potentially, I guess, where you initially have him with an initial responsibility of cover. You're running cover 3. You're to drop a depth. If the guy cuts in, now this turns into man. The problem comes into play though that you had him drop into a cover 3 depth first and foremost, and now you have to have him make you have to have him make the read on the fly of saying, oh, don't go to your depth, take the guy that just took the in-cutting route. And sometimes that does leave a cornerback, as you saw with Tariq Woolen on those 3 completions to Brandon Ayuk, that leaves him a step behind, even on a guy as fleet as foot as Tariq Woolen is. So I hope that's okay on that, a fairly decent explanation on Power. Probably not the best, but hopefully fairly decent. Space, what's my opinion of Brock Purdy? I don't think that he's Tom Brady 2.0. I don't think he's a long-term solution there at quarterback for the 49ers. I think that he's benefiting from the talent that he has across the board to work with there, including McCaffrey. And I think he's playing within himself, and he's playing smart football. And he's doing a good job of, knowing when to make a throw and when to run for it and when to just do things to what you would ask a game manager kind of quarterback to do in that scenario, and he's really excelling at that. But I do think that he has a lot of talent helping him out. He's got the best defense in all of football to get him the ball back quickly on the other side of things. And he's got one of the better offensive minds in this sport with Shanahan guiding him through. So I think that he's playing really well. I still maintain that I think Jimmy Garoppolo is a better quarterback at the end of the day. Purdy gives you more mobility, so there's some off-script stuff that he can do that Garoppolo can't, and maybe that makes him a slightly better player. But as a thrower of the ball, even a guy like Garoppolo, I think, is fairly significantly better. HB says, how do we get compensatory picks if Desai becomes a DC somewhere? I don't care if he left. Yes, it's a minority hire deal. I think you get a second and a third round pick or something. And those are compensatory picks put on the back end of the drafts. So I don't know if maybe it's a second or third, but yes, you get those in future draft pick capital if he does go sign a head coach, because he'd be a minority hire. Nick says, thanks for all the streams videos this year. My pleasure, Nick. Thank you for watching, brother. Appreciate you checking out the content as you all did. You're awesome. Space says, the first half was awesome. Kind of went downhill after that. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. David Yang says, wow, look at the San Diego Chargers with the talent up 27-0, and they lost to Trevor Lawrence. Holy S. Schemes and coaching is so important. It is. You got to have both talent and the scheme to make it work. It's a both thing. It ain't one or the other. And I think sometimes, especially within our fan base here in Seattle at times, we get a little caught, especially with all these picks we got coming up, of saying, well, it's just talent. But it is both. You need both. You don't need the coach to be a chess match master every week, but she's got to make some moves in a game. He's got to get him a rook in a couple nights, right? You got to do a little bit of something on that. Space says, that's okay, though. Things are looking good in Seattle. They are looking good. Yeah, David, I think Staley's going to be fired. He already was on the line with it anyways. It stood. And that just, especially here's another thing he's going to get dinged for. Mike Williams was out there playing in a meaningless game last week and got his back broken. Do you win this game if Mike Williams is out there in a game that's this tight, that's this close? Probably. Who else is that going to be on but Staley? That's a 1-2 punch of bad decision-making in back-to-back weeks when you're already a guy that people are pretty shaky on. He's earned that one. Even getting the playoffs, he's earned this kind of firing a little bit. Tyler Mio, Purdy has a noodle arm. Good luck going against a team that actually commits to shutting down the short and intermediate passes. Bingo, Tyler. Bingo. Yes. I agree with that. I agree with that message 100%. Aiden Brando, I know we don't need a tight end, but man, Darnell Washington, if he can become more polished, could be the next George Kittle Gronk with his red zone and after the catch ability. I have a man crush. Should have a man crush, man. This is why I love my chat, man. You guys are so smart. We think so much alike at times, even when we haven't coordinated this. So Aiden, I was just being asked about a guy earlier on the stream. He's one of my guys. He's my number one tight onto the board. I have him ahead of Michael Mayer on my board right now. I do. He is kind of at everything that Michael Mayer doesn't, and what he is and how he goes about who he is and what he is. And I love Darnell Washington. He's going to be awesome. He's going to be probably better as a pro than he was in college. David Yang says, our Super Bowl this year's NFL draft. I can't wait for the draft. I wish it was tomorrow. I can't wait either, David. It's going to be awesome. And we'll be doing 3 days of live coverage here, 100%. Chico Dusty, thank you for hitting that like button. As a Niner fan, I know that's hard to do, man. Best of luck to you guys this year. Defender Logic, one last question. How would you rate the difficulty of Brock Montana's throws this game? Looks like a lot of throws were wide open targets. Appreciate the engagement. Yeah, my pleasure, man. I would agree with you. Pretty succinct way to put it. I think guys were pretty wide open. I think the throws for the most part were pretty easy throws to make. And that when he had higher degree of difficulty like throws, you saw the accuracy really wane with Purdy in this game. So yeah, that's part of why I say Defender Logic, you let him off the hook. You know, you made it easy on him. You made it too easy. D Nugget says, was Pete playing primarily soft cover 2, 3 shell during the Legion of Boom era? We were actually, if you can imagine this, even more extreme in the Legion of Boom era. There was no cover 2 looks in the Legion of Boom era. You might run a couple snaps a game out of cover 2, but not like you're running now. It was cover 3 D Nugget, and it was only cover 3. You can still go back and watch those games from 2013 if you got the NFL subscription, I believe. You can still go back and check those out. And it's pretty amazing to go back and watch how often you're in single high looks. And I'm saying 95%, 98% of the time you were in cover 3 during the Legion of Boom era. They've transitioned to a little bit of cover 2 stuff here, post Legion of Boom era, but that's been your really great major change. That's been the big coup de grace, right? Your great flourish. Easy does it, says, which team owns the offseason? I don't know what you mean by that. Power Code, you have a good night, man. Appreciate you, brother. Says 12th Nord Chad. Says, hey B, did you say that they were going to do a stream on Football 101 like X's and O's, schemes and stuff? I'm definitely down, dude. There seems like there's a market on it. Somebody's asking if I do all 22 tape on it. I'd love to do that, but I don't know if I can go that full on with it because YouTube will nail me. I can maybe do some screenshots and stuff like that, which might help it out a little bit. But it sounds like people are pretty open to me doing something like that. I certainly would be open to showing off some of that stuff with it if people would find that interesting. So I'm down to do it for sure. Nagasa, I don't know how they can watch Brooks and Barton play and don't do anything. They don't sub them off at all. Never. I know, Nagasa, wouldn't you think too, knowing you've got a guy like Tanner Muse sitting here on this bench and how good he is in coverage and how bad Brooks is in coverage, that there would be times you would be flopping him off the field. But at no point in time did you see that this year, that this year. And it's really not a crazy statement to say Tanner Muse is absolutely heads and shoulders above Jordan Brooks in coverage. Brooks might have him as a run defender, but he is nowhere close to him as far as in coverage goes. Strange how they didn't try to maybe mix that up a little bit. Brooks is going to end up giving up like 750 yards in pass coverage again on the heels of giving up 1,000 last year, and he would have given up 1,000 this year, but he didn't play the last couple games. Will says, rewatching your Geno Smith finally gets a true second chance video. Man, an all-timer. Oh, thank you, Will. I was trying to make that argument, and it was a place as we can see with the way Geno played, it was a place I truly felt like he could come to and become that guy and be that guy. It was so much of the narrative you heard, Will, from people saying, we know what he is. We know what he is. That was the main thing I heard that drove me crazy. We know what he is. How? We make our assessment off that first 2 years. If you make your assessment, don't ever make it off of players just his first 2 years. You know, that you make an assessment. Don't make the final assessment of that, though. Leave a guy some room for some development there, especially the quarterback position, which takes so very long to potentially master if you can master it at all. I think Seahawks, Brandon, any chance we can send someone like Joe Pacino or Robert De Niro over to CJ Stroud's house to encourage him to declare for the 2000 draft? Bad joke, but it makes sense for a great movie scene. No, hey, how you doing, CJ? I'm good, man. It's good. How you doing? This is, we're just over here to kind of visit you a little bit, see how you're doing. You seem like you're doing good. That knee looks like that could have some trouble, though. You know what I mean? What do you mean? I'm just saying the knee. It looks like, your knee. It looks like maybe your kneecap might get torn out or something. What do you mean? I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, CJ, look, maybe if you weren't to be in the draft, maybe if you didn't declare for this NFL draft this year, maybe that kneecap might get torn out. That's all I'm saying. Like, Dan Campbell or something? No, I'm just saying kneecaps sometimes come out of knees. It does happen. One does occur on the other. I'm not saying how it would happen, but, maybe you want to go back to school. I'm with it, Addicted. I'm with it. Anvil says Arizona number 3, Anderson. Chicago number 4 is Carter. Murphy won't be worth taking at number 5, or should we trade back? I'd prefer to trade back if that's the way that scenario plays out, Anvil. I would. And it would be shocking to me, Chicago, just to move back a couple spaces like that, but it's possible, I guess. I'm not sure. Maybe the Colts are just that in love with Levis. Boy, if Levis goes number 1, my prediction on Levis looks really good. I better get some props on that one. I had to take some heat from Hawk fans saying that guy's going to be a top 5 pick for last year. Are you crazy? Where you coming with that take from? I'm telling you, he's going to be a top 5 pick. Telling you. Robert says 10.5 hours and still going strong on the live stream. You are a savage, Brando. Hey, my pleasure, man. I love doing this. I love it. Fei Wu Hong Huang says predictions for free agent additions and subtractions for the Hawks this offseason. I think you bring back Rashad Penny. I think that you probably are going to let Jason Myers walk. Ryan Neal probably walks. Phil Haynes goes. You're going to let go of Gabe Jackson. I think you let go of Poona Ford. Quentin Jefferson's going to be let go. Al Woods will move on down the road. That'll be your subtractions. Additions are a little bit harder to peg, Faye. Let's go with, we signed Deron Payne in free agency. We re-signed Geno Smith, let's say. I think we probably try to find in free agency, if we can, a center and a guard, if it's possible, if there's a route to it. Hard to see anybody else on the defensive line that we're looking at aside from that, Faye, though there's possibility you could look, but defensive tackle certainly is a possibility there because you're going to lose a couple of your guys. But I don't have really good names for you as of yet because I'm still not certain on who's going to be the people that are available and there, because it's going to change from what it is now. You go to Sports Track right now and look at the free agents. That list is going to mightily change by the time we actually get to free agency. Those would be a couple of the guys. John Robinson says, no, we played Robber as well with the Legion of Booms. Yeah, but I could have sworn I remember Sherman and Earl talking about John it being 95% of the time they're in cover 3. I could have sworn there was a conversation they had about that. You're definitely playing a lot of Robber with Cam underneath, for sure. But boy, was it a lot of cover 3. John says, but yeah, mostly cover 3 Buzz and Sky with the Legion of Boom with a little cloud. Yeah, just a little smidge. A little smidgy. Megan says, okay, B's and 12s, not feeling the best. So not sure I'll be on again. Take care. Hope you have a good night. Thank you, Megan. Appreciate you. Love out there to you, and take care out there. Appreciate all the hard work here on the channel tonight. Donnie Pearson, the Hawks Nest. Well, it has been fun, but I must run. Thank you, Brandon. Go Hawks. Well, I think you guys are touching on a good time. We're going to go ahead and wrap this sucker on up here 10.5 hours in. So we'll get the last of these comments, and then I'm going to put a button on this because your boy's hungry, man. I got to go eat. I'm hungry. And I'm hangry. I need me a Snickers. Addicted to Hawks, laughing out loud. Love it. Thanks, Brandon. I know where you're going with that one. Gabriel Macedo. Brandon, don't you think Mafe should have played more snaps than Bruce Irvin did in pass rush snaps? I don't necessarily think so. I think you need him on early downs as a run defender in this game, Gabriel. He's your best edge defending run player, maybe even above Nwosu, though he's probably very close to him. Bruce, I thought, played a pretty good game in this one, Gabriel. I thought he was solid for us today. So I think it was okay for the most part, but I could see why you're thinking maybe that'd be the better approach on it. And Mafia played, I think, a pretty good game. But I think you were trying to essentially keep that Bruce to a point where he'd be fresh, and you had Mafia there in early downs to kind of do the dirty work. I know maybe it didn't work out that way, but Greg says Mozzie Smith got sentenced to 12 months probation. How will this affect him in the draft process? He's a 3rd round player. At the end of the day, he's a 3rd round player. He's a zero tech, run stuffing defensive tackle who doesn't give you any pass rush. 3rd or 4th rounder is where he's going to be. And I don't think that the probation is going to knock him down 1 or 2 rounds either way, unless he has other red flags in the evaluation process. Guarvaz, motivating words. How you doing? Thank you. What's up, man? Addicted to Hawks. Yep, Brandon. If Levis makes it top 5, you win the Levis Hooker KJ Jefferson teasing. Thanks again for the update. Jefferson is staying in Arkansas. That's right. Looking pretty good on that one. People were looking at me like, KJ Jefferson's way better prospect than Will Levis. Yeah? Why is Will coming out and going to be a top 5 pick, and why is Jefferson going back? I feel good about that Levis one. That's why I said, dude, when I told people with Levis, like, folks, when I tell you that I know that this is going to be the case, no, I'm not talking out of my butt. This is one that I'm basing something on that's got something substantial to it. I would never be that hard-lined on a guy to being, I know where this guy's going to land if I didn't really, really know it. I'd be like, it's kind of shaky. Could go either way, you know? Everything 12s, Therema. What makes you like Levis so much? Great question, man. First off, from a physical skill set, he provides everything that I want in a top-end quarterback at the position. He has the prerequisite size. He has probably the best arm strength of any of the quarterbacks in this draft, maybe absent Richardson, and maybe even better than him. His mechanics are as clean as it gets. Everything with him from the lower half to the top half is completely flawless. He has a very quick delivery. The ball gets out of his hands lightning fast. And that's pretty impressive, again, considering the fact that he throws with such great arm strength. He shows off very good accuracy up the football field on all NFL type throws. He is also the only quarterback in the first round, everything is 12s, who is actually working out of what we call a pro style offense in college. And what that means is that Bryce Young and CJ Stroud, they run a lot of these kitschy, John Robinson was bringing this up above on this, they run a lot of these kitschy college offenses, which are the one-read offenses, bubble screens, everything out of the quarterback's hand quick, everything one read or you run, or one read or get rid of the ball. Levis had to actually run a pro-style offense. He had to actually take snaps, wait for it, under center. Because if you watch CJ Stroud and Young, right? A lot of snaps out of shotgun with those guys. This guy's actually run an NFL offense, and everything's 12s. He's not only run an NFL offense, he's running the Rams playbook. He's running our playbook right now. And so those are the good things on it. The bad things on it are that he's completely wild, and the decision-making needs to get fixed. But when you start to unpull back the layers as to why the decision-making is poor, it comes from a place of, first off, he's had a putrid, horrific offensive line. Bad receivers on the outside. He was without his best running back for a lot, if not most of this year. The guys on the outside could at times not catch. I don't know how many interceptions he had this year. They hit a receiver in the hands, bounced off his hands, and then was picked off, including the first game of the season. So he is wild in his decision-making at times, but it's born out of the fact no offensive line, no guys on the outside, no running back, and my defense is completely crap. And while he has all of that horrific supporting cast around him, he also just happens to be playing in the toughest conference in college football. So when you see him not succeeding in that environment, is there an explanation for it? Is there an understandability behind it? Yes, there is. It's not an excuse, it's an explanation. CJ Stroud and Bryce Young are not having to deal with the inequities around them of Levis. And not only is it like, well, they kind of don't have to. No, they get this up here. Levis gets to work with this down here. And so it is a hard evaluation. Everything's 12s. It's a tough evaluation for people to wrap their heads around because they look at his touchdown interception ratio. They see the poor play, the turnovers, and instantaneously in their mind, it's, well, he must be a bad quarterback. But there's an explanation for why you're seeing what you're seeing from Will Levis on the football field. And when you remove those items from him, which when he goes to the NFL level, hopefully he'll have some units that are actually in workable shape. And if not, he's going to fail. But guess what? Any quarterback in the NFL is going to fail if he doesn't have a supporting cast around him, right? But part of my point for why we've seen Geno Smith and his struggling failures at the end of this year, a little bit of time, not failures, but his struggles at the end of the year have come out of the fact that you don't have a consistent running game. The pass protection has taken steps backward. The defense has been much worse. All of those things go in conjunction like with Levis. So as I give room for error to that, to Geno on that, and have that as an explanation for some of the dip you've seen in him, I apply the same thing to Will Levis. And so he checks all the boxes and the mobility is next level. He's going to run a 4.5 40. He's going to be, which is, again, when I talk about physicality 12, he's got everything 12s that you want in the quarterback position, including the mobility. And he plays with an absolute fearlessness. He's not worried about taking a hit. All these hits he's taken in Kentucky, all these smacks to the chops, all these hits up to his throat and his neck and smacked. And you watch him on some games and he's got bruises here and bruises here. all those hits he's taken, and every time he still stands tall in that pocket, he still delivers that ball in the line. And most of the time, delivers it accurately. He's been unfazed, and that's why teams are valuing him as well as I'm valuing him as high as they are. They're taking all that into account. They're not just simply looking at the stats on this. They're looking at the whole body of work as to what's going on there. And he is a very, very impressive quarterback. Space, you have yourself a great night, man. I do appreciate it. Space says, what was the deal with the flag for illegal man downfield? For some reason, you had your offensive lineman taking extra steps up the football field when you're throwing the ball. You're not allowed to have your lineman do that unless you're throwing the ball behind the line of scrimmage. So those were legitimate calls. Dat Boy says, why does Neil walk? Neil walks not because you don't want to bring him back. You do, Dat Boy. He walks because of the fact that you are already investing more into the safety position from a dollar standpoint than any other team in the league. And you're currently investing more in the safety position than anybody by a wide mile at the safety position. No teams are going to be paying two safeties top of the market money, Dat Boy, at the same time. I guarantee you there's absolutely no teams out there paying two safeties top of the market and then paying an additional third guy big money. No team would do that. The safety positions become devalued throughout the league. The league has told you that's not the smart way to go with that position. And I just feel like you're probably not going to see the Seahawks willing to go that far in it. I really don't think they're going to be willing to pull that trigger at that point. I like Neil, and if you can bring him back on a good deal, bring him back. So it's nothing against me with Neil on that, but I think that boy is going to get a 3-year, $18 million deal, and that's going to price him just a little bit too much outside of the Seahawks range of things. Cameron, thanks for all the content this season, man. Can't wait for the off-season content. Well, thank you, Cameron. You know it's coming, buddy. You know it's coming. The Hawks got to feed the bear. Great show. We got to feed that bear. I get a little bit dodgy in hour 10. I get a little feisty in hour 10. Nagasa says, I love Levis, but I personally won't take the risk by drafting him. I love Levis, but I personally won't take the risk by drafting him. He has a real pro mentality. Agreed, man. Agreed. And it's a risky pick, Till. So, I mean, look, he hasn't shown you on the field in the way you'd like to necessarily see it from a production standpoint. You're hoping you can put it together. You're hoping you can correct that wildness in him. You know, he's Maverick and Top Gun, right? Before he's gone to the flight academy. That's Will Levis right now, right? He's buzzing towers. He's doing 360 inversions over the top of the Russian pilots, flipping them off, right? It's all wild and loose, but there's some admiral out there on some deck going, if I just get that pilot in here, I'll get him right. You know, we need a Tom Skerritt out there that'll be like, I flew with his dad. I flew with Levis's dad. I'll get him through the other side of this. I served with Will Levis's dad and Nam. Man and Pitt, soon we focus on winning the division next season. Let's get the division next year. Let's not mess around with this wild card. Anvil says, I wouldn't mind taking Levis with a second round pick, but he won't be there. No, he's going top 5. And I have thought this for a good long year. John, Neil won't walk. He's a restricted free agent. I don't think he's restricted, John. I don't think he's restricted. I could be wrong on that, but I think that last year was the restricted year. This one is all no more restricted year. I might be wrong, though. Ray Bands, love this team and looking forward to the future. Unlike last offseason, I'm very optimistic about the progression of this team going forward. Thanks for your hard work and coverage of the Hawks. Well, thank you, Ray. And we are very optimistic here as well. You know, we got to turn over the good, the bad, but we are definitely optimistic about where this team is going, and we are in a very good position as we move into the future. Jason Tudor is finishing us off right with his nice $5 donation. Thank you, Jason. I really appreciate you, Jace. You're awesome, as well as a channel member. I can't even speak here. It says, how are you still going? Take my energy. Also, give me some Levis and or Richardson. I love them both, man. Jason, if we end up with either of those two guys, I have kind of a little bit of a fondness for both of those two quarterbacks in this draft. In kind of a different way from the rest of them. I do like CJ Stroud, I do, but those guys are guys that I just have kind of a special little place in my heart with it on that. And the energy is definitely winding down now, so I'm feeling a kick in on that of it. But Levis and Richardson, like I was saying above on that, those guys check all the boxes that you want. And if you're going to take a quarterback high, if you're going to go get a guy up there, I don't want Mac Jones. I don't want Bryce Young. I don't want a guy that I take in the first round that physically has limitations. You know, I want all of it. And then I can make all the rest of the stuff work. But give me the mold that is not lacking, that is not 5'11", there's not 180 pounds, that has a 45-yard arm. Give me the guy with everything, and that's what both of those two guys have, Jason. They both got it. Absolutely. John, I could be wrong then on Neil. I will check on Sports Track on that. Thank you for letting me know on that, man. I thought for sure I looked up that he was a free agent, but I could be wrong on that. And if they got him as restricted, then sign me up, man. Put him on that restricted tag and let's roll. Man, and Pitt says Brandon's the Seahawk YT Terminator. I am, man. Just wait till one of these times I'm going to blink and you're going to get like a red eye and it's going to freak you guys out. You're like, whoa. Did he just have the Terminator eye? He did. Danny W says, would you be mad with AR-15 at 5? No. Because as someone else said above on this, Daniel, I do have a place where I have a little bit of trust built up. Much like I trust Carroll with cornerbacks, I trust Schneider with quarterbacks. So knowing that he was at the pro day of Josh Allen and Mahomes, and that might look like no duh in retrospect, but those guys weren't what they've become as pros when they were in college. There was a lot of question marks with both of those two guys, yet he was at both of their 2 pro days while he had Russell Wilson still here. He was the guy that drafted Russell Wilson. So if he has a guy in AR-15 that he falls in love with on that and says, that's my dude, and he's made that determination. Quarterback value being what it is, as many other people have said, Daniel, you're not going to be picking this high anytime soon in the future. This is maybe your one opportunity to get this bite at this particular apple. I can't be mad at it. Jason Tudor says, God darn it, I want some butts. That's right. You'd be flying a B-52 bomber to Taipan with rubber doggy bones, whatever he says in the thing, as he leaves them off. Big Country says, what a year, man. From the offseason to now, I wasn't expecting this to be this good. No, I wasn't. And I think that's a great way of putting it. Dan says, Rafa, I flew with Lewis's dad and not. Big Country, I think you touch on this the best way. And let's finish this off, with some positivity, perspective, and some and a smile to the future on this. I have a little bit of some worries here about this future as far as this team getting to an elite stage. But this team, make no two ways about it, will be better next year. You dealt with this year $44 million of dead money. 20% of your cap was gone off the books to start this year with the Russell Wilson releases, with the Carlos Dunlap releases, with the Bobby Wagner releases. All that dead money paid to players no longer here. That goes bye-bye this offseason. You have 4 picks through the first 2 rounds. You have 10 total picks in this draft. That's 3 beyond the normal allotment. You got a lot of ammunition out here sitting in your storage to go out there and make some hay while the sun shines. So let's feel still good about this Seahawks team. Let's consider the perspective. They said we would be the worst team in the NFL. They said they had the worst roster in the NFL. And we find ourselves playing a playoff game up 17-16 at halftime on the Mighty Niners, who are right now in their window, not heading towards their window, not en route to their window. They are in their Super Bowl window right now. And you took them there through that second half and you made them sweat. Boy, did you make them sweat. They're acting all confident now when they ran away from in the fourth. I want to see those same Niner fans at halftime and look at their faces, and I think you'd see a lot of... That's what you'd be looking at. So let's feel good. Great, not good. Let's feel great about this future that is en route. This beautiful future ahead for our Seahawks. We're going to have a wonderful draft. We're going to kill it this offseason. They're going to make some defensive schematic adjustments, finally realizing and seeing the light to know that they do. And we can feel nothing but wonderful for the future of this Hawks season as this gets closer to next year. I have had the time of my life with you folks this year. It has been nothing but a wonderful experience every time I get to go on stream. There's no bad experiences. There's no, God, that was tough dealing with the chat today. Oh, this was rough dealing with them. Every time I get to come in here, even if my spirits are a little low, we had people talking about me, baby, or this chat raising spirits from you guys. You guys raise my spirits. I can be a little low, a little downward, have my troubles I go through. When I come in here, I know those spirits are going to be lifted. I know I'm going to be around a lot of positivity and a lot of encouragement, a lot of people that are going to get me thinking and talking football. And that's where I'm at my most happiest in life. And you guys have allowed me this year, as much as any year in doing this, and now 4 years of doing this, this is the year you've allowed me to get to this spot and allow me to be here. And I'm here and I'm not going anywhere. And we're going to root down and we're going to just keep expanding on this channel. So big plans to come this off season, a lot en route, a lot that I'd like to accomplish and get done. And I know you guys are going to be right there with me every step of the way. Thank you to all of my folks for all the donations today and all the donations throughout this year. You guys, we're in a period now where things cost twice the amount of money it did last year in inflation. People are struggling with jobs, struggling in life. You guys still find a way to come in here and support. We had, three $50 donations alone in this channel. It's absolutely unbelievable the support you guys provide me on this, the encouragement, and it's no wonder that we're going to be successful with this kind of backing like I have. No one else has the amount of people in their corner, as truly in their corner as I do here. And I hope you guys understand, I recognize that at every turn, and I'm aware of how lucky I am to be able to have that, because I don't think a lot of YouTubers get to have this this kind of community and support in every way, shape, and form. So thank you guys to a wonderful year. We're going to head in this off season now. The content will be coming. I promise you, I ain't going to slow down. I'm going to still be right here. So hopefully you will be right here with me as well. And folks, we lose against the Niners. The season comes to an end, and I think some get a little forlorn. Some get a little lost in going, well, when is we going to get back? Got to wait a year. And can we get the moves right? Can we get the schematic changes right? I'm going to tell you something right now. Right now. I want you to keep that faith. I want you to look to next year, and I want you to dream big. I want you with Super Bowl aspirations. In fact, I expect it. I expect it. We dream big here. We have a standard of winning here. We're not happy to be merely in the playoffs. That's good as an initial step, but that's our first step, and we're about to run the next 3 or 4 steps forward. We're going to be like Will Anderson. That was our first slow step. Now we get to the quick steps on 2, 3, 4. So get ready now. Get hyped. Dream big. And don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.